my goodness, Blizzcon 2015! Thank you so much for coming out. Welcome to the first ever Blizzard Machinima panel. We've had the opportunity to be a panel, part of other panels in previous years, but this is our very first one all to our lonesome. So thank you once again for showing up. My name is Chris Evans. I am the supervisor of the Machinima department. I've worked at Blizzard for 9 years now. If you know anything about Blizzard, I'm a relative noob, so bear with me. We have lots of cool stuff to show you today. I'm super excited. But first off, I want to introduce our panel to you. Sherman Ohms, lead Machinima artist for the WoW project. Robin Comsey, lead Machinima artist for Heroes of the Storm. Jordy Swainbank, lighting project lead, Machinima department. Jessica Johnson, modeling project lead, Machinima department. Hunter Grant, one of the lead animators in the cinematic department. And finally, Taryn Gregory, project director for all the in-game content for World of Warcraft. So, I'm going to turn it over to Taryn, and he's going to talk about some of the early history of the Machinima department. Taryn.
Hello, BlizzCon 2015. Can you believe that it's been 10 years since the first Blizzard convention here in Anaheim? Anybody there? 2005? Anyway? Yeah, Mom. I know you were there, Mom. Anyway, in 2005, I was working in Seattle, Washington, and my friend Ezra comes to me and says, dude, Blizzard is having a convention, and they're having a movie contest for Machinima. And we were like, whoa. Blizzard is asking us to tell them a story? That's just wild. So Ezra and I got together and we started writing a story that was very personal to us. And that story ended up becoming Return. Return was a story about our own World of Warcraft characters, and we felt it went over pretty well. And when we were selected as one of the winners of the BlizzCon Movie Contest 2005, they invited us to come down here with all of you that were there and share our movie with the convention. We sat there in that hall, not unlike the seats you're sitting in now. Let's go back to that one. And watched as our movie was shared with the Blizzard community. I'd have never imagined at that time that that would become my job, to continue sharing stories in the World of Warcraft with all of you, and it all happened because of BlizzCon. Over the next couple years, in our small video production department, we crafted several trailers that you might be familiar with, including Black Temple, Zulaman, and many others. I'm really looking forward to working with this guy again in Legion. It's going to be awesome. We knew at this time that maybe Machinima could be more than just trailers. So we endeavored to create the Wrathgate. How many of you remember the Wrathgate? This was the first in-game cinematic that Blizzard had ever done using Machinima techniques. And luckily for our department, it was only the first of many. We've come a long way since the Wrathgate. And we're going to talk today about how we got there and how these people contribute to the process. But I would like to take 1 minute to encourage you. Having seen the journey from fan to employee myself, if you see anything that these artists are doing today and think, wow, I could totally do that, to chase it voraciously. Don't just wait for lightning to strike you. Be the lightning and strike where you want to go.
Taryn, thank you so much. All right, I want to spend some time hanging out in 2010. Now, in 2010, the Machinima department at that time was part of the in-game cinematics department. And the in-game cinematics department made all the content for the StarCraft II story mode. Now, right about then, the Diablo team was announcing this new hero they had called a Demon Hunter, and they wanted to do like a hero's announcement trailer. And the Machinima group was tasked with creating this. After Wings of Liberty, we had also upgraded our pipeline in preparation for Heart of the Swarm. So these three things came together, and we made the Demon Hunter hero announcement. Now, this was really cool. It was like a transitional point because we developed a lot of the tools, techniques, and workflows that we use in the modern machinima department. And we're going to talk about all that today. We're going to talk about machinima artists and how we use them. We're going to talk about modeling. We're going to talk about our own special flavor of rigging. We're going to talk about animation. And finally, we're going to talk about compositing, color correction, and using game engines to render. So once again, I'm going to turn it over to Taryn, and he's going to start us off by talking about the creative process.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So, everyone's going to talk about their disciplines today, and I'm going to talk to you about what it is to be a cinematic director working in-game cinematics. A lot of people see cinematic director, and the only analogy they think is film director. You know, maybe a guy with a baseball cap waving his hands all around like crazy. I'd say that's only about 10% of the job. The rest of the job involves a lot of different disciplines. I work closely with the game team and the creatives to get together and suss out a story that's going to happen somewhere in the gameplay experience or online. I then bring that story or pitch back to our artists, working with storyboard artists to block out the scene, layout artists to get the characters in their poses in the environment, and then subsequently animators, lighters, compositors, effects artists, everyone who brings the final polish to the image, and I have to be there every step of the way. Because it is the director's role to make sure that the truth, the spirit, and the flow of the film is maintained through every discipline, and that they know what you're thinking and what you're aspiring to, so they can bring their own talents and create something really special, cinematic magic in the end. I think any director would tell you that they're only one small part of the process, and that without the talented individuals that they've had with them for years, they would have never been able to create the movies that you've come to love. That's 100% true here. Our machinima team has grown from 2 to the number you see on screen right now, and we are just looking forward to making so much more moving forward. So let's give them all a hand, and we're going to get them up to talk about what they do.
Cool, thank you, Taryn. Hey, Sherman, you want to tell us about the machinima process?
Sure.
Sherman!
All right, so oftentimes Taryn gives us the story lowdown as quickly as possible. We get the download right away, and sometimes it's just a framework, just a set of ideas, characters, the environment, but it's enough for us to get started on asset creation and collection. Now, I'm a machinima artist. What does that mean? Well, you sort of sit in 2 worlds. That of the logical side of technology that makes everything work, and the creative side of art that makes everything look awesome, with some overlap in between. So, in a way, I also have a foot in the game. I'm often enjoying World of Warcraft, of course, but when I'm running around, I'm also observing. I'm looking at everything I can, from a building in the world, an object, even the other equipment all of our players are wearing, because each little thing that I see gets tucked away in my brain, a mental repository of a sort. I'm sure my comrade on the Heroes of the Stormside, Robin, his brain works pretty much the same way. So there are thousands of assets in World of Warcraft, and they span a range of visual styles, from faction and race, all the way to different expansions. Wrath of the Lich King looks entirely different than Mists of Pandaria in visual style. And all of these can be broken apart and stitched back together to create something entirely new and different. Yes, that is a Pepe Mecha Spider Tank, and no, we have not created one. That's just for here. It's okay, it's just between us. So what do we do once we have an idea of what we want to grab? It's sort of like a scavenger hunt. A lot of times I know I'm going on a trip, but I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to end up. So we have a range of internal tools to help us get there. And I'm going to share a few teaser images of something we've been working on, just a few. But we have the development environment to play with from the game team. That lets us work in much the same way that they do, as well as our own internal previewer to let us browse through models and textures very quickly. For a cinematic like this, we could grab the Garrison mailbox and then repurpose the textures to create an entirely new mailbox that fits the aesthetic for our cinematic. It's sort of like a mad scientist project, where in this still, most of this kit was created using textures from the game and objects from the game. The lamppost was ripped straight out of the Goblin kit and dropped into our scene. And one of our modelers helped create the backdrop. This tower as well, Goblin kit. Just a ton of that grungy metal and the rough stone, and the conduit pylons at the very top. Although the orbs at the top were taken from the Thunder King's pedestal. We needed lightning, so we kind of figured, why not go to the source? Doing this lets us match the visual style of World of Warcraft virtually 100%, because we're using work that the tireless efforts from the World of Warcraft team's artists have already made. It already exists, so it fits when we put it together, even if we're making something a little strange and crazy. Being plugged in lets us really push that. And it allows us to work with things like higher resolution textures, so we can push the fidelity of the cinematics and give you all an experience that is truly great. So, once we have things pulled together, we've gathered a bunch of assets, we've built them up. I serve as sort of a gatekeeper. I kickstart the other artists up here and on the rest of our team, and the assets that I grab and I start get touched by all of them. They still need a little spit and polish, which is where they come in.
Sherman, thank you so much. All right, let's hear from Jessica. Jessica, tell us about modeling.
Right on. Hey guys, hey Blizzcon. This is actually my first time getting to talk to you guys as a modeler. And I'm a 3D modeler here on the in-game cinematics team. And a lot of times that means I'm starting off with our game asset characters. So like the game characters that you guys play in game, that's oftentimes where I begin with our cinematic characters. Now, game characters are meant to be seen in the game. You're going to be spending just as much time looking at your character as you are the really cool environment, like the spells that you're casting, and also the monsters that you're killing. So these characters are kind of made with that sort of optimization in mind. You're also seen on screen with about 100 other players. So keep that in mind when that's what we're starting with. Now, what we like to do is take those characters that are game res and all that, and we like to give them their chance to become a movie star. Now, characters like this really end up on screen like this. And I'm going to show you kind of like a dramatization of what it takes for those characters to go through this process. It's a little bit scary for them, I think. But I usually start off by making the characters a little bit higher res. I like to round out all of their edges and give them a little bit more fidelity so that they can come really close on screen and we can see them all up close and personal. A lot of this takes rounding out all of their muscles, giving their armor a little bit more fidelity, and also spending a lot of time on like their hands and their faces. It's all about making these characters into actual actors on screen and not just characters that you're playing in game. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit later on about topology, but topology is kind of the lines and edges that make up a character's face, all the way from their body, their armor, into their face. And it's really important for these characters not just to look great for their close-up, but also to act and do and create the best performances possible in the hands of our animators. And so my job is to take these characters from their game asset models and make them absolutely ready for their close-up.
Jessica, thank you so much. Next, we're going to hear from Hunter Grant. Hunter, tell us about animation.
I will try.
Thank you.
Hello, BlizzCon. That's right. All right. So in 2012, I was asked to become the lead animator for the machinima department. And I said, I'm listening. And then I was told, Taryn would like you to do it. And I said, I shall. So as the lead animator, my job essentially is to bring the director's vision to life through the characters, movements, and performances. The first projects I got to be a part of were the War Room Horde, War Room Alliance, the Gunship Explosion, and the Jade Forest during Mists of Pandaria. We had noticed something during these. These were super fun to work on, but man, that panda. See, the game team just gave us the new Pandaren, and we were like, wow, this thing's amazing. It had so much more topology, it was higher res, it could act a lot more, it had more range of motion. Basically, they just implemented a brand new set of technology called skin weighting, and this, along with a lot more bones, allowed for the Pandaren to emote so much more than the other characters. And we got us thinking. We had an idea. Wouldn't it be cool if the other characters could match the Pandaren on screen? So we decided to try a test. We thought, man, Garrosh was really fun to animate, and he is kind of starring in our next upcoming piece. Why don't we try a test with Garrosh? Let's try to up-res him. But the goal was to match the fidelity of the Pandaren, but not to break the look of the game. At the same time, we actually made a brand new face rig. And the whole goal was, to, again, to match the abilities of what the game team had already given us with the Pandaren. This gave us Garrosh 1.5. This is the first time we've ever shown him like this. And actually, I was talking to the art director last night. He's never seen this either. But this was the genesis of what WoW Machinima is today. This basically just helped us advance our thinking. Now, at the very same time, unbeknownst to us, the game team just happened to be working on up-resing all of their player characters, and coincidentally, they had started with the orc. We all got word of this and got super excited. We thought, oh my gosh, we have Garrosh. We need Garrosh. Can we please have Garrosh? They happily obliged, thankfully. They sent us the new Garrosh, and we went, wow. Okay, so we ripped out the rig from Garrosh 1.5 and slammed it into Garrosh 2.0. And we thought, wow, this is something special. This became the Siege of Orgrimmar. This was essentially, for us, a new beginning for the Machinima department's animation abilities and capacity. Now, a little bit later, I'm going to kind of go into how we took all this thought process and dialed it to 11, essentially, in Warlords of Draenor. But for now, I'm going to hand it off to Jordy, who makes things pretty.
Jordy.
Thank you, Hunter. Excellent stuff. Thank you, Blizzcon. Wow. Really appreciate that. No pressure, no worries. Show of hands, who knows what lighting and compositing is here? Anybody? Get out. That's a lot of people. I'm surprised. Okay, well, good for you guys. Well, then, full disclosure, and my confession to you is that when I started lighting and compositing, I had no idea what compositing was. No surprise to my bosses and coworkers at the time. Sorry, bless them. I knew what it was as software, and I had used photo editing software before, but I didn't know what compositing as an art form was capable of. And it was pretty easy to take, you know, these guys and turn them into those guys, and that's legitimately compositing, that's fine. But I didn't know what compositing could offer a story being told. I didn't know what compositing could do to solve problems in a production that we might work on. And I didn't know what my artistic capabilities could lend a production process like cinematics machinima. And I think when it comes to either like visual effects or video games, there's so much work that goes into this, the final stage of our pipeline. There's all this visual sweetening, all this attention to detail. We had so much to make this world rich and robust, all the while hoping that you never really notice what we did. Because if you do, you're pulled out of that story we're trying to tell, and that's counterintuitive to our process. And we work on composites sometimes with hundreds of layers apiece, and we might work on 100 shots at once, and it gets really complicated really fast. And that kind of begs the question, where do you start, right? Well, for us, that's the easy part. We start at the beginning. And in this instance, it might be an artist sitting down with a director, in this case, Taryn Gregory, and we hunt for a visual style, a visual target, and an aesthetic that complements the story being told, that kind of like shows the characters in their best light. And you can see that we ended up with this blue number here for Gul'dan, and it kind of makes his green skin pop, and that's pretty cool. Once we hit this target, though, that's when the fun starts. We get to start working on shots, and that's where the fun really begins. We get to take the game capture, and we get to start building layer upon layer of atmosphere and fog and effects and colorize the background and add fires and colorize the characters. It's all this stuff all at once. And in this sequence, you'll see we added a per pixel lighting pass to Gul'dan's cup. And that was a new technology that the game team had implemented, that once we saw it, we were like, dude, we need that. We need to make that cup pop. It talks to what Chris said earlier about sort of that test, that little short. And it really makes this world rich and robust. And I'll admit that lighting and compositing is difficult sometimes. You have to face challenges. You have to solve problems on the fly. But it's the fun part, right? And as we work in World of Warcraft, admittedly, we don't use lighting all that much. We do use lighting quite a bit in Heroes of the Storm.
Jordy, thank you so much. So I want to spend some time. We've looked at the overview of the process, right? So you guys have gotten a general idea of what the artists do and what their disciplines are. Now, we're going to talk about specific projects, how we apply this to specific games. First off, we're going to go to January of 2014. There's this game we were working on called Heroes of the Storm. They have a lot of heroes they want to talk about, and they want to talk about them right now. So we needed a very special man for this job, and that was Robin Comsey. Robin, tell us about it.
Hey, thanks, Chris. I think you're special, too. Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Robin Comsey, and I am a lead machinima artist for Heroes of the Storm. And what that means is that it's my job to know the game inside and out so that I can use it to make awesome videos. Now, to date, we've made 25 hero trailers, and there's more on the way. Our most recent was Artanis. And I think what's the most amazing thing about what we do is that 99% of everything you see comes straight from the game. That means everything from the effects to the backgrounds to the character models. All that stuff is what you're going to see when you play the game. And having made so many of these, it's easy to lose track of how far we've come. So let me take you on a little journey way back to the beginning of January 2014. And I guess when I think about it, that really wasn't that long ago. But it was my first day. I was just starting at Blizzard Entertainment as a machinima artist. I was so stoked. I'd never even heard of that job title before. So I wanted to get started. I talked to my bosses and I asked them, hey, what's my first project going to be? And they told me, well, Heroes of the Storm is going to be going into closed beta soon, and they're going to be wanting a trailer for each and every hero in the game. And I was like, wow, that's kind of a lot. Am I going to get any help? And they said, no, it's just going to be you. I was like, okay, well, how do you want me to do this? And a director, not unlike Taryn, came to me and he gave me a storyboard, not unlike this one, and it basically told me that it was going to be my job to transform these images into machinima. Now, nobody in our department really knew exactly what the best way to do that would be, but they knew that there was only one tool for the job, and that tool was the StarCraft II editor, or at least a special flavor of it that was developed for Heroes of the Storm. What's great about this editor is it's actually nearly identical to the one that you have at home if you've purchased a copy of StarCraft II. However, although I had played StarCraft II, I hadn't really fired up the map editor since Brood War back in the 90s. And you know, when I started on my first day and turned on StarCraft II's editor, I could tell that things had kind of changed. We'd entered the third dimension, and there was a lot to learn. So I was sent across the street to sit with the game team and absorb as much information as I could. I also scoured the internet for any help I could find, because honestly, thanks to people like you, I was able to get a little bit of a head start. So really, it was my challenge to figure out what one person could do using this editor. And as it turns out, I could do a lot. I could take ground and sculpt it like clay, just raise it or lower it. I could paint ground textures. I had dozens to choose from. If I wanted, I could plant an entire forest, and it was super simple. Or if I preferred, I could summon a demon army. The game team had made it really simple just to choose from the dozens and dozens of character models in the game and cycle through their combat animations, which gave me the ability to cut from camera 1 to camera 2, and then pan across to the dancing Murloc, and then fade to black. And I think what is just so cool, what's so cool about all this is that I'm really lucky to get to play in this Blizzard toy box. I have all of these awesome models to choose from, And I don't have to make anything from scratch because everything's already been made and it looks beautiful. So I guess the best thing about machinima to me is the fact that you just take all these awesome things, recombobulate them, and find enough duct tape and bubble gum to turn them into something new. Now, since our humble beginnings a year and a half ago, our team has grown. The Heroes Machinima team has gone from 1 to 4 machinima artists. And thanks to that, we've had a lot more opportunities to really level up each and every shot. We've added lighting and compositing to our process, which turns every frame into a beautiful picture. And thanks to the folks who blazed the trail with the Demon Hunter trailer and StarCraft 2, we're able to import custom models and animations whenever the story really demands it. The first time we really got the chance to do that was for the Eternal Conflict trailer. And I think what's so interesting about this particular trailer is that all the hero characters, all these characters who are front and center, got really tender loving care from the animation guys, Hunters guys, and Jessica and her team got to up-res all their models. But we had a lot of characters we had to fill out the ranks with. I mean, that's a lot of characters. So the great thing about working in this engine is that we can drop in their custom work and our assets that are straight from the game. And if we've done our job right, you can't see the line that divides those two things. They all just meld together. Now, I'm hoping we get the chance to use this a lot more in the future. Most recently, you might have seen it in the announcement for Heroes of the Storm's new game mode, Arenas. Now, check this out. This is what I got from animation. Beautiful animation, focusing on Raynor and Falstad here, but there's nothing in the background. Luckily, the game team created all these awesome spectators, so it was really easy for me to go in and just fill everything out, and it really adds so much. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Chris.
Robin, thank you so much. How cool was that? All right, so once again, January of 2014, there was another project on our plate. That was the Warlords of Draenor. So we're going to spend some time really digging in to this project and giving you an overview of what goes on during a WoW expansion in the machinima department. We're going to start off with Taryn Gregory, and he's going to tell you a little bit about the creative process. Taryn.
All right. Any of you played Warlords of Draenor at any point, ever? Maybe? Awesome. So, we began on this project, as he mentioned, toward the beginning of 2014, and the ask was huge. We had just made the Siege of Orgrimmar trailer, and the game team was ready to double down on the efforts of machinima and see what more it could bring to an expansion. In fact, we were going to bring more to this expansion than nearly every single in-game cutscene combined from everyone we'd done since we started with the Wrathgate. Whoa, that's going to be a lot of work. Where do we start? As Jordy said, from the beginning. We'd had some success in Mists of Pandaria, where we had done our first split storytelling, where we added individual cutscenes for the Horde and for the Alliance. We wanted to continue this vibe forward, and so when we began at the beginning of the expansion experience, we had zone finales, more like the Wrathgate that ended a story experience than beginning it, for Shadow Moon Valley and for Frostfire Ridge. This was the challenge for us, though, is to make these movies unique, distinct, and sing to the factions that were involved. If you shorten these to a tagline, they're identical. You know, the hero of this faction sacrifices themselves, oops, spoiler alert, to save their people. But how do we make them different? For the Horde side, we had to look into the characters, that while the spirit of the movie was clearly a small force taking on a giant army like so many great movies, what laid beneath the characters' hearts? And it was all in Gunnar. Gunnar, Duratan's brother, who had been jealous of Duratan his entire life for having been given the title of the chieftain of the war song, or the Frost Wolves. Oh, I'm gonna get murdered by some. This had been a splinter in their relationship their entire lives. But it was in this moment, when everything's on the line, when it comes down to when it matters most, Gunnar acknowledges that his brother was the one that needed to live, he needed to carry on and take care of his people, his family. And when Gunnar stood in the valley as the mountain crushed upon him and screamed, Loktar! The Orcish word for victory. He was claiming victory for himself, his family, his people, his clan, and for the Horde. On the other side, in a very, very different vein, a different spirit, we had Yrel and Velen with a battle far away. And everything was quiet and somber, but there was a doomsday device at their feet that was about to go off and eradicate the Draenei people. And Yrel, this character that we absolutely love working with in our cinematics, was in her inexperience at this point, at the beginning of her journey, was overwhelmed with the thought of what was going to happen to her beloved people. But she turned to Velen for guidance, and we saw, if you watch this again, Velen never showed a single moment's hesitation. He was always calm, he was collected, he knew what he had to do, and this, in fact, he wanted this to come because he wanted to right a wrong that he felt had happened years ago, and this was an opportunity for him to be the guide for his people, to pass the torch to Yrel, and at that moment we knew that she was going to have a great destiny. There were many other cutscenes that we endeavored into, including the Shatrath battle with Blackhand, the intros with Khadgar, but there's one more I'd like to talk to about before we pass it on to other artists, and that is the Nagrand finale. Garrosh versus Thrall. This was probably the most challenging creative pre-production movie that I've ever worked on. There was such a complex, rich, emotional backstory between Thrall and Garrosh that where do you even begin? We could put 1 million lines of dialogue in this film to try to hit every single reason that they're upset with each other. I mean, writer's block isn't always not knowing what to say. It's actually having an infinite canvas and being paralyzed at the options that you have. So when I find myself in that situation, you just need to zero in on what you absolutely know. We knew this was going to be a battle to the death with two powerful warriors going to town on each other. So we worked on the action and the acrobatics and the axes flying and okay, we've got that. It's looking good. In those early versions, though, there were observers on the sidelines. People were watching as if they were in the arena and they were wondering what was going to happen next. We elected to take the observers out. So the whole scene was only Thrall and Garrosh. And that opened up a very different vibe. Because much like real people, when you're talking one-on-one in a personal closed space, the way you speak, the way you tell the truth is different than when you're around strangers. So we asked ourselves, if this was the first time Garrosh was ever actually able to talk to Thrall without having to maintain any mask, any air, any fakery, what would really come out of Garrosh's heart at this man? And we realized it was about abandonment. It's always been about abandonment with Garrosh. Abandonment by his father, abandonment when Thrall laid upon him the mantle of the war chief and left him as he walked out in the cataclysm with no guidance and he was not ready. He was not ready to be the war chief. When we wrote these lines and we went to the recording booth, I worked with the ever-talented Patrick Seitz, and we went over the scene time and time again, and when he finally came to deliver this emotional moment, we were all blown away as he began to say these lines.
You left me to pick up your pieces. You failed me.
That was the unprocessed performance. That was what we heard, and our hearts broke. And we knew that we'd finally found a way to paint a picture of Garrosh, that while we could never forgive him for the terrible things he'd done, he was not a character beyond sympathy. You know, we felt we finally struck a complex chord for the death of one of Warcraft's greatest villains.
Taryn, thank you so much. That was amazing. Sherman, you want to talk a little bit about fleshing this world out?
I'll try to follow that up. It's going to be a little tough. But Thrall and Garrosh were just the beginning. This was Warlords of Draenor, and the time of the Orc was at hand! We had 7 warlords to deal with, just to start. But we also had just as many protagonists. We had Draenei, we had Thrall, we had Khadgar. We were going to see a new Khadgar. We were super excited. But the Orc was still our top priority. Take a look at Frostfire Ridge. Almost every character you see is an Orc. Duratan, Gunnar, and the Iron Horde they're facing. Even though Duratan is a warlord, he shares a similar face and body structure with all of the other orcs on screen. So Fortunately, the game team had worked on the orc and the dwarf first as a player character to up-res. And we took that geometry and we added our own rig into it. We also needed extras like in film. So we worked out a technology called componenting that lets us quickly switch the appearance of our rigs so that Gunnar and Drekthar, the Iron Horde, are all essentially the same rig. And an animator can quickly block out tons of orcs doing animations. On the flip side, we also had Euro, another character we were super excited to work on. A character that we knew we were going to develop, not just in story, but also as a character herself. When we saw her concept at Blizzcon 2013, we were enamored with it. We really wanted to push her look and make her stand out as a heroine that the player could understand. We did this by focusing on her horns and her hair as her unique identifier and a customized gear progression that we would use different sets whenever she was in a different cinematic to show her journey. For the Shadow Moon Valley cinematic, we actually found a set from Burning Crusade that was a mix of cloth and plate to show that she was still learning, still developing. It was actually the Aldor Regalia, a mage set from Burning Crusade. We did a little color shifting so it didn't clash as much with their skin, changing the blue to a violet and toning down the metal. For the Talador finale, we went to a straight paladin set. We kept the same purple that we had used in order to keep the same scheme. At about the same time, Garrisons was a new feature that was going to be in Warlords of Draenor, and the game team came to us with a request. They wanted to give players a reward every time the garrison would level up. Something flashy, but not too long. Something that wouldn't pull you out of the game, but still give that nice little ego boost. So we went back to our old school machinima roots. We went and worked with whatever we could find in the game as it was being developed. And we combined it with our own custom camera system to get smooth curves and sweeping vistas. It's a technique that we would later revisit in the Hellfire Citadel patch for 6.2, whenever a player would receive the shipyard. The main character had changed to Khadgar for both cinematics, but we kept the same uniqueness for both the Horde and the Alliance.
Sherman, thank you so much. Let's hand it over to Jessica.
So I remember the first time I saw Ural. I'm pretty sure some of you were at BlizzCon 2013, right? And she flashed on screen for maybe just a second, and I was in love. So I don't even play Alliance. I'm a little bit of a Horde fan. But I was like, oh my gosh, I would roll Draenei for her. I was sold, right? And then Taryn comes to me while I'm working on StarCraft, and he's like, I want to do a story about Ural. And I was like, oh wait, what? No, pick me. I just couldn't even believe it. We very seldom get to have characters like these, where we take them just from a starting player all the way up into a class hero, like a hero for her entire race. Oh man, I was just so excited. And the way we started, at least on my end, was with a game model. And actually, thanks to Sherman and his hard work, he found all of the armor sets that we would use to really show her progression without actually having to say, oh, by the way, she's a badass now. But my job was really simple. I got to look at that concept, and my art direction was make that concept. So the starting point was really her horns. Like, it makes her an iconic and kind of crowned character. My first task was like, I made the horns exactly like the concept, where you see her facing you straight ahead. And those were really cool, so long as you were facing straight ahead. The moment she turned her head, they got in the way and they didn't look right, and you're like, wow, that really kind of like breaks what a epic character she is. So we did some adjustments specifically for camera angles, which is unique, at least for the cinematics team. My next job was actually to up-res a lot of her armor. Now, game models, the texture is kind of molded over the game character body, which is great for the game, but for the cinematics, we kind of wanted to give her some like real gravity and make her seem like a force to be reckoned with. I mean, she's wearing plate mail. Let's make it look like plate mail. I actually spent a great deal of time working on her chest piece so that she was wearing a breastplate and not just a texture. Now, my job is really kind of interesting because I'm modeling at the same time as texturing, and I'm really using the textures that the game provides me to tell me what I'm going to be doing for that model. And a lot of the times I will take the highlights and I'll put an edge loop right along the highlight and pull that out, and then find the shadow areas and put an edge loop on the shadow and push that in, and actually ends up giving her a really unique and almost heroic silhouette. And just like the concept, it made her look like a force to be reckoned with. Now, we repeated this sort of process for actually all of her armor sets, along with my favorite armor set, which is her Exarch. This is her final form. She looks amazing. And specifically Terran wanted, he's like, you know how female armor sets are? Let's give her a real chest plate. Let's make it look like she can take a blow from Black Hand and stand back up and just kick his butt. But not just, my work isn't just about up-resing the armor and making the characters look really unique and wonderful on camera, but it's also about supporting teams like Hunters as animators so they can give and deliver really meaningful performances. When you saw Urel actually working through all of her, she's gonna lose her mentor in Velen's sacrifice. And in that cinematic, they had very few lines to deliver, so the character actually had to deliver a really emotional performance, but with only saying a few things. And Hunter and I worked together specifically on this character as the beginning, but carried on all of that work on the topology of her face over into other characters. We turned our game models into actual movie stars that could deliver really meaningful performances. And in the end, Urel was such an exciting character to work and learn on, and a beautiful character to have come to life. And in the end, she really ended up stealing the show.
Oh my goodness, that was awesome. Thank you. All right, let's turn it over to Hunter. Hunter, tell us all about it.
Well, I could talk about how we actually animate stuff, where we create a pose and we tell the computer to take a photo. We do it again and we tell the computer to take another photo. We rinse and repeat 30 times every second, which gets you this. Or I can talk about the thought process involved and how we brought out the characters' personalities through their performances. I'm going to go option B. Now, you heard a lot about Velen's Sacrifice and Urel, and there's a reason for that, because Velen's Sacrifice was a really unique challenge to all of us, and it's actually one of my personal favorites. You see, there's a single piece of spoken dialogue in the entire piece. The rest is quiet and subtle. Essentially, what most of our cinematics are not. I mean, we do epic really well. We do epic on top of epic, wrapped in a turducken of epic. But this was Urel's story. This was the beginning of her journey. So the question is how do we make something compelling with next to no dialogue in 1 minute and 25 seconds? Well, we do it by starting with showing vulnerability. Not weakness, mind you, but vulnerability. You see, in the beginning, like Taryn was saying, she looks to Velen for answers. And it isn't until what she doesn't understand is that the answers are within her. And it isn't until Velen transfers the mark of the Naru to her, essentially passing the torch, like Taryn had said, that the calm washes over her, and you start to see the potential behind her. You start to, in the final shot, you realize that there's this hope and determination behind her eyes, a kind of foreshadowing of what's to come in the battle for Shatrath, where she truly becomes into her own, and she becomes powerful and confident. Now, on the opposite end of things, we have Garrosh versus Thrall. If Velen is quiet and subtle, Garrosh versus Thrall is loud and visceral. What we do best. It's epic. Now, there's a shared theme between the two, which is they're both very intimate moments. In Garrosh versus Thrall, it's a very pivotal moment for Garrosh 1, us as a department, and for me personally. I mean, Garrosh helped advance our thinking of what was possible in machinima. He's the orc from which all of our other orcs came from. I mean, every single time you see an orc walk into the scene, it's the walk of Garrosh walking away from the explosion in the Siege of Orgrimmar. All of it, like his animations, his poses, have been shared across orcs and humans and Draenei alike. And now we're about to kill him. I mean, come on, how do you replace Garrosh? He's chaos personified. Like, we had to start over. How do you learn to love again? Oh, we get Gul'dan. I mean, if Garrosh is the wrecking ball, Gul'dan is essentially that fatal infectious disease that you can never get rid of. We first started with Gul'dan actually by creating some of the game cycles that you see within Warlords of Draenor. We started to learn about his personality a little bit. We learned that he was plotting and scheming. We learned that he was fueled by power and control. I mean, come on, that's awesome. I mean, he was the villain we had been waiting for. How do you follow up Garrosh? This is the worthy successor. This is the guy that's gonna wreak havoc amongst everything. And I cannot wait for you all to see what we have in store for him in Legion.
Hunter, thank you so much. All right, speaking of turduckens of epic, let's hear from Jordy about how he finishes these things off.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Hunter. Like the Wilhelm scream of walk cycles as the orc walking around. It's awesome. Let me move forward here and say thank you very much. Warlords of Draenor was a ton of work. There was so much to do on this. When Kim and Taryn came up to me, I had no idea how much work was involved. It was 6 sequences. It was 274 shots. And I'm just like, what does that even look like? I have no idea. It looks like that. All at once. This was due in 6 months. They were a quarter of the way through that time. Nothing was really finished, and I didn't even know where to begin. It was double the amount of work that they'd done before. It was kind of a Herculean amount of work. And I didn't really think it was going to take the addition of a couple other employees to get it done. It was going to take kind of real change from the beginning. And so that's what we set out to do. We developed a comp template where an artist can kind of sit down and just go bang, 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 and hammer out some stuff really quick that made things really functional really fast. I sat with Chris and Taryn for a little bit, and pretty soon we increased throughput, and these sequences were kind of moving along. And that allowed us to kind of take a breath and reevaluate where the artistic direction for these sequences were headed. And then we kind of got into some more fun stuff. Here you can see that initial comp template. It's a black hand shot. It's in the Shatrath thing that Hunter was just talking about. It's pretty basic. There's a layer of black hand, the background, the foreground, the sky. That's where we start. That's where we end up. There's like 30 explosions there, a minimum. There's probably 10 lens flares. There's a whole lot more art happening. It's a lot more rich. It's a lot more red. It's a lot more aggressive. And that was just one shot out of, 50, 60 in that sequence. It was incredible. Another shot featuring our favorite heroine, Yrel. She's about to drop the bass on Blackhand here, right? And you might notice something. Her wings are out of control. That Avenging Wrath spell that looks slightly different in the game, we made that thing sing. We paid that thing some attention. We gave it some love. We wanted you to know. We wanted you to pay attention to her being a badass. We wanted you to know this is one of her moments. And I don't think you can really pass that up when you see this. And as we move forward through all these sequences, kind of take a step back again and watch them develop over that 6 months, it was really amazing. Everything started coming together towards the end, and all we had left to work on were these great Lords of War series. And if you don't remember, it was a 2.5D series, art directed by the amazing people over there, like directed by Doug Gregory. No relation to Taryn, although if your last name is Gregory, you got a really good shot at being a director at Blizzard, I think. And they had this really gritty, dark, brooding, evil style. And we kind of had to think about how we did things to elevate our artistic style to kind of mirror theirs. So we got to use a 3D package for the first time. We had real lights, we had real shadows, and we got to create these really intense, brooding sessions between Murad and Varian as they discussed things over this war table. It was a really, really great experience. And that kind of circles back to what's great about Machinima. We're always telling these really great stories, and we always kind of adhere to the aesthetic of the game that we're involved in. These characters are WoW assets, right? But they look a little different. It's that special attention to a unique detail that we love playing a part of. It's super fun. It's a super great time. And I hope you know a little more about lighting and compositing than I did when I started working. Thank you guys very much.
Jordy, thank you so much. Well, that was amazing. So, thanks for lending us your ears. Is there anything else?
Just one more thing, Chris.
Awesome.
So, we're just about wrapping up now, but before you go anywhere, we do have something special in store for you. But before that, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here with your valuable BlizzCon time as we share our stories, for coming to BlizzCon itself. It's so important to us, guys, when you come and be a part of our Blizzard family here. We really appreciate it. It's your passion, it's your love of the worlds that gives us the power to come in every day and continue to share these stories with you. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up. Our crew is going to be over here afterwards. If you want to approach us, have any questions, talk shop about lighting, animation, whatever, we're totally cool. We won't bite, I swear. But before that, I have one question for you. How would you like to see just a small storyboard teaser at what we're all working on for Legion? Thank you.
Thank you for attending the cutscene behind Blizzard's
Good afternoon, BlizzCon! This is pretty cool. Who saw the opening ceremony and is excited to hear more about Lunara, Greymane, and Cho'Gall? Well, we're really happy that we have this opportunity to share this information with you. My name is Hugh Shelton. I'm the lead hero designer. I'm joined by Phil Gonzalez, lead character artist, and Ken Eric Hagman, senior game designer. So before we take a look at the new heroes, let's look back at who we've released over this past year. As you can see, we've been pretty busy, and we're not slowing down. Right now, back at the office, we have over 10 different heroes that are at all various stages of development. I can't say. So you might be wondering how we go about choosing which characters to add into the game. And so we're going to talk about some of the things that we take into consideration each time. First off, you've seen us adding heroes from World of Warcraft, from Diablo, from StarCraft, and from Warcraft in general, as well as from Blizzard Classic games. And we're also really happy to be adding Overwatch heroes in the mix coming up pretty soon. And we're always looking at role diversity, and we have a lot of data to dig into on live. And so we know that heroes like Nova and Kael'thas are being played a lot. And these ranged assassins are showing up in a lot of the teams that you're playing against. So by adding more ranged assassins, we hope to really increase the variety of the types of team compositions that you're playing against. And Silhouette. Silhouette is the outline of the character, and it is what helps characters stand out from all the other ones. Heroes like Lunara, Cho'Gall, and Greymane all have very distinct silhouettes, and so we know that they're going to stand out from the rest of our roster. And then also, sometimes we're looking to bend the rules of the genre, and we need characters that can fit with mechanics that are pretty unusual. A character that rarely leaves the base, or another character that requires 2 heroes to play. They require somebody special. And so we have a list back at the office.
Oh, you're teasing them, you know.
And I didn't just announce all of these heroes. But they are heroes that are on this big, massive list. It's nearly 200 characters long. And this is a sampling of who those characters are. This started off with the hero designers and the artists who work directly on hero development. We then added to it by asking our entire Heroes of the Storm development team who they would like to see added into the game. And we looked at what you wanted us to add into the game by looking at posts on Reddit, by looking at websites that are dedicated to upvoting the heroes that you're excited about. And then finally, this list grows a little bit as Blizzard adds new characters, and it shrinks just a wee bit every time we add a hero into the Storm. So I talked about some of the things that we take into consideration, but really the most important thing is, are we excited about that character? Because we have a lot of really passionate developers on this team, and many of us have spent most of our lives playing Blizzard games. And we strongly believe that we're going to make the best hero when the hero designer working on them is excited about them. So choosing a character is just one step in this process of getting a hero into the game. Once we have that hero selected, we go into what we call the paper design phase, which lasts for about 2 weeks. And this is where a hero designer will work on coming up with the strengths and weaknesses of the character, their description, and also the abilities that they'll be using. And during this time, there's a lot of back and forth with the rest of the heroes development team, the design team particularly, to try to nail down what that kit is. And once we're feeling confident, we can move into the next stage where we have a technical designer take that paper design and actually turn it into a playable hero. Once they're a playable hero, we can move into the next stage where we have AI playtests. This is just to test the hero against AI opponents to look for things like kit synergy problems, to look for any obvious bugs, and it also gives us an opportunity to balance the character a bit before we move into the next stage, which is where we have design playtests. These design playtests last for 8 weeks for each hero, and we do them every single morning, 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, and they include the hero designers, the map designers, and the balance designers. And on top of those 8 weeks, we also have 4 weeks where the entire Heroes of the Storm development team can play this new hero and send in their feedback. So you can see that just on the design side of things, we have a lot of time to iterate, we have a lot of time to respond to feedback, and we get a lot of feedback from different people. But at the end of this time, we feel pretty confident with the hero, and I'm going to hand things over to Phil so that he can talk a little bit about the Art Vision Sync, and he's also going to introduce you to Lunara.
Hi guys, I'm Phil Gonzalez. I'm a lead character artist on Heroes of the Storm, and we're going to talk about the Vision Sync. The Vision Sync occurs after the 17-week design button. The 17 weeks of design preliminary work that goes into deciding what hero we're going to develop, what those mechanics are, the play testing, and when we get this email, this is when we know we're putting a ring on it. This is when we know we are committing to a character and we're going to build it. This is my most boring slide. I'm going to talk to you about a lot of the artistic process, but when we get this email, it includes the designers who pitch us the design, they explain the abilities, the special features. It includes the character artists who will be ultimately drawing research together, showing the different visions we have of the character, deciding on that final look. We have the animators who decide how it's going to animate and move, the effects artists who plan out the way the abilities look, the technical artists who have to implement everything. We have writers who give us character feedback. We have the sound team in the loop so they understand what's coming. We have the engineers so we can talk about the AI and all the other special features. It's a very, very good time for everyone to discuss what it's going to take to actually create this character. So let's start with Lunara. As Hugh mentioned, she has a very, very unique silhouette. Being a Night Elf Dryad, they're a very, very diverse race with mountain giants, druids, dryads, and in Lunara's case, being a Dryad, she is the upper body of a Night Elf and the lower body of a deer. This is extremely important because based on the vision sync, we came to understand that her movement was very, very particular, and there are other details such as the fact that she wasn't a very hardy character, she was very lightly armored. And what we did is we started pulling out these concepts. The ones you see right now are from Warcraft 3. These Warcraft 3 concepts had a lot of detail that we weren't able to accomplish in our immediate executions of the Dryad in 3D. You'll notice a lot of the foliage and the hair, the armor, things like that. When we developed Warcraft 3, we couldn't use that level of resolution. It was a very low poly game. Thankfully, Dryads are such an iconic character that they were a natural addition to the World of Warcraft, and the resolution somewhat improved. Diving into Lunara, we gravitated back towards some of those classic designs, the light armor, a lot more integration of her nature-related aesthetics, like the vines crawling down her arms, the foliage in her hair. It was really, really cool to integrate that because Night Elves are one with nature. It's a very important detail. And details make a huge difference with these characters. This is something we crank up to 10, 11, with the Master Skins. We add bigger horns, more foliage, the armor gets more intricate. It's a lot of fun to express these characters to a greater degree with the Master Skins. I'm going to give you a look at the 3D models that we ended up going with, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Hugh to talk about the hero design. So here's the base model. You can see a lot of those details I was referring to. And when we switch to the Master Skin, you're going to see her pop and just amp up. She's even better. It's really fun bringing these to the table, and it's something we're going to do with all the heroes in this panel.
Thank you, Phil. So Lunara, who among you are familiar with one of my favorite games, Warcraft 3? Yeah. So if you're not familiar, the Dryad was a Night Elf unit. They were fast moving, they had slowing poison, and they had anti-magic capabilities. And we thought that some of these elements would translate well into heroes. And so let's talk about how we re-envisioned them for Lunara. First off, let's talk about her Z. The Z is where normally heroes mount up. But for Lunara, we did something a little different. And we gave her the first passive, always-on movement ability. And as you can see in this video, she doesn't move like our normal heroes. She bounds forward. And this does a couple of different things for gameplay. It means that she's able to get out of AoEs a little bit easier than some other characters. And she's also able to avoid skill shots easier than other characters. Since this movement speed bonus is about 20% faster, she's able to kite melee enemies. But it does put her at a little bit of a disadvantage on larger maps when she's moving to a map objective because she can't mount up like everybody else. Lunara's trait is Nature's Toxin. And the way that this works is that whenever Lunara lands a basic attack or one of her abilities, she applies a damage over time effect. And this ability can stack multiple times. So as you'll see in this video, Lunara is really encouraged to spread her damage around to get the most out of that trait. And one of the ways that she can get the most out of that trait pretty effectively is with her Q. The Q is a ground target AoE, and it deals damage on impact while also applying the trait. This is what Lunara is going to want to use if you're trying to poke at enemies that are just a little bit out of range of your basic attacks. Lunara's W is Crippling Spores. And this ability is only usable when Lunara has her trait active on some enemies. Once she does activate it, it will slow down all of those enemies. So this gives Lunara another reason to really spread that trait damage around. Now, before we talk about her E, let's talk about her heroics. And the reason why we want to touch on this first is because both of these heroics are fairly short cooldowns and they have multiple charges. So we know that she's going to be using them pretty frequently in combat. The first of these two heroics is Thornwood Vine. This is a long-range, fast-moving skill shot, and it's on a 15-second cooldown with 3 charges. This is the heroic that you're going to want to take if you're building a team around long-range poke, or if you're facing enemies that might lock you down if you get too close. Lunara's other heroic is Leaping Strike. Now, this is intended to be an ability where Lunara targets an enemy, she leaps over them, sort of winks at the camera, and throws a spear as she passes. On paper, this ability is pretty unconventional because as a ranged assassin, you don't normally want to put yourself into the middle of the enemy team. So what we did is we gave it 2 charges. So even in situations where you're facing off against the other team's front line, you can jump over and jump back. Now I'm going to run through a few videos where you can use this ability in different ways. This first video shows that use of jumping over, and jumping back over. In the second video, you can see the types of mobility in the jungle that this ability allows you to have if you're jumping over a merc camp or if you're jumping over another enemy hero. And this final video shows how much mobility you can really get out of this. If you jump over the first enemy and then jump over the second enemy, you can reposition yourself really effectively in the middle of a chaotic team fight, and it really allows for some pretty exciting moments. So we talked about Lunara, most of Lunara's basic abilities, and we talked about her heroics, and we skipped her E. And that's because, once again, we did something a little bit different. We've done this a little bit before, but we've added an ability that is purely about utility. The Wisp. The Wisp is another unit that was found in Warcraft 3, and what we keyed in on was its ability to grant vision in an area. So as you can see here, Lunara is able to send a Wisp out from her current location and then redirect it multiple times once it's out there. This ability is really good in the early game if you're going to give yourself vision in a lane to prevent a gank, or it's also pretty useful later on in a match when you want to scout out the enemies doing a map objective, such as a boss. And one last thing I wanted to touch on for Lunara is her anti-magic capabilities. We gave her 2 talents, one at level 13 and one at level 20. The first one is Greater Spell Shield, which reduces all incoming magic damage by 75%. We didn't want to go all the way to the 100%, but we did hit the 75%, which is still pretty strong. And we also went with a level 20 heroic, Abolish Magic, or a level 20 talent, Abolish Magic, which you can cast it on an ally, and it will remove a CC from them, as well as removing CC from you, and it will remove damage over time effects. And so that's Lunara. She's a fragile ranged assassin who wears down her enemies with her trait, and she keeps her distance with mobility. We had a lot of fun making her, and we hope you enjoyed playing her out on the show floor. I'm going to hand things back over to Phil so he can introduce you to Greymane.
So King Gen Greymane. After 17 weeks of the same preliminary process, we had a vision sync about Greymane. And the most interesting challenge was the fact that we were dealing with a shapeshifter. These are very, very unique characters, and there's many in the WoW universe. For example, there's the Druids. And something that we keyed in on was that Druids, for example, their costumes are very indicative of the characters they transform into. Druids of the Claws can transform into bears, and when they're in Night Elf form, they're wearing bear fur. Greymane has a very unique situation. Not being a traditional druid, he's a faction leader of the realm of Gunleus. And that's a realm that's very, very wet. It's coastal, they wear a lot of trench coats, but we immediately recognized that the biggest challenge for this character would be indicating that when he's in human form, this is the same character we're seeing when he's transformed into a monstrous worgen, just completely wrecking face. The costume elements are extremely effective in terms of creating an identifiable visual thing that you can look at on one form and correlate it to the other. This even extends to finer details like the facial scars and even the facial hair. As with all the vision syncs, once we're presented with the main mechanics, the abilities, the animations, the wants, we pulled together all the artwork we can find. Some of the most significant pieces were from the WoW comic Curse of the Worgen. We noticed several details that we could translate into the Nexus version of Greymane. And something we were very, very interested in was him wielding both a sword and a pistol like this cover art by Glenn Rain. We also happened to come to know that in Legion, we would be updating Greymane's model, which is very, very exciting. This model update gave us another source of inspiration for details we could borrow for the Greymane version that we see in the Nexus, which ultimately led us to a design that enhanced some areas, giving him an iconic shoulder pad, some of the epaulets, things that really help pop out and create that correlation I was talking about. The fact that he turns into a Worgen is completely amazing. It drives a lot of his hero design. And the fact that he can shapeshift is so important to executing this character effectively and creating very, very successful immersion. And as I said, at level 10, things get even crazier. The Master Skin, he bought another shoulder pad, he got a belt buckle that would make a cowboy proud, he bought a hat, and he has claws on his claws. This is the exact kind of thing we love doing with Master Skins. Let's have a look at the final artwork for the model. This is the base skin of the human form and the Worgen. And let's crank it up to the Master Skin. I'm going to turn it back over to Kent Eric, and he's going to talk to you about the hero design.
Thank you, Phil. What's up, Blizzcon? You guys excited? So my name is Kent Eric, along with Hugh. I'm another one of the hero designers on the team. I kind of want to walk you through the process of making Greymane. So Greymane came from a completely different area than Lunara. We knew we wanted to bring in more ranged attackers into the game, and we looked at the Warcraft 3 Dryad. We're like, man, we love that unit. Like, that silhouette is super iconic, unique. We can do some cool stuff with this. But we were talking about bringing in another ranged assassin. And we looked across our game, and we have some really cool basic attack characters. Characters like James Raynor and Vala, the Demon Hunter. And we knew we were also bringing in Lunara. We wanted to make sure that we did something a little bit different mechanically. And so we were sitting around in that room discussing various new mechanics that we could do when somebody had what we thought was a pretty cool idea. What if we did a character that kind of started off poking you from afar, say something like a Falstad. But then, when you got low, what if this same character could go in as a melee to finish you off? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? And we were all looking around the room like, yeah, that's interesting, that's different, that's very unique for our game. But there's two forms. This sounds like a shapeshifter. And when you say shapeshifter within the halls of Blizzard, there's always two things that immediately pop to mind: druids and Worgen. And once the word Worgen got loosed in that room, everyone's eyes went real wide with excitement. We were all thinking, man, I love Worgen, but I don't know if everyone else does, so I'm not going to say anything. And we were all looking around, and we realized, wait, that guy likes Worgen too, and that guy likes a Worgen, and we all love Worgen, and we all got really excited. Because once you start talking about Worgen, well, we got to talk about their leader, King Gen Greymane. Look at him. Oh, his majesty. This is a guy that, if you've played Cataclysm and have rolled a Worgen character, you've seen his story. The story of a king who's trying to help his people, but ultimately fails, pretty epically too, and is now out for honor and glory to redeem his people. And our hearts really ran away with the character right away before we even started. But we knew we had to check in with the art team, and so we walked out of that room and immediately walked down the hall to the art pit, and we asked those guys, hey, well, could we do Greymane? And as you may have gleaned from Phil's talk, they were pretty excited to do this character. So we immediately set to work on the paper design, starting with that long process Hugh outlined. And when starting on the design for Greymane, we started with that initial concept we started, and we developed it into a tagline. That is a short phrase that kind of describes the character and is going to drive their design. For Greymane, this tagline was pretty simply what I kind of told you earlier: the ranged assassin who wears you down from afar before going into melee form and ripping your throat out as a Worgen. We really wanted every aspect of his design, every ability to just ooze with this two sides of one coin characteristic. We wanted shape-shifting to be this epic moment that was like, lets you know Greymane is in for the kill. And so we started with asking that question of, how does Greymane shapeshift? Is it just like a button you press, like the D key, and you just press it and you're a human, and you're a worgen, and you're a human, you're a worgen, and you're just flipping forms all the time? Or is there something else we could do? Could we tie it to one of the abilities? And once we opened ourselves to that idea, we really kind of blew open the design. And I want to start with that, his E ability. It's really two abilities, Dark Flight and Disengage. Now, as a human, the ability is Dark Flight. It allows human Greymane to leap towards his enemy, becoming a worgen mid-flight and tearing at them with his claws. As a worgen, however, the ability changes and becomes Disengage. This ability allows Greymane to tumble away, popping up in a human form, pistol ablazing, ready to continue combat from afar. We've got a short little video here showing you in action against poor Leoric, who's just standing there doing nothing wrong, where Greymane leaps in as a worgen, and now he's going to be able to roll away to pop back up as a human, ready to go again. What we love about this is that the ability really directs the player how each form is supposed to be used. Worgen form is all about being in melee range. You do significantly more damage with your basic attacks as a worgen than you do as a human, and you want to be up close. But human form is all about wearing your opponent down from afar with your pistol, and Disengage gives you that space. Next, I want to talk to you about his Q ability. This is another button that flips based on which form you're in. As a human, this ability is Gilnean Cocktail. Now, being the king of Gilneas, Greymane has fantastic access to this vast library of weapons. And here, he's pulled out these various cocktails ready to hurl at his opponents. This glass is filled with all kinds of chemicals, and you'll watch Greymane hurl it at his opponent, and actually does very little damage to the first target it hits. But it's the enemies behind the opponent that really feel the real brunt of this spell. As you watch these Lost Vikings caught behind Kerrigan, they take triple the damage that she does from the explosive blast of this ability. But while that may be a great ability for human Greymane to wear down his opponents, worgen Greymane wants something else altogether. And his ability is called Razor Swipe. This ability is on a very low cooldown, allowing him to use it frequently, and it's all about mobility. It allows Greymane to stick to his opponents, as you'll see in this video. He's going to dash forward at a very short distance, sweeping at his enemies around him, allowing him to continue getting more basic attacks off, as that is where the majority of his damage is found. Now, I want to talk to you about his two heroics. And again, we went back to that tagline, and we had each heroic really reflect the two forms of Greymane. The first one is Marked for the Kill. In this ability, you'll watch a human Greymane fire off a silver bullet towards his opponents. And the first enemy hit is marked and made vulnerable. It means they take 25% more damage from all sources, including your teammates. This is great at the start of the fight, exactly what human Greymane wants. But the ability gets better after that, as you'll see his poor butcher take the mark. As Greymane can then leap as a worgen, incredible distance, closing the gap on that opponent, allowing him to finish them off in case they thought they were going to get away. But as a worgen, that worgen finisher style, we want to reflect with Go for the Throat. And this heroic ability, you'll watch Greymane leap a short distance and just eviscerate his opponent, doing 3 vicious strikes, doing high damage. But if Greymane kills the opponent with this ability, he gets to use it again for free in the next 10 seconds, as you'll watch in this video here. You have a poor Illidan just standing right there, getting ripped up by Greymane, who then can use the ability again on Thrall there. Now, Phil was talking about how for the master skins, they'll take the concept of a character and really crank it up to 11. And so we love to do the same with the level 20 talents that upgrade heroic abilities. And Unleashed is the next evolution of Go for the Throat. And I'm going to step you inside Greymane's dreams that he has as he sleeps at night. A low health team running away. For you see, Unleashed lets Greymane continually recast Go for the Throat every time it lands a kill. And Greymane just loves finding low health teams running away. So if you're fighting against a Greymane, watch your health bar. So that's Greymane. Again, he is here on the show floor playable. In case you haven't gotten a chance, go check him out. You know, learn to wear down your opponents as a human using your pistol, and then when they're low, leap in as a Worgen and tear their throats out. Now I'm going to hand over to Phil, who's going to talk to you about our last hero today.
You guys saw this, right? So Cho'Gall is the first heroic two-headed ogre in the Warcraft universe. In 1995, we introduced him in Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness. And if you guys don't have a calendar, that means you've missed 20 of Cho'Gall's birthdays. But when he was 17, we had a Vision Sync meeting back in 2012. And we really gravitated towards Cho'Gall. The ogres are fantastic characters. His silhouette is amazing. He's one of the biggest characters we have. And at the time, we were blazing ahead like crazy people, making as many characters as we could because we were having so much fun blending these universes together in the Nexus. This is a really early screenshot. Cho'Gall had just gotten his tattoos done, and you can see a lot of details like team color and things that aren't in the game now. But at this time, this is a key example of what our roster was doing. We were just increasing the roster as quickly as possible, and then we stopped because we made a very significant design decision to implement the talent system. The talent system adds so much depth, so much creativity. It gives us tons of options for our hero designs. And in implementing the talent system, we downsized the roster to about 10 heroes for a while, and we really focused on making that talent system work. Cho'Gall has been waiting 3 years to impress you guys. So he's here now, and he's very special because having a conjoined twin means we have two very distinct personalities. We have Cho, who fancies himself a bit of a bruiser, and we got Gall, who's a lot more caster-oriented. And we looked at all of that rich history in the Vision Sync meeting after discussing all the implementation plans, the design, the art, the effects, all those aesthetics, the implementation, and we said, okay, here's what we have to work with. In Warcraft 2, we have literally 3 pieces of artwork of Cho'Gall. We have an in-game sprite that's team-colored purple, a unique portrait, and a portrait drawing in the manual. Okay, is that it? No, it turns out he didn't die in Warcraft 2. He was hanging out in AQ40 getting hopped up on Cthulhu's brainwaves. He's starting to mutate. They're evolving his design, which was really interesting. He had some cool new armor that reflected his chieftain status of the Twilight's Hammer clan. But he's also starting to mutate. He's on his way to becoming that epic raid boss that we fought in World of Warcraft Cataclysm. And man, he changed a lot. I mean, he worked out. He's in great shape, but he got body eyeballs, he got back spikes, he's got worm beard and bird beak. I mean, he is going through some major design and visual changes. And something that we immediately identified was, what depiction of Cho'Gall do we want to use? The ogre fantasy is something we're very interested in immersing the players in. The fact that it's 2 conjoined personalities working together. And we felt that it would be a lot more interesting to go to Cho'Gall's roots as an up-and-coming raid boss and really gravitating towards that original ogre fantasy, while incorporating a lot of those design elements that were manifesting on his way to becoming an ultimate evil. Things like the armor design I pointed out. We were able to bring that onto the ogre and make him very cool. And the Twilight's Hammer didn't really exist in Warcraft 2. It's great to be able to borrow that weapon. Borrowing things like this is a lot of the fun of designing these heroes, visually and design-wise. And something that was a really fun experience was developing this master skin. Like I said, Cho'Gall fancies himself a bruiser, and he's got all that bruiser armor that we saw from the Warcraft ogre camps, while Gall, on the other hand, is a caster, and he's very much looking like an ogre mage. It's so fun to develop these heroes, to make all these decisions, to bring them to the most heightened version of themselves in the Nexus. And the best thing about the master skin of Cho'Gall is that nipple spike. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Kent Eric to talk about the hero design.
killing it, Phil. Oh my gosh, I am so glad we can unveil Cho'Gall to you guys. It has been really hard to not talk about this guy because I'm so excited to bring the two-headed ogre to you guys. Gosh, where do I start? Last year, Blizzcon, we wrapped up the show. We were so excited with all we had done, and we were talking about the future. What new heroes are we going to be bringing to you guys? And we were looking at our roster, and we were looking at all the different wacky heroes we had done that kind of broken the genre in different ways. And I'm talking heroes like Murky, where to use the word hero is a strong word for Murky. I mean, he's a baby Murloc, but we love him. And then we have Leoric, who doesn't really die. He sticks around as a ghost, haunting the battleground. And last year, we had unveiled on you guys the Lost Vikings. Woo! Got some Vikings players out there. 3 distinct, unique heroes, all controlled by one player. And we were looking at that huge list he was referencing of 200 plus heroes. And we're like, man, what are we going to do for BlizzCon 2015? How are we going to break the rules again, like Dustin was talking about during the opening ceremony? And we were looking at those heroes, and someone was looking at Cho'Gall, and we were looking at his 2 heads, and you go, hey guys, I got an idea. We just did the Vikings. That's one player controlling 3 heroes. What if we did the opposite? What if we did, 2 players controlling 1 hero? And we're like, that's funny. You're a funny guy. That's hilarious. In fact, let me tell you how funny it is. We did that as an April Fool's joke back in 2004. You want to remember that? I'm not going to lie. When I was in high school when this came out, this April Fool's joke, I got really excited about it. Because I was like, oh my gosh. And I told my best friend at the time, Mike, I'm like, Mike, we got to play 2-headed ogres together. And then we realized it was the 1st of April. But we were looking at making Cho'Gall, and we're like, we can't do that, right? Like, that's too crazy. I mean, think of all the things that will be broken, right? I mean, what's it going to be like to ride shotgun? You're this other head just attached. Like, is that going to be fun? Or what do you mean one team only has 4 heroes now because 2 people are stuck in one body? Like, will that work for gameplay-wise? Like, that's got to be broken, right? Or how do you even pick the hero? Like, in quick match? Or how do you draft him? Like, oh, my head hurts. I need a second head. And we looked at all these questions and these challenges. And we realized, no, you know what? They have solves. In fact, we did an early prototype playtest, Hugh and I, and we realized it's actually really fun to ride shotgun. It's a very unique experience in the Nexus. And we sat down, we talked with our balance designers about balancing a game around having 4 heroes instead of 5. And you're like, you know what? We can tune them up. We've done heroes like Murky and Leoric and the Vikings. Like, we think there's a set of values we can hit numerically to make this hero work. I'm like, okay. And we sat down with our online designers and engineers. And we're like, you know what? We have solves. We can make it possible to pick this hero in a very sane way so nobody's head explodes at trying to play the hero. We're like, all right, let's do this. So we started on that, what was that, like 17 weeks in that process? I can't even keep count. We started on that 3-month or so process of designing the hero. And we went through a ton of iterations. This guy, it's been a crazy, crazy trip. And I want to introduce you to Cho and Gall. So first up, let's start with Cho. Cho, as Phil said, much more of that ogre brute warrior playstyle. And he is the melee warrior. He controls the movement for Cho'Gall. He controls the basic attack. Where he goes, Gall is dragged along, whether he wants to or not. And I'm going to show you a short little video showing him his Q and W abilities in action. So first, you'll see Cho here running around. He controls this, and using his Surging Fist ability, he winds up a punch and dashes forward. He controls the basic attack, and he has another ability called Consuming Blaze, where he ignites nearby enemies, putting them on fire. But Gall's completely different. Gall has an entirely different sort of personality, often at odds with Cho. But Gall is stuck going where Cho takes him. Gall is the ranged assassin. He's much more of that spellcaster, that ogre mage. And as you'll see in this video, he has a few abilities of his own that are on very low cooldowns, allowing him to remain very active. First is Shadow Flame, where he burns opponents in a line. And finally, Dread Orb, a bouncy ball of pain that bounces along its path, dealing damage to enemies caught in its wake. But what really ties the 2 heads together is their E button. Rune Bomb for Cho, and Runic Blast for Gall. When making Cho'Gall, we didn't want to just take Hero A and Hero B and just kind of put them on one body together and call it a day and be like, yeah, it's great, we did a two-headed hero, woo! No, we really wanted each head to care and be integrated with the other head. We wanted the two players to learn to work together, to synergize their combos together, to do a lot. And we really encapsulated that with this E ability. So what you're going to see here, it's a very straightforward video as you're about to watch, is Cho's going to hurl this bowling ball filled with spikes towards a direction. It's going to damage enemies in its path for a small amount of damage. Most importantly is that Gall, when this bomb is thrown out, Cho will yell at him, "Bomb's away! The bomb's out!" And his E button will light up and allow him to activate it, called Runic Blast. And this detonates the bomb, as you'll see here. So Cho's going to throw it out along this line, and Gall will detonate it. This is a two-player coordinated spell. Throughout the entire game, the two heads will be working together for this. Sorry, I thought that last one was on loop, and I was going to show you again, but oh well. Now, what's really fun is the magic of Cho'Gall. We went through a lot of iterations and a lot of play tests. And while we were play testing Cho'Gall, there's two stories I'd love to share with you, things that are really unique to Cho'Gall. And the first is that raid boss feeling. This is something you really only get with Cho'Gall. And I'm going to show you a super staged video of a Mirrodin and a Falstad trying to get the gank on a Cho'Gall. Now in this video, everyone's level 20, so we put it as even footing. But watch what's going to happen here. They're going to get the jump on our poor ogre buddy, and Cho is going to stay focused on Mirrodin this whole time. But Gall is burning down Falstad continually with his Shadow Flame ability. They dodge the heroic Hinterland Blast now, from Falstad. I'm sorry, we change names all the time. And then they blow him up with that Rune Bomb while Mirrodin is continually getting worn away. And then they pop out their heroic abilities. Shadow Bolt Volley and Upheaval there to finish him off. And let me tell you, when the two of you guys take down 2 or 3 opponents, it's a real high five moment. You're like, yeah, we're the raid boss. Come at us. And when you're that other one guy on the other team and you kill Cho'Gall, oh man, that's a moment. That's always a double kill, first of all. Every time. But you also realize you've taken out 2/5 of the enemy team in one blow. He really shapes the fights around him. And it's something super unique to Cho'Gall. Now, the other story for you is a little bit of a heartbreaker. You see, there was one day I was assigned to play Cho'Gall for 3 games in a row, and then that 4th game, I was playing some other kind of boring one-headed hero. And that 4th game loads up, just played 3 games with Cho'Gall, had so much fun. 4th game loads up, spawn into the Nexus, I run out to the gate, we have our headsets on in our playtest, run our voice chat program, and I press my Alt key for my push to talk, and I get ready to say something to my second head, when I realize he's not there. He was gone. I lost my buddy. He was in the top lane, I was in bottom. And I was like, no, my buddy. We were having so much fun. And that's when I realized we had something really special with Cho'Gall. There's this unique emotional bond that forms when you're conjoined at the neck like this. It's something really special, and we really wanted to make sure that you'd be able to play Cho'Gall with your friends, especially if they were new to the Nexus, without having to buy him. And that's why, if you were here for opening ceremony, you heard Dustin announce that your friends don't need to own Cho'Gall to play with you. Just you need to own Cho'Gall. And if you're here at BlizzCon or watching the virtual ticket, you're going to get Cho'Gall for free. And as Dustin mentioned, we are running that promotion, the Cho'Gall Buddy Brawl, where if you help your friend win a few games as Cho'Gall, they'll unlock Cho'Gall for free, thus spreading the virus. And they can then spread Cho'Gall to their friends as well. And if you help Cho'Gall spread to a few friends, we'll even throw some gold your way. Now, all the details can be found at the heroesofthestorm.com website, so be sure to go check that out if you have any more questions about it. But that's Cho'Gall. Again, he's here on the show floor. So if you came with somebody, go check him out. Learn to coordinate your 2 heads together rather than fight against each other. But if you don't have anybody to play Cho'Gall with, go find someone to play with. You'll really become friends fast. There is no better way to learn how somebody works than to be the second head for them. So I'm going to hand over to Phil, who's got a last little thing to show you guys.
So before we open it up to QA, we're going to go over a couple things. In reference to Cho'Gall, the key to any relationship is communication. And even though ogres bicker a lot, they did figure out how to mount up in the Nexus. In case you're wondering, Cho'Gall is moving at mounted speed. He's doing it right. You got this, guys. If you want to ride a horse normally, you can, but this is a little bit more fun, and we love getting opportunities to do this. And did you hear about this? This is so exciting for us. We told you guys for a long time that we're very, very excited about the Overwatch universe being brought into the Nexus, that we were waiting to understand what the Overwatch universe was, what those experiences would be, and it was simply, when it comes out, we are ready. And the Overwatch team said, knock it off, Tracer is ready. And we are in the process of getting her into the Nexus. These are some very, very early pose tests. We don't have much to talk about it right now. We can't really answer any questions during the QA. But thank you guys so very, very much for listening to us, letting us share the development process with you, and being such an outspoken community and helping make this game better and better every time. There's a microphone over here. Please line up. We have 15 minutes for questions. Thank you again.
Ready? Yeah. Hey, how's it going? I have a question about death animations. I really love the game, but sometimes I feel a little disappointed when I'm playing Diablo and he just kind of limps and ragdolls whenever he's killed by a Murloc or what have you. And same thing with any of the Zealots or Tassadars and what have you. They don't erupt in that blue flame that's so satisfying in StarCraft 2. And so I was wondering if you guys have any plans to add those really cool death animations. Like, I would love to see Diablo have his soul sucked out of his body and then ripped right into the Soul Stone every time you kill him. Because I just feel like a limp ragdoll on certain characters is a disservice to the character.
That's great feedback. I'm going to tell Rick, our lead technical artist, he recently got smashed by a log, but as soon as he's better, we can work on this. I love that idea. Those are great ideas. I love the Soul Stone. Thank you for that feedback.
Hi, I was wondering what the next legendary skin was going to be. Maybe Infested Nova?
I wish we could say, but I don't think we can. So I'm sorry, but thank you for the question.
You lied. What about Arthas? He transforms into a bat.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we showed it.
We showed it. Arthas. He transforms into a bat.
Like Crimson Count Arthas, is that what it is? I was wondering about your older IPs, like you brought the Vikings before, and I loved Blackthorn when I was a little kid, and a lot of his abilities in the game are already kind of integrated and you could use them easily, and I was wondering if you had any ideas about that, if you were making him bring him.
He is often in our conversations when we're talking about what types of heroes we can add to the game that can push the genre a little bit further. So he's definitely on our radar. We're not working on him yet. We can't talk about it yet, but he's on our radar.
Who here wants to see Blackthorn in the game? I don't know, Phil. It doesn't sound like too many people.
Hello, my name is Muscle Beach from Fever Clan, and I was wondering, in the next 2 to 5 years, would you make a character solely based on John Oliver, the nighttime comedy host? Like, Blizzard is awesome, he's awesome. Like, I don't know, make him a centaur, or I don't know, Argamon's brother, I don't know.
The way you present that makes it sound pretty awesome, but I don't think that we can say yes to that either.
I tried.
Hello, I'm Belf Druid for the Win on Twitter, and I was wondering, 20 years ago, Blizzard helped co-release a game called Justice League Task Force, and I was wondering if we could see some skins of the said Justice League characters for existing heroes such as Batman Rexar or Darkseid Asmodan.
We'll look into that.
Hey, first off, thank you for making Heroes of the Storm. It's amazing. I am Mr. J. Pickles, and I have a question about Cho'Gall, and how is it going to be in the competitive scene? Be it like bans, picks, because you pick one, then they pick two, you pick two. How does that affect the picking order when you pick up in bans? If they ban Cho, then you can't play Gall. If you ban Gall, all that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something we thought a lot about. In our current iteration, if you ban Cho, you ban Gall. If you ban Gall, you ban Cho. You can't first pick them. You can't last pick them. You have to pair pick them. For, I believe, Hero League, both of you have to have the heads, each of the two heads selected, and if one person hits ready, you're both locked in. We'll never start a game with just one head, because I think the engine would explode. We'd divide by 0. You've all seen on the internet how that works. So that's currently what we're going with. Always open to feedback from you guys in the community, how this sounds, especially after we implement it. Like, does that make sense? Can we clean it up some more? You know, we're always listening to feedback on this kind of stuff.
Just make sure you don't make it. Just make sure you don't make it like the Lost Vikings when you select random hero.
Oh, you can't auto-select it into him.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so the mount riding the hero, it's something we've been asking for a long time, so thanks for doing that. The next part of the challenge though, Carbot has a mount that Rainer rides in one of his videos. That's the beautiful, majestic horse head on a stick. When can we get that?
I'll put the task in Monday.
Do it, Phil. Do it.
Hi guys, first of all, thank you so much for the amazing game. Love it. I'm a big Specialist fan, personally. I want to know where you guys draw the line between what in traditional MOBAs are, say, a jungler, someone could take camps, someone who could siege very well. I'm a huge Rexar fan, started back in Warcraft 3. He turned out to me being a specialist jungler. I'm wondering where you guys say he's a warrior versus he's a jungler versus he's a straight tank. Where do you guys draw the line as far as being a warrior like Johanna or a specialist like I see Rexar?
So all of our roles can be pretty broad in terms of what they bring into the game. And so sometimes we have a character like Rexar that kind of straddles the line in between. And really, we have those labels for things like quests, but when it comes down to how you're going to play them in the Nexus, it's really up to you. So we're not too concerned that if we have some overlap between two different roles, and we're just going to keep adding new heroes that add new things into the game.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so I was wondering with the new arena mode, and it showed like the 5 Illidan's versus 5 Illidan's, will it have something like 5 Abathurs versus 5 Abathurs, or 5 Lost Vikings versus 5 Lost Vikings, and shenanigans ensue?
So we've tested some of those things, and there are definitely shenanigans. So we have a list of heroes that can work in that sort of a mode and a list of heroes that can't. Whenever we can, we want to put it in there. If it's we found some cases where we have 5 warriors versus 5 warriors and then the game lasts forever. Okay. And so we'll avoid those. So we'll kind of choose it on a special case, both for gameplay reasons and just for technical reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Jaffa Archfiend here, and just wondering, for Cho'Gall, who picks the talents and the heroic? Is it Cho or Gal, or is it a debate between the two of them?
So Cho is his own hero with his own talent tree and his own 2 heroics. Gal, likewise, is his own hero with his own talent tree and his own 2 heroics. Have fun.
Hi, so I just want to start off by saying that I love specialists. Like, they're all unique, they're all game-breaking-ish. Why haven't there been any new specialists since Sylvanas, I believe?
It's a good question. As you saw with the presentation, there's a ton of things that we're taking into consideration every time we make a hero. And so sometimes we go on stretches where we don't add a certain role into the game. It's not to say we won't in the near future or in the future, but it all just depends on how everything shakes out. But there will be more specialists, and we'll make you happy.
Sorry. I think we actually had Cho Golf for a specialist for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is, are we going to be ever seeing like, any gender bender skins, like female Illidan or male Jaina?
We've actually talked about that on the development side quite a bit. There's some implementation stuff that's a bit tricky, and we have to develop the code to do that stuff. So it's just a matter of time and resources, but it's something we've already discussed. We have some examples of those that we have done. It's just a matter of getting an allocation of resources so we can push through and make it happen. I think we would all have a lot of fun seeing that, and it's a great suggestion.
Hi, so this is Blackfur from Heroes Point Fireside. First, thank you for all the work on this. And I have a question regarding gnomes. Because we have Fireside, which is always mounted, and the sprite is a little bit smaller than Muradin. And I was wondering about Mechatork and gnomes in general. Do you have any plans?
I think we all like gnomes. We all like gnomes.
Who here wants gnomes?
Better let us know which one then.
You know one.
Got it.
I guess this is a good follow-up question from the last one, but I like little guys as much as the next person, but where the trolls at?
That's a very, very good question. We have a couple that I'm itching to get in. It's just a matter of when the roster has a great time to implement that, and we're ready and raring to do it. Trolls, Draenei, getting Greymane as a Worgen in, there's things like that that we do want to achieve, and I agree with you. We're going there.
So when you select Cho'Gall, who dictates the skins and the mounts?
Oh, this one's fun. This one's fun. All right. Our online team, they're crazy. They're like, you know what? We really want to capture the fantasy of the two-headed ogre. So Cho can select the skin, Gall can also select the skin. Cho can select the mount, and Gall can also select the mount. When you go into the game will randomly choose which head wins the skin mount, or skin choice. The other head will then win the mount choice. Like any good two-headed ogre should work.
Hi. My question is, when you queue for a random dungeon in WoW, you can flag yourself as a leader. Do you have any plans on being able to do that when you queue for a quick match or a hero league? It really sucks to have two leaders. You're pretty much guaranteed to lose.
I would love to let you queue as a shot caller and like call it out in the UI. I think we're still discussing all that stuff. We have so much we want to add to the game with our online systems. Tomorrow is the State of the Game panel, is that correct? And they will be talking about stuff like this. So please, community, let us know how much you love that feature over all the other stuff we want to get in, because I would personally love to get that in. I think it would help out a lot so you don't have two shot callers trying to tell the team where to go.
Hi. So when you did the pass on a lot of removing the unstoppable abilities, why did you keep Muradin's E unstoppable versus Chen and Diablo?
So it varies on a case-by-case basis. Some of the abilities we actually wanted the unstoppable in there for gameplay reasons, and in other cases there was unstoppable in there just for technical reasons, and they were never really intended to be unstoppable movement abilities. And those are some of those cases.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Hey, my name's, hey, I gotta wait for the mic, huh? Hey, I'm Marcus. I'm also a fellow game designer out of Austin, Texas. I love MOBAs, and I love heroes. I was wondering though, with your talent system, during your 17-week process, is having multiple talent builds, is that something you strive for, or is that something you just kind of hope that you get?
We usually take different approaches from one hero to the next, but we definitely are always looking at trying to build distinct roles. And that's something that we're looking at even more intensely lately, about trying to build out 3 very distinct gameplay styles, or maybe 2 distinct gameplay styles for a hero. So it is something that we're taking into consideration.
I guess just as a quick follow-up, so do you consider someone that does not have 2 or 3 paths an unsuccessful hero?
I wouldn't say that. I think that there's enough for... It's nice to have the variety, right? Like, we have some characters that can have very distinct play styles, and then you have other characters that you can select here and there what kind of talents you want to augment your kit, but it's not really going to define how you play. I think that both of those styles add something new into the game.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, hey, another quick little Cho'Gall question. What happens if, like, let's say we're playing Gall and the person that's playing Cho disconnects? What would actually happen with, like, the movement and all that kind of stuff?
Every time that happens, I shed a tear. That's the first thing that happens. What does happen is the AI currently is taking over for you. I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe we worked really hard to have Cho really listen to Gall's pings as a way to, like, hey, AI head, take me over here or take me over there. Hopefully, your buddy is actively reconnecting so he can take you over there. Now, if you're Cho and your Gall head disconnects, it's actually a lot less bad because the AI is very good at aiming its skill shots. But that is like my nightmare scenario that keeps me up late at night. Is like, oh no, Cho disconnected. Like, no. And hopefully they're reconnecting.
This will be our last question.
As a Warlock main and a Gul'dan fan, where are my Warlocks?
Chris Metzen has some words for you.
I kid you not, I am working on him right now.
That's it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for attending the Heroes of the Storm Hero Deep Dive panel. Up next, the Hearthstone What's Next panel.
Hey, Blizzcon, how you guys doing? This is the State of the Game panel for Heroes of the Storm. I'm Matthew Cooper. I am the lead balance designer on Heroes of the Storm. And up here with me today, we have Brett Crawford and Alex Nyman, 2 of our other balance designers, and of course, Dustin Browder, our game director. So are you guys kind of curious who's considered a little overpowered right now in the Nexus? Well, it might not be who you would expect, but let's take a look. Lily and Murky. These characters are a little bit underrated. These are the faces of terror in the Nexus. So Lily is our highest win rate support character. She's been trending up quite a bit the last few months, and this is likely due to seeing characters like Raynor and Thrall being played more often. She has the great ability to shut them down with blind. And Murky, he's a specialist character that has had a high win rate for about a year now. Now, we don't see him a lot in competitive play at tournaments like this at BlizzCon, so he's definitely a character we're aware of, but he's not our highest priority to fix. Let's talk about what we're going to discuss today in this panel. I'm going to start by giving you guys a recap of 2015. Brett will talk about some of the balance tools we have and how we can use those. Alex is going to discuss one of our newer heroes coming soon, who you guys might have seen, and some of the challenges he presented. I'll talk a little bit about some future updates that we're planning for balance. And Dustin will close us out about talking about matchmaking and some online updates. All right, so 2015, this was a huge year for us. We actually started the year in technical alpha. We went beta in January, and we launched the game worldwide on June 2nd, only a few months ago, really. This has been our first real year for esports. We had our Heroes of the Dorm tournament take place in April. And this was a huge collegiate tournament with schools from all over North America competing for college tuition. And this was broadcast nationally on television. The last few months, we've also had our Road to Blizzcon tournaments taking place. And regions from all over the world have been competing to be here today at BlizzCon, and the finals are happening in just a few hours. We've added a ton of new content to the game with 11 new heroes this year alone. That brings us to 43 total. We're also showing 3 more here at BlizzCon today. Every time we add a new hero to the Nexus, we're adding to existing strategies, or in some cases, even creating some new strategies for our players. On the Battleground side, we've also added 4 new Battlegrounds. That brings us to 9 total. We're also showing Towers of Doom here at BlizzCon, a whole new Battleground, and even Arena Mode, which is a whole new way to play. If you're curious to know more about Battlegrounds or the Arena, we have a Battleground panel taking place on the main stage later today. So we love to add all this new content. We love to get online with you guys on patch day, play with you, get your feedback, oftentimes learn many things. But this does create some challenges for us, especially that we're so focused on making sure the game is as fair and fun as possible. So I'm going to bring up Brett now to talk about how we accomplish that.
Thanks, Matt. Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Brett Crawford. I'm a balance designer for Heroes of the Storm. I'm going to be talking to you today a little bit about the tools we use to balance the game and how we utilize them in our day-to-day jobs. And if you ask a player whether or not a hero is actually balanced, the first thing they'll normally point to is its win rate. Our goal is to keep heroes between 45 and 55%. As you can see on the screen, we are showing you the highest and lowest win rate heroes of each archetype today. You'll notice that the Lost Vikings are currently on the top at 57%, while Abathur and Stitches are bringing up the rear at 44. Now you're probably saying to yourself, this seems like a pretty easy goal to keep, right? Buff the heroes that are below 45% and nerf the ones that are above 55. Well, it's not that easy for a lot of reasons. One of the big ones is that these win rates are not static. These can change by 4 or 5% depending on the filters we use to look at the data. Things such as the region you're from, whether you're from Europe, China, or America, how many games you've played with your hero. Skill ranks, are you brand new to the Nexus, or are you a veteran player? And the big one, of course, quick match or ranked play. All of these things are things we have to take into consideration every single day before we make any kind of balance change at all. Moving on to another statistical tool that we use every day, talent pick rates. Our goal here is to make sure that we have multiple choices at every tier for every hero. We want the heroes to be just as fun the 100th time you played them as they were when you were brand new and just learning their talents. You can see here we're showing you Gazlow's level 1 talent pick rates today. On the left you have Extra TNT. This is currently a 43% pick rate, while the other talents on the tier range between 10 and 17%. Now you're saying this doesn't look very good on paper, right? Well, if we look at the associated win rates with these talents, you notice that they actually are all pretty healthy. And in fact, Extra TNT isn't even the highest win rate talent on the tier. This lets us know that even though some players might tend to pick one talent more than others, that they're all viable in certain circumstances. To move off of statistics for a minute, we're here at BlizzCon. Let's talk about tournaments and esports. We have the best players in the world here right now, and we're able to use these tournaments to analyze their picks, their bans, and their strategies to hopefully look at what the current meta is doing and to try to guess what the future meta will look like. This is an important thing for us in determining balance changes that need to come down the pipeline and getting those fixes in before this trickles down to the rest of our players. Speaking of players, we come to the most important balance tool we have, your feedback. All of us on the panel, and in fact everyone that works on Heroes of the Storm, spends a lot of our time in the Nexus. This is important. Your feedback that you send to Battle.net, your suggestions and your discussions that you put on Reddit, and even your questions you send to Dustin's Twitter, all resonate with us as not just designers, but players as well. We spend hours every day reading your feedback, discussing it amongst ourselves, and making actual changes to the game based upon it. So please keep sending us your feedback, and we'll continue trying to make the Nexus better together. Moving off of tools for a second, I'd like to go into a couple balance examples and some changes we made and our thought processes behind them. The first one is a few months old. Let's talk about Kerrigan. Kerrigan is a melee assassin. She is an initiator for her team, and she thrives at getting into the middle of enemy teams, doing area of effect damage, and utilizing that to bolster her survivability through her trait, Assimilation. A couple months ago, Kerrigan fell out of competitive play, so we took a look. You'll notice that her win rate was actually at 47.3%. This isn't really on our radar for any major buffs, but when we looked at her talent pick rates, you'll see that she had low talent diversity. We're showing you two of these such tiers today, and you'll notice that both Envenom and Sprint were considered must-pick talents. And unlike the example that I showed you earlier with Gazlo, the rest of the talents did not have healthy win rates. We knew that we could do better. So we sat down and said, let's fix Kerrigan's talent diversity. Let's do it by sharpening her role as an initiator. Let's give players multiple build paths through Ravage and Assimilation talents. And let's make some balance changes to bring her back into competitive play. When the dust settled with Kerrigan, we ended up rebalancing 8 talents. We cut 4 of them completely, and we made 3 brand new ones. Again, I'll show you what her talent diversity looked like before, and then what this looks like now on these same exact tiers. This is a huge win for us. This is something that we're enjoying to do. We've been doing a lot of these rebalance of heroes. You saw some of them come out in the last Warrior patch. We have a lot more in the pipeline that we're working on. We're trying to get them to you as quickly as we can. It's not an easy process, and it does take time. Last, I'd like to talk about a little bit more pertinent of an issue, something that's happening right here at BlizzCon, something we've been aware of for a little while. Let's talk about our Holy Paladin Uther. Uther, for those of you that may not know, is a melee support hero. He excels at burst healing, and he's got a pretty diverse toolkit that allows him to get in and disable his enemies. When we look at Uther, his win rate is actually 50%. And in fact, it's one of the most stable win rates in the game. No matter what filters we use, no matter what we do to try to change these numbers, Uther stays really close to 50%. But he's always picked or banned in competitive play. In fact, he was picked or banned in 100% of the games on the road to BlizzCon championships for both America and Korea. Europe forgot to pick him in one of their games, but that's okay. So we had to take a step back and ask ourselves, what makes Uther so strong and such a valued pick in esports, but so well balanced across the board otherwise? And we think it's because he disrupts coordination. And this is what these teams do. They're the most coordinated teams in the world. And Uther has multiple talents and abilities that allow him to get in and do some really crazy stuff to the enemy team's coordination. So this is where we wanted to target changes. First thing we looked at, Divine Shield. This is one of Uther's heroic abilities. It is a 3-second invulnerability, and it has a lot of use cases. It is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, and we felt like it was just available to him a little bit too often. So the cooldown has been increased from 70 to 90 seconds. The second thing we looked at, Eternal Devotion. This is Uther's trait. This says that when he dies in battle, He comes back as a ghost for 10 seconds and actually has increased healing output at that point. This has little to no counterplay for the opponents and actually makes them make a very difficult decision on whether to kill the Uther that's chasing their squishies in the backline and let him resurrect as a ghost, or ignore him. We felt like the ghost lasted a little bit too long, so the ghost duration has been decreased from 10 to 8 seconds. Now these are pretty minor changes. We are only trying to bring him down a notch in competitive play, as we're really happy with his win rate across the board otherwise. We'll see how these changes do. You're welcome to, they're currently in the build here at BlizzCon, so you can check them out, send us your feedback, and they'll be hitting the Nexus in the next patch. Speaking of things hitting the Nexus in the next patch, anybody out there been able to play Cho'Gall yet? Cho'Gall was very difficult hero to balance. A lot of stuff went into it. I'd like to bring up Alex to talk a little bit about that and how he changed one of the core systems of our game.
Thank you, Brett. So who wants to hear a little story about Cho'Gall? Yeah, cool. He's a really interesting hero to balance. He's a really unique guy. But before we talk about his balancing process and through his development time, I want to talk a little bit about who he is, just in case you haven't had a chance to play him yet. So Cho'Gall is actually one hero played by two different players. He's a two-headed ogre. So one head is Cho. He's the warrior of the two, and he's responsible for controlling all the movement of the two, and putting his team of him and Gall in a position to really disrupt the enemies. So the other head, Gall, is the assassin of the two, and his job is to do as much damage as possible by kind of comboing his abilities with Cho, so that this two-headed ogre that works together. Now what's really interesting about this hero, and presented a lot of the balance challenges when we were first doing him, was that they have one health pool. So while Cho has more health than anyone else in the game, about 50% more than any other warrior, if you kill him, you're actually removing two heroes from the field. So what we noticed with a lot of our initial play tests with Cho'Gall was, as you can imagine, we don't exactly have an easy time with the first balance on him. If we do someone like Greymane or Lunara, we kind of, okay, we'll start with maybe like a Raynor or Vala template and go from there and make adjustments. But we don't have a two-headed ogre template in our repertoire. So the initial balance was really interesting. And what we started to notice, actually, was that games with Cho'Gall in them, more often than not, actually really ended in a snowball. But not just for Cho'Gall. In fact, a lot of times they were snowballs against Cho'Gall. And by snowball, what I mean is this idea that you get an early game advantage, an early game level lead maybe, and it becomes a bigger and bigger level lead, and it sort of snowballs out of control. So this is happening a lot with Cho'Gall. So much so that we started to ask, is this just a balance issue with Cho'Gall? What's going on here? What makes Cho'Gall so different from other heroes? So what we started to notice was that Cho'Gall actually really loves power, right? It's this big, angry, power-hungry ogre. What we noticed was that he really loves those stats, and when he gets a couple level leads on his opponent, it's really hard for the enemy team to deal with it. You have this big ogre with a lot of health in your front line, with this Gall assassin there just zapping your team, and you can't really ignore him. And since he had so much health, you would sink everything you had into him. You'd use all of your damaging abilities, all of your crowd control. But it was really hard to get over that hump to do enough to kill him. He had so much health. And investing all of those resources into trying to kill Cho'Gall and failing means that you almost killed two heroes, but didn't kill anybody. Therefore, Cho'Gall typically would win those team fights. And it would just further get worse and worse. But what was interesting about Cho'Gall is he actually also really needs that same power. That if he fell behind a little bit, now suddenly that enemy team could use those Snipe and Ravage and Stitch's Hook to just take Cho'Gall out pretty early in a fight. And if he did that, that was crippling for that Cho'Gall team, because now they lost their big frontliner and actually their Gall assassin. And also what we noticed is most Cho'Gall teams had to kind of build around Cho'Gall because he was such a unique character. So then his team would fall behind and it'd get worse and worse. So we're presented with this really interesting balance challenge when we're looking at Cho'Gall. Well, how are we going to balance this? Do we buff him and make situations in which he gets ahead even worse? Or do we have to nerf him and therefore make the Cho'Gall player feel really bad when his team's falling behind? So around this same time, we were saying, okay, this is an interesting issue. This snowballing thing we're seeing with Cho'Gall, is this just maybe a Cho'Gall problem? Or maybe we need to look a little bit at our live game and see if it's extended to there too. So what we noticed, and our business intelligence team is the guys that gather a lot of data from the live game, gave us this really great analysis showing that about 65% of our games were really close. So either both teams stayed really even throughout the course of a game, one team got a lead, a small lead, but it wasn't anything insurmountable, or one team got a big lead, but then the other team had a big comeback at the end. So basically, the game was in contention throughout its entirety. And so these were great moments. We love how that felt. We love that feeling of really good competition in the Nexus, and we really wanted to see even more of them. This is what we wanted almost every game you play to be like. And now some snowballs will happen, that's natural, but we wanted to see if we could increase the amount of really close games we were getting. So what we decided was maybe we needed to look at how the stats of our leveling were working. Maybe we need to make some adjustments to kind of the core system of the game. Maybe Cho'Gall is just helping us realize that there's a bigger thing that we want to fix in the Nexus, like a macro issue. So what we did was we widened our scope from Cho'Gall to look at actually all heroes in the game. So here you see an example on the right, the pie chart of how much power a hero accumulates over the entirety of a game. And you can see that over half of it was just from the pure stats gained from levels alone. And that base, which is the stats you started with at level 1, was actually pretty low in comparison. And so this was especially punishing in the early game, since your base was so low and since levels gave you so much power and they were a flat gain every level, that difference between level 1 and 2 was the same increase, the difference between level 19 and 20. So for an example, let's look at here, like a team that's level 9 versus a team that's level 7, which is a pretty common occurrence of when these kind of snowball situations could happen. What you'll see is the team that's level 9 has about 18% more health and also about 18% more damage, which ended up being that they had about 40% more power than their opponents that were behind. That's really hard to deal with. And in fact, this kind of led to a lot of these snowball situations. So what we noticed was the early game levels, they felt like it was really punishing. The level differential felt really punishing. But our late game actually felt pretty good. So what we tried to do was we tried this experiment. A lot of you have seen it with the test map we released with the Morales patch of decreasing the power of levels in general. So now you can see that pie chart on the right that we've almost cut power of levels in half, the amount of stats you gain via levels in half, and added most of that to the base. So now it's a much more equal representation. You're going to start with a lot more power and gain a little bit less with each level. So you can see in the light blue bars here that now that previous difference that was 40% between level 9 and 7 is now only about 8% health and about 8% damage, which adds up to about 16%. Sorry, there's a lot of numbers, but this is numbers. So that 16% differential is a lot easier to work with than 40%, and we found that team had a better chance of playing from behind. So we started to play test a lot of this to see how it felt. We do a lot of play testing in team, and anything that goes out, we play test for months at a time before we really release it. And we noticed was, yes, that had the goal, accomplished the goal that we set out. The team that was behind could now fight. That 18% power differential, or 16% power differential was overcomable. And while it was still a disadvantage, it wasn't something that you couldn't fight, or you couldn't fight against. Now, a side benefit that we noticed from this, and this wasn't our original intention, but something that we actually really enjoyed, was we found that our roles were sharpened. Since we took the power, some of that power that you got over 20 levels and applied it up front, your character kind of felt more like the character you knew right from the get-go. So Vala felt more like the demon hunter right from level 1, and Arthas felt more like that really scary warrior right from the beginning of a game. And this was just a really positive benefit that we noticed. And now this is an interesting thing we observed too, is that while our goal was to help games feel better for teams that were losing, it actually helped the winning team feel better too. Winning now, if you accomplished it, felt much more meaningful. You had to kind of work for your victories more. You couldn't get an early game advantage and just sort of rest on your laurels throughout the entirety of a game. That making big plays mattered just as much in the first few minutes as they did in the later parts of a game too. And it just felt more like this competitive match that you all loved throughout the entirety. So all these things were great. Now, one thing we noticed when we were first playtesting this that we didn't like as much was that it kind of made the early game matter less. And this kind of makes sense because we took the amount of power you're getting for early game levels and reducing it, so therefore all of these things you were, early game takedowns and leads you were gaining just didn't do as much. And this wasn't great for us because we really want to feel like every moment in a match of Heroes of the Storm is really important and really has significance. And if you kind of just can coast at the beginning, it's just not, it doesn't sit well with us. So what we decided to do, and we tried a few things, but we ended up doing was actually increasing the time you spend dead in the early game. So we increased those early game death timers. So this may seem counterintuitive. You're saying, well, you want to make it less punishing to lose in the beginning game, but now you're making it more punishing. But we view this as kind of a shift in philosophy. So where previously, if you got an early game takedown, you would, for an example, you'd be like, you kill an opponent and you take their arm off. Now they're just not going to be as strong as you for the entirety of a game. So instead, what we view this as an early game takedown should be a power play for your team. You get an early game kill, they'll be off the map longer, you can now push down more structures, you can take more mercenary camps, you can get more map objectives. And so you can kind of use all these early game takedowns to sort of further your goal toward ending a game. Get closer and closer to the enemy's core. And that's what we think this is all about. That's what takedowns should give, help you win. So all these things have been really great. And obviously there's a lot of system changes with all of this. There's a lot of numbers being changed. We don't take that lightly, and we really didn't want to surprise you all. So that's why we released it about 6 weeks back with the Lieutenant Morales patch. We really appreciate your guys' feedback so far on that. And actually some of the best feedback we've gotten is when it feels pretty close to what we know. It's like, perfect. We changed every number and they didn't notice. Awesome job, guys. But this is really great. And so all this is going to be coming with the Cho'Gall update really soon in the coming weeks. So really look forward to even more feedback from you guys. So all these things were awesome, but we have some even cooler things coming in the future. I'm going to hand it over to Matt Cooper to talk about some of our future updates.
All right, so Brett and Alex have talked to you guys about how we identify characters we want to tackle for balance, whether it's through high or low win rates, whether it's through low talent diversity, or just not seeing them a lot in competitive play. So we have a couple characters we've identified. We started to think about what the changes are for them. We're pretty excited about them, so we're going to talk about them here today. Gazlo. So why are we looking at Gazlo? Well, we do not see him played very often in esports. We don't see him a lot at high-level events like this at Blizzcon. Now, Gazlo has this really cool zone control fantasy where he can lock down a location for a long period of time with his turrets, and he should be ideal on a battleground like Sky Temple. So we want to improve this, likely by making some of his talents a little bit more interesting. Some of his turret talents right now, there's one that increases the attack range of the turrets a little bit. It's not that interesting. Another one increases the charge count. So we want to improve this. Couple crazy ideas that we're working on right now. We're starting to test these. I don't know if these will make it. One is the idea that if you pick this talent, while you're charging up your death laser, all nearby turrets will start charging up a laser or some additional attack as well. So if you can get in a location where you have a lot of turrets and you can actually use your laser, it's going to be a lot more powerful. Another talent we're exploring is an active talent. It's a little bit later, probably level 16 or level 20. And when you activate it, Gazlo starts to rain out scrap from his body. And he has to run around and pick this scrap up. And as he's doing this, he's able to start placing down a lot of turrets. He's able to start using a lot of bombs. So again, that's going to be a key moment for Gazlo to really own a location. Nova. Nova's talent diversity is not great. That's why we're looking at her. She has a couple key talents that most players pick, and they really bring her to life, but we want to give players more options. Now, one of the challenges with Nova is she walks kind of this razor's edge between competitive and casual play. If she does enough burst damage to instantly kill someone like Kael'thas, you can't really deal with her in quick match, right? You can't really play around the fact that there'll be a Nova there. But maybe this is okay for a team that is, building a 5-man team in competitive scene. So when we're looking at her talents, how are we going to tackle this issue? And one of the things we found is that if we put damage options against other damage options in her talent tree, this gives us a much better indication of how much damage Nova can pick up, and we can actually balance the character better. While we're exploring this, we are looking at this idea of there being higher skill cap talents on her. So one example we're exploring is a snipe talent. Every time she lands a snipe on an enemy hero, she increases the damage of her future snipes. And this can stack maybe 10 times. They can get a pretty large bonus. But as soon as you miss an enemy hero with a snipe, this bonus goes away and you have to start all over again. So again, this is against some other damage options. So if you're a really good Nova player, you're playing a really good game, this is probably an ideal talent to pick. Otherwise, you might want to explore some of the other options. Tychus. Tychus is a little bit more of a traditional balance problem for us. He has kind of a low win rate, and we want to increase this. Now, one of the challenges here is that as we increase Tychus's win rate, we could probably do this through some easy changes. There's likely going to be consequences on other characters, say someone like Vala. If we were to simply make Tychus better, what does that do to Vala? Well, let's look at who Tychus is and who Vala is, right? They're both ranged assassins. They both have good area damage. They both have a short-range dash. They can both be talented into pretty good single-target damage. So if you're a team that is drafting up a ranged character, you say, okay, we need to add another ranged damage dealer on our team. Who are we going to pick? It might be kind of a toss-up between Tychus and Vala, and oftentimes players will probably pick who they think is more powerful. So what we want to do with Tychus is further define his role as a unique ranged assassin. Now, something we've been talking about around the office is this idea that Tychus could be a tank buster. He could be an anti-warrior character. So he's the ideal pick for someone against like Cho'Gall, or if the enemy team has already picked up 2 or 3 warriors, we'll definitely take Tychus because he's really good against that. So how are we going to do this? Well, he has a giant killer talent on his talent tree, which means his basic attacks do bonus damage against targets of higher health. So we can definitely move that talent earlier, maybe add more talents, or even change some of the core parts of his kit. So we're still trying to figure out where we're going with Tychus, but we really like that direction. And of course, those are 3 characters we're currently looking at. There's a lot more. And including events like this at BlizzCon, we get to see some of the highest level play ever. Some strategies we probably haven't seen before. So we'll definitely have some things to talk about at the office come Monday. Now, this wouldn't be a state of the game panel without talking about matchmaking and some online updates. So I'm going to ask Dustin to come up here now.
Hey, everybody. All right, let's talk about the matchmaker. This is a popular topic that we are all discussing quite a bit these days on Reddit, on my Twitter account, everywhere in the world. Now, 80% of our games right now are even in matchmaking. What I mean by that is we assign all of our players a matchmaking rating, or an MMR. And this matchmaking rating goes up when you win games, and it goes down when you lose games. If you win games against good teams, it goes up a little bit more, that sort of thing. And so we can look at all of your matches out there, and we can say, you know, if we're looking at the best player in a match and the worst player in a match, how good is this match? How close are these ratings to one another? And about 80% of our games are in a pretty good place. As we said earlier, 65% of our games end very close on level. So that might mean one team was behind, but then they caught up, or it might mean you're even all the way through. Now, having said this, this means that 20% of our games are bad, that they're launching and the matchmaker is aware that they're bad. As I think we've all seen the screenshots, some of them can go very, very bad, right? You could have rank 1 guys with some guy who's level 14, who's just basically joined the game. These are also averages, so I don't want anybody to feel bad out there if your experience is different from this. This is everybody. This is millions and millions of players and millions of games. So when I say 80-20, there's some poor guy out there who's probably had a lot of his games in that 20%. And there's probably a bunch of us, yeah, it's that guy right there. I'm sorry. And there's a bunch of us out there who are maybe average on skill level, and we've seen most of our games been pretty good. We're most in that 80%. But 80-20, this is not really ultimately where we want to be. And obviously we have a lot of feedback on the quality, so I can talk about these numbers all I want. We've seen the feedback. We've seen it, you know, in lots and lots of different places. And Quick Match as well receives a lot of feedback. So I'm talking here about differences in matchmaking rating, but there's also a fair amount of feedback on Quick Match. I got into a game. We were, you know, maybe a bunch of specialists. They had a couple of warriors and a proper support, and we didn't feel like we had the tools that allowed us to deal with that. So things we've done this year that have helped us a little bit already. So when we first started this year, we were doing some things to our new users. We had your matchmaking rating inflate automatically with experience. So when you first come into the game, we have no idea how good you are. So we pick a matchmaking rating for you a little bit low down, not the bottom, but kind of low down, and then we adjust you from there. And one of the things we were doing was we were adjusting your rating automatically, figuring as you learn more about the game, you're probably getting better. We also didn't do anything to match you by games played. These were mistakes that did not work out very well for us, and you can see it in this number. A 38% win rate for our new users is not a great new user experience. We'd love to get that a lot closer to 50-50. So we fixed these two things, and that got us to a 48% win rate for our new users. It's pretty good. That's a pretty good benefit for us. We'll keep these types of changes going forward. I'd love to scrub out that last 2% there, but this is still a pretty positive number at this point. Hero League accuracy is also something we took a lot of feedback on this year. We began the year, rank was a combination of skill and games played. We figured we'd have some required games to play to sort of get you to where you belonged with your rank. It was about 100 games to get you there. This was not a popular direction. We didn't like playing it when we were playing it internally, and you guys didn't enjoy it that much either. So now we're doing more placement matches, but once you finish your placement matches, you pretty much are where you belong to the best of our ability with this current matchmaker to determine. And this has been a benefit for us, and we have some more plans for this system going forward. What we're going to do now, though, is rebuild the matchmaker pretty much from the bottom up. And I'll talk to you a little bit, please, how we're going to do that and what's going to happen. So original matchmaker comes to us from StarCraft. This works pretty well in StarCraft. There's not a lot of requirements on this matchmaker. If you're playing Zerg and I'm playing Zerg, that's cool. If we're in a team game and we're all Zerg, that's totally fine. Who cares? It's not the case with heroes. We can't have 3 Tassadars in one game, unless you're in the arena, but that's later on. So what we want to do is have a new way of matchmaking games that sort of gets away from the StarCraft matchmaker. It works fine for StarCraft, but has been failing us. And we have a version we're going to do this year, hopefully within the next few weeks. So what the old system did was it tried to build games very quickly. So let's say I got 100 of you guys out here, and you guys just said, go, I want to go into this game. And for purpose of this, let's just, some of you are 4 players, and some of you are solo queuers. Maybe we're in a quick match scenario here, and we're gonna put together a match for you guys. So what the matchmaker is going to do, it's going to pick you guys and put you into 10 games of 10 different players. It's not going to launch those games yet, but it's got you all lined up. We've got 10 games with you 100 people. And then it's going to start swapping. And it's going to swap like crazy. And it's going to say, well, let's start moving people around to see if I can make these matches better. And the matchmaker knows how happy a match is. It's got a little happiness rating on the match that it's going to determine whether this match is a good match or not a good match. And it's going to swap maybe 100,000 times in the next couple of seconds, just juggling you 100 people as quickly as it possibly can to make the best matches it knows how. And as we add more rules, as we make more requirements on this matchmaker, it gets harder and harder for those swaps to produce positive results. It's a complicated way to do it. And the more rules we add, ultimately, the more challenging it gets for that matchmaker to successfully swap. So if you guys are in a group of 4 and you guys are a group of 4, and we say that's important that you guys match together, and there's another group of 4 back there, well, I can only swap a couple of ways to see if that's going to work out. And it can hit dead ends. It can say, look, I just swapped all you 100 guys 100,000 times. I'm done. I've got no more ideas as to how to make this group have a better matchmaking experience. And this is where our infamous 6-minute or now 10-minute rule comes into play. The reason that rule exists is for the matchmaker, when it's run into that dead end, it's like, no, I'm done. I've swapped everybody. What else you want from me? We could basically at that point hold the game for 100,000 years and nothing would ever happen. So we say, all right, after 6 minutes, the matchmaker needs to go. Recently, we changed that rule to 10 minutes. And everybody, including us, sort of thought, man, maybe if we change this to 10 minutes, maybe it'll make better matches. That's intuitive. The longer it takes, the smarter it should get. But that rule was only coming into play when the matchmaker had run out of ideas. And the engineers were telling us when we made this change, he said, this might not change anything. 6 to 10 minutes, it's just going to wait longer now to come to the same conclusion that it doesn't know what to do. And so you guys said, hey, you changed this and nothing happened. Like, yeah, that kind of makes sense now that we see what the system is doing. You can also imagine as we layer more rules onto this system, in some cases it can become dumber. And so when you guys said, you guys keep changing stuff and my matches keep getting worse, that's possible. That is a scenario that could actually occur with this current matchmaker. Now what the new system is going to do is a little bit different. It's going to build games to be good in the first place. And it's going to have no swapping really involved, and it's going to create a queue. So this is the other thing we get a lot of feedback on from players. They say, hey, I waited a long time. How come my match wasn't better? There was no concept of a queue really in the old system. What we're going to do instead now is we're going to be focusing on you. So if you've been in the matchmaker for 4 minutes, we're all about you right now. We're gathering players around your skill level. And some of these guys we might hold for a little bit. Well, you know, this guy's not optimal for you, but he's close. And in case nobody better comes along, we're going to hold this guy in case we need to launch a game for you. And so having a queue should be a lot more powerful, allowing us to really get some games launched that are better for you guys. And time won't control match quality. Right now, after 6 or 10 minutes, we're launching. This has got to go. The new system will allow us to focus on people who've been in the match, but we can choose when we want to launch. So if you're playing, you know, in Brazil at 4 in the morning and you're one of the highest ranked players in the world, maybe we don't want to wait 30 minutes to get you the perfect match. But that's a decision we can make. The matchmaker will be able to keep thinking about the problem and it won't run into those dead ends that we talked about previously. Now, we've run simulations, and this is pretty cool. So what the engineers have done is they've taken live data from games all you guys have been playing, and they've taken that live data and they've put it through the new math. They said, all right, if those people had been playing with the new rules, what would have happened? And we've looked at the games that actually launched when you guys were playing, and we looked at the games that would have launched through the new matchmaker, and things are way, way better. The number of differences in matchmaking is substantially smaller. The amount of games that launch with the wrong rules in quick match are much improved. It's a much better experience. Now, when I say we're going to launch this in the next couple of weeks, that is not a promise. That's our intent. And I'll be very clear on this. If I get one person telling me you promised on Twitter, I'm just going to lose it. It's our intent. Anything can happen in software. We can find out there's some horrible bug. And we'll get that information out to you as soon as we can. We know this is a huge priority for this game. It is literally our top priority. We talk about it every day. Our intent is in the next few weeks, certainly before the end of the year. And if that changes, we'll update you guys so you know what's going on. All right. For 2016, we have more fixes. These are things that are coming in the future. We want to improve MMR accuracy. There's things we think we can do to be more accurate about the matchmaking rating. I've talked about how we want to make sure that we're getting a good difference in matchmaking rating in a single match, so you're all about the same skill. But if the matchmaking rating itself isn't perfectly accurate, that will affect your overall experience. We want to mirror team composition in quick match. And I'd love to hear more of your feedback on this, but our view of quick match is it wants to be a little bit Wild West. We don't want to force a meta on you guys in quick match. But we do understand that you want to feel like things are fair, that if you got a weird team, so did they. So what we'd love to do going forward is say, if we're creating a weird team over here and you guys are out there, hey, we'll get you weirdos to play with those guys, as you know, Gazlo and Sylvanas against a couple specialists over here, and hopefully that will get a game that's kind of unusual and kind of fun, but still feels legitimate and fair. We'd love to get better team MMR. We've got months of data now to look at that lets us know what the advantages are of being in a team, which allows us to better calculate the accuracy of how good a team is when we're putting you guys together. We'd love to use performance to actually adjust your matchmaking rating. So right now, we're looking at your wins and your losses, but we're not saying, hey, you lost, but you played pretty good in that game, and making sure we adjust your MMR a little bit better. Right now, if you lose, you're going down, even if you're the best player on your team. And we'd love to do a per hero MMR adjustment. So we see right now that as you play games, you get better at the game. In fact, I was looking at these guys the other day. I adjusted the win rate by everybody who had played 50 or more games with every hero in the game. And every hero was above 50% win rate, which I think there was a couple that were not, but I was out of my mind. How can this possibly be? I'm like, oh, right, I'm above 50 games played with every hero. So basically, if you know your hero, you're going to do very well. If you don't know your hero, you're not going to do as well. That seems very intuitive, but the numbers were kind of shocking. So we'd love to get to a place where we're doing a per hero MMR adjustment. Rank play. We'd love to do some more work on this system as well coming next year. Our original system was a combination of StarCraft and Hearthstone. We liked some advantages of both of those systems. Heroes is a very different game from both of those games. They're both 1v1 games, and that sort of was not exactly where we wanted it to be. The current system is pretty harsh. We thought it would be cool that you could be a couple of games from advancing. At any moment, you could go up. That's awesome. It also means that we want to be accurate, which we do. At every moment, you're a couple of games from going down. It's pretty stressful. It's pretty exhausting. A lot of you have said so. We felt it ourselves. So we'd love to take another crack at this system going forward. We also know there's not enough transparency in the system. There's a lot of uncertainty about why did I go up? Why did I go down? What's going on? And we need to get a system that's got stronger transparency. We're talking about this now. I don't have answers for you today as to what exactly we're going to do. I just wanted you guys to understand we'd experienced what you experienced. We've heard your feedback on this system, and we'd love to do better. We'd love to get a season rolling as well. This is an often requested feature for the game. I think once we get the rank play better, that's when we'll look at a season roll. We're going to be in preseason for a little while. That's just the reality of where we're at, and I am sorry for that. I know preseason feels like that should have been like 2 weeks, and we're going to be a lot longer, be many months in preseason. We'd like to get to sort of a rank 3-0. We did it once. I know we just did it in August. We're probably going to do it again. I don't know how big the changes are going to be, but I'm not scared of big changes here. The system we have isn't that fun to play in. We're going to take another crack at this sometime next year. All right, some more fun stuff. Here's an early look at a death recap screen that we're working on that will hopefully be coming early next year. You can see the last 10 things that happened to you. You can mouse over those things and get a better understanding of what it was that went on, who it was that was hurting you. We're going to put some more information on the screen. This is an early mock-up. The version we have in the office has a little bit more information and looks way worse, but it is pretty functional. You can also see heals on this screen. So if you're playing Uther, and Anubarak dies, and he says, hey, Uther, where were my heals? You can say, dude, check the recap. I hit you with everything before you dove in. Hey, maybe dive out next time, not into battle. Bans is something we want to get to as soon as we possibly can in this game. Now, last year we stood up here and said, I don't know, maybe bans, maybe not bans. We're on board with bans. We've been testing bans throughout this year with our esports. The system that we're using right now in our esports is something these guys worked very hard to develop. We've been very happy with it. We don't have a billion heroes in the game. We've got, around, 45 now, I guess we're closing in on. And so we developed this 2-ban system. We have an initial ban at the beginning. We have a ban kind of in the middle. It's very disruptive. It creates a lot of strategy. The pro players we've spoken to have seemed to enjoy it. So we'll try to get this into the client so you guys can play a more legitimate esports experience when you're playing Hero or Team League next year. All right, Grandmaster. This is also something we really want to get to this year. I also should say we're going to take questions. We don't have a ton of time. I'm about done here, so if we've got lineup places, I don't see them out there. Hopefully you guys can line up and answer some questions for us. Grandmaster is something we'd love to get into the game. We've got this in StarCraft. We know right now that if you are the top of rank 1 and you are the bottom of rank 1, there is a significant difference in skill that you guys can feel. We'd love to get Grandmaster in the game. We are doing it right now through the web. We are publishing the top 200 players in your region every month so you can see, and we're testing, is 200 the right number? Should we do more? Should we do less? So we'd love to hear your feedback on that. All right, We've got a last few things that are coming this year. First up, we have the best possible version of talent gating coming to Heroes of the Storm. Thank you guys for putting up with us on this one. We did try to make this system work. It really hasn't worked. I think these guys have done a great job with the talents in the game. As a result, there were too many talents at Tier 3 and 2-4. They were just too valuable, and a lot of players weren't able to get to those. It didn't feel right anymore. It wasn't working. It's gone. Hero rotation this year will go from 7 to 10. We're finally in a place where we've got enough heroes to do this. It was always our intent to go to a 10 rotation. We're finally able to get this to you guys. So again, thanks for your patience on this. We'll get this out to you before the new year. And now we're ready to take your questions. You can ask me, any of these balance guys up here, any questions you guys want to ask. We'll do our absolute best to answer them.
My question are from bullet points, so I'm going to let you guys decide to put bullet points. First bullet, real in-game clock and Blizzard Esports TV network.
So you're asking, I'm sorry, I got a little echo up here. You're asking for an in-game clock and a esports TV in the client that actually works. Is that correct?
A Blizzard Esports TV network.
I see. You can see all this stuff.
Blizzard.
Well, certainly the in-game clock, I think we can get to you. I don't know if I'm in a position to promise you a whole network. But that sounds cool, though. It does sound awesome. I will accept that feedback and make sure I suggest it the next chance I get.
Yesterday I talked about John Oliver, so crazy questions. I'm crazy question guy.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. So I'm a student of game design at Michigan State, and a couple weeks ago we had a little lecture on balancing. And one of the interesting things that they talked about was that it's not just like the statistics and numbers and all that sort of thing that's actually important for game balance, but it's also player perception. Like I play another game like Chivalry, and that was a while ago, but I remember like the Vanguard class in that game was considered hugely overpowered, and I don't have the information for that, but like that's really important for player perception. And so how do you guys really handle that and try and, like, do you fiddle around with that at all when you're doing balancing and stuff?
Well, you know, it's really interesting. We certainly saw this on StarCraft. There was one famous moment for us in the bullpen where we discussed with the community the possibility that we would balance the warp prism. And this was at a time when Infestor Broodlord was very powerful, and we said, hey, maybe if we buff your warp prism, you'll be able to attack from different angles at the same time, and this very slow Infestor Broodlord composition will struggle. And then everybody went out and started using warp prism, and they started winning games. Like, no, we didn't do it yet. Nothing has changed. And then warp prism started to become a thing. So there's definitely the possibility that player perception could have an impact. And we talk about it sometimes, but we never try to manipulate it or control it in any way. Our audience is simply too plugged in, too smart, too aware, and we would feel too icky about it. So we always sort of focused on, we're going to make what we believe to be true, and we will trust them to figure it out. And that really has rarely let us down. There are occasions where we'll look at the numbers and we'll say, this is okay, and everybody's angry. We're like, we're going to wait. And either they're going to show us that the numbers are wrong, or they're going to come around and go, okay, actually this is not so bad. And it's always gone one way or the other. Within a couple of weeks we go, oh, our numbers were lagging, this is real. Or, oh, okay, our numbers are okay, now the community's on board as well. But we don't really play with perception. That is a common thing designers talk about, it's all just perception, man. But it's not. You know, you guys are out there, you're feeling it every day, and certainly the communities we have in esports are very quick and capable of knifing through to the truth within a reasonably short period of time.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, stand right here.
Hi, Dustin. First, I want to say thank you for being one of the most communicative Blizzard developers and developers in general that I've ever. I mean, you've answered like 2 or 3 of my tweets, which is
cool,
incredible. My friends and I, when we get together most nights, we usually only manage to get together 3 or 4 people. We're hoping for an unranked draft or to get 3s and 4s back into Hero League. Apparently, we're not alone.
No, that's good. Thank you for asking that question. I totally feel your pain. I play in a 3 or 4 man team as well frequently. Sometimes we get 5, sometimes we just don't. We're also playing every night. So the decision to remove 3s and 4s was largely a defensive decision built around this feedback about the matchmaker. In the last couple of weeks, even the last month, our engineers have learned a lot more about what's going on, which led me being able to get up here today and talk about what we're talking about. My intention at this point would be, and I haven't vetted this with my engineers yet, so this may vary. My intention would be to either, when we improve the matchmaker, to really have a hard conversation about this. Hey, the matchmaker's improved, we're seeing it, we're winning. Can we talk about 3s and 4s in ranked again and see if we can get that back in? If the answer is still no, then I definitely want to hit up unranked draft or some other scenario that solves this problem. Because I totally feel you. It's absolutely a concern. When we did this, we knew there would be a cost, but it was so important that we hit the matchmaker issue. That was our highest priority, and we're looking at this difficult decision. Do you want to damage our 3s and 4s, or do you want to improve the matchmaker? Like, what have we said? We've said the matchmaker is our highest priority. And so that's what led us to that decision. But yeah, if we can fix up this matchmaker, we will have that conversation either about putting them back in, or if we can't, then certainly unranked draft. I definitely feel your need.
Thank you.
Great hat, by the way. Love the hat.
Oh, sorry. I was just kind of curious about what you guys are planning on doing as far as supporting the esports. We have a lot of like outside tournaments and stuff like that, but when you guys are so low on the Twitch, as far as viewers and stuff like that, are you guys planning on doing anything to try to boost those numbers and keep the esports professionals more interested in the game throughout the year? Or?
Yeah, we're absolutely going to try to do everything we can for that. I don't know when the esports team is going to roll out their announcements about 2016. They may have already, I'm not sure. I know they were working very hard on it when we were back in the office. This is kind of a crazy time for us with BlizzCon, so I'm not as plugged in as maybe you would like me to be. But they are going to roll out some stuff. We want to do more for you guys. I see the numbers you're seeing. I understand what you're asking us for, and we will get you some news as soon as we possibly can.
Okay, cool. I just want to see the game thrive because I love what you guys do. Thank you.
Right there with you.
I think the esports scene might be, or the esports team might be talking a little bit about it during the Heroes finals, so definitely watch the matches and there might be more info there.
Hi guys, quick question. Huge fan of the game, over 2,400 games played.
Nice.
Thank you. And I'm a huge fan of Warcraft, and I just wanted to know if there had been any thought about putting in one of the dragon aspects. I understand the models might present a challenge with a full-size dragon, so a thought, and I know you're going to hear a lot of pitches, but a thought was just like the humanoid forms that they have, and maybe an ultimate that they can use that changes them for like 7-8 seconds and makes them more powerful.
I think it's a very reasonable pitch. I think that's something we can certainly talk about and take back to the office with us. I like your idea a lot.
Okay, Ysera's kind of the preference.
Say what?
Ysera, the green dragon aspect is kind of the preference.
That would be your preference? All right, very cool. Thank you, sir.
Hey, so what'll happen often in my ranked games is I will be, oh, this is perfect. Everyone's the same rank, same games played, but then there will be one guy who's like, hey, Brightwing looks like the right pick, but I've never played him ever, and he's not ranked whatever I am right now on Brightwing. He might be that on everything else. Have you considered putting in a restriction to like having a certain amount of games played or a hero level for Hero League?
We've heard that frequently. I don't know what the right answer on that is. I've been hearing more and more of that in the last couple of weeks, and we've been talking about it internally. We want to be very careful about how many barriers we put into play to get into rank play. We're already requiring a certain number of heroes. If we had bans, we have to require more heroes. Now you got to have a certain level. Now we're getting to a smaller and smaller population that can really enjoy ranked. And at the same time, I hear what you're saying, right? Like, I want people who are only good with their heroes stop coming in with Artanis when you just bought him and playing draft with him. What are you doing to me? So I don't know what the answer on that is, but I hear your feedback, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think we might be almost out of time.
Quick question. Melee assassins versus ranged assassins in current meta. We're seeing a lot more of like Valas and Rainers and not much like Butchers and Thralls. Any idea what's going on with that?
So characters like Butcher and Thrall are actually some of our highest win rate characters in areas like Quick Match. I think there is a lot more coordination needed to go into playing a melee assassin, because a lot of the times when you get in, that's kind of it. You might need like an Uther on your team for Divine Shield. So I think that's why we see those characters maybe a little bit more in the esports scene. But it's definitely something we're looking at.
One other question. Tyrael's trait, are we going to get that reworked ever?
We've definitely talked about Tyrael's trait and the hero designers as well. We think it's kind of an interesting moment, but it is a potential for something we can change in the future. It does kind of give him a moment of, making everyone scatter and stuff, and he is a warrior. So that's kind of interesting, but maybe we'll do more of that. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for attending the Heroes of the Storm State of the Game panel.
How's it going, Blizzcon? Well, welcome to the Heroes of the Storm Battleground panel. I am John DeShazer. I'm one of the game designers on Heroes of the Storm, and with us is David Harrington, senior 3D artist, Mung Song, our lead Battleground designer, and Brian Maroney, one of our 3D artists. And today we're going to talk about how we build our Battlegrounds, both from the design and art perspectives. And to start out, I'm going to talk about our Battleground philosophy. And really, our Battleground philosophy starts with our core goals. And the first of the core goals is a clean design. And what we mean by a clean design is we like to focus on one singular idea and make sure we use that as a foundation to build up an awesome Battleground. And then we like to make sure the Battlegrounds have lots of conflict, lots of points of interest for players to fight over, from small skirmish fights to large epic team fights. And then lastly, we like to make sure our Battlegrounds have a sense of finality to them. And what I mean by this is that the story of the Battleground is always progressing, that it doesn't ever grow stale, and we avoid any sort of stalemate mechanics. And then we kind of dive into our Battleground gameplay. And the first of the Battleground gameplay things is that we really like to make sure we have our players complete some objectives. Do some fun, varied things. And this can be from collecting doubloon coins, capturing strategic locations, or even killing skeletons. And then once you've completed these objectives, we then reward the players. And these rewards can be a myriad of different things, from a crazy pirate firing cannonballs at the enemy side, gaining an awesome Dragon Knight to use to push down the lane and do great amount of damage to the enemy structures. And really the purpose of this is to make sure that we keep the Battlegrounds feeling fresh and varied, so that when you play Heroes of the Storm, it's a constant new experience, and that you're always feeling like the next game won't feel like the last game. That's very important for us. And then we like to dive into our layout. And really our layout is how we support our map's mechanics. We like to avoid any sort of specific map rules and really focus on whatever the map's mechanics are and use the layout to support that. So let's take a couple examples. Let's take a look at a couple of these examples. The first one is Sky Temple. This is one of our largest Battlegrounds to date. And as you can see, there's 3 objectives that run down the middle of the Battleground. And these are what we call the temples. And these are really good at bringing our players together and having epic team fights. And we really like that experience, but we also want to have small skirmishes. So we made this Battleground very large, with long transitions between lanes. So when you're in the laning phase, or the phase to gather experience and push your lanes when the objectives aren't active, the bigger the Battleground, the more we see skirmishes. And so we made this one very large, since the objective automatically creates that team fight for us. Conversely, let's take a look at Tomb of the Spider Queen. Now this is a 3-lane Battleground, but this is also one of the smallest Battlegrounds we've built to date. And this one's much different because we put the objective into the lane itself. And so that automatically separates our players. So to support this, we then wanted to create teamfight experiences with our layout. And so since we made it so small, the proximity of the players to each other automatically created team fights. We're really happy with that overall experience. And then lastly, we like to make sure we think about our mercenaries. Now, our mercenaries are kind of our secondary objective on all of our Battlegrounds and Heroes of the Storm. And they're really also a good example of how our Battleground philosophy kind of comes together, because they have a very clean design. They just push and do damage to structures. They cause conflicts as they're placed around the Battleground in small strategic locations for players to fight over. And they have a sense of finality. They're always pushing the story because on successful capturing of these, they enter the lane and push and do lots of damage until answered by players. So now that I've kind of summed up what our hierarchical Battleground philosophy is, let's kind of look at how we use that towards creating the new Battleground here at Blizzcon 2015, Towers of Doom. What is Towers of Doom? Well, this is a Battleground where two Nexus Lords are fighting for control. And that's where this Battleground is really different. It's a territory control Battleground. And the way it works in a very simple form is there are towns that are all around the Battleground. And these towns are the primary weapon mechanism of this Battleground. And this is the primary way of doing damage to the other side. You use altars that then also spawn on this Battleground to fire these weapons. And this is how you deal the major damage source. But before I kind of dive into the minutiae of Towers of Doom, I kind of want to go over its origin story, how it got here in the first place, because that's what I really kind of find the most interesting part about this Battleground. And we knew we wanted to create something different, something unique, and something that kind of stands out. So, why do we do that in the first place? Well, we are always trying to make sure we challenge our players in the sense that, hey, what's the best hero for this Battleground? What's the best team composition for this Battleground? And so we really are always trying to make sure that the more diverse the Battlegrounds we create, the more that question stands out. And so to create something so different this time, we kind of looked at the high-level goals of all of our Battlegrounds. And let's kind of just dive into those real quick. All of our Battlegrounds currently have 2 or 3 lanes. There's a fort and a keep in each of these lanes. There's also a mercenary camp in every lane and a core. So really, what can we change here? What can we make different and still feel like Heroes of the Storm? And we kind of decided to go really big here and ask a pretty big question. Do maps need a core? And as most of you who are players of Heroes of the Storm know, that's a really big question, because that's effectively challenging what is the win condition of Heroes of the Storm. If we take that out, can it still feel like Heroes of the Storm? And can it be fun? Also a very important question for us. And we really felt so we kind of dived into it. And here's our first layout attempt of Towers of Doom. And as anyone who's played Towers of Doom this weekend can tell, this is much different than what's actually out there on the floor today. There's no cores. There are 5 forts on this Battleground. It's also much smaller, and it's kind of got this circular flow to it. The way this Battleground worked was the towns themselves were the map's mechanic. Upon destroying these towns, they would then rebuild and they would join your side, and you would gain control of that area. Whoever owned more towns than the other side would accrue points. And whoever reached that final total first would win. And while we were really excited about how diverse and different and how unique this felt compared to all of our other Battlegrounds, in the end, it kind of was considered a failed experiment. And really, the first thing was, it was anticlimactic. It started out 100% go, 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 as all the tension just flooded out of the gates when the game started. But then it kind of tapered off, and the game kind of progressed. And a lot of times the endings were very non-dramatic. And really, in all of our Battlegrounds to date, we want to build up the tension. We want to build up that sense of progression and story and have an epic conclusion where it feels fantastic. And then second, masking the losing side from a gameplay perspective to fight against the winning team, the team who's already in the lead, to fight at one of their towns where they already have a defensive structure, kind of creates this unfair advantage to the gameplay, and we really didn't like how that felt. So then we dived into the second layout version of Towers of Doom and made some adjustments. Now this is the Towers of Doom that's here at BlizzCon today, and this is the one that we're actually really happy with. As you can tell, we added a fort back, and we brought kind of a sense of 3 lanes. We also repositioned some of the mercenary camps and made the battleground much larger. And really, this fixed a lot of our initial problems with it, but we knew that we still needed to overcome a lot of hurdles. As while a territory control map was really interesting from a high-level concept, we needed to make sure we get it to work and feel like Heroes of the Storm. So let's kind of go over what those hurdles were, how we overcame them, and created Towers of Doom that we have today. The first one is our mercenary camps. Now, we used our tried and true formula of siege giants and knights. Also, there was a grave golem on the battleground. And while this formula has never failed us in any of the other battlegrounds, there's a really unique problem here. Since you cannot have a fight at the core, you can't push to the core on this battleground, the mercenaries had nowhere to go. They started to circle around the map in what we would call a victory lap. And we actually created a battleground where there was a literal snowball. And it was extremely problematic. And so we knew we needed to overcome that problem. And so we decided to create unique mercenaries. Now, the first unique mercenary we created was the Sapper camp. And this camp replaced both our siege giants and our knights. And we were really happy with the way these guys ended up because they kind of had a standard formula of you capture them, they enter the lane, they push. But once they got into close proximity of the enemy's structures, they would get really excited, charge at those buildings and explode, doing epic amounts of damage. And this kind of gave us what we were looking for, a mercenary camp that was still very meaningful to capture while removing itself from the battleground and removing that victory lap sensation that was so problematic. But then we needed to replace the grave golem. We needed to change the mechanic of a boss. So we then brought in the Headless Horseman from World of Warcraft. And we felt like this was a huge win for us because he fit in so many different ways. He was an automatic art hit where he fit into the battleground of a fall battleground that already had pumpkins being littered all over it. And then from a mechanic standpoint, I wanted something so visually different from a grave golem that you had the expectation that he'll do different stuff. And what we did with him is we didn't create a laning version. Upon defeating him and capturing his location, the cellar doors that are kind of obscured by his model in this picture will fly open and fire a volley at the enemy's side, doing a lot of damage, giving you a secondary way of doing damage on this battleground, which was kind of really good for us as we kind of like to add more dynamic ways to push the battleground forward. And then we brought a core back. Now, I know that seems sort of counter to our mission statement of what this battleground is, but let's kind of see why, right? We ended up challenging our initial question. Instead of it being, do battlegrounds need cores, really, we were hunting for, can we change its win condition? Can we make it feel really different on how you do the damage to the core? And the core did a lot of good things for us. We were looking for a sense of progression. As the point totals in the first battleground felt very lackluster, we knew we needed to kind of bring that epicness back into the battleground. So when you look at a core and it's taking a lot of damage and you see its health total and it's dropping, or yours is really healthy, you have a strong sense of where you are in the battleground, how well you're progressing. And that really gave us something that we were missing, and it was very meaningful for us. And then we also then added altars. And this is kind of fixing that second problem I talked about when I said the first battleground had some issues. These are placed on neutral territories or neutral positions along the battleground. And I'm not asking you to fight in any sort of defensive structure. Instead, hey, this is where, if you want to stop them from firing those weapons, capture these altars. And really the essence of Towers of Doom is gain control of the towns. These are your primary weapons. Capture these altars, and then release those weapons onto your opponent's core, giving us a hybrid territory control battleground that we're very happy with today. Now, while I've kind of talked about our Battleground philosophy and then how we used it towards creating Towers of Doom, there's still one more element missing, and that is how we created the art for Towers of Doom. And David Harrington's going to go over that into heavy detail after this amazing video.
All right. I guess the video is not working. Oh, there we go. All right. So hey guys, how's it going? I'm David Harrington, Senior 3D Artist on Heroes of the Storm. And I'm here to talk to you guys about Towers of Doom. Now, Towers of Doom is the only thing we could possibly call this battleground because we pack so much awesome stuff into it. It's got this dark, gothic, Victorian theme going on. It's got a little bit of a Halloween vibe sprinkled in there. And it's a battleground we've always wanted to do for a very long time. We just never really had the opportunity to do it. But here it is, your first in-depth look at the art of Towers of Doom here at Blizzcon 2015. So during this presentation, I'm going to be going into a number of different topics. Firstly, what makes the art of Towers of Doom different? What makes it unique from other battlegrounds? And why is that important to constantly be bringing you guys a variety of different battlegrounds with different art styles? We really feel that it can be super boring to play on the same map, the same environment over and over. So we want to bring you as much diversity in the battlegrounds as we possibly can. This just makes the game a hell of a lot more fun and a lot more interesting to look at overall. Secondly, I'm going to be going over kind of what was the process of creating this world? What were some of the challenges we faced? And how did some of the working around these adversities actually make the art better as a result of facing these challenges? And then lastly, we'll be going over kind of some of the concept art and visual development and behind the scenes look at some of the 3D sculptures we used to create the art of Towers of Doom. So let's check it out. So mood was a very important thing to get right on Towers of Doom. Mood is kind of the emotions you feel or kind of just the overall takeaway from the experience of going into one of these environments. Now we have a couple different tools as artists that we use to create mood. The first tool we use is color. Now, color can be a very powerful tool, a very emotional tool that we can use to sway the way people feel about things, just based off the colors we choose. So for instance, on Towers of Doom, we use a lot of cool tones, a lot of purples and blues on the outsides of structures, in the lanes, and in the more ambient atmospheric environment pieces in this battleground. And this makes it just feel cold outside. It's a little bit wet, damp, and just kind of creepy and unsettling. While on the inside of these structures, we use a lot of warm tones like pumpkin oranges, a lot of yellows, a lot of things that just make you think of candlelight or incandescence. It really makes it feel warm on the inside of these structures. Now this juxtaposition between the warm tones and the cool tones just make the whole environment a lot more believable and a lot more immersive overall. And that's pretty cool. So the second tool we'll use is design. Now, we designed the architecture in Towers of Doom to be this tall, gothic, foreboding structures with a lot of, dark iron and spikes on it. We just wanted this stuff to feel menacing and just a little bit evil overall. And we really liked the way that felt, because it felt like if you went up and stood on one of these structures or tried to lean against it, you might be kind of like stabbed by one of the spikes or scuffed up by one of those rusty chains. And that was something we wanted to push throughout the whole design of this battleground, so it felt a little bit, creepy and unsettling like we wanted. So the last thing we did was we used texture pretty heavily. Now texturing can be easily dismissed as kind of the overall roughness or smoothness of a surface. But in reality, texturing can go a long way in kind of creating a sense of history and story to an area. So you notice on Towers of Doom, we used a lot of ancient stones, a lot of dilapidated wood that's been weathered over time. And we used a lot of things that just like are oxidized and rusted to make it feel like this town is ancient. It's super old and it has its own history to it. Now this is cool because it can really make it feel like this town is believable. This environment is very immersive, and you really feel like you're there when you start playing on this battleground. So we learned pretty early on that it would be easy to make a battleground that was dark and creepy and kind of moody like we wanted, but it wouldn't be easy to make a battleground that was dark and like a little bit charming. So we got some feedback pretty early on from design. There was people pretty much just coming up to my desk and being like, hey man, I don't want to play on this battleground. This battleground's kind of like depressing me. It's straight up bumming me out, dude. And that kind of wasn't the feeling we wanted to get. That wasn't the feedback we wanted to hear. So we had a couple different options we could try. We could A, try to just manually cheer the designers up through a series of facetious compliments. You guys are the greatest designers. Or B, we could try to find a way to infuse a little bit more charm, a little bit more life, and a little bit more of a whimsical style into the art we were creating. And that's kind of what we did. So what you're looking at here is a series of visual development sketches that we went through to try to find a little bit more of that fun, a little bit more of that life and character we wanted to pump into the art. So you notice the trees all have very stylized shapes, a lot of really whimsical structures, and all the buildings have a wonk or a taper to them, and all the colors just pop. And we loved the way this felt, and this became one of the more defining features of creating art for Towers of Doom, where we had this kind of dark and a little bit charming vibe going on. So you'll notice the jack-o'-lanterns have very expressive faces, all the trees have a very distinct style, and all the structures have a really interesting shape language. And this is the thing that we really want to get across when we create Towers of Doom. And this is, I think, when you play on this battleground, one of the things that really you see the most. So the bell towers are a very important structure on Towers of Doom. They're the main weapon that you use to attack the enemy core. And also, they're not entirely destructible. So when you go to destroy one of these towers, it will explode, but will actually be reformed into your team's allegiance. Now this left us with a pretty puzzling challenge on the art side. How do you display something that can still attack the enemy core, but doesn't exist yet? And that led us to the idea of the ghost tower. So the ghost tower is the idea that this tower is destroyed, but it's being reformed into your team's allegiance. Now it can still attack the enemy core while it's in this ghost form. It can't attack enemy units or heroes until it's been completely reformed into a fully functional, fleshed out bell tower. Once it is, it can start attacking enemy units and heroes, and it's ready to rock. Now we love the way this felt because it really tied in with the story and the theme of the battleground really well. And it really played against those structures really interestingly. So each of the 6 towns on Towers of Doom has a very unique character to it and a very unique style. And we thought it'd be interesting to play that up on the art side with these large objective structures. So for instance, the Armory Town has this large armory structure with the big swords and the shield on it and the giant stones. It really made it feel like this town is just more fortified than the others. The Farming Town has a large barn structure, a bunch of hay bales, and a big windmill. And then the Blacksmith Town has a large blacksmith structure with billowing smokestacks, a bunch of machinery that make it feel like there's a lot of cool blacksmith stuff going on, and a whole lot of molten metal. And we love the way this felt because it really felt like whenever you saw one of these structures, you knew exactly where you were on the battleground, exactly what you needed to do, and exactly where you needed to go. And this became a really defining feature of Towers of Doom. So you may notice when you're playing on Towers of Doom, there's 2 distinct stylings to the architecture. One is uniquely Raven themed, with the big raven on it, the big scythes and the skulls going on, and the other is uniquely Reaper themed, with a big hooded figure. There's a very distinct reason for that. It's because when you're playing on Towers of Doom, you're actually assisting one of these 2 Dark Nexus Lords in taking over the Crimson Keep, which is the town at the center of Towers of Doom. Now, one of these dark spirits you might remember from Cursed Hollow, and he's the Raven Lord. Now, he's a dark warlock spirit who's been in this realm for a very long time, but his power is beginning to fade over time. And as his power fades, he's giving way to this other dark spirit called the Gravekeeper. Now, as a player, you're kind of thrust into the middle of this and assigned one of these guys to try to champion their cause and fight for their armies. Now, that's pretty interesting because this is a battleground where both of these spirits are actually empowering your forces, and they're actually making your armies become stronger, and they're upgrading your towns at a certain point. And this became something that we really loved about Towers of Doom, and it's really one of the defining features of the map. So that's pretty much going to do it for the in-depth look we're going to do at the story and art of Towers of Doom. Now, we had an absolute blast making this battleground. It's one of our favorites, and I really hope you guys enjoy it. If you get a chance today, definitely check it out and send us feedback. We love hearing from you guys. We love hearing from the community, and your feedback is absolutely essential to our development process. So with that, I'm going to be passing it off to Mung, and he's going to be introducing you guys to the Heroes of the Storm Arena right after this video.
Wow, such an exciting team fight, such an awesome game. Hello everybody, my name is Meng Song. I'm the lead battleground designer on Hero Storm team. What you just saw in the video is a new game mode we are working on. We call it Arena. In this BlizzCon, we have 2 Arena battlegrounds to show you. In the future, we will do many more things with Arena. But today, in this panel, I will focus more on the specific battleground that you can already play right now. Heroes is always evolving. We are always finding new ways to make this game challenging and fun for our players. We have many great ideas about Battleground. Some of them are very different from anything we had done before. Actually, they are so different that we don't feel they fit in our quick match or ranked play mode. We need a place for this idea to live, a place we are not restricted by the current game meta. That's why we decided to create this new game mode. So what is Arena? Arena is a set of battleground featuring random hero selection. It focuses on fast-paced, intense action around a single objective with unique winning conditions. It's something quick and easy for players to jump into, but it requires great adaptation and flexibility to truly master. While working on Arena mode, we have the following goals in mind. Heroes already have a lot more action than other games in this genre, but we want Arena mode to be packed with even more action. We all love the 20-minute game time, but can we make it even shorter? How about 10 minutes, even 5 minutes? One goal we set for Arena mode is to push players outside their comfort zone. We want something competitive and intense, something players can now prepare for. We want our players to be more creative in this mode. To achieve these goals, the first thing we tried is all random. Many of you might be already pretty familiar with all random mode. So basically, the game picks a random hero for each player. Players don't know what hero they are going to play, and they don't know what team composition they are going to have. We all love the random web, as it pushes players to try out more heroes. But after some playtest, we quickly realized the problem of this mode. Players need some control. They don't like to be completely at this mercy of this random character assignments. We decided we want to give players some room to make meaningful choices. We went through a couple iterations on hero selection screen to solve this problem. And this is what we end up with. We all like it a lot. There are 4 hero archetypes in this game. They are warrior, assassin, specialist, and support. Arena system has a hero archetype for each player and pick randomly 3 heroes based on that archetype. Player then choose among those 3 heroes. To make things more interesting, we allow duplicate heroes within the same team. Suddenly, players are facing some really interesting choices here. Should I pick Nova with my teammates to form a 3 Nova team? If you think 1 Nova is not deadly enough, let's try 3. Or should we pick the 2 Illidens combo with Thrall to form a fearsome melee assassin team? Or should we pick the 2 Zeratus to lock down our opponents with the double Void Prison? There are so many choices here, and each of them has its own pros and cons. Arena system pick a random team composition based on the 4 hero archetypes. In this example, the team contains 4 assassins and 1 specialist. This is another example. This one contains 3 specialists, 1 assassin, and 1 support. You can see we break the normal team composition rule here. A team is not guaranteed to have a warrior or a support. However, we make sure the teams are always mirrored by hero archetypes. So in this example, you are sure the other team also has 3 specialists, 1 assassin, and 1 support. With almost limitless possible combinations, the team fight in arena mode is crazy, unexpected, and fun. It also means the knowledge you learned from normal game mode might not always apply here. To make things even crazier, there's a small chance we do something like this. We gave 10 of the same heroes to players. In this example, it's 10 Sanyas. What would we do with 10 Sanyas? Should we all pick Leap to stun lock our opponents? Or should we all go Rise of Berserker to maximize our damage output? And how would you handle 10 Sergeant Hammers? New question come up, you have to answer. How do you break enemy's siege line if they all sieged up? With 5 Sergeant Hammer, you will have 15 mines. How do you place it more strategically in this mode? Trust me, a game with 10 Sergeant Hammer is very different from anything you see in a game with only 1 Sergeant Hammer. And how about this? 10 Johannas. Well, this one didn't work very well. In our internal playtest, this game lasted 30 minutes, and we still couldn't deal any damage to each other's core. We have to call it. On the plus side, we learn valuable lesson from here. We know we need to add some limitations, some rules to our random team composition. So the first thing we did is to remove some heroes from this 10x hero mode. Heroes like Murden, like Johanna, or support like Medic, they don't deal a lot of damage and just drag the game along. We also added rules in other games so that a game cannot have more than 2 warrior or more than 2 support. The next goal we set for arena mode is to focus player on action. You all remember the intense team fight around a Riven Tribute or a temple event on Scan Temple. Arena mode captures those exciting moments and condense them into a small battleground around a single objective. This is one of the arena battleground, Garden Arena. Your goal here is to collect 100 seeds. A big garden terror spawns at the center of the map, casting its AoE stun and roots, while dropping seeds up and taking damage. Your team needs to focus on dealing damage to this garden terror, collect seeds dropped, dodging its AoE CC abilities, while fighting against the other team who's doing the same. From the start of the game, it's a non-stop, intense team fight which lasts around 5 minutes. Another thing we did to make sure players focus on action is to remove leveling and talents from this mode. You can see in this screenshot at the top, players start at level 10 and do not level up. They also don't have a talent. The only thing they need to choose are the 2 heroic abilities at the beginning of the game. By removing talent and leveling, we gain the following benefits. It greatly lowered the learning curve for players to play new heroes. Since players don't have control to choose which hero they are going to play, this is very important to us. Players don't need to pick talents, especially during combat, so they can focus more on moment-to-moment action. Without leveling, a team can never fall behind. We are sure their power level always stays the same. The next thing we did to make sure players focus on action is to reduce the map size. This is one of the garden arena level. You can see here the layout is pretty compact and simple. It takes almost no time to travel from your base to the center of the map. In this mode, we also reduce the hero respawn time to 15 seconds. Combining the short respawn time and the small map size, dying in arena mode no longer a big deal. You can hop back to action almost right away. Make this feel like playing a first-person shooter game in Hero Storm. In this Blizzcon, we have a 2 arena mode Battleground for you to play. I hope you all enjoy playing them. But we are not done here. We are doing many more with the arena. We are already working on new arena battleground. We are adding more mechanics. Mechanics don't work well in normal game mode. Mechanics like a capture the flag, like a payload, or even more crazy ideas. Anything is possible here. Anything we can think of, anything you can think of could live here. Heroes already break many rules in this genre. We are not afraid to break even more rules. In the end, our goal is to make this mode fresh and fun for all of our players. I have spent quite a amount of time talking about the design behind the arena, but that's only the half of the story. Next up is Brian to talk about making art for arena.
Awesome. Thank you, Mung. How's it going, BlizzCon? My name is Brian Maroney. I'm a 3D environment artist for Heroes of the Storm, and today I'm here to present the art of Arena. Before I begin, let me ask you all a quick question. How many of you have had the opportunity to play Heroes this BlizzCon? Yes. All right. Well, for those of you who haven't, don't worry. This is your second chance at a BlizzCon sneak peek of the arenas. So let's get started. I have 2 new arena battlegrounds to show you guys today. The Gardens Arena and the Temple Arena. Arena is best 2 out of 3. So we've designed these 3 unique map layouts to test your skills and your abilities on. Each one of these arena layouts has been designed to be quite a bit smaller than any of the maps that we've given you in the past, which means they lend themselves really well to fast, intense gameplay. I mean, think back on what Mung just said. Imagine having 10 hammers, or 10 Sonyas, or 10 Novas on a really tiny map. You all can imagine how crazy that gameplay is, and it's so much fun. These maps have also been designed to have a unique aesthetic that help differentiate themselves from the other 2. So the moment you get in one of these maps, you know exactly which one you're on, so you can start to devise a game plan with your team, help you guys win. All right, this is a look at our first Gardens Arena battleground. We like to call this one the daytime arena map. And we really wanted to take this one into a new direction, like a tournament ground or a Renaissance fair. The first thing that I want to point out are those grandstands on the left with the spectators. This is one of the first things we added to this map to really push the idea that you were in the tournament grounds of the King's Crest Keep instead of the gardens like we've done on previous maps. On those maps, you may have noticed white picket fences and rows of hedges and gardeners tending to the gardens of the keep. But you're not going to find that on this map. Instead, you're going to find things that really feel like a Renaissance fair or like a grand tournament. So you'll see spectators sitting around campfires, sitting around their tents, enjoying each other's company, eating, drinking, and just having a good time. But honestly, that wasn't enough to really push the idea that this was a Renaissance fair for us or a grand tournament in the keep. So at the bottom of the screen in a few seconds, you're going to notice we added a jousting arena. Knights are going to be doing passes with lances, cracking those lances on each other, and the spectators are going to cheer for them. On the other side of the map, you'll notice we added fighting pits. 2 knights are queued up, ready to go toe-to-toe with greatswords and fight, and the spectators are going to be cheering for them. We really wanted this to feel like you were in a Renaissance fair and feel like you were in the tournament grounds, and so we thought that all of these really took you to that new space. Let's take a closer look at the spectators now that I just mentioned. Now, these aren't just any spectators. These are Heroes of the Storm spectators. These guys are epic, but they might not look so epic just sitting, fidgeting around in their seats, kind of tossing a hand up in the air every once in a while. But these guys are waiting for something to cheer for. And you have to be that person, that player, or that team to really give them something to cheer for. So what does it look like when you do? Well, if you get a kill or 2, these guys are going to get pretty stoked. You're going to get a nice little golf clap with a few hands in the air and a nice cheer. And that's going to feel pretty good getting that kill and hearing that cheer, and it's going to really push you to want to get more. So what does it look like if you get more? If you get 3 or 4 kills, these guys are going to get way more excited. Half the crowd is going to be standing up. A lot more of them are going to have their hands in the air, and they're going to start cupping their hands in front of their mouths. So you're going to hear a louder cheer. And that's going to feel pretty epic. And you're going to be like, well, I don't want to stop at 3 or 4. I want to get that team wipe, that multi-kill. So what does it look like when you get the multi-kill? Well, every single one of these spectators is going to be standing out of their seat now with their hands in the air and their hands cupped in front of their mouths. So you're going to get the loudest cheer possible out of these guys. And hearing that is really going to push you. And let me be the first to say that it feels pretty awesome being that player or that team and thinking, damn, that was me, I did that. Or we did that as a team and we got those kills, and you're hearing the spectators cheer for you. It's such an adrenaline-filled experience, it's awesome. But we didn't want to stop there. We added one more really awesome thing to these guys, and I'm really excited to show you. And that's the wave. I can't remember going to a baseball game as a kid, with my family, Angel Stadium, and not seeing the wave go around 16 or 17 times. And it's so much fun to be a part of, and we had so much fun creating this, we felt like we really had to give it to you guys. But that's really all I'm going to tell you about the wave. It's going to be up to you guys to figure out how to do it. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Easter egg. This is our second map. We like to call this one the Nighttime Gardens Arena map. Now, the nighttime phase of Gardens of Terror was such an important part of that map's mechanic that it just felt natural to make this our second arena battleground. I wanted to point out the spectators again. They're about half capacity now. These guys have been sitting at the tournament all day watching, and they're getting tired. So you're really not going to notice a whole lot of spectators in the grandstands on this map. Instead, you're going to see them sitting around the campfires, around their tents, really enjoying their company again and just kind of hanging out, having a good time. You won't notice the jousting arena on this map, and you won't notice the fighting pits with the 2 knights going toe-to-toe with greatswords. Instead, on the bottoms of the map, you're just going to see more of those guys sitting around the campfire, kind of winding down for the night. Another really cool theme that I want to point out with this map are the plant terrors. If you remember back to Gardens of Terror, during the night phase, the terrors come out, tentacles and man-eater plants, snapping at fireflies. And that was a really cool theme for that map. And we really wanted to push it with this one to really make it feel a lot more energetic and a lot more alive at night. This is our third Gardens Arena battleground. And I like to call this one the Underground Battleground. And this concept was largely inspired by a recent science fiction film that came out a few years ago, featuring a certain breed of incandescent plant that illuminates themselves at night. And that glowing element, while beautiful, is something that we really wanted to impart into this map. All right, guys, this is our Underground Gardens Arena. And I'm really excited to show this one to you because it's arguably my favorite. And something that I want to point out is something that we were very inspired by from the Diablo team, and that's the really large silhouetted foreground elements, like those cave walls with roots hanging off of them and bats hanging off of those. You know, it's something that's brand new to Heroes of the Storm, and I think that it really adds something to this map, this claustrophobic feel. You're just like in this cave and it's dark and damp. And if you head to the back of the map where that trophy cup in the water, in the splitting waterfalls was, you'll start to see stalactites with water dripping off of them and bats hanging and flying around those too. We really wanted to get away from the idea that this was in any way connected to the Haunted Mines, a map that we had previously given you. We didn't want that man-made cave feel. We really wanted to push it to a new place. So we yanked all those things out, the train tracks, the wooden beams and the steel beams. Instead, we replaced those with the underground rivers and the pools that you're seeing up at the top of the map near the cup. And we really thought, wow, this is beautiful. And we're transporting you to a place that we've never seen or taken you to before. And I thought that was really awesome. Now, I could probably talk about this map for another 30 or 45 minutes, but I'm going to move on to the temple arenas now. And these are our 3 temple arena maps. Starting with the top left, we have the Bazaar arena map. The top right, we have the Oasis arena map. And the bottom, we have our Desert arena map. Let's take a quick look at a video that encapsulates all 3. All right, the first map that we're looking at now is the Bazaar arena. Now, we really wanted to push a marketplace full of life. And you know, the moment you get in this map, you'll notice tons of shops, tons of houses, and a lot of people buying goods. And it really feels energetic. We wanted to stick with a warm color palette, which is why you'll notice a lot of that orange cobblestone from the jungles of Sky Temple. Yeah, I think it really gives this map a warm, inviting, welcoming feeling. The second map that you're seeing come from the top now is the Oasis arena map. And we wanted to push a similar theme and a similar story, that theme of life, but in a more natural sense. And so instead of seeing houses and shops and civilians, you're going to see large clusters of palm trees and tons of grass and tons of bushes. And what's interesting about this map is as soon as you get in there, it doesn't feel like you're laning at all on these roads. It feels like you're in this dense jungle, and it's a really awesome feeling, kind of like, reminds me of World of Warcraft a little bit. This is also the only temple arena map that utilizes the aqueduct system that lines the top of the map. And I think it kind of goes well with the plants. It feeds into the ground and feeds into the plants a little bit. Now, the map that you're seeing come from the top now is our Desert arena map. And our design philosophy for this map kind of flipped 180. We really didn't want a whole lot of life. So instead, you'll see plants and you'll see some birds and scarabs getting around, but largely, the life will come from the spectators watching from the grandstands. And honestly, what we're left with is this kind of desolate sands vibe. But don't get me wrong, this map is still a lot of fun to play on, and it's still very energetic. That's about going to wrap up our in-depth look at the arena maps. You know, I've had an awesome time showing you these videos and telling you a few stories about our development process. Just thank you guys so much for being here. I really hope you all enjoy playing these maps as much as we've enjoyed making them for you. Thank you guys for being here. Whether you're here with us at Blizzcon 2015 or you're watching from home, we really appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'd like to take this moment to open up the panel for some Q&A.
Hi guys, I'm Cherub from World of Warcraft, and I've been playing Heroes of the Storm since 2013 Blizzcon. I love everything you guys are doing with maps, but I'm wondering if we're going to get a PvP World of Warcraft map as a Battlegrounds.
Absolutely. It's really just more of a matter of time. We intend, I mean, this is our first year releasing Heroes of the Storm. And I think we're intending to release lots of content for many years to come. And we intend to hit all of our different game franchises.
Hello, Belftru for the win on Twitter. And as a follow-up question to her, I would like to suggest old school Alterac Valley as a new battleground for Heroes of the Storm.
That's a very cool idea. we definitely want to like explore more things like that. Yeah, we'll take that and discuss more. Like,
Give us time.
thank you.
How's it going? In the new map, the Towers of Doom, there is a teleporter that appears late in the game, and I always want to know what things in testing prompted you to add that teleporter.
So when we created Towers of Doom, we noticed there was a kind of a weird issue that would happen about that stage in the game. It's around 12 minutes, depending on how the events are working. But if the enemy team is being very successful and they've locked you kind of into your base by owning two of the structures on your side, and then the altars spawn, I wanted you to have an opportunity to still contest those altars without having to run through tight choke points. So I wanted to add another vehicle for you to use to travel to the middle of the map to contest the altars.
When I think Johanna came out at the same time, I was playing Diablo 3, but there was the Eternal Battlegrounds map came out, and it was really exciting because it was this tie-in with Diablo. Will there be any additional maps that kind of tie into the other franchises? Like, I'd be really excited to see a StarCraft-themed map released kind of around Legacy of the Void.
Yeah, we intend to release all maps for all franchises eventually. And basically we're just looking for, it takes a little bit of time to develop them. Every franchise we take it a little slower just because we want to make sure we hit all the expectations our players have for those battlegrounds. So I would always just look for the future. This is the first year for us, and we will just keep producing more.
Hello. My question is about Lost Vikings, Abathur, and Cho'Gall. How are they gonna be picked in Arena?
Currently, we allow Lost Viking, but Cho'Gall is disabled. We are still trying to figure out how. Yes, it's a hard problem for us to solve. We are still trying to figure out how to allow Cho'Gall in arena mode.
Hi. I was just wondering, are you guys planning on adding any more major Warcraft characters? Maybe Archmage Khadgar? Anyone particular like that?
Sure, that's a more question for hero designer, but I'm pretty sure they are pretty excited about that idea. They must be like thinking about it, and they have a lot of new hero planned already. I think that must be one of them.
Good afternoon. So my question is, do you plan on adding more future character interaction that doesn't revolve around go to a healing well or I'll fight you after this battle?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again? I guess I missed part of that.
I was wondering if you're going to add more character interaction. Like, if you have a group of 5 people and, they're talking on their mics, it's a good time. But it feels nicer when the characters themselves interact. Like, let's say someone gets a kill and Diablo's like, oh, that's good for a human, or something of that variety.
All right, yeah, that's a great, that's something that we're always developing. We always want to embellish that kind of interaction between the characters based on the audio. Towers of Doom is actually a really good example. We actually have the Nexus Lords are taunting each other during the battle, which is something we've never really done before, but I personally love that idea of getting more interaction with the sound, with the characters. I think that's a really cool idea, so definitely thank you for that.
Hi guys, my name is Jaime Chica. I come from South America, and Heroes of Storm has been hitting every MOBA out there. So everybody is playing and trying to get tournaments, and everybody really likes Heroes of the Storm. My question to you guys is, will you guys be able to do a Latin American theme on the arenas? Something new, something really flavor like Dia de los Muertos or something like that.
Yeah, honestly, I love that suggestion. That's such an awesome idea. I think we'll definitely take that feedback back to the team and talk about it, and maybe you'll see something like that come up in the future. Thank you, man.
I've got one question for you guys. Are you going to make completely destructible maps? Like buildings just destructible?
Okay, so that's a really awesome idea. I think I would love to do that, where everything on the map was destructible, everything could blow up kind of thing. But you have to realize that the production time that would take to get every piece of art to be destroyed on that map would be pretty phenomenal. But I think having a battleground where there's lots of destructible items, lots of destructible set pieces is an awesome idea. So definitely, if that's something you guys want to see, definitely put that in the forums, give us that feedback, and we'll see what we can do for sure. Awesome.
Hi, I'm a support heavy main. I just got done playing the demo. I didn't play none of the new champions because I'm just a heavy support main. But I wanted to ask, are you going to add more supports later in the future? Like maybe more StarCraft?
This is more for the a question for the hero designer. I don't have a detail about the answer for this question, but I can definitely take this back to our hero designer, like give them this advice so that they will definitely take it well. We will get back to discuss it. Thank you.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions, thank you guys a ton for being here. We had an absolute blast showing you guys all this stuff, so definitely stay tuned for more and Here's the Storm in the near future. So we'll see you guys later.
Thank you for attending the Heroes of the Storm Battlegrounds panel. Up next, from the arena, the StarCraft II WCS Global Final. Welcome to the World of Overwatch panel.
What up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. How's day 2 going? Did you guys have fun yesterday? It was pretty cool. Some of those reveals in the opening were awesome. Did you guys make it out to the Overwatch panel yesterday? Excellent. Are you guys hyped about Overwatch? Excellent. Guys, I am Chris Metzen. I'm the creative director on Overwatch. This is Michael Chu. Mike's one of the senior designers on the game, and Mike and I jam a lot of the story stuff out. Mike's written all the character VO, so give him props for that. At the end, we have William Petrus. People like to call him Bill. I like to call him William.
That's fine.
That's how we roll. Bill is the art director on Overwatch, and one of the primary, the primary visionary of the world of Overwatch. Kind of how the world feels, and just how the whole process of art comes together.
Very well.
Bill Petrus.
Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. So we're going to talk about some story and lore, and the first thing really is the Overwatch world itself is one of the biggest and best ways that we can tell a story in the game. And we're going to take a quick tour of some of these locations around the world and talk a little bit about the unique stories they have as well.
William?
Yes.
Let's frame it up a little bit. Little bit. One of the things we heard last year when we introduced the game to y'all was, well, you know, multiplayer heavy game, and it looks like potentially a very cool universe, but how are you guys telling story, right? Where will it exist? It certainly doesn't exist in between, you know, your rate of fire, right? How is this world taking shape, and what are the tools or methods with which we're painting this tapestry? So, Dr. Petrus.
Let's take it away. So the first map we're going to look at is the Watchpoint Gibraltar location in the world. This is an old Overwatch base that was shut down and went defunct, and it's built into the side of this giant cliff. And inside this abandoned base is Winston, our favorite guerrilla hero, and he's busy deciding whether to contact the Overwatch heroes to fight these new threats that the world is facing. Here we have Dorado. It's one of our new maps in Mexico. And here you can see a festival. We call it the Festival of Lights. And this is where the people are celebrating the annual end of the Omnic War. And you can see that even though they're having fun and rebuilding their country, there's still threats here as well. There's criminal organizations in the shadows that are fighting against this progress moving forward.
So here we have King's Row in London. As you can see, beautiful futuristic London with the giant megacity in the background. And that megacity was built by Omnic labor. But despite this fact, the human government of England does not recognize their rights. And because of that, there's a lot of human and Omnic tension. You know, there's a lot of protests in the streets, even open violence at times. And there you can see a statue of the, in memorial to the Omnic Tikartha Mandata. And this theme of Omnic and human strife is sort of seen throughout the world. Even here in Hollywood, on the streets and backlots of Tinseltown, even here, you know, famed Omnic film director Halfred Glitchbot is being targeted by an anti-Omnic movement and requires heroes to protect him.
So unlike any other part of the Overwatch world that we have, the one city where humans and robots live together in harmony is Numbani. And this is a really special city in Africa where together the robots and humans have built this magnificent marvel of technology for the entire world. But also they are threatened by the villainous hero Doomfist.
Bill.
Yeah.
I hear you could level a skyscraper.
I did hear that. I did hear that.
So kind of interesting, just jumping in. The theme I think you guys hear, you know, that's making its way through almost all of these maps is this idea we've explained that something like 30 years in the past of the Overwatch present was this Omnic crisis where, you know, robots rose up and there was this kind of global catastrophe. So in the years since the end of the Omnic crisis, the issue of can humans and robots, you know, kind of co-inhabit the world is a really big issue, and it's actualized and localized in different ways around the world. You know, some places like Numbani totally embrace robots and humans living together, and like Mike had said, you know, places like England are still kind of digging through, like what do we do if you know, give robots how do you put it, the vote, you know, or recognize their citizenship. What does that do for everybody else? And you have the same kind of socioeconomic tensions that arise. So it's an interesting theme that we're playing out through a lot of these maps, and certainly it informs a lot of the fiction that we're developing for the broader universe.
Okay, so we were talking a bit about some of the locations in the world of Overwatch, and it sort of had a light sort of story background on those. We're going to take a deeper dive on Russia, and we're going to talk a little bit about the art process and the storytelling process of this map. And you know, if I was to start on the art side of Russia, I was personally really excited to do this map in Russia. Absolutely loved it. One of the key things that I had, my first question is really to Chris and Mike, is what's the story of Russia? What can you give these artists to build around?
So Chris was sort of hitting on this, the idea of how humans and Omnics are getting along in the world, and Russia is actually a really interesting place. So to give a little bit of the backstory of Russia and of the world in general, give you a little quick story. Chris sort of brought up the idea of the Omnic crisis. So in a nutshell, the Omnic crisis was an event about a few decades ago where the robot populations around the world, rebelled against mankind and plunged the world into crisis. This crisis was particularly damaging for Russia as they were the first country invaded, but it happened all throughout the world, and different countries around the world came up with different solutions to fight this threat. For example, in Germany, they created the Crusader armor so that they could fight toe-to-toe in the streets, and you got soldiers like Reinhardt. In the United States of America, they had the Enhanced Soldier Program, which produced Jack Morrison, and that was America's solution to the problem. And here in Russia, they had a very specific thing, which is that they created these giant mechs to fight the Omnic army.
So as Michael's talking about this Omnic army in Russia, on the art side now we sort of have this background, this collaborative background on Russia. And Chris, you could certainly, why don't you jump in there too and explain a little bit about the collaboration between the creativity from your end and the art side and the story side.
Yeah, especially with the story Mike just told, we wanted to tap a theme in Russia that, kind of the idea that when the Omnic crisis ended, it was because this group called Overwatch came together. And, well, I'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute. But Overwatch was the solution for most of the world. They got the robots to shut down. But Russia, in many ways, had to go it alone. They suffered during the Omnic crisis, and they shouldered it up because they're just so tough and so strong-minded that they have like a singular national pride about the fact that they saved their own country, and they didn't need Overwatch, right? They did it on their own. So they're fiercely kind of independent. And they love their culture. So we wanted to bring out like just this intense feeling of like pride and just grandness in this Russian space. Obviously, most of the map is that Bill will get to. It's kind of the mech factory, but we almost wanted to capture like an idealized sense of like in this quiet, snowy, wintry neighborhood. We wanted to capture this pride and this sense of like, wow, I'd really love to live here. I feel I stand up a little straighter just being in this space.
So as the artists and Chris and Michael and the creative team gets together, on the art side, we look at Russia and there's a couple key points that we had in our minds. One is we definitely wanted it visually to be beautiful. We really like the bright tone to the game, and in Russia we want it to be beautiful. So we use a term called Winter Wonderland here, where we worked together and basically said, no matter what, we want it to be beautiful with a light snow on the ground and warm lights in the street, where it's thriving. The city is still thriving amongst all these threats. And the second biggest point that we really talked about is we want it to look like Russia. We really want it to be relatable. And when we mean relatable, it's the architecture is familiar. Chris mentioned it earlier. It's very grand architecture. We want it to be rich feeling. And then on top of that, we want to talk about the threat. We want to talk about this Omnic threat and the factories they're building. And all this is really a process that takes place here on the team with the environmental team, the level team, the tech art team. It's a big collaborative effort. Here you can see the inside of Volskaya Industries. In this, you can also see in the background this giant Sentinel mech. It looks like it's 200 foot tall. I mean, we never really measured it, but it looks like it's like 200 foot tall. And in this factory, you can see where the Sentinels are being built. And if you look closely, you can see the cockpit in the head where the human pilot, the Russian pilot, actually drives it.
Yeah, it's really interesting mentioning the fact that they're human piloted. You know, after we finished a certain pass on the art and people were playing through it, you know, I get a lot of questions. Hey, what's the story? What's going on? And one of the questions that came up was, wait, so the Russians are fighting the Omnics, and their solution is to use robots to fight robots. And I'm like, oh, no. You know, there are humans piloting these robots, and, you know, people are saying, well, how are you going to get that story across? And so, you know, I turned to Bill, I said, is there some solution? Is there something we can do to hit some of these main story points and really make people understand what's going on, even in the brief moments that they're on the maps?
And one of the fun things that we were talking about was posters. There's 3 posters here from the factory itself in Volskaya. And after talking to Michael and Chris and the creative team, these 3 posters really stood out to me personally. The one on the far right represents the workers in Russia that are building these giant sentinels, the very skilled workers. The poster in the middle represents the human pilots that drive these big marvels that they use to fight the Omnics. And the last one represents the danger among us, the spies that could be sitting right beside you. So keep an eye out. And we wanted these to be very authentic too, with the Russian text at the bottom. And a special shout out to Ben Zhang, one of our very talented concept artists who created these as well.
So as you can see here, one of the things that we're really interested in when we're telling these stories is not just the big story points, but also the details. So as you can see here, this is the poster that we showed off at BlizzCon last year, done by our assistant art director, Arnold Sang. Woo! And it features the 12 original heroes of the Overwatch game. But what people very quickly caught on to was, well, that's actually 15 characters. Those 3 guys there on the left, we didn't really talk about. And people, you know, they started scouring, you know, our information and really started speculating about who these characters were. And that was very intentional on our part.
And so speaking of those 3 guys, particularly the big guy in the corner, Roadhog. So Roadhog actually was blowing around in a newspaper on King's Row, our London map, for a while, since early last year. And you can see on this screenshot, even his name was on there, Roadhog, blowing around out there in the game. It was pretty funny. I think another example of how we can tease heroes and just really supply some mystery in the game too is we had Diva, our former pro gamer that we're talked about today at BlizzCon. You know what? She was in the arcade in Hanamura for a long time, right in plain sight. So when everyone is out on the show floor playing Overwatch today, keep an eye out for more of these
little Easter eggs.
Little Easter eggs in there.
Trying to ladle in to kind of help the universe feel, if you can find them, you know, kind of help the universe feel a little more contiguous.
So to talk a little bit about heroes and digress for a moment, you know, one of our biggest tools for storytelling and bringing these characters to life is their dialogue. You know, when you have this sort of first-person perspective, the way that characters talk, the things they say, the things they react to, and the way they react to things really helps to paint these personalities. For example, you take someone like Hanzo. You know, Hanzo is arrogant. He is superior. He is always in that mode. He thinks that he's the best. But you can contrast that with someone like Tracer. You know, Tracer is having the time of her life. She enjoys every minute of being hero. She is just having a blast. Or take another character like Mei that we just introduced. You know, she's sort of a reluctant fighter. You know, she's almost apologetic when she has to do harm, but also she is a hero. So when it's something that she needs to fight for, she'll do it. And the other thing, I get asked this question a lot, will we have specific dialogue between the characters? And we definitely will. We have a lot of relationships already planned and existent for these characters. You know, Tracer and Winston are best buds. Hanzo and Genji might still have a thing or two to say to each other. But yeah, so there'll be a lot of that. So we've talked a little bit about the way that we're telling story inside of the game, but we're actually experimenting and trying some new things outside of the game to bring these heroes to life. And you know, one of our values is raising questions and sort of letting people think about these characters and their motivations. And we've tried a few different things. For example, when we unveiled the enigmatic vigilante Soldier 76, we created this whole Atlas News program. We've tracked his path for justice and revenge across the world, and we had different perspectives on it, like these news stories you can see. We did sort of in-depth opinion pieces that really highlighted the different perspectives on his character. Or you take a character like Lucio, who's our DJ character, and we really wanted people to experience his music, because music really defined Lucio as a character. So we had these awesome tracks from Derek Duke, our composer, and we developed this fake album to go with it, Synesthesia Auditiva. We have track listings, and we did articles about his world tour. And then most importantly, we put his music out there so people could listen to it and just get introduced to Lucio before they ever met him. So more recently, we were approaching the task, how will we introduce two of our new villainous characters, the somewhat psychotic, totally psychotic Junkers, Roadhog and Junkrat. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to come up a way to introduce them that really showed off their unique personalities.
Roadhog and Junkrat. What better to tease and introduce these two than a wanted poster mugshot? For us, it was a lot of fun to do. One big challenge we had was our concept team, when they were drawing these sketches, they were drawing the likeness too close to what they actually look like. It was too close to their likeness. We wanted it to be a little bit more mysterious, like a police sketch. So we talked to some other folks at the studio, and we gave them a really brief description, and the artist didn't really know what the heroes looked like, so they gave their interpretation. And the one on the far right there from the UK was done by an artist on the Heartstone team. The one on the far right was done by an artist on the Diablo team. And the one in the middle was drawn by Arnold Sang. Yeah.
And yeah, so this was a really good starting point. People started to have questions. You're like, whoa, who are these guys and what are they all about? So we sort of wanted to come up with a way to illustrate these characters and maybe show a little look into the mind of one of them.
And so what better mind to go into than Junkrat's mind? Here's a napkin sketch of Junkrat's plan to rob a bank in Dorado, our Mexico map. You can see he starts down here by the stairs and goes up with Roadhog and blows the safe up and then steals the money and goes away on a boat down there as well. And another interesting point on this sketch is it was based on the actual layout of Dorado, the level design layout as well on here.
It also features one of my favorite jokes ever with El Banco. They're a couple bright individuals.
They are, very smart.
So after we released this map, people had a lot of questions and they had a lot of theories, abilities, what these guys were all about. And we were ready then to finally introduce these characters and really let them find out who Junkrat and Roadhog were. And so we thought, what better way than to come up with a reality program that we call A Moment in Crime.
Tonight, on A Moment in Crime, their spree of mayhem and chaos has caused untold millions in property damage around the world. But who are these two deranged junkers, and what inspired their orgy of destruction? Is this the work of master criminals, or just a couple of idiots? It was Junkrat who masterminded this string of attacks that has stretched from the Australian outback to Kings Row and beyond. Now this explosives-obsessed freak has his sights set on even greater acts of destruction. His co-conspirator, Roadhog, is a remorseless killer who hides his face behind a mask. This giant of a man is more than happy to use violence to resolve any situation. Together they have burned, bombed, robbed, and killed their way across the world. And their calamitous crime spree shows no sign of slowing down. following their personal creed of no job too big, no score too small. It seems as though there is no end in sight to this senseless rampage, unless we get your help. If you have any information as to the whereabouts of these two extremely dangerous criminals, you need to contact us right away. Remember, crime doesn't pay, but we do.
So we love a moment in crime. So as you guys can tell, you know, we're trying to do a lot of different things to kind of get the story out there, get some of these ideas out there. We built what we hope are really cool backstories for all of these characters, and a lot of stories about the world and its history and how these characters relate. So these are many ways that we're trying to just ladle it all out and take a much broader approach. But we're also doing some of the more traditional approaches as well. I've kind of felt for a while that Overwatch is not necessarily the kind of franchise we would necessarily do a lot of novels for. It's kind of fun to keep it a little more, once you start getting into prose, it gets a little too deep, and I don't know, Overwatch feels like the ideas move a little faster than that. So we are planning to do a lot of work with comics, or kind of printed visual storytelling. Thank you. So one of the big projects we're doing right now, we just actually got the script locked down. We mentioned this at Comic-Con this year, is an original graphic novel, which we're self-publishing. And the graphic novel tells the story of really the first Overwatch strike team that came together and saved the world and really set a precedent, you know, for the whole modern age of our universe. And this story really deals with how do I go there? There was kind of a soft reveal yesterday, if you were at the opening ceremony. Did you guys see the video of the Overwatch skins in the Origins edition? Anyone see the soft reveal that occurred during that video? Gabriel Reyes is Reaper. So what's kind of cool is the first two soldiers inducted into Overwatch were Jack Morrison and Gabriel Reyes, two good buddies that were part of the Soldier Enhancement Program from the United States. And really, Gabriel Reyes was like the greatest soldier in the world. The guy's just a stud, but kind of like to do things on his own. Instead of leading a team, he'd rather be crawling through ventilation ducts and taking out the bad guys on his own. But he and Morrison were very good friends, and the UN kind of built the Overwatch, the first group. You see Reinhardt, you see Torbjorn, a little younger for both of them. The lady in the middle is Ana Amari. She's actually Farah's mom. And one of the best snipers, sharpshooters from Egypt. There's a few other characters as well, not featured in this image, but it's just an awesome story. It's kind of the bedrock story of how Overwatch came together, and really begins to plant the seeds of. I'll spoil a little bit for you. Reyes was actually the leader of the initial Overwatch team, but he and Morrison started to have a disagreement about what is leadership. Reyes looks at the mission as the mission. You do whatever it takes to get the mission done. Where Morrison started to see kind of, you know, what does it look like when the mission is the team? Getting everybody home alive, making sure everyone's operating as a fully functional group, and really getting to know everybody at a close level makes you a more heightened team. And that really, you guys will see over time, is the core theme of Overwatch. It's actually about people working together. It's about relationships. This story will kind of set the tone for that rift between these two guys, which you can tell in the present age is going to come to a head. So we're really excited about the graphic novel. We're also really excited to announce we're going to support Overwatch with comic shorts. We've been doing this for a while with World of Warcraft, kind of more shorter form comics that we just put out for free on the net. So we're excited to support Overwatch with these types of stories that we just think are really fun. Thanks, guys. And these stories will allow us to kind of focus on, at least here at the start, we've got like 21 heroes. There is a ton of story to be told. So these are some snippets of some of the short form comics that are in development right now. So we hope to have these out to you guys in good fashion. I expect that around the time the game gets ready to come out, we're going to carpet bomb. Just badass stuff all on you. So comics is just really close to our hearts and like really a primary way to get our story out as well. What do we have next? Do we have something interesting to talk about next? Was there anything?
Anything?
I think now's the time.
Okay.
All right. Well, we have a special guest today, y'all. We have really one more. You guys remember this, right? This introductory cinematic we did last year is just really one of our favorite things we've ever done as a studio. We love these kids. We love the tone of this piece. It's just so what Overwatch is about. And, pardon me, swallowed a fly somehow. The hell is I talking about? This piece, storytelling in Overwatch, right? We want to do more of this kind of stuff. We love cinematic storytelling. Blizzard has a long tradition of building cinematic tales, and we believe that the core heart and thematic, journey of Overwatch will live in many ways in this form. So we have a special guest today we'd like to bring out. He is one of our co-storytellers, one of Blizzard's best directors, and one of our dearest brothers, a man named Jeff Chamberlain. Dude, your theme music is awesome.
We wrote it for that. What's up, BlizzCon? How's it going? Cool. So, like Chris said, I'm Jeff Chamberlain. I work with the Blizzard animation department. We make the cinematics for Blizzard, basically. I guess probably a lot of you are sitting out there thinking like, all this stuff sounds really cool. I know for myself, I can't wait to open up the first Overwatch graphic novel. That just sounds super exciting to me. But historically, like Blizzard's done a lot of, as Chris said, has done a lot of storytelling through cinematics. So what does that mean for Overwatch? Well, a long time ago, we all sat together and we realized that the game didn't have a linear storyline like most of our other games do. And that's our role as cinematic storytellers, is to, walk you through that storyline while you're playing the game. And we don't have that, so what do we want to do? Well, luckily, recently, Blizzard has been actually doing storytelling outside of the game, if you think about it. A couple years ago, we did a series called Xiao Hao. That was for the Mists of Pandaria. Thanks. And then, since then, we've also done the Lords of War series for Warlords of Draenor. And then most recently, Blizzard did the Reclamation short for the Legacy of the Void piece, which is really nice as well. So we do have, a precedent for telling a story outside of the game, which is really exciting for us, because it kind of unleashes us to do kind of anything we want. We know that Overwatch is a very, very rich universe, and we just have a lot of stories that we want to tell. So, it's kind of nice just to be unbound in that way. So yeah, I'm basically here to tell you that we are working on something for Overwatch. It's a series of animated shorts. Thanks. So rather than go into detail and try to explain to you what it is and all that stuff, we actually cut together a work-in-progress reel so you can kind of see some of the stuff that we're working on. Cool. So yeah, why don't we just take a look at that reel.
You wanted to see if there was more out there. Well, see for yourself.
Need someone to do the heavy lifting?
someone say peanut butter?
Time is on my side.
Cool. Peanut butter.
Let me dry my eyes. A moment. I got a little misty on that.
Sorry?
I got a little misty.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much in my old age.
So yeah, we're really
love this
excited.
damn universe.
Yeah. We're really excited to be putting this together. It's been awesome. We're working with a lot of different teams, like the sound team, the story team, the editorial team. Everybody's just really putting everything they can into it. It's sort of like what Chris was just saying earlier. There's a lot of heart in this, and I think it's reflected in the way we're all working together to get this stuff together. I believe that is actually then reflected in the work. So I'm really proud of what we're working on. We're obviously still working on it now, but we can't wait to show you what we are doing, and we hope that you enjoy watching it as much as we are enjoying putting it together for you. So, thanks.
And one point too, guys, just to frame it up a little bit, the way we're approaching these shorts is they're not necessarily contiguous, meaning they're not like serial, like you have to watch one to understand what the other one's doing. We're trying to build them in such a way that they're really nice, round, short stories that have a beginning and an end, and hopefully give you massive feels. But they're kind of self-contained, and in that way, it allows us just to really dive in deep to the characters we want to look at, and it's just kind of a funner, more open-ended way to develop story for these things as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, we have so many stories that we talk about and that we can't wait to tell. We have 21 heroes, and we just want to get into it, and this is such an awesome way for us to start bringing these stories to life and really illustrate some of the things about these characters that we love.
Totally, and it's, we've been talking with Jeff about this for, I don't know, it's a couple, oh God, has it been a couple years now? I can't tell time anymore. The cinematic legacy of Blizzard, we began to build these really great cinematics over the years that historically are always embedded in the gameplay, and that can really, and while as we look back, I think we've done some awesome work, in kind of helping the narrative flow of a video game have these wonderful points of story punctuation. Kind of playing it this way and finally really allowing these ideas to breathe kind of outside of the constraints of gameplay has been really liberating, and we're kind of growing and learning, and with any luck becoming better storytellers. So it's just been an incredibly rewarding process to build these things, and like Mike said, we hope you guys will love them as much as we do.
Wow. I know during the day as we're working, Jeff and Chris and the team, we work really closely with them, and I'm always like, the baby Winston shot, is it rendered? Is it done? Where is it? It's right there. Okay, it's done. But for us, it's really exciting to see these heroes really come to life in the cinematics and the stories. I get teary-eyed too, because I know everyone's been talking about this a long time, and it's literally coming to life, and it's really amazing. I'm a big fan of the really dynamic animation in those storyboards as well. I can only imagine, where that's going to go, and just the end product of that as well. And there's always the peanut butter. There's always the peanut butter.
Do you guys have anything else formally we want to talk about, or we want to kick off with we want to open it up?
Let's do it.
Let's open it up.
Do it.
You guys, we imagine, have some questions. We can take some time for Q&A. Make them good. Now's the time. And keep it clean, people. Come on.
Hi, will there be a giant art book for Overwatch with character bios and all this amazing concept art you've shown us?
Did we talk about that yesterday? We're doing essentially a source book that will be in the Overwatch Collector's Edition. Typically with things like WoW, over the years we've done like pretty cool art books, standalone art books. With Overwatch, since it was kind of a new IP, we built this pretty cool book that not only kind of features the characters and calls out some of their items or weapons or tech, gives you a little bit of their background, also looks at some of the environments in the world. So we got a pretty cool book like that coming out with the Collector's Edition.
Hi guys, I'm Brandon. One question I had for you guys is, I know we all love Blizzard. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. So does Blizzard exist in this future universe? I know with the announcement of Diva and stuff, they've talked about StarCraft 2. What if there was like a Blizzard Entertainment map or like a Blizzcon map?
Well,
I'm gonna go there.
Okay.
I'm gonna go there. This is not official in any way. In any way. But we do giggle and may have drawn a couple pictures about an event location called, this is not official, and you'll see why, called Blizneyland. Of course, for very, very obvious reasons, you know, we are unlikely to use a word that sounds like that. But we've toyed with some ideas. We do not have any concrete plans yet, but we just are infinitely tickled by the idea of doing something like kind of featuring some of the other games in an amusement park type thing. Could be really fun. Again, we have no plans to do it, but it is an idea that we get a giggle out of from time to time.
And yeah, I'd say, you know, Overwatch is a game that takes place in our future, and Blizzard definitely exists on that planet, and yeah, I think...
What if it's like the Dark Blizzard? It's like the most insidious faction on Earth. We'll see. It'd be fun to play with.
Goldshire Pictures.
Hello, Belftru for the win on Twitter. And my question, well, actually, I love the diversity of the game in age, race, and gender. Absolutely love it. And I was wondering if any of the characters are gay, to expand on that diversity.
Bill, you want to take that, right?
The answer is yes. Now it's still early. It's still early, and we're still working on how we thread stories and how we build a world. But the answer is yes.
Yeah, you know, we've just started to tell the stories of these heroes, and you know, we have these comics now and shorts, and we want to really tell these stories and give them a chance to breathe. So definitely keep on the lookout.
I'd say the answer is yes a couple times over, and we want things to play out organically and not, I don't know, have data points like that feel contrived or pandering. So stay tuned with the storytelling.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I just want to say...
Whoa there.
I just want to say I love the world that you guys have made, and thank you so much for doing that.
Whoa there.
It's high noon.
Yes,
but
sir.
Anyway,
better get the cover.
It's a wonderful world. Thank you guys so much for doing the animated shorts. It's really good to see more of that. But sometimes it feels like you guys are fitting this big, huge painting on a postage stamp. And so my question is actually for each of you. Given no limitations, unlimited resources, what would you guys do, each one of you, if you could make a full-length movie or campaign? Which character would you pick? And what would you tell us about that character that we haven't seen right now in the game?
Should I go first? That's a good question. I'll say Bastion. I think he's got a lot of Gotta have a lot of character, you know. Actually, he has a really cool story. I can't wait till you guys find out more about him.
I can't wait for Jeff to tell you guys Bastion's story.
I can't wait for that.
Yep, just wait.
There's a story there.
Wow, it's really hard to pick just one hero. I'm sort of torn between Winston and Zenyatta myself. So I would probably, the story would be with,
I'll go with Zenyatta, but Winston would definitely be in there. And sort of their travels and things like that. But I would try to keep it really mysterious and very artistic of a movie, if you will.
It is hard to just pick one, though, right?
It is, yeah.
They're all really cool.
So I'm not just saying that because Hanzo's eyeing me over there, but you know, this is really crystallizing.
Unworthy.
But for me, actually, recently, since we've got Genji out there, you know, Chris and I have been talking a lot about the Hanzo and Genji story. It's actually a story that is one of the first things we ever talked about when we started working together. But I think that there's a tremendously interesting story about those two characters and how sort of their circumstances, the responsibilities of their life, and what was expected of them, how that created each of them into this unique, different character. And then for Genji, he just has so much interesting stuff. He's gone through so much. I think you could tell any number of stories about Genji.
Totally agree. I think Genji gets like twice as interesting once he and his brother, like after their conflict, like after the thing that breaks them apart. If I had unlimited time and an unlimited checkbook to do things with Overwatch, what would I do? I would conquer the world with all of these heroes and all of their stories, and I would win the hearts and minds of generations of fans that will love these characters for 100 years. That is what I would do. Thank you, gentlemen. Awesome, awesome costumes.
Hi there. For my question, specifically about the locations of Overwatch, as you guys progress the story, would it be more along the line of where, as the story progresses, the levels that we have seen so far change, or would it be more along the lines of adding more levels and more locations that expands the lore through that way, almost like a progression?
That's a really good question. I think it's something that we talk about definitely at work, the different options we can do. I know right now we're very focused on, you know, making Overwatch, the current maps and everything as fun and playable as we can. I can say that we are chatting about a whole bunch of different ideas on it. I don't know, Michael, if you want to add something in there as well.
Yeah, you know, one idea that springs to mind, and we haven't done it yet, but we've talked about it, is on the Nimbani map, for example, there is a news ticker, and I think it would be awesome if we could update that to reflect things that are happening in, you know, in the animated shorts, or just stuff we're doing to move the story ahead. So I think that'd be great.
Totally. I also think that, like the way you phrased it, will we create new world locations or modify existing ones? Where our discussion has been going is a little bit of both over time. It'd be fun to come back to existing areas and show a little more, you know, maybe like down the street, kind of, you know, potentially a different map, but the same world locations. Is there a deeper robot city beneath King's Row, right? We didn't quite get there in the map that we built, right? So things like that we'd like to continue to explore, but we've got way more world locations and cool hooks for places than we could possibly have gotten to at this first iteration of the game. So we have both kinds of ideas and hope to explore all of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, so I just wanted to say I'm a huge fan of the game. I got to play it a couple times so far, and I've just had a blast. But the question I had was, you were talking about how different countries, they kind of had their own solution to the crisis besides Overwatch. And you said the Americans had a super soldier program. That's how they made
That's a trademark term, son.
Yes.
We will not be using
that. Sorry. Enhanced human program. And it just seems to me because Tracer's British, but she seems to me like an enhanced human of some kind. I was wondering, like, what did the British do to actually do their side of the war?
Well,
crap. That's a really good question.
I think you're going to have to wait and find out. But I think that specifically, Tracer's abilities are very much central to her. Like, that's Tracer's story. That is not indicative of the overall story of how they dealt with the Omnic crisis. And I think, you know, if we're being honest, there are a lot of these questions that we don't have answers for now. And I think we want to have room for ourselves to be able to, you know, fill out this world as we know more about it, as we discover more about it.
We don't know what the British did.
It might have something to do with the buses, though.
Dope. That's really good. I really, seriously have not ever even asked myself the question. Game design 101. We have no idea what we're doing. Seat of our pants. I'm just kidding. These guys are brilliant. Yeah, no, good question, though. Ouch.
Thank you.
The British will have done something awesome soon.
Hi. So first thing, I just wanted to give a shout out to Rooster Teeth's Extra Life charity event that's going on right now that I would be watching if I wasn't here with all you awesome people. My question is, I guess when I look at this lineup, I see like Teen Titans or the League of Justice, and but a lot of their story seems like they didn't really actually interact with the whole as like a league. So I was wondering if we would see like you know, German and Russian and all of the heroes. How much did they actually interact while Overwatch was active?
Let me try and frame it like this. It's a weird universe to grasp immediately, right? Because it's kind of like this. 30 years ago, there was like the image we showed, there was a strike team called Overwatch, the first team. It's 5 or 6 people. And they did such a good job. The world went like, wow, we want more of that. We trust you guys to protect us. And so that team grew over time. International funding, so they got jump jets and snowmobiles and, you know, I don't know, stuff, hardware, right? They got the European headquarters, you know? And so over time, they conscripted more and more, you know, I don't know, champions from around the world. So I look at it like almost in 3 phases. There's the kind of golden age of Overwatch, where you had Morrison and Reyes and Reinhardt and all them, and then you kind of have the height of Overwatch, which is like 10 to actually, what is the number, Mike?
Yes, you got it.
Yeah, 10 to 6 years ago. Yeah. Is 6 the number? Even shorter than that? 15 years. When did it fall apart? The number is something like 3 years ago, things went really bad. But you kind of have the height of Overwatch, where it's potentially hundreds and hundreds of agents, right, that define this international group. And then you have the now, where it's all scattered. And some of them have gone off to be kind of underground agents. Some of them have retired. Some of them have gone psychopathic, like 76. You'll be fine. Perhaps. And some of them are never coming back. So in these 3 epochs, if you will, you kind of see very different shapes of what Overwatch was. So to answer your question, in different eras, there were kind of different groups of heroes that related differently in each of those sets. This makes no damn sense, does it? Does it make any sense at all? So different characters were in at different times. And when you look at this lineup, there's a bunch of villains in this lineup that were never part of Overwatch. And what's really fun is there's a bunch of new heroes like Zarya, Mei, I can't think fast enough, Diva, Lucio, that are totally new heroes on the global stage that were never part of Overwatch, but were inspired by his tradition. And so our hope is, spoilers, they might get picked up and become like a new Overwatch as things unfold. So it's a multi-generational tapestry of characters and relationships. So I'm sorry that was so complex. It'll feel much better when we get the story done. I over-answered it, huh? Yeah, it was complex.
How's it going? My name is Michael. My question is about the cinematic trailer that you guys showed last year. And the younger brother in the trailer talks about a character named Soundquake.
Chess missiles?
Yes, chess missiles. And so my first thought was maybe it was like a first round of Farah, but is that a character that, like, how are you going to develop that character into the story, and what is his part? So.
You want to take that? I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, you do it. You take it.
All right.
I don't want the question.
And after all that build-up, what I would have to say is, you'll have to wait and see.
It was his question. I screwed up the last one, so that's his mulligan. It's fine. We're still developing characters like Soundquake and things like that. We don't have a core plan for that character yet. But there's other characters that were mentioned in that flick, like Doomfist or whatever, that we're developing the idea of.
Hi, my question was about Junkrat and Warthog's mugshot signs. I noticed they both had a number on there, and I like paying attention to detail, so I was wondering if there's significance to those numbers.
This one's definitely you, Mike.
There.
Was that you, Bill?
Michael?
That's a good question. Probably, yeah. I think it was their booking numbers when they were arrested.
So the question would be, obviously, is there any subtle meaning behind the numbers chosen? There's got to be, right?
Probably,
like
yeah.
Something genius?
I mean, that sounds like the kind of thing that we love to do.
It does. So what is it? What's the story there? What's going on? What'd you come up with?
Well, you know how in Junkrat's story, there's a certain treasure he's looking for. It could have something to do with that.
I will accept that answer. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is how our meetings go usually.
This is how we decide story. We just got found out.
Hi, I love all of your stories for all of your games. And you guys mentioned that you're going to do the short comics. Do you have any plans to work with like any of the bigger comic companies to do multiple series for all your heroes that'll intermesh like the Justice League, Batman, and Superman?
How will I answer that? At this time, we've chosen to go it alone. We've chosen the lonely, heavy path of self-publication. We plan to do as much of it internally as possible. We want to develop these stories. They are going to be baked in our house. It's better for us to be able to kind of go at our own rate. You know, the whole Blizzard thing, it'll be ready when it's done and all that stuff. It doesn't work all that well for other publishers who actually have reasonably timed businesses and have to move product when they have to move product. So it's better for us to go it on our own and do our best. So no plans yet to go with any of the big publishing houses. But I love them. Maybe one day our paths will intersect, but for now, we're going to get this thing done on our own.
Hey, I was wondering, because the original Overwatch trailer included Tracer and Widowmaker, and then the new preview showed them both. Do they have a history together, or is there anything going on that we should know?
You know, that Widow Tracer thing is pretty popular.
The internet.
Widowmaker and Tracer definitely do not get along. I think you see the hints of it from you get the hints of it from just the way they interact with each other. They're sort of I'm getting meaningful looks here.
It just seems like there's something going on there. Jeff, do you have any interesting insight into?
I think we'll have to. I'm going to pull a Michael Chu and say, you'll have to wait and see. You know, I'm sure we've got something great working on that.
Although in that sizzle reel we showed a little earlier, you may have seen couple little tidbits that might give you the impression that question will be answered at some time in the near future. I don't think he liked that at all. I think he's angry.
Hello?
Was that fingers up?
Give it
Oh,
a thumbs
no.
up.
Oh, it's happy fingers. Excellent. For the Alliance.
Question for all four of you. What character do you associate with?
Wow. Wow.
I don't know. That's a tough question. I mean, they all have such great heart, for the most part. So it's hard to pick one. I feel like, your multiple personalities you have in yourself kind of are reflected in all of them in some ways or another. I guess you could simplify that question a little bit and say, who's your favorite, right? And I would say Winston, but I know Billy's going to say Winston, so I'll. You weren't going to say Winston?
No.
All right, I'll say Winston.
All right.
Done.
Who you associate with? I think there's pieces of each hero that I associate with, and there's even some I wish I could associate. Like, I wish I was as smart as Winston. I wish I was as calm as Zenyatta. I wish I could move as fast as Tracer too.
You wish you had a bird like Bastion?
I do. I have one right here.
There you go.
I'd probably say Zenyatta, probably. Yeah.
So obviously Junkrat. But that's mostly obviously.
We knew that all along.
I'd say that.
Don't let Mike have matches at the office either.
But it's mostly because if you had a chance to play him, he has some truly terrible jokes, and that is something that I associate with, and probably was the horrible inspiration for.
I really love Genji. When you guys get a better gist of his story and the tragedy of the brothers Shimada. It's cool, and I love him. I love the kind of creature he is. We got 18 seconds. I want to tell you the story right now. But I identify probably most with 76, the old, tired soldier. Yeah, I love him. And I'm a big fan of redemption stories, so I hope he can pull his act together and lead like he used to lead. So I love him. We got time for one more.
This will be our last question.
Well, do we know why Winston doesn't like his glasses broken?
I'll tell you what, dude, that is a fantastic question. And you're going to see when these shorts finally come out how important those glasses are to him and who gave them to him in the first place. We're not going to tell you now, but that question is going to get answered, and I love that you asked it. Guys, I think that's going to be about it for today. We got to wrap it up. So thank you again for being here. We love you. We hope you love Overwatch. And keep your eyes peeled as the game unfolds. Thank you again for being here. Have a great Blizzcon.
How you guys doing?
Love Blizzcon.
I love you too. You guys gotten a chance to play yet? Yeah. All right. Because with me, I have two very special guests. I have Arnold Sang. He's the assistant art director on Overwatch. This is the guy who drew every single one of those heroes you saw in that lineup. Arnold Sang.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
And we have Jeff Goodman here, who is the lead hero designer. He was also, little trivia for you. Anybody here play World of Warcraft? This is the guy who made Onyxia, Cthulhu, Nefarian, the Lich King, every one of those raid.
You gotta like one of them.
If you ever wondered if Onyxia's deep breath had changed, ask Jeff. Right. He was the guy.
Put a little random thing and it changes every time.
All right, so we have a lot of stuff to cover with you guys. We're going to give you a quick update on how the beta is going. We're going to talk about the big console announcement. we're going to run through the new map, Hollywood, that we talked about today. And probably what everybody's the most excited about is to hear about the new heroes. So the beta, let's talk about that. So we pulled these stats as of Tuesday, which was a week of the beta running. We started October 27th. We didn't want to make the PowerPoint too close to the date of the panel here. So as of Tuesday, we had 82,000 matches played. So this was already, as of yesterday, over 130,000 or something like that. So the people in the beta are playing a ton. We're learning a ton from it. We're looking at our matchmaker. We're gauging our servers. And we're also seeing a lot of balance changes that we want to do in the future. And Jeff will talk a little bit about some of that stuff, maybe during the Q&A. So the average match length, did I scare you with the balance changes? It's perfectly balanced. We have an announcement. It didn't leak on Reddit. The game is perfectly balanced.
That's right. I can leave then. We're done here.
Everybody please tweet that right now. Okay, average match length. Who has a guess? Close. 4 minutes, 10 and a half. Average match length, 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Okay. There's your important statistic of the day to remember. Okay. Who do you think is the most played hero in Overwatch?
Hey, Reaper, Tracer.
Reaper. I'm hearing a lot of Reaper.
Yeah, Reaper as well.
You, unfortunately, are incorrect. It is Pharah.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of
perfectly balanced, so it's all right.
Yeah, I think it's all the old school Tribes and Quake 3 players out
good
there.
Good level rocket launcher.
That's definitely my most played hero. He's awesome.
Yeah, Pharah's pretty good. Okay, who do you think you should have on your team if you want your team to have the best chance of winning?
Bastion.
I'm hearing
Mercy and Bastion is what I'm hearing.
Those are the two I hear.
Okay, this one's a sleeper. Symmetra.
Bam.
Insanely powerful. And it's not because of the teleporter, it's those shields. Those shields are really, really good.
She's very strong.
Yeah, so we're learning a lot from the beta. We're gathering tons of data and statistics. We'll try to share more of that stuff with you guys as it progresses. But let's talk about console a little bit. That was a huge announcement. How many of you guys are Xbox One and PlayStation 4 players?
All right.
We're really excited to bring this game to consoles. We felt like with Reaper of Souls, we learned what enthusiasm there was behind playing Blizzard games on console. I mean, Blizzard games started on console after all. So it's going to be really great. We feel like we're going to speak to a large audience. I wanted to answer a few things about console for people. One, when we started to make Overwatch, a lot of people asked, like, oh, you decided to port the game to console at some point. That was never the case. When we started to develop Overwatch, it was our goal from day one to have this game playable on console. It was kind of a dream of ours. And in a weird way, designing the game so it felt great on a console controller almost put like this enforced design elegance on us. Like, you really thought about how many buttons are we going to add and what is the control scheme going to be for this sort of thing. So we had a little funny snafu that happened in the beta. It was a little bit controversial where people were wondering, why is there aim assist on the gamepad controller? And if you notice, we turned it off right away. We're like, oops, our bad. And it was really funny that nobody went, wait a second, this thing's probably coming to console. That's why it was there. The other thing about console that we think is going to be really amazing is we're going to do full integration with Xbox Live and PlayStation Network. You guys will be able to play this game in the comforts of your living room. And just to sort of preempt a question that I know is out there, console players and PC players are not going to play against one another. They're their own separate ecosystems. So, PC players will only play with PC players, Xbox One players will only play against Xbox One players, and PlayStation 4 players will only play against PlayStation 4 players. So that's the way console is going to work. Hollywood, the new map that we introduced. So I think this one was a curveball for a lot of people. We started sending that teaser out. We sent a teaser out of that space movie poster. And a lot of people wonder, well, why Hollywood? The truth is, we feel like there's a fantasy behind locations, whether you've been there or not, that really defines Overwatch. We want the real world to be the setting for our game, but we want it to be the Blizzardized version of the real world. So what that pretty much means is our version of Hollywood is one in which you won't get shanked. No, I'm just... so, that's only funny for people from California. Right. From everybody else in the world, they're like, yeah, Hollywood looks beautiful, it's gorgeous. But there's a real fantasy behind sort of going through Hollywood, and I think a lot of us harken back to Hollywood of yesteryear and how cool it was. So the map starts off, you're on the streets of Hollywood, Hollywood Boulevard. There's a lot of fun stars to look at on the ground. Then you make your way to Goldshire Studios. It was the one studio name that we were able to find where we weren't going to get sued for using it. So,
or argue about
or at least
forever.
maybe the WoW team is going to sue us for it. But so you go to Goldshire Studios. Obviously, you've got somewhat of a choke point here. We've found players in the beta evolving. Like early on, there's a lot of feedback. Like chokes are impossible. I don't know why you have them. Well, guess what? Pharah can just fly over it, and Tracer can blink 30 meters through it. So trying to play the map like it's DE Dust is probably not the best idea. Just pro tip. I'm no pro gamer, but anyway, so after you get through the studio, you go to the Hollywood backlot portion of it. And this is really fun if you've ever been on a Hollywood studio backlot. You know, they're all facaded. From a gameplay standpoint, there's a lot of cool overhangs and balconies. So when you play Reaper on this map, you take totally different routes through the map. You kind of stick to the interiors under the overhangs, but someone like Pharah or Widowmaker is spending most of their time on the rooftops. So it's a really fun gameplay style. Personally, I only play McCree when my team is in the backlot area. And I pretty much role play it the whole time. But
it is ragdoll, falls over the railing. It's like
yeah, that's like the opposite of the pro tip. Like the best way to play Overwatch is just role play the whole time. I do that with Hanzo a lot. So then afterwards, you make your way into the soundstage where they happen to be filming almost this retro space movie that we think is really cool. There's somewhat of an Easter egg in this screenshot. Our favorite film director of all time is, we've called out a little call out to him. So on the back of that director's chair is Jeff Chamberlain, the guy who directed the announcement cinematic that we showed last year at BlizzCon, in case you were wondering. And then finally, you make your way, the final point, what you're doing in this map is you're escorting a payload, and that payload is a famous Omnic director who has a heavy price on his head, because Omnic-human relations are very strained in the world of Overwatch. And this director's name is Halfred Glitchbot. For a while, we explored using names like Robot Downey Jr. And then there was Robot De Niro. We really weren't creative. Yeah, Robot Redford and all that. So in our efforts to stay legally cool with everybody, right? We have Halfred Glitchbot, and you get him to the end here, and it's a lot of fun. The trailer's got another Easter egg on it. It's Tyrael is the brand there. You also see cameras in the map that are Kilrog brands. So we thought Hollywood was a really fun map. We hope you guys have as much fun with it as we do. We want there to be a big variance in Overwatch locations. So you have very serious locations like Watchpoint Gibraltar, but then some fun locations, lighthearted, like the arcade in Hanamura, where you can smash arcade machines while you wait for the match to start, or Hollywood itself. But what you're probably the most excited to hear about is the 3 new heroes. So there's nobody better to talk about these than the 2 gentlemen on my left. Arnold, Jeff, why don't you walk us through them?
Thanks, Jeff. So the first hero we want to talk about is Mei. Now, if you guys remember from the opening, the cinematic of Overwatch last year, Overwatch is about soldiers, scientists, adventurers, oddities. Now, we have a lot of soldiers in Overwatch. We even have a guy called Soldier 76. We got, Cowboy McCree. We got all these badass heroes. We needed more scientists and adventurers. That's where May comes in. She'd probably fit right in with the League of Explorers. So May is a peerless climatologist. She works as a scientist for Overwatch. And in addition to saving the world from the Omnic crisis and all these other military threats, Overwatch is also looking at other threats that might threaten humanity, such as environmental threats. So to do that, they've set up all these eco-watch points throughout the globe. So May was stationed with a team at Eco-Watch Point Antarctica. And they were doing research there on the South Pole, all that stuff. And when there was a polar ice storm that cut them off from the rest of humanity, they lost communication with Overwatch. They were stranded, running out of supplies. So what May did, being the brilliant scientist that she is, she took all their equipment and rigged up this cryostasis chamber and put everybody in cryostasis to wait for rescue. The thing is, nobody came to rescue them. Years passed. Overwatch was disbanded. The Omnic crisis was over, and the world changed around her. And one day, May was eventually discovered. But she realized that her crew, she was the only survivor, and the world had changed around her. All the eco-watch points had been shut down, and now she basically travels the world, going to all of these eco-watch points, trying to turn them back on, trying to collect the data, and try to fight all the different threats that might threaten our planet. So a little bit about how we came to this design. One of the things we always wanted to do with Overwatch was introduce the mechanic of ice and freezing people. We thought that was so cool. Just freezing people, making them slow down, making ice walls, and she does all of that stuff. Shoots icicles at you. I mean, Jeff will talk more about that later. So to do that, we really wanted a silhouette that captured somebody that plays with ice and is from somewhere really cold. So you see a lot of cool, badass poses in the Overwatch lineup, so we really wanted something that stood out. We gave her a big poofy jacket with a big parka hood, and then we gave her this big ice cannon. But then we realized, looking back, she looked a lot like another hero in the lineup, Zarya. She also had a big two-handed white-colored cannon, big poofy pants and boots. So we went back to the drawing board, we explored a little bit, and did a couple sketches. And we did a sketch where she was just kind of casually hanging out, and we gave her glasses just for fun. And the team really loved it. We really resonated with the team, and we really felt it was a really adorable way to portray this brilliant scientist out to save the world. So we rolled with that, and that evolved our design to what you see in the final concept here. And she also has you can kind of see it over her shoulder there. She's got a little drone called Snowball, which follows her around in her adventures. I mean, she basically travels alone to all these eco-watch points, gets pretty lonely, so her little buddy kind of just travels with her, and he's also like this weather manipulation bot. But all that gameplay stuff, Jeff's going to get into it. He's way more suitable to talk about that stuff, so I'll let Jeff take it from here.
Sure. Yeah, so let's talk about May's gameplay. She was super interesting to make. As Arden said, we kind of came at her from this perspective of we're looking at our whole roster, and you have characters like Widowmaker. She's like this ruthless assassin, and then we have Soldier 76, a hardened soldier, and like we don't really have anybody who's sort of like almost in a way doesn't belong, but she's there, and she's like, I'm here. It was an interesting challenge to incorporate that into the gameplay as well. And it actually opened up a lot of opportunities for us because she plays very different than pretty much every other hero we have so far. And that she's actually really hard to kill. She doesn't dish out a ton of damage, but she really assists and sets up her team for like these amazing team moves. And so getting right into it right here, her gun is called the Endothermic Blaster. It's like that one-handed gun she has right there. It sprays this sort of freezing liquid. It's kind of on the canister on her back. It comes from there. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but if you can hold it on people for long enough, they get like progressively slower and slower, and then they eventually just freeze, and then they're stunned for a little while. And again, she doesn't do that much damage, but that freeze effect is amazing to set up your team, or if they're low or something, you can finish them pretty easily. It also has an alternate fire. If you press the alternate fire, she like freezes a little icicle inside the gun and shoots that off like a shard of ice. It's really accurate. It's a little hard to aim because you have to like set it up. You click it and it does a little bit of delay before it fires, but people are getting really good at it already. I could tell. Her first ability is Ice Wall, which you guys hopefully saw on the opening ceremony trailer. It's amazing. It's super fun to play with. It literally creates a wall. It's like part of the level almost. I mean, it blocks line of sight and projectiles and movement collision. It's everything. It's just, people can climb on it. Hanzo and Lucio can like skate along it. It's just really fun. It also is kind of flat on the top, so you can build it under yourself or under teammates and lift them up, which is like sounds like kind of a neat trick, maybe not useful, but we found like just getting a Bastion to a spot where he can't normally get to is like super surprised to see enemy team. Like, how did he get up there? What is that? So it just opens up a whole lot of opportunities for a team. It's really fun. Second ability is called Cryo Freeze. For those of you guys, sounds like a lot of you played WoW. You know about a Frost Mage, but a little spell called Ice Block. It's very similar to that. It's basically Ice Block. She can save herself instantly from danger, and she creates this sort of solid block around her, and that block will block projectiles, and same thing as her wall. You know, Reinhardt charges you, and you hit it, it'll actually impact you and stop, so he won't like go through you and hit your team or whatever, so it's actually a good way to jump in front of him and stop him for your team. Her ultimate is called Blizzard, because it wouldn't be a Blizzard game if we don't have an ability called Blizzard in it, apparently. She throws her robot Snowball off, and cute little robot makes so much noises, goes up in the air and starts spraying. Very similar sort of attack that her primary fire does, but it sprays in a large area and starts freezing everybody. And it's kind of the same effect as her primary fire. They get progressively slower, and it also stacks with her primary fire. So if you get in there while your ult's going off, you can kind of freeze them extra fast with your gun and set everybody up. It's an amazing team play move. The stun lasts quite a while if you can get everyone in there, and then you can have any of your team go in there and clean up. We have a bunch of videos that we've made to show off a lot of the gameplay for all of our heroes, so no better way to show it than show these videos. I'll show it here.
Don't move. Going up. 冻住，不许走。You were asking for it. This will stop them. Don't you, 不许走。Sorry about that.
At least she's sorry.
I know. She apologized.
So that was May, and again, you can see these videos on YouTube, and they're running at the Overwatch booth as well. So the second hero we like to talk about is D.Va. So D.Va is an ex-pro gamer who now pilots this awesome mech in defense of her homeland. So with the Omnic crisis, there was a lot of different manifestations around the world. You know, in Russia, they got attacked by all these Bastion units and spider tanks. But over on the Pacific side of things, it manifested in a different way. There was, out in the South China Sea, under the water, there was this Omnium, this factory where they create Omnics. But instead of creating a horde of Omnics, there was a giant Omnic that came out and attacked the Korean peninsula. So what the Korean army did was they formed a group called MECA, which stands for Mobile Exo Squad of the Korean Army. And what they did was they had all these drones that defended the city against this giant Omnic. But this Omnic would go back into the ocean and come back every now and then, evolved and learning from what he encountered last time. So he would upgrade himself and eventually disrupted the transmission of the drones and turned them against the Korean army. So what they did was they developed these piloted mechs. And these things, they're like lightweight and they're really agile, so they can maneuver around the skyscrapers of the cities while defending against this giant Omnic. And because they have pilots, they're able to withstand any jamming from the Omnic technology. And who better for the pilots than to go to the country's most top elite gamers, like Diva herself. So Diva is a pro gamer. She's multiple-time world champion at StarCraft, all different kind of games. Everything that she plays, she's basically a
StarCraft 6.
StarCraft 6.
That's right.
So she plays to win. She gets in the mech, and it's basically like a game to her. She's just really competitive, and she's out there to take out all the Omnics. So one of the things when we first started developing Overwatch, and we have hero ideation meetings, and one of the types of heroes we always talked about was, oh, it'd be cool to have a hero that jumps in a mech and comes back out. And just having a mech hero in the game is something that everybody really wanted to do. So we did a lot of sketches, and the first one that really spoke to the team was this little girl in a little pink mech. We thought it was really cute, but then once we started visualizing her in the game, it felt a little weird for the little girl to be running around the battlefield. So we evolved it a little bit. We went back, we iterated, and as you can see in number 2, somebody had hooked this awesome idea of what if she's a pro gamer, and what if she kind of streams while she's in the battlefield taking down Omnics. And that was such an awesome idea. So we iterated the design, made it a little bit chunkier, put all these sponsor logos on it, and we thought we really had something cool. So we kind of distilled it. We made the mech even more big and chunky. As you can see in number 3, we really wanted you to have that feeling of piloting this super heavy mech, these big cannons. And then one day, after this design went, everybody was super happy with it, like the feeling of it. Jeff comes to my desk and he's like, that super huge heavy mech that we designed?
That everyone's happy with?
That everybody's happy with. We want to make her fly.
Right.
So I was like, okay, this isn't really, she looks so heavy and so grounded that it felt kind of weird just putting rocket boosters on her. So we went back to the drawing board. As you can see, number 4, there's another iteration. She started getting really, really big. And one of the interesting challenges of designing her was it's almost like you take one of the biggest heroes in our game, like Reinhardt or Roadhog, and you put Tracer inside them. And how can we have that fit and still work within the scale of the game? So that was a really interesting challenge. But we ended up with number 5, you can see on the right there, the final design, which I think is really cool. We added her little cockpit bubble, which is actually has gameplay implications, like it's her crit spot. It's like getting a headshot. But anyway, I think Jeff's going to go over some more of her abilities.
Absolutely. So as Arn said, this is a character we've been wanting to make for a long time, and we iterated on it for a while. The big thing was we wanted a character who isn't just like a big mech and she's in it and then that's it, she dies and she just flies away or something, or maybe she dies. We really wanted to create this character that can exist both in the mech and out of the mech, which was a pretty tricky design, but it was pretty fun to work on. So that is actually her passive. It's not technically listed here, but she kind of has this passive ability when she's inside the mech. If the mech ever takes critical damage, essentially if it dies, instead of you dying, you actually eject out the back and you're like a different hero, essentially. You get to play as the pilot. The pilot doesn't have any abilities, just it has her a light gun that she can shoot and try to build up her mech back again. But the majority of your time is spending in the mech itself, and the mech's weapon are called fusion cannons. It's kind of the guns you can see right under cockpit there. They're super rapid fire, essentially kind of shotgun. They fire like a blast, a cone attack. They fire really fast, and they do a ton of damage. The big downside to them is they slow you significantly while you're firing them. So if you sort of jump in there and you start shooting people, and everyone sort of scatters, and it's kind of hard to chase them down. But as a tank, if she's a tank role, it's sort of your job to create that space. You get in there and you carve out a space for your team, or you push people back so your team can get in. Her first ability is called boosters, as Arn mentioned. That was the ability we came up with to work well with her cannons. So yeah, the boosters on a very low cooldown, they allow her to fly in a similar way, almost like Reinhardt can charge. It's like she charges, but you can actually aim quite a bit. You can turn freely, and also you can just fly up in the air. So you can fly completely freely, but you are forced forward. But it allows you to like get in close and start unloading your guns and kind of making everyone run away from you. And the cooldown's short enough where then you can just chase after them, and then like you just keep pushing people away. She's great at creating that space. She also has an ability called Defense Matrix, which is super great team play move. It also protects her significantly. She basically projects this sort of area, really large area in front of her. You can kind of see it in the picture there. And any projectiles, enemy projectiles that enter that area, she immediately shoots out of the sky. And there's no like limit on it or whatever. It's really amazing when you see like a Pharah jump up there and ult, and she's shooting all her tiny little rockets down, and you're just like, nope, and it's just like shoot them out of the sky. It's amazing. It works. So yeah, it works on the ultimates and everything. It's really insane. You can also use it to like cover allies, which is super fun. Like if you have, a Reaper who's running there and Death Blossom, you can just put it right on him, and you know that you're going to shoot everything down that's trying to take care of him. So it's really amazing for that. Her ultimate's called Self-Destruct. It's sort of another way she can exit the mech. You hit the button and you immediately eject out of the mech, and it starts a timer, and there's a 5-second countdown on it. It's a really loud effect, and you hear a sound and a warning, and everyone has to scatter because after 5 seconds it explodes, and the biggest explosion our game has right now, basically. Huge area. Don't try to run out of the range of this thing, let me tell you. If you fight it, just get out of line of sight if you can, or try to use a May wall or something like that to block it. So this is D.Va herself. Like I mentioned, she only has the light gun. She doesn't have any abilities, but she does have the ability as an ultimate to call the mech back if she can live long enough and do some damage. It's very cheap cost ult, so you can get it pretty easily. If the opponent kills you and you can get back and hide, it's kind of their job to try to hunt you down so you can't get back in and come right back at them. So we'll show you guys what this looks like.
I play to win.
Justice reigns from above. Defense matrix activated. Nerf this. Suiting up. Game on. Time to raise my APM. Nerf this. Suiting up.
Yeah, she did say nerf this. You heard that, right?
Yeah. Raising her APM, right?
We're gonna regret that one.
That's true. I'm gonna regret that one.
So that's it, right? That's all the heroes? Right?
Oh yeah, I think was there one more? I don't remember.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So everybody's favorite robot ninja, Genji. We're super excited, and it was really interesting to see everybody's kind of speculation after we kind of showed Genji on the poster last year about all his abilities and stuff like that. So we're going to shed some light on that today. So Genji, as you guys saw in the gameplay trailer from the opening ceremony, is Hanzo's brother. So Hanzo and Genji are both from the Shimada clan, which is basically this ancient ninja clan who is now in the modern day more like a Yakuza gang. They run guns and drugs and all that stuff. And Hanzo was in line to become the successor to leader. Their father is a leader of the Shimada clan, and Genji was a younger brother. But instead, Genji was more like just this playboy. He didn't really care about the family business. He would just go out and squander the family fortune and go party and have fun. And he didn't really care about everything that Hanzo had to endure, which was take on the family business. So when their father died, the elders of the Shimada clan went to Hanzo and said, Hey Hanzo, you got to get your brother in line. He's a huge liability to the family. He's out there causing all kinds of trouble. So basically, Hanzo confronts Genji, and they have this epic battle. And Hanzo basically delivers a fatal blow to Genji and leaves him for dead. Hanzo leaves the Shimada clan, and at that point, Genji's just there at the brink of death when Overwatch finds him. Dr. Angela Ziegler, also known as Mercy, resuscitates him, and they give him a cybernetic body. So Overwatch has been keeping tabs on the Shimada clan for a long time, and they needed that one key thing to take down the clan, and that's where Genji comes in. They wanted Genji in exchange for giving him his new body to help them dismantle the Shimada clan, take him out for good. So at this time, Genji's, he just got a new body. He just had this epic battle with his brother. He's a pretty torn dude. So he's basically this crazy secret weapon that Overwatch just sends in. They take out the Shimada clan, and Genji's mission is over. He basically leaves Overwatch in search, trying to search for his meaning to his new existence. And his journey leads him to Zenyatta. Under Zenyatta's tutelage, he finally becomes one with his dual existence, his cybernetic side and his ninja human side. And now he's basically an adventurer. He roams the earth, having different adventures with members of Overwatch. So a little bit about how we got to Genji. I'm personally like ninjas and samurais and cyber ninjas. They're like my favorite thing to draw. So for Overwatch, the very beginning, we did so many different sketches of, we got to get the cyber ninja in the game, right? So the one that we ended up with that everybody liked was the one on the left you see there. It was the original Hanzo concept. We called him Hanzo at the time. And we did all these different sketches of different ninja abilities and weapons, like the bow, the katana, shuriken, and like different hooks and chains and all kinds of stuff. And we wanted to cram it all into this one ninja. But one of our design philosophies was we wanted to keep the design focused and have all the essential elements boiled down for that one character. So having all these different weapons didn't really kind of gel together into one hero. So one day, someone was like, why don't we make 2 ninjas? I'm like, yes, more ninjas, the more ninjas better. You can't have
too many ninjas.
Can't have too many ninjas.
That's the rule. So
I still remember in the room with Chris Metzen and the guys, and we're like, we came up with this awesome story about these 2 brothers, their fates intertwined, one with a sword, one with a bow. Hanzo, he's actually a master swordsman, probably even better than Genji. But after delivering that final blow to his brother, he puts down the sword for good, and he picks up the bow. And then, Jeff came with the design team came with these awesome bow ideas for Hanzo's storm bow. Whereas Genji, we gave him the sword, but that proved to have some different challenges that Jeff will get into. So without further ado, Jeff will talk a bit about Genji's abilities.
Yeah. So as Arn said, and as he was originally drawn, you guys saw him in the lineup, you didn't see shurikens, even his weapon is shurikens, but you didn't see them in his hand. Because original concept was very simple. It was this guy with a sword, and it's just really scary. He gets up on you and cuts you up. Turns out that's not very easy to design. It's very difficult. It's hard to make a character like that can have a sword like that as a primary weapon, but is also fun for both sides and feels fair to both sides. So then we suddenly had this realization, like, well, what if we just made it his ultimate, and then we can really make it the amazing thing we want it to make? And it's allowed to be frustrating because it's his ultimate, right? That's how it works. So we really got to put all the power into it there. So his ultimate, as you see at the bottom, I guess starting from the bottom, is he pulls out the sword, and it just does a ton of damage. He doesn't get it for, I think he has like 10 seconds right now, so you get it for a decent amount of time, but he can't have it forever. But he just carves everybody up. It's really scary. When you hear him pull that out, everyone's just like, oh my God, panic mode. He normally runs around with a kind of a shuriken setup. He has a shuriken sort of dispenser in his arm because his arms are actually all, he's full cybernetic body and everything, so they're actually like inside of his arm. So he's a really cool animation where she pulls him out and he's holding 3. And he normally throws them with the left click as the primary fire. He throws them kind of a burst fire, one after another, really fast. They're perfectly accurate, so if you're really good at sniping with these things and are good at leading people, they're really, really deadly. He's an alternate fire where you can instead just throw them all at once, kind of in a fan pattern. It's good for if somebody's really low health, you just want to take them out, or there's a couple targets you want to hit, or big targets in front of you, you can hit them with all 3. It's really strong. His first ability is called Swift Strike. He dashes forward. He has a small blade on his lower back, you can see there. He pulls that out and slashes with it. Everybody he goes through takes damage over time, continuously. And it also allows you to go any direction you're looking, including up. So unlike Tracer, he can jump up on top of buildings or anywhere. You can jump up and slash a Pharah out of the sky or something. That's really amazing for that. It also has a very interesting property where if you ever get an elimination of any kind, it resets the cooldown on it. So you can go on these tears where you just get on a roll and it's like, I'm unstoppable, especially when you have the sword. It's amazing. He has a second ability called Deflect. Hopefully you guys saw from the opening ceremonies in that trailer. Was amazing. That ability, he has it for a couple seconds, he pulls up his blade, and any enemy projectiles that hit you are instead redirected as your projectiles to your cursor where you're looking. So it's amazing that you get a bunch of people shoot at you and you just kind of focus on one person and deflect everything to that one person. It's super fun. It works on ultimates. We've had times where Azaria comes up with ults and the guy swift strikes and deflects it back at her team. It's just the possibilities are so fun with this thing. He also has a couple passives. He can wall climb, much like his brother Hanzo. He also has a double jump. He does like an extra flip out of the air, so he's really mobile in that way, especially if he can get on those kill streaks like I mentioned with Swift Strike. So without further ado, let's see what it looks like in game.
身を捨てても妙理は捨てず 水のように流れ 上等だ 俺は勝つな
If you guys get a chance to play, let me tell you, if you have a Widowmaker sniping on the enemy team, you get deflect a snipe shot right back to their head. It's the most satisfying thing you can do in the game.
Yeah, feels so good.
So good.
Farrah Rocket Barrage is up there.
Poor Farrah, she always gets picked on with a Rocket Barrage.
I also like when the enemy team has a Bastion.
Oh, yeah.
You got somebody just going nuts. And I don't like to aim back at the Bastion. I like to aim at one of his teammates.
Totally.
And Bastion will just feed into the Genji and just kill some poor teammate. Stop shooting. That's all you have to do. You guys like the new heroes? Awesome. We had a ton of fun making them. I really hope that everybody here gets a chance to play them. We'd love feedback on them as well. So anytime you see everybody working the Overwatch booth as a Blizzard employee. Give them your thoughts. These are brand new heroes. We need feedback on them. They really changed the way the game is played. We're excited to see the game evolve a little bit. Like D.Va, for example, and Genji are both tremendous counters to Widowmaker. So if you're concerned, like, oh, sniping is really strong in the game right now, D.Va with her defense barrier ability and her ability to just boost up. Yeah.
You can use both at the same time. So you just fly right at her with that up when she's like, okay, I don't know.
Can't you actually, like, push people too?
Worst case, just send up the thing and blow it up with the ult. Take that Widowmaker out. But we'd love to hear what you guys have to say about these. Before we get into Q&A, and we want to leave as much time as possible for Q&A, there is a panel tomorrow called The World of Overwatch. No, we're not announcing an MMO.
Maybe we should have named that something else.
No, that's what we didn't name the panel. It's called The World of Overwatch. It's going to feature Chris Metzen, Michael Chu, and Bill Petras. And there's a lot of awesome stuff. So if you guys care about story and lore, tomorrow morning, I think it's at 11:30 a.m. right here on this stage. That is the panel for you. There's also going to be some really cool announcements and never before seen stuff. So I highly recommend, if you're a story person, coming to that panel tomorrow. Now, we're happy to take questions. We'll answer as many as we can in the time we have remaining. We'd love to hear your guys' thoughts. You're all supposed to just shout them out at the same time. No, I think there's a microphone over there.
Okay, what's your first?
More Genji?
Beta keys. Oh. I thought you said manatees. I'm like, and then instantly my mind is racing. Like, I think Arn could come up with a manatee character.
That's right. Oddities.
We have a Winston. He's from the moon.
Right. Manator, his friend.
All right, are we ready with questions?
Oh, yeah, okay. Hi, I am happy you guys announced the console versions of the game, but there's no Mac version announced right now. I wanted to know if you were going to make one, and if you're not, why not?
It's a great question. As you know, Blizzard has supported Macs in the past, and we've always had a rich history of that. Currently, with the technology behind Macs and the way Overwatch runs, it's just too challenging for us at this point to support it. And our focus right now is entirely on PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4.
Hey guys, thanks for making the game, first of all. Quick question. Have you thought about adding different modes into the game where you could lock it down so you couldn't switch a character, or maybe 3 or 4 times, or not at all, different modes?
I mean, we're experimenting with new modes all the time, and we have a bunch of internal stuff we play with. Some is very hit or miss. With our hero lineup, it can be pretty tricky to do new modes. I mean, we've tried a lot of classic modes. You guys have probably seen a lot of other games like Capture the Flag, but it's been, that one in particular, and as examples, been really tricky because, like, was Tracer allowed to carry the flag? That seems kind of insane. Like, can she blink? Maybe she can't blink, but then that seems weird. Like, so it's stuff like that. I mean, so we're looking at other modes possibly in the future. I mean, we plan on supporting the game as long as people are playing it. So we'll definitely have more surprises down the line.
Hello. My question is, because the game is made for consoles and controllers, are you going to have a company make a controller that works for PC?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can use a controller, a gamepad right now on PC. Actually, right now in the beta, it's fully supported, and there's full Rumble support and everything in there. So it's.
I was kind of hoping for maybe a specific one for just the game.
Oh, I don't know.
It's a cool idea.
Yeah,
it's a cool idea.
Great idea. We would love.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'd buy one.
Hello. Most characters have like their utility ability on E and their movement ability on shift. Like Junkrat, he puts down his mind and moves. Reinhardt, he charges on shift. But you guys flip that for Mei, where like the wall that actually moves people is on E, but her invincibility, her ice block is on shift. Are you guys planning on maybe keeping the status quo, or are you guys flipping it up a bit?
I think, yeah, I mean, she doesn't have a movement ability per se. I mean, I guess her shift makes her not able to move. Maybe that's a movement ability. I guess in the same way that Bastion's shift is his movement ability in that he kind of locks himself down. So that's kind of where the parallel was drawn, I think. But yeah, I mean, if that's great feedback, and if we get that kind of stuff often, in the past we've actually swapped a few buttons around. I don't remember which ones. Jeff has actually pushed me. It was Roadhog, right? Yep. Yeah, Roadhog it used to be the other way around, and Jeff was just like, "You must switch every day. You got to change this. All right."
Well, I kept trying to hook people, and then he'd just start huffing the thing. Not good.
So there's still possibility, but that's great feedback.
One other thing a question that comes up a lot about the way that the keys are bound, you can totally rebind your keys.
Absolutely.
And then a feature that we want to add that has been requested a ton is eventually, I don't know exactly when we're going to get to it, but eventually we're going to add a per hero key binding.
Yeah.
So you can switch your keys around. Like if you just want, Tracer's shift to be her E, you could just switch it for Tracer's.
We also want to add per hero options to that as well. So you can have, because I know a lot of people have trouble playing Widow because they're used to toggle zoom instead of hold zoom. So we'll have that kind of option as well.
Hi, I've been playing the game at home, and for all the people who are watching at home, what you announced earlier today about buying the game and getting the heroes, I just wanted to confirm is that if you buy the retail release, do you get all the heroes now and forthcoming, or do you have to buy all the heroes after the 21 that you get?
Well, right now there are only 21 heroes in Overwatch, and you get them all. And that's all we're focused on right now. We're really focused on the remaining content and features that we want to add for our spring launch. And at this time, we feel like the 21 heroes is really robust. The game plays really well. It's sort of a future decision for us of whether or not Overwatch supports more heroes, and if so, in what way, shape, or form will those be introduced to the players? We want to see the game, not only in beta, but in launch, be healthy and not be overwhelming to people first before we even cross that bridge of what new heroes are coming down the line.
Yeah, hi. Just a follow-up to that question. I love the design of the characters. Almost every character feels unique. Every situation is different. You can switch between them. What goes into that design? Do you guys look to put in characters that can bring a new element to the genre or the games? So what is the initial design behind that?
Well, from a design perspective, absolutely. We're trying to create new design space and design opportunities for the gameplay side as well. But I mean, the concept guys are half the time they're just drawing awesome stuff, and we're just looking at it like, that's amazing. We got to put that in somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the ideas really come from anywhere. Sometimes these guys have a cool idea. Sometimes we have a cool idea. So whatever is popular and whatever the team is really loving is what we kind of push up to the surface.
Plus ninjas.
And
more ninjas.
3 ninjas?
Oh. Could it be done? They said it couldn't be done.
Sort of a follow-up question to that one. Were there any elements, either aesthetically or gameplay-wise, that you guys played around with but weren't really able to make work?
Oh man, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of almost the mantra of our studio. I mean, we're all about iteration. We try so many things. I mean, you guys have already seen, last year we announced, and Bastion had one ult, and even now he's got a different ult, and that was just one thing that you guys have seen. But what you didn't see is in between those two, he had like 5 other ults that we tried. Yeah. He was throwing grenades up in there one time. He was literally flying around at one point. It was
shooting
insane.
walls.
Yeah. Walls. He was a little crazy, but yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, Genji's katana too. Having the katana on primary was fascinating because we would do a play test and he would just murder everybody with it.
Genji's like, this feels great, I love it.
Yeah, and only the person who played Genji was like, it's the best thing ever, and everybody else would complain. So we would retune it, and then I remember having it tuned to these points where it was like, you're hacking on people, right. And it's like a couple seconds later, you're like, I think Genji needs a break and stretch a little bit, and then he's going to hack on people before they die. So That was another one where we just had to scrap it.
Yeah, at one point I think he even like hung onto the wall and stuff, and then you see these Genjis just hanging out up there, and then they kind of drop on you and start slashing at you, shoot them in the face.
That was fun.
Hello, my name is Belf Druid for the win on Twitter, and I was wondering how modder friendly will this game be? Like, say, if I want to make custom skins, custom gameplay, custom maps, would I be allowed to do that, or is it just you play like this?
So Blizzard's studio philosophy, I think if you look back in the history of Blizzard, we support modding wholeheartedly. We're very big believers in it. You know, World of Warcraft had its customizable user interface, and we saw some incredible creations come from that. Dota would not exist if it were not for Warcraft 3's moddable map system, which we thought was fantastic, and they've added that to StarCraft 2 as well. So philosophically, we are absolutely believers in modding, and we would like to figure out how to get more of that happening with Overwatch. Right now, our focus is on our spring launch, and I do not think we'll be able to have a lot of modability to the game by the time we launch. But it is a value for us to keep pursuing it. A big question is, how do we make our tools and our code accessible to people and really nice and sort of a good player-facing version of our tools. So it's something that we would like to explore, probably not by launch, but we're going to be supporting this game for a long time, and we absolutely believe in modding.
Hey, just before I ask my question, I'm not a gamer. I'm a Blizzard gamer, and that's 1,000% because you supported Max from day one, so just that's important. So, I'm curious, as you diversify above 21 heroes, like in WoW, kind of one thing that happened is that like people started saying, oh, there's sort of like this homogenization of roles and abilities, and like, is a Destro lock that different from a Fire Mage? And like, as you expand that cast, how do you continue to keep each character unique?
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, like, we feel pretty good about the 21 heroes right now. I feel like we're at one of our limits where 21 feels fantastic. They feel very unique and very diverse. There's also the read of the game. If you're like a new player coming into it, just do you know what's going on? Do you know what the other guy's doing on the other end of the barrel down there? So at this point, we're pretty committed to 21. And we haven't thought much beyond that, but we have explored, you know, what might exist with new heroes. When like last year we had 12 and we added 9 over the course of the year. So you can speak to like what adding those extra 9 was like.
Sure. I mean, like I just answered in the last question, we're trying stuff all the time, and a lot of stuff doesn't work, and so we are trying new stuff and throwing stuff out all the time. But there's a lot of times we'll have a really cool idea, and it doesn't quite work maybe just for that hero, but we really like the ideas, so we kind of save it off. So we do have some sort of like almost like this palette of really cool ideas out there still that feel very unique. But I mean, I feel like personally, there's a lot of design space to explore still. I don't think we're in any danger in that way. But I think, our 21 here complement each other very well.
Hi, I was thinking of like Tracer here. Are we gonna get like an alternate version of her, or sorry, one sec. Like a different skin? Because some people like her, or another person likes the Genji with a male or female for like different upgrades and everything. Because some people just like a certain character, or well, sorry, it's kind of had the thought that I lost it. But that's kind of that theme. Are we going to be able to see different versions of them, like the existing heroes? Like, for like a male, in that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So right now, as we announced the Origins edition of the game, it's the first skins that we've announced. So we are excited to see different versions of the characters. We haven't thought about changing the genders of the characters necessarily. Like, if you look at the Tracer skin, for example, that we did, it's Slipstream Tracer, which is a story about how she originally went through that accident that turned her into this time-warping adventurer. So out the gate, I think we want as many of our skins as possible to sort of support the lore and the backstory. So we haven't gotten into switching alternate versions or genders of the characters at this point.
Yeah, I think we'll leave the gender bending to the cosplayers. There's a male Zarya walking around somewhere. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
So I was wondering, when will the new characters be released for the beta?
Well, I think that all has to do with how much time the development team spends at the Hilton bar later tonight. So, I mean, most likely sometime next week, probably.
Hi. Is that good? Okay, sorry. Now that the game is being released for PS4 and Xbox One, have you looked into doing split-screen co-op for when they're released?
Split-screen co-op would be awesome.
Yeah.
We don't have plans to support it at this time, but it's a killer idea.
You spoke earlier about rebinding keys and other customization options that you were going to add, like character-specific things. I wanted to ask specifically about changes to the UI and how the game looks. Will you be able to turn off the UI entirely, scale down things like WoW, change your FOV? I think you can do that one.
Actually, a lot of the things you mentioned you can already do. You can turn off the UI entirely. You hit Alt-Z, just like World of Warcraft, and that works. We added the FOV slider based on your feedback. We heard you loud and clear. And then UI is an interesting one. We don't plan to have a fully customizable UI like World of Warcraft, but we have an amazing UI designer by the name of Jeremy Craig. And his belief is that we could add more UI options rather than having a completely customizable UI, add certain options to certain features. So an example that he gives is that there's a lot of desire for changing the reticle. Some people just want to change the shape or the color. It's something we believe in. I don't know when we're going to get to it. It's not something we want to drop everything we're doing right now and make a whole reticle system, but we're not opposed to it either. So it's something we believe in, but probably on a per feature basis in the UI. But we'll keep reading the feedback and suggestions and see what we end up with.
Thank you.
This will be our last question.
So you've talked about balancing characters, which shows some level of esports. And my question really is, are you going to be working on making a league for console and or the PC versions?
Well, we're going to support esport and console together. We haven't announced what the big plans for Overwatch are in terms of esport, but we really look at our three platforms as equal, and we believe in all of them. We know that there are players of amazing skill levels across all three platforms, and when it comes to esport, we want to make sure that there is support given not only to PC but to console as well. No official plans at this point. That's coming at a future date. We have a lot in store for esport in the future. All right. Well, that's it for us, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Please
everybody.
come tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. We'll see you guys later.
Guys.
Have fun. Go play the game.
Thank you for attending the Overwatch What's New panel. Up next, contests.
2015, great year for Heartstone, and a lot of stuff happened, but I think it's worth going back to the beginning of the year with the launch of Blackrock Mountain, the second ever Hearthstone adventure.
We got to delve into Blackrock Mountain itself and be somewhat of a pawn in this war between Ragnaros the Fire Lord.
Yeah, I don't know about you, I felt a little manipulated by Nefarian at the beginning.
It was also our first taste of dragon decks. There's a lot of dragon build-around cards. Cards like Emperor Thorson, Major Domo Executus, a lot of the dragon cards, Chromagus, Rend Blackhand, Grim Patron.
And Nefarian.
Nefarian.
I love it when like flies over the board like that. It was awesome.
About a little over a year ago, we initially released the game onto tablets, and that was a big kind of undertaking, kind of reformatting the UI and the screen of the game in order to fit a smaller screen. Last April, we released it on phones, and that took that experience and brought it down to an even smaller interface, and that was a big challenge for us.
I think this has opened up a new way for players everywhere who just didn't really have the chance to play Hearthstone before, to be playing it, to be experiencing all the great content we're releasing.
We've got it out on multiple platforms now, but anywhere you want to play Hearthstone, we have a version for you.
Mobile kind of unlocks all kinds of cool, new, exciting things, and it definitely unlocks the ability to get more people playing Hearthstone now than we've ever had the chance to do before. So we actually just passed 40 million players playing Hearthstone now, and I think mobile was a big part of that.
In July, we released Tavern Brawls. Yeah. It's a totally new, crazy way to play Hearthstone. Each week, you don't really know what to expect. Whenever a new Tavern Brawl launches, it could be kind of anything, and we have big dreams for where Tavern Brawl could go in the future. We've already seen a lot of crazy modes.
In August, Hearthstone released its second expansion, the Grand Tournament. I really liked the Grand Tournament. It had all kinds of knights from different lands coming together. The Murloc Knight was one of my favorites. They came together, they jousted, they had fun, they had refreshments, they had funnel cakes. It was great.
We added our first new keyword to Hearthstone, Inspire, that makes your hero power feel way more powerful.
You're using cards in classes that you've never seen them before in, and it's skill testing and it's fun because of those crazy situations. One of the things I love about Hearthstone is it's so accessible. The esports have been watched by hundreds of thousands of players, and the tone when they're watching has been different than other esports. It's been more relaxed, more fun, more warm, more inviting.
The release of our new format through Conquest that's been picked up through the esports scene. We've also seen a lot of people starting to pick up, the higher level players picking up points as they start working their way up the ladder system and using those points as a way to bind together the entire progression towards the Hearthstone World Championship.
Another thing I've really enjoyed is how Fireside gatherings have taken off this year.
That's just been such an important part of just where we want to take the community aspect of Hearthstone, and how we've kind of now tied that in with the progression towards Hearthstone World Championship. And we actually had these amazing events where everybody got together, they had their local champion who was representing their Fireside gathering. All those local champions then came together for this big epic duel to see who's going to make it to Blizzcon. So maybe next year, this could be you. This has been an incredible year. We've had so much amazing things happen between Blackrock Mountain, the launch of Hearthstone on mobile, looking to the Grand Tournament, and now League of Explorers. I mean, where do we go next from here? We have so much amazing things that are coming.
We have awesome stuff planned. I can't wait for League of Explorers, and 2016 is going to be even better.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
Well, that was what we got last year from Hearthstone. Let's take a look at what we're gonna get next. It's Hearthstone's What's Next panel. Take a look.
We've traversed the tombs of Naxxramas. We've climbed every cliff on Black Rock. Now the world cries out for heroes. As a new evil rises, there will be danger. There will be doom. There will be ancient temples filled with relics, treasures, and traps. Who will answer the call?
Lead, Explorers lead, and we are in need of explorers. Adventure we seek, cross land and sea. Born to come and join us. Oh, yes!
Welcome to the Hearthstone What's Next panel.
What's up? What up, BlizzCon? Oh, it's good to be here. The League of Explorers, Hearthstone's newest adventure. Over the next hour, we will explore this adventure together. And because it launches next week, I'm going to show you every single card. This adventure is nuts.
There's 45 new cards, and those cards release over only 4 wings. So somebody go check on Trump, because this is value overload. This adventure's new in a lot of ways. We invented some brand new characters. We're exploring a lot of new locations. We wanted to take a break from exploring raids and dungeons in World of Warcraft and just do something a little more lighthearted and different. So as the archaeologists say, let's dig in. Cue the music. Deep in the world of Warcraft, there is a great dwarven city called Ironforge. And within Ironforge lies the Hall of Explorers, home of the Explorers League. And inside the Hall of Explorers is the greatest museum in Azeroth. This museum is awesome. It's got great exhibits, lots of books, a great place to take your kids on the weekend. But something is missing. Some kind of centerpiece to tie it all together. There is an artifact that is so ancient, so powerful, and so cool that it would be the perfect addition to the museum. It's called the Staff of Origination. And one explorer has been working tirelessly to find it. Her name is Elise Starseeker.
I am Elise Starseeker, the cartographer. We've got a lead on the 3 pieces of the Staff of Origination and could use your help.
She's got a lead on the 3 pieces of the Staff of Origination. That's huge. Elise has been on hundreds of League expeditions. She's created a huge catalog of maps and charts. She loves navigation and cartography. But her biggest joy is locating ancient artifacts that are so old that they're just whispered about in taverns. So finding the Staff of Origination is huge for Elise. But she can't find it alone. She will need the help of the League to retrieve it. And even they aren't enough. She'll need your help. Will you help? Will you join the League of Explorers? Excellent. Of course, you'll need some gear if you're going to do that. You'll, of course, need your Explorer's hat. We showed this off earlier today at the opening ceremony. Gives a minion +1/+1. And Death Rattle. This card is awesome with Echoing Ooze. It's great with Feign Death. Get a couple of these guys. Here's how it looks in game. Here, Harrison. There you go. And you never leave that hat behind. But that's not enough. You need some more stuff. You're going to be exploring ancient temples, underground dark places. You'll need a torch. Here's the Forgotten Torch. For 3 mana, deals 3 damage. It's not a lot of damage, but what you give up in initial power, you gain back in some late game boost. Here's the Roaring Torch that gets shuffled into your deck for you to draw later. Pretty simple. The question is it worth it to play a little bit less power up front to get this much power later in the game? And these 2 cards will actually be given to you no matter how many Wings of the League of Explorers you buy. You just get the hat and the torch to start your adventures. All right, you're fully equipped. Let's go on a quest to find the 3 pieces of the Staff of Origination. The first piece is in the Temple of Orsis, here in the desert of Uldum. Now, the desert is littered with ancient Titan temples. But there was a recent windstorm, and the Temple of Orsis was unveiled, hidden beneath the sands for a long time. This is where the first piece of the staff lies. And Elise has dispatched a talented and capable explorer to help retrieve the first piece. Although he's a bit impulsive, meet Reno Jackson.
Explorer, I'm Reno Jackson, world-renowned archaeologist, adventurer, and treasure hunter. The first piece of the staff is here in the Temple of Orsis. Now, I've cleared most of the traps, but you're welcome to join for the rest.
Now, Reno, you're gonna have to keep him in line a little bit as he goes through the Temple of Orsis to find the first piece of the staff, because he sometimes wanders off. When you enter the... Oh, let me give you a sneak peek of the Temple of Orsis as you step inside. This is the board for the League of Explorers. We call it the excavation board. Really gives you a feel of exploring ancient ruins, underground temples. It's awesome. So, when you enter the Temple of Orsis, Reno will immediately find a shiny lamp, and he cannot resist a shiny lamp. So he'll grab it, unleashing an ancient genie.
Finally free! Your reward will be a quick death.
Everybody knows that genies grant wishes, and this guy is no exception. He'll grant you wishes as he's trying to kill you. And if you use those wishes properly, you'll be able to defeat Zanar and earn these cards. The first one we showed off earlier today, the Jeweled Scarab. This is the Discover keyword, a brand new keyword for the League of Explorers. When you play a card that lets you discover something, we'll show you 3 cards. You get to choose one of those to add to your hand. And those cards can be from anywhere. They don't have to be in your deck. They can be neutral minions, or they can be cards that you could play as your class. So if you play this card and you're a mage, you'll see some mage cards. Here's how it looks in game again. All right. Choosing correctly here is not always easy, depending on what deck you're playing and what your opponent is playing. Choosing the right card for the right situation can be quite difficult. So that's Discover. We're going to see that a lot more as I show you some more of these cards. But in the meantime, here's another card you'll earn by defeating Zanar.
This is no place for mortals!
The Genie of Zephyrs. Whenever you cast a spell on another friendly minion, cast a copy of it on him. This card's great with buffs like Blessing of Might, Blessing of Kings. You get 2 copies, basically. It's also really good with Power Word Shield, because you get to draw 2 cards, because you cast it twice. Great new card for your cool buff decks. Here's another new card. Some of these come from the class challenges. This is a new warrior card. The Obsidian Destroyer. It's a lot like Hogger, actually. At the end of your turn, he's going to create taunt minions. But he's actually a lot harder to kill than Hogger, because often the way you deal with Hogger is casting direct damage spells on him, like Fireball or Swipe. He is pretty far out of range of those types of spells, so he's going to be a huge monster to deal with for warriors. All right. If you can defeat Zanar, you can get farther into the Temple of Orsis. And if you can make it to the treasure room, you'll find the first piece of the staff. It's called the Rod of the Sun. And even though it's only a piece of the Staff of Origination, it's still incredibly powerful, but it's being currently wielded by a massive temple guardian.
The Rod of the Sun is mine!
Sun Raider Ferrix holds the staff, the first piece of the staff, and it is so powerful that whoever holds it is immune to damage. And you will have to wrest control of the staff away from him, and whoever controls the staff for longer will win the battle and take the first piece. And you'll also learn these cards. The Anubisoth Sentinel has a very powerful death rattle. I think one of the most powerful death rattle effects we've ever made. Very hard to clear this minion off the battlefield and get all of its stats out of the way, because it gives another minion +3/+3. Here's another new card. If you've ever played the Tavern Brawl, the Grand Summoners competition, this card gives you the power of that Tavern Brawl in a collectible card. So you could play this card and then follow it up with some spells, or play it and somehow protect it for a turn and unleash a swarm of minions based on every spell you cast. All right. Here's another.
Buying or selling.
This is a new Warlock minion. The Dark Peddler deals in small trinkets. Lets you discover a 1-cost card. And this is, again, a neutral minion or a Warlock card. Warlocks have a lot of very powerful 1-cost cards. This card's super flexible because often you really want to make sure you're using your mana every turn. And this minion, you play it on turn 2, and then on a future turn where you don't have quite enough mana to use, maybe you have a 3-cost minion and it's turn 4, you can slip that 1 mana cost minion in, and it helps fill out your mana curve. So it's a very versatile new minion for Warlocks. After you have the first piece of the staff and you snatch it up, the temple will start crumbling around you. It turns out the first piece of the staff, the Rod of the Sun, is all that's keeping the temple together. And this mission is really unlike anything we've ever done. It's playable here at BlizzCon today. There isn't an enemy hero per se. Instead, you just have to survive long enough to make it through the temple before it collapses. It's a really different kind of mission. And you and Reno will have to escape, and along the way there'll be traps, there'll be decisions to make, and you have to choose wisely to make it out of the temple alive. This mission, actually, we had a prototype of it back in 2011, and we've been working on it since then. This was the perfect time to get this type of thing into the game. We're really excited about it. Now, if you can make it through the temple before it collapses with the first piece of the staff, we will reward you with these cards. The Rumbling Elemental is a cool new minion for Shaman players. It's a little bit like Knife Juggler, in that whenever you play a minion, this time with Battle Cry, it'll deal 2 damage to a random enemy. Hopefully inspires a brand new type of Shaman deck. Here's another new one. The Sacred Trial, a new paladin secret. Imagine a hallway filled with holy lasers and swinging axes, and the worthy can stroll through it unscathed. But the unworthy, let's see what happens. Here comes Antonidas. Is he worthy? He's not worthy. Sorry, Antonidas. All right, here's another new card.
The ancient curse.
Everybody knows that if you disturb the wrong sarcophagus in the temple you're exploring, you'll get cursed. And this guy makes that come true. You can work with the Ancient Shade. He's a pretty big minion for his mana cost, but he will curse you, and that curse might catch up to you. In this case, when you draw the curse card that he shuffles into your deck, you'll take 7 damage and draw a new card to replace it. Pretty tricky. All right. Here is Reno Jackson.
We're gonna be rich.
At the end of each wing, we will give you the explorer that you've been exploring with. In this case, Reno Jackson fully heals your hero if you have no duplicates in your deck. This is going to inspire a whole new deck type. Ideally, you have 30 different cards in your deck. You might be able to get away with playing a couple duplicates, but you have to make sure you draw at least one of those before you decide to play Reno to get the Battle Cry effect. Or maybe just make sure you have no cards in your deck when you play him. But this is an awesome new card. We hope it inspires totally crazy new decks. So if you can complete the first wing of the adventure and you've got the first piece of the staff, you can actually take it back to the Hall of Explorers and put it up on the wall in the museum and display it and get ready to go chase down the other 2 pieces. We got some new UI that shows you the progress you're making towards the Staff of Origination. All right, let's check back in with Elise Starseeker. Elise, where can we find the second piece of the staff?
The ancient halls of Uldaman, home to Titan ruins, powerful artifacts, and hordes of angry trogs.
Uldaman? I remember Uldaman. It was a dungeon in World of Warcraft. And the dwarves had been excavating this dungeon, this ancient Titan city, trying to learn its secrets. And there is one dwarf who heard when we were going back to Uldaman to find the second piece of the staff, he wanted to make sure he was there. Meet Bran Bronzebeard.
Hail, fellow explorer. I'm Bran Bronzebeard, the League's founder.
Now, Bran founded the League of Explorers, but he's been too busy out in the field searching for the origin of his people to do much of the work these days, but he had to be back for Uldaman. Although things have changed in Uldaman since the last time he was there, it's always been infested with trogs, but one trog in particular has gained a lot of power over time, and he has become the trog ruler of Uldaman, Chieftain Scarvash.
Uldaman for trogs only!
Now, trogs are excellent at disrupting enemy spellcasting, but he's become so powerful he actually pulses different auras, making it hard for you to cast spells, and then other times minions, and you have to carefully navigate his different pulsing auras to turn the tide of battle in your favor. If you can do that, you'll earn these cards.
Charge rule!
This card is a lot like Mana Worm for mages, and then it's an early, efficient minion that grows over time based on the spells you're playing. In this case, you can play Tunnel Trog on turn 1, follow it up with Totem Golem, and he gains +1 attack. Whenever you see Overload and a number, that number is the number of attack that Tunnel Trog is gaining. So you could do double Forked Lightning and give him +4 attack. This card's awesome. All right, you'll also earn this new card.
You want it? I got it.
This is a mage card, and it lets you discover a spell. Now, again, discover is only neutral, minions, or class cards. So in this case, when you play this, you'll see 3 mage spells. And mage spells are pretty good. You could see Fireball, or Blizzard, or Flame Strike, or some of the secrets. But choosing the right spell for the situation you're in, and for the deck you expect your opponent to be playing, and the deck you're playing, can be quite difficult. The Mounted Raptor, it's hard to see from the art here, but there's actually somebody riding the Mounted Raptor, and when the Mounted Raptor dies, the rider pops off, and you have to fight that minion to finish off the battle. This is a new Druid minion, it's a new beast for Druids. All right, if you can defeat Chieftain Scarvash. Now, Bran has been in Uldaman before, doing some excavations, and the dwarves had to lay some mining tracks to help clear out some of the stuff so they could really explore this ancient Titan city. And when you defeat Chieftain Scarvash, the rest of the trogs will be pretty angry, and they will chase you, and you'll have to hop into a nearby mine cart and ride it straight to the center of Uldaman. Again, this is a really different kind of mission. There isn't an enemy hero. You just have to escape the chasing trogs in time and make it to the center of Uldaman. And you'll have to do that by using some of the tricks and tips that Bran knows, throwing rocks and bombs, weaving left and right. And you won't bring your own deck here, you'll just have to master the minecart to get to the center of Uldaman. If you can do that, we'll give you these cards. The Tomb Spider lets you discover a beast. And again, this is neutral minions or class specific to the one you're playing. So if you play this as a druid or a hunter, you'll see those types of minions. And again, choosing whether you want an angry chicken or King Crush can actually be quite difficult because you don't know if you're going to get to turn 9, and you may need that 1-mana minion to fill in your curve right now. This is a fun new card, neutral minion. You'll also earn this card. The Unearthed Raptor is a new rogue minion. Lets you choose one of your current minions that's on the battlefield and copy their death rattle effect onto the Unearthed Raptor. So you could copy Leper Gnome or Loot Hoarder or Sylvanas or Karen Bloodhoof for the new Anubisoth. Strong new card for rogues. And if you make it all the way through to the center of Uldaman, an old friend awaits, Arcadus.
Who dares awaken Arcadus?
Arcadis watches the center of Uldaman. He guards the vault, and he will summon a lot of useless statues for both players, and they'll kind of clog up the battlefield. They have 0 attack, and whoever can make better use out of these otherwise useless statues will make it to the vault and claim the second piece of the staff which lies inside, and earn these cards. This monkey is fierce! This monkey is super good in your bolster decks. I'm excited about this guy. Warrior card. All right, you'll also earn this card.
I have big plans.
Reliquary Seeker is a 1-mana 1/1, but if you happen to play her while you have 6 other minions already in the battlefield, she'll be a 5/5 minion for 1 mana. It's a huge minion for only 1 mana if you can get that situation to get set up, which can be difficult. But Warlocks have some tools to get there. Here's another new card.
None may steal our secrets.
The Keeper of Uldaman is one of my favorite new cards. It can set an enemy minion to have 3 attack and 3 health, which actually sets up a great trade for you because the Keeper of Uldaman is a 3/4 minion. Or you can use it on your own Silverhand recruits, turning them into 3/3 minions, buffing them up. I love the flexibility of this card. It's for paladins. All right, here's another new card. This is a pretty weird card. It's a priest spell. It's pretty powerful AoE in that it deals 3 damage to anything, everything. But then you shuffle it into your opponent's deck. It's hard to tell if that's good or bad, because if your opponent could use it against you, but if they're playing an aggressive deck, they may not want to deal 3 damage to everything. But they might not even want any 5-cost spells in their deck at all. So this is an interesting new card, something we haven't really done before. And of course, every wing ends with the Explorer, helps you explore there. Here's Bran Bronzebeard.
Who knows what secrets we'll uncover?
This guy's awesome. He's gonna inspire a brand new type of deck. Thank you. It's gonna be awesome. If you've never miscollared while this guy's on the table, only to Youthful Brewmaster him and miscollar again to give everything in your deck +4/+4, you haven't truly lived. This card's amazing, and here's how it looks in game.
Who knows what secrets we'll uncover?
Brand's rad. All right. So if you can complete the second wing, you can take the second piece of the staff here, put it back up in the museum. Looks pretty good. Making good progress towards completing the Staff of Origination. But while we were futzing around in Uldaman, we got a letter from the final explorer. Let's take a listen.
I am Sir Finlay Muggleton, noble knight and an explorer of some renown. Join me in Stranglethorn Jungle to find the final piece of the staff.
Sir Finlay Muggleton is a proper gentleman Murloc. And he's been stationed in Stranglethorn Jungle for a few months now, studying the native gorillas, trying to infiltrate their culture. But he was super excited to hear that Elise had located the third piece of the staff, and he couldn't wait to be a part of the team that found it. The third piece of the staff is in the ruined city of Stranglethorn, a previously lost city there. Let's head over to Stranglethorn now. There we go, wonderful. All right, the ruined city is somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find it. No, it's not over there. There it is. The ruined city. We found it. Look at it. There it is. Wait a second. What's that?
The Naga have Finlay. Hurry, Explorer, before he's dinner.
Greetings, Explorer. I seem to be in a bit of a pickle. Could you help a fellow out?
The Naga have Finley? Oh no! For the first mission in the ruined city, you'll have to fight Lord Slitherspear, who has trapped poor Sir Finley Murgleton in a cauldron.
Dinner time. Tonight we have Murloc soup.
Throughout this mission, a hungry Naga will flood the area, excited for dinner, and they'll get hungrier and hungrier over the course of the mission. And you'll have to bust Finley out of that cauldron to save him before he comes dinner.
Oh dear, is it getting warmer?
Now, if you can do that, you'll earn these cards. This is a huge toad. It's exactly what you'd expect to find in Stranglethorn Jungle. There is another toad by his left foot for scale, so you can tell just how huge he is. And he's got a foot in his mouth. That's a huge toad. Here's another card. The Gorilla Bots were a line of gorilla robots that were used to infiltrate the local gorilla populations. This is the new model. It's got a new software update. We're excited about that. And it's really great for your mech decks. Again, this is neutral mechs or mechs of the class you're playing. So if you're playing Paladin, you can see shielded mini-bots and other Paladin mechs, etc. Cool new card for some mech decks. Here's another new card. New trap for hunters, the Dart Trap. This card deals 5 damage when your opponent uses his or her hero power. Finally an answer to those inspired decks that are wreaking havoc on the ladder. Dart Trap for hunters. All right. So if you can defeat Lord Slitherspear, you'll have a little bit of breathing room to search the ruined city for the third piece of the staff. The third piece is called the Pearl of the Tides, a very powerful artifact. And hopefully you'll find it easily, but there are some menacing creatures who are known to roam the ruined city. One of them is this thing. Giant Fin, the massive Murloc. Now, this guy pilots the ultimate Murloc deck. It truly is terrible to behold. Finally, a use for my hungry crabs. And if you run into him, which I hope you do not, but if you do and you can defeat him, you'll learn these appropriately themed cards. If you're familiar with Wisp, this card might look similar to you, but it is a Murloc, and often Murloc decks need a little bit of boost to get something out onto the battlefield, make it stick, and then buff it with other Murloc minions. This guy gives Murloc decks that kind of boost. And you may have seen this card in the demo stations over behind us. This is a Shaman spell for Murlocs. Now this gives all your minions +2/+2, whether they're Murlocs or not, but it gets cheaper for every Murloc that you control. So hopefully you control a lot of them. All right, but that's not the only class Murloc card we have. I didn't want to leave my Paladin Murloc players out in the dust. Here's another new Paladin Murloc card. I mean, if you play Paladin Murloc like me, you know one of the big problems is that you run out of steam sometimes. This card is all steam. Doesn't matter if you played the Murlocs or your opponent did, you'll summon as many as died this game up to the full board limit 7. This card's awesome for Paladin Murloc players. All right, enough with the Murlocs. All right, so if you can defeat Giant Fin, you will delve deeper into the ruined city, and you'll find the Pearl of the Tides. But a horrible Naga sea witch has got the Pearl of the Tides first.
I wield the power of the Pearl.
The Pearl of the Tides is the last piece of the staff, but even on its own, it's a very powerful artifact. And Lady Nazjar has been using the Pearl of the Tides to warp and enhance nearby creatures. And you'll have to get your own minions close enough to use that power against her and defeat her and snatch the Pearl for yourself. If you can do that, you'll earn these cards. The Pit Snake is a new rogue minion. Destroys any minion it damages. This is a pretty aggressive early game minion, but can also go toe-to-toe with your opponent's mid and late game minions. Here's another new card. This card is sure to frustrate your opponent. It's a priest spell. You choose an enemy minion, you pluck it off the battlefield and tuck it into your deck, which you can then draw later to defeat them. No, yes. That's Entomb. Here's another new card.
I will not be trifled with.
You can call this one Dr. 5. 5 mana, 5/5, your cards cost 5. So on turn 5, you can play her, and then on turn 6, you can play any card in the game, because they all cost 5, so you have the mana. Or on turn 10, you could play the Naga Sea Witch, and then follow it up with, again, any card in the game, because you have 10 mana. This card enables some pretty weird stuff. I'm excited to see what you do with it. All right. The Jungle Moonkin is a new druid minion. It's a new beast for druids. Both players have spell damage +2. That's a lot of spell damage on a single minion, on a 4-cost minion. And it's great because you can swipe for 6 and deal 3 to everything else, or you can Moonfire for 3 damage. But after you've wreaked havoc with the Jungle Moonkin, your opponent gets a chance to strike back. So, it's a lot of risk, but potentially a lot of reward. It's a cool new spell for druids. And again, at the end of each wing, we'll give you the explorer that you've been adventuring with. Here is Herr Finlay Mergleton.
Who's up for an adventure?
This is a pretty bizarre twist on the discover keyword. We'll show you 3 hero powers that you don't already have, that you're not already using. Of the 9 basic ones, you'll get to choose one. It'll replace the one you're currently using. Here's how it looks in game.
Who's up for an adventure?
So if you're a mage, maybe you see these, you choose, and depending on what deck you're playing and your opponent is playing, you might choose something different. That's Sir Finlay Mergleton. He's also a Murloc, obviously, so. All right. Lady Nazjar had the last piece of the staff. So if you can claim it, you'll go back to the Hall of Explorers and you'll tell Finlay, "Hey, Finlay, we got the Pearl of the Tides."
Bravo! The Pearl is ours. Accompany me to the Hall of Explorers, and we shall assemble the artifact together.
This is it! This is the Staff of Origination. This is your goal. This is your quest. And it's not the end. There is another wing. And I am not going to tell you what happens in that wing, but you may have seen a shadowy figure following the League of Explorers. This is Arc Thief Rafam. And I won't tell you really who he is or what he's doing and what his interest in the Staff of Origination is. But I will tell you that the 4th wing will involve a challenge unlike anything the League has faced before. And you and the League of Explorers will have to band together to defeat it. The final wing takes place in the Hall of Explorers itself, and we really wanted to give you a feeling of travel and new locations in this adventure, so we created a second board just for the final wing. Here's the Hall of Explorers. If you've ever been to the Hall of Explorers in the World of Warcraft, you'll recognize some of the exhibits here. And even though I'm not going to tell you what happens in the last wing, I will show you all of the cards you will earn from it. And I'm just going to blaze through them. So here we go. Here's the first. Elise Starseeker. You've seen her before. She shuffles the map to the golden monkey into your deck. You saw the map, which shuffles the golden monkey into your deck and draws you a card, and the golden monkey replaces your hand and deck with legendary minions. He's awesome. I love the flavor of this card. Elise Starseeker, tons of maps. She's been everywhere. She's mapped out almost everything. She knows where all the cool stuff is. All right, here's another card. The fossilized Devil Soar is an exhibit in the Museum of Explorers that has been somehow animated, and he will be terrorizing an arena near you. I should mention that Elise is the main character sort of in the last wing, and so she'll be doing a lot of the leading of the League of Explorers there. Okay, here's another new card. The Wobbling Runts fight you in a tower, and when you knock over that tower, they fight you one-on-one. That's the story. All right, here's another new card. The Raven Idol is a new druid spell, probably the most flexible spell we've ever made. First, you choose whether you want to discover a minion or you want to discover a spell, and then we show you the 3 cards that match that category. Again, you'll see neutral minions and class cards. If you choose spell, you'll just see druid spells in this case. So lots of choosing on turn 1, guaranteed to rope your opponent. All right, here's another new card. This is a warrior weapon, the Cursed Blade. It is cursed, so while you wield it, you'll take double damage from everything. But it's a pretty powerful weapon for 1 mana, so you can use it to gain a pretty early board advantage, or deal a lot of damage directly to the enemy hero for 1 mana. But don't hold on to it too long. Make sure you equip something else when things get hairy. Here's another new card. If you remember the Chromagus fight in Blackrock Mountain, where Chromagus gives you spells that sit in your hand and hurt you or help Chromagus while they're in your hand, this card gives that power to Warlock players. So while they hold the card that you give them, they'll be taking 2 damage a turn. Here's the card. Just sits there, and they can dispel it by playing it out of their hand, or if they don't want to spend the mana this turn because they want to do other things, they'll be taking 2 damage. This is the Curse of Rafam. I didn't tell you much about Rafam before, but he likes cursing things, so spoilers. All right, here's another new card.
Welcome to the exhibit.
This is another priest minion. It's a 2-cost minion for priests. Lets you discover a death rattle card. Now that's, again, could be priest death rattle cards like Dark Cultist. It could be neutral death rattle cards like Sylvanas, or Karen Bloodhoof, or Stalag and Fugin. This is a really fun new card for priests. All right, there's even more cards. The statue's pretty creepy. It's the eerie statue. If you look at the statue, it's not moving. And as soon as everyone looks away, it starts coming for you. It's pretty interesting gameplay-wise, too, because if your opponent plays the eerie statue, do you destroy it? Or do you just play some minions and hope that they can't kill all your minions and then they won't be able to use their eerie statue? So it sets up some pretty interesting gameplay situations. Also, you could give it taunt with Sun Fury Protector or Defender of Argus, and then it doesn't matter if there's other minions in the battlefield because your opponent has to attack it anyway. All right, that's the eerie statue. Here's another.
Thank you.
The Tomb Pillager is a new rogue minion. It gives you the coin when it dies. The coin will help you speed up some later game plays. Also, the coin is really good for rogues because it's a very easy way to activate your combo effects. You may have noticed all of the minions, all of the rogue cards in the League of Explorers are minions. We really wanted to push rogue into a minion-focused type of gameplay. All of these are pretty powerful, efficient rogue minions. We're excited about some new rogue decks coming out of the League of Explorers. Here's another new card. They just keep coming. The Desert Camel has 2 humps, and on each hump rides a 1-cost minion. One from your deck, one from your opponent's deck. And when you play the Desert Camel, both of those minions will hop off out of those players' decks into their respective battlefields. At least that's the story I tell myself when I play Desert Camel. This card is really good against players who don't have any 1-cost minions in their decks. They get nothing. It's also really good if you're playing 1-cost minions with negative battle cries, like Injured Kvaldir. Super good. This is a beast minion for hunters. All right, here's another card. Animated Armor is a mage minion. This is a suit of armor from the Hall of Explorers that has somehow been animated, come to life. It's a pretty efficient minion, but also it makes your hero very hard to kill. Arcane missiles might do the trick, I guess. But it can only take 1 damage at a time, so if you pyroblast the enemy, they'll only take 1 damage. Very defensive minion for mages. All right, there is 1 card left. I can't believe we've gone through 44 cards already. And this is the evil villain Arc Thief Rafam.
I am Rafam, the Supreme Archaeologist.
Rafam is the Supreme Archaeologist. He travels different worlds searching for powerful artifacts. And there are 3 particular artifacts that he's especially known for. And those are the 3 artifacts you will choose from every time you play Rafam. There'll be the same 3 choices, and you'll see them every time. Now, he costs 9 mana. His artifacts cost 10 mana. And here's what they look like. Here's the first one. Who doesn't want a board full of mummy zombies? All right, here's the second artifact you could choose. This one's awesome. Here's what it looks like in game. The Timepiece of Horror. Okay, he's got 1 last artifact. This one's a little bit nuts. Here's what it looks like in game. So those are the 3 artifacts that you can choose when you play Arc Thief Rafam. They all cost 10, they're the same every time. Those are all the cards in the League of Explorers. I'm super excited about them. And the League of Explorers This is the card back you're actually working towards right now. This is the card back for this month. It comes out December 1st if you hit rank 20 on the ladder this month. And if you can defeat every mission in heroic mode, this is the card back you'll earn for doing that. It's based off of the Staff of Origination. It looks awesome. These are still images, but both of these card backs animate, and they're really awesome. That's the League of Explorers. I'm super excited about it, you guys. The team has been working so hard on it. We can't wait to let you crack open the gates of the Temple of Orsis next week. The wings will release every week after that. There are 4 wings. We're going to take a 1-week break at Thanksgiving to let the server engineers have a chance to have a meal. And then we'll come back to it, releasing the last 2 wings the 2 weeks after that. If you have any questions about any of the cards or anything about the League of Explorers or anything, you can come to the Saturday panel. I'll be there, and Mike Donay is going to talk about Tavern Brawls. We'll answer any questions you have. And then also make sure you check out the Hearthstone World Championships. It's going to be insane. I can't wait to see who wins. Tice. Yes, Tice will win. I don't know. It's been crazy. Tice won 3-2. Spoilers, sorry. All right, so that's the League of Explorers. From me and everyone on the Hearthstone team, thank you so much, and enjoy your BlizzCon!
Welcome to the Hearthstone Fireside Chat.
Hey everyone, welcome to BlizzCon Day 2. My name is Mike Donay. I'm a senior game designer for Hearthstone. Super excited about the BlizzCon announcements we've had so far. Yesterday, Ben Brode and Eric Dodds talked to you about League of Explorers, the new adventure. It's got lots of really cool stuff in it. It's my favorite adventure so far. I'm excited to play it next week. Today we're going to talk to you about 2 different things. First, I'm going to go over the game design behind Fireside Tavern Brawls, and then we're going to talk to you about Q&A, so you guys can ask us questions either about League of Explorers, or you can ask us about Tavern Brawls, the stuff I talk about today, or you can ask us about anything else you want to talk about. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is our design goals for the Tavern Brawls. The first goal was to release it weekly, but getting to that goal was the interesting part. Right now, we release expansions or adventures every 4 months, and those are the right pace for a lot of our players. But for some of our really hardcore players, they consume all the content before 4 months has passed, and they want something more. So we decided we would add something more for those players to give them a bit of variety between the 4-month releases. Every month we have a ladder season ending or a new ladder season beginning, and every day we have quests, daily quests. So weekly felt like the right cadence. But at the same time, we're trying to figure out other design goals and other design specifics for Tavern Brawls. All this stuff sort of happens at the same time. Let me go through those. So our next goal, it's fun, but there's really a lot more to it than that. Fun is one of our core values at Blizzard. For this, it started with what kind of rewards do we want to give? We talked about doing a full ranked ladder with stars and a legend system just for Tavern Brawls. We talked about giving no rewards at all and let people just play because they enjoyed it. In the end, we realized we actually want people to try it out. We want to have just enough incentive so that each person logs in that week, tries out the Tavern Brawl. Hey, do you like this Tavern Brawl? Is it a good one for you? Is it like maybe you really enjoy deck building and it's deck building, or whatever it is? Let you decide. And if you want to keep playing it, you do keep playing it. But when you do keep playing it, you play it because you're enjoying it. We'll come back to this too. And while we're figuring out this design goal, we also are working on the other design goals. So variety. When we talked about this weekly release, we weren't sure, like, would it be just one thing that sort of resets each week and people are involved in? And we talked about what that one thing would be, and we had a bunch of ideas. We had like 80 different ideas that we were all excited about. And we realized, well, we're not going to get that one thing right in our first try. So we decided after a while, like, hey, let's try a bunch of different things, iterate on those, improve them over time, get better tech, get better design, get community input and feedback. And that's when we realized Tavern Brawls are going to be different. Each week we'd try out something new, we'd improve on it, we'd try out more new things, we'd see what people like, and we keep it more fresh because there's so much variety. For Tavern Brawls, we had 3 main types so far. These categories were the build your own deck category, where your deck builders flourish, the pick your class, and when the brawl provides your entire deck and class for you. And I'm going to go through these different types and talk about this graph a little bit now. So in the build your own deck Tavern Brawls, these are really exciting for people who want to innovate, want to just try out ideas. It changes the value of all your cards. So in this example, the Great Summoners competition, this Tavern Brawl was whenever you play a spell, summon a minion of the same cost. So this was really cool because when you look at cards, you go through your collection and you actually go through each class and you look at each spell and you reevaluate under this new light. So like Mind Games, normally it's a spell that gives you a random minion, but in this it gives you 2 random minions. It becomes a lot better. At the same time though, your opponent's deck might not be playing any minions because of this nature of this competition, so it also gets worse. So you got to think about each spell differently. Mind Vision, a card that not many people play, is now a really good card because you don't have very many turn 1 plays when your deck is full of spells. Most spells are removal. But Mind Vision is a spell you're happy to play on turn 1. It gives you a card and it summons a 1-mana minion. So building your own deck is something that I really love, and this was a great type of Tavern Brawl for me. Pick your class Tavern Brawls. We learned a lot while we worked on these type of Tavern Brawls. Encounter at the Crossroads is a really popular one. That's the one where you pick your class and a completely random deck is provided for you. There's some algorithms built into that for like mana curve and spells versus minions, but it's basically a random deck of the class you picked. People really love this one because it's very replayable. You can use it to complete your class quests. It's different every time, and also because a lot of people didn't own all the cards, and they got to see cards and even legendaries that they didn't own and play with them. And they learned about cards. They thought, oh, I didn't realize this card was so fun. Now maybe I'll go build a deck around it. One of the first pick your class Tavern Brawls we built was the Web Spinner Challenge. In this one, it was based on the old Naxxramas adventure. There's a Hunter class challenge there. That Hunter class challenge had you playing a deck with 30 web spinners, and you play as a hunter. And people really loved it. People gave us all this feedback. The feedback was, hey, I really want to play this against my friends. Can you guys make some kind of weird format where I can play these 30 web spinners against my friends? So it was natural to add that as one of our first Tavern Brawls. When we playtested it, though, we found out, hey, playing with a deck of 30 minions isn't quite as fun as normal Hearthstone. So we added spells. We tried adding 6 spells to the deck or 10 spells to the deck, and after a while we ended up adding 7 spells to that deck. The other lesson that we learned was it's more fun if you get some decision making. So we let you pick your class. You don't always have to play Hunter. Now the web spinners could be Mage or Hunter or Priest, and the spells would be different for each class, and you have to think about what spells would be really good depending on which class you're playing, and also like which hero power would be the most important. And when you win, you sometimes feel like, oh, it's because I made my decision about what class to play, and that feels good. So we used those lessons that we learned while we were playtesting that Tavern Brawl on other similar Pick Your Class Tavern Brawls. So all the Pick Your Class Tavern Brawls use the same sort of idea where you need to have some spells and some minions. You need to have the ability to make the decision of what class you play. The third type of Tavern Brawl, major category, was the pre-made deck. The very first one we released is a good example of this, Showdown at Black Rock Mountain. That's where you played either as Ragnaros or Nefarian, 2 big raid bosses that were really famous. The art really captures the idea of these 2 guys are battling against each other, but it's still kind of fun. People loved that because they got to play cards that were way more powerful than they'd seen before, cards that they can't normally play at all, they're not even in their collection, and you got to feel like a boss because your hero power was super powerful. People really enjoyed all of these, but it was different people. The nice thing about these different categories is they appeal to different people, right? And that's something that was really important for Tavern Brawls. Sometimes you'll love one week, you won't like the next one, and you can opt out. And that's why our reward system was so good, is because you just had to try it, get your one booster for winning a game, and then you move on. So I said there was 3 categories, but this week we released the first Tavern Brawl in a 4th category. It's the co-op Tavern Brawl, Unite Against Mechazod. People have already sent me tons of messages saying, hey Mike, this is awesome, this is the best Tavern Brawl ever. We love hearing that kind of feedback, or really any feedback. In this one, you play either as a priest or a paladin with a pre-made deck, and together, you work together to defeat this boss, Mechazod, who's in the middle of the board, and he switches sides each turn. And he's got 2 attack and 95 health, so he's really tough to beat, and he uses special abilities every turn between turns. This Tavern Brawl was probably the most interesting to make and the most difficult to make because we had to think up whole new ways to do co-op, right? The sort of obvious way to do this was put 2 people at the bottom of the board and 1 person at the top and re-engineer the entire game to work that way, and then re-engineer the entire UI to work that way. That wasn't really practical, at least not to do in the timeline that we wanted to do it. We wanted to give this to you guys as quickly as we could. So we thought a lot about what to do. We didn't really have a really good solution that we could release this year. And I was at my desk, smoke's coming out of my head. And I look over and Ben Brode has this big light bulb over his head. And I'm like, hey Ben, what's your idea? He's like, we should just put the minion on the board, right? And that was kind of a revelation. It was a big leap forward for us. And once we realized we could just put the minion on the board and have it move back and forth, we realized we could release it a lot sooner, and we get feedback on it, see if people like it. Turns out people do like it, so we should keep putting more iteration on it and find out what the next version of it is. So thank you for that, playing it and trying it out. And a lot of other people, one of our designers, Hayrim, put a lot of work into implementing it and making all the special powers and the voiceovers and animations and stuff like that. Our whole team worked on this Tavern Brawl. Here we can see the animation that was added to it. He wasn't really clear on the board, like, hey, what's that minion? Why is it special? It just looks like a normal minion. So we gave him taunt, and that made him more visible. We added legendary to him, and that seemed obvious, he is legendary. And then we added animation to make him sort of float a little bit. Let me show you that. So as you can see, it's really obvious that he's special and important now, and that really helped with the Tavern Brawl. And he does new animations. He plays new cards that other people don't have each turn. Not completely randomly, but fairly randomly. I'll get to those. Here you can see the board layout. One of the things we tried with this was putting him right in the middle of the board. And as you can see, there's not a lot of space to add a boss right to the middle of the board. We tried also removing the middle column so you couldn't have any minions in the middle of the board. And that looked really weird, and it was kind of a strange play experience. We talked about putting him in the top corner or on one side. Also didn't end up feeling right. Another thing that we talk about is what would the game be like if there was a player on each side at the bottom corners and top side. And actually, it sounds pretty cool, but waiting 4 times as long for your turn is a pretty negative play experience. I don't mind waiting 75 seconds, but if I have to wait 4 minutes, that's quite a bit different. So anyways, we talked about a lot of things like this. We also had to design the Mechazod decks. A lot of our designers iterated on these decks. We found that there were some really cool cards. At first, we were just building custom decks for it, and those custom decks got really crazy really fast. And we didn't really have everything in place to stop things like Equality, Consecrate, and Hunter's Mark. So we went to pre-made decks, and we knew Millhouse Manastorm and Lorewalker Cho were really fun cards because we had tried them out in the custom decks. So we put them in, and it turns out they're like really good tools, especially because they make you want to work with your partner. You want to talk to the other person playing with you and say, hey, now's a good time to play Millhouse Manastorm or Lorewalker Cho. And you learn over time, like when the right time is to play with that. So this is a really good Tavern Brawl for playing with one of your friends, or if you play with someone randomly, add them as a friend, talk to them and say, hey, let's try again, but this time let's communicate. We added new powers to him. Every turn, he'll use one of these randomly, sort of randomly. We actually put in algorithms to make it not quite random, but mostly random, because we wanted the play experience to be as good as we could. Overclock, for example, is not something that he could randomly choose every turn. Sometimes that would happen, and it's just a bad experience because he never does any attacks. And sometimes he would never overclock. So overclock is sort of normalized a bit. It's still fairly random, but it's more complicated. And these other ones sort of go off of his attack. It was really important that he gets more powerful as the game progresses, because as you get more mana crystals, you get more powerful, and we want you to eventually have a good chance of losing. The difficulty was something that we spent a lot of time honing in on. We wanted you to sometimes fail, or when you worked carefully and really understood all the cards, then you would more often succeed. And the overclock was a big part of that, and the abilities that are based off of his attack damage are a big part of that. And Lorewalker Cho was super fun, but if he just stayed in play for too long, the game quickly got out of hand. So after you each get one turn of using Lorewalker Cho, he'll use his Crazy Bunny Rabbit card and kill Lorewalker Cho. So we've released 21 Tavern Brawls so far. Not all unique, but about 18 of them are. Do you guys have a feeling for which Tavern Brawl you think is the most popular? This graph here shows games played of each of those weeks. Turns out Randomonium is the most popular so far. Randomonium was the one where you get a random deck, and each turn at the start of your turn, the cost is randomly made from between 1 and the normal cost of the card. That Tavern Brawl, I'll go back a slide so you can see the graph again. The blue line on the far side there, that's the Randomonium. So this card, this Tavern Brawl we think was popular because you get to play with cards you don't normally get to play with, and you get to feel more powerful because you're playing them on turn 1 or 2. Also, the games are pretty quick, and they're pretty swingy. Like, you could get ahead, and then suddenly your opponent gets a crazy combination of cards, really cheap, and they catch up, and they're ahead. And that was pretty fun. And then even though Randomonium was very popular, it doesn't mean we're going to change and just do Randomonium every week. That would be boring. That would sort of defeat the whole purpose. So we're still going to do a big variety of Tavern Brawls and types of Tavern Brawls. So which Tavern Brawl is next? I'm sure you're all wondering. We have a lot of cool Tavern Brawls coming up. We even have some new types of Tavern Brawls coming up. About 5 months ago, these two guys battled, Nefarian and Ragnaros. And Ragnaros complained because Nefarian had an unfair advantage. So we took away one of Nefarian's mana crystals. He had too big of an early start. He was like steamrolling. Took away one of his mana crystals, so his start's going to be slower. He's going to come back next week. They're going to have a rematch. We'll see if it's more fair now. I think it will be, and I think Ragnaros will feel a little bit better about that. Hope you guys enjoy that. I'm going to talk a little bit about lessons we learned from Tavern Brawl that we applied to other card design from our sets. The Summoning Stone, it's a League of Explorers card. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a random minion of the same cost. We made that because the Great Summoner competition was so popular and so fun. That was the Tavern Brawl where the same rules applied. Whenever you played a spell, summon a minion of that cost. So the Summoning Stone's been a lot of fun. We had this as a Shaman card at first when we first designed it, and we thought, hey, that's a really fun card, and it's more fun if any class can use it. So we moved it to neutral. It's a little bit scary in neutral because rogues can give it stealth, and I'm sure you guys will explore that and find out if it's broken or not. I'm not really sure myself. Another tavern brawl that we learned a lot from. There's a tavern brawl that we tried to launch 2 weeks ago to show off the Discover mechanic. And we will be launching it in about 3 weeks from now. It's called Captain Blackheart's Treasure. And the way it works is each turn, instead of drawing a card, 3 cards are shown to you. You pick one of those 3 and it goes into your hand. So each turn you get a card for the situation. And sometimes you're going to want a card that's, you know, the right mana to play right away. And sometimes you're going to see Ragnaros and you'll be like, oh, I'll take this. I won't have exactly what I need right now, but it'll be good if the game goes long and I'll need Ragnaros. So it was a really fun mechanic. We play tested it a lot internally. It was one of our favorite brawls. And because we liked it so much, we came up with this new mechanic called Discover, which is in League of Explorers. And Discover is, I'll use Tomb Spider as an example. His battle cry is Discover a Beast. And when you play him, you look at 3 beasts that are either neutral or your class, and you pick one of those beasts to keep. And that's been really fun because you have to think about, hey, in this situation against my opponent who's playing this class and my hand is almost empty or whatever, what do I need? And those decisions have been really, really valuable. Dark Peddler is another great one. Dark Peddler is one of the most powerful cards in the set. He's Battlecry Discover, a 1-cost card, and he's a 2-mana 2/2. He's been really fun. You can get Warlock 1-mana cards, and there's a whole bunch of cool ones, or 1-mana neutral cards. So future Tavern Brawls. We talked a bit about the 4 categories we've released so far. We have ideas for more categories. A lot of those ideas are really crazy. Our tech keeps getting better, and our Tavern Brawls are going to keep getting better. Not only that, we're going to make the Tavern Brawls that you have seen better. We have Captain Blackheart's Treasure is one of my favorites, but actually the one on the following week, which is sort of based on and sort of improved version of it, is my actual favorite. I hope you guys like it. And we're going to make more categories. We're going to make better versions of co-op. We're going to make better versions of everything. And we're going to keep doing different things. Just because one Tavern Brawl is super popular doesn't mean we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep things open. Something that we learned is after a new expansion comes out, you guys really like getting to play with those cards. So Tavern Brawls that give you a bunch of random cards, including cards from that expansion, are a pretty good way for people to see those cards. So we're going to do that some of the time, but not all the time. I already told you about this one. This one is the one that's coming out in about 3 weeks, Captain Blackheart's Treasure, where you get to choose a card every turn. And that's it. Thank you very much. We're going to open up Q&A now, and I'm going to bring 3 more guys on the stage with me. You guys can ask us about... You guys can ask us about anything Hearthstone related. We have Tavern Brawl, League of Explorers, or anything else. I can let these guys introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Pat Nagel. I'm a designer on Hearthstone. What do I do? Well, I work on Tavern Brawls. I also make a lot of coffee. I think I keep the team caffeinated. Probably make more pots of coffee than cups of coffee I drink, but mainly Tavern Brawls.
My name is Ben Broad, and I do a lot of content design, make cards and missions and adventures, and help with creative direction, stuff like that.
I'm Young Woo. I'm a producer in the team, and everybody, whenever I say that, they're like, so what would you say you do here? Basically, I work with the team to figure out what's most important for the game, and then help them execute. So I work on things like schedule and milestones, and prioritization.
He does all the worrying for us. I don't have to worry about anything because I know that Woo got it.
Young Woo is really important to me. He makes sure that everything just happens correctly. It's really nice to have him there.
Thank you.
Mike, what do you do?
Hi there. With the introduction of the new expansions and the adventures, like the Shredder and the new Discover, do you think Hearthstone is in a new direction for more RNG than a chess strategy game with the random cards that are now being introduced?
That's a great question. We think a lot about randomness in the game and how it's what makes it fun and what makes it less fun. And we've learned a lot with the different experiments we've done recently. We tried different types of cards. One of the cards that we like how the randomness feels is when you get some guaranteed value. For example, with Web Spinner, you're guaranteed to get a 1/1 minion for 1, so you feel like there's some certainty. And then you're guaranteed to get a random beast, but you still have to pay mana for that beast, so there's not a wild swing. If that beast had been in play for free, for example, that would have been kind of a crazy swing because you're not paying the mana difference. So we learned a lot about that. Shredder's another good example of that. You're guaranteed to get a 4/3 minion, so there's a lot of certainty. You're guaranteed to get a 2-drop, so there's some certainty there, and there's not a lot of swing. But once in a while, though, you'll get a crazy 2-drop. And that still keeps the game fresh, fun. You never know what to expect. We also like that you get to think about the odds of something. Like, you know, there's a small chance that you're going to get this minion or this minion, either from Web Spinner your opponent might have, or Shredder. And it makes you think more about those odds and do those extra calculations. The really top-level players are the best because they think about those things, and that's really important to us.
I have a lot of friends that just won't start playing Hearthstone because the game's been out, well, been in beta for a year and a half. Well, you know what I mean. What are the plans in the future for making the game more accessible from the beginning so that new players aren't dumped into the same pool with people that have every card?
You know, that's definitely a thing that we are pretty passionate about. I've been doing these videos to talk about some of the biggest issues with Hearthstone, and one of the biggest issues with Hearthstone today is that the game isn't as accessible as it was when we launched. And I think we need to do a lot of work to continue to keep it accessible. We've been talking a lot internally about what specifically we need to do to help solve those problems. We actually have a designer on the team who's dedicated to the new player experience, continues to play with new accounts. There is actually a separate matchmaking pool for brand new players to play against brand new players for some number of time, but that's not enough, and we need to do more work. We finally have some good ideas, I think, about what to do, but we'll be announcing those, I think, in the coming months. So we agree that that's a big problem.
And I know that it can be very intimidating for new players to jump into Hearthstone, but like Brode was saying, it's something that we really pay attention to. And if you look at things like Tavern Brawl, it's something, you know, especially on weeks where you have these pre-made decks, you can just jump in and have a good time. And just by winning one game every week, you get a free pack, and that accelerates your collection as well. So, you know, I would really encourage your friends to try it out. You know, I think it can feel very intimidating, but once you get in there, and especially with modes like Tavern Brawl, like, you can have a great time right away, and then slowly start building your collection.
Hey guys, I'm a big arena player, but I also like looking at my collection of golden cards that I've acquired over the years. So when can we expect to see like our collection of golden cards maybe make an appearance in arena?
So Brode's been asking for this feature forever. So he gives me a hard time because we have a hard time prioritizing that particular feature. So it's something, yeah, like we're really excited about doing a feature like that. You know, just the fact of the matter is there's just all these other awesome things that we're working on, and it's always not been making quite to that top tier list. But, you know, Brode always punches me about it, and I'm sure we'll get it done sooner than later. So, but thanks for your feedback.
Yeah, I love the golden cards. Let's get it done.
It's like, hey, at Blizzcon, they told us to do it. Come on.
Hi. First of all, thank you for creating Hearthstone, doing a great job with it. And of course, I love that Tavern Brawl is weekly. And I'm a big fan of the co-op Tavern Brawl right now to beat Mechazod. But I was having a question on playing with your friends in Mechazod is pretty easy. It's a good challenge. It's very healthy, and I love it. But when you queue randomly, you can't really work with your partner very well to say, hey, I have Millhouse, are you ready? Oh, I have Lore Walker, are you ready? So I was wondering, for future co-op Tavern Brawls, is it possible to try to have a chat just for your partner and just the co-op Tavern Brawls? Is that something on your mind?
It's a really good idea, yeah. We could maybe make it so that you can send a friend request at the beginning of the brawl instead of the end of the brawl, and if they accept it, you could talk to them. Yeah, we like that idea. I think it's a good feature to talk about in the future. One of the reasons that we made you get the booster pack even if you lose is because of that. Like, the communication is tough. So we said, hey, just give them the booster pack either way, and then they can play with friends and they can communicate with those. But good suggestion.
It's been one of the most like awesome things that feedback we've been getting from this week's Tavern Brawl is how, you know, people actually send friend requests after end of the game, and they have actually like an awesome conversation. They become friends. So that's really important to us. So it's something we'll continue to look into.
Yeah, I read a thread where people were saying thank you and well played, and they meant it.
Yeah.
That was really nice.
Yeah. And they say sorry, and they mean it. You know, you're like, oh my God, everybody's actually meaning what they say. It's awesome.
Hi, so I've been playing a lot of ladder recently, and everybody knows about Secret Paladin and especially Mysterious Challenger. And my question about that is, most cards that are 6 mana and have a powerful effect are normally 5/5 or something lower like that, like Sylvanas or something. So my question really is, for all the value that you get with Mysterious Challenger, why is it at such a high stat?
That's a great question. Mysterious Challenger deck and the card are very powerful. We realize that, of course. One of the things that we heard for a long time was, hey, I have all these Paladin secrets and they're terrible. I would never put them in a deck. And then suddenly we're hearing, hey, all these Paladin secrets are in my deck and they're too powerful. So we like to mix it up a bit. We like to make build-around cards that are really strong, especially if they encourage you to play with cards that are actually pretty weak. So I always remember when I lose to Mysterious Challenger, like, oh, he played turn 6 Mysterious Challenger and it was really strong and destroyed me. I don't really remember the games where he played 9 secrets on the first 9 turns. But those obviously happen too. They must. I don't remember them, but they must. So it's not all upside, but it is a very strong card, and it's something that we're watching closely and listening to the community. One thing I noticed is people were, like a month ago, people were all building decks to beat Patron Warrior. And now they're not building decks to focus on Patron Warrior, so they can build decks to focus on Mysterious Challenger or whatever else the next thing is. And I suspect that when they do that, they'll do pretty well, right? We haven't really had time to see that happen. I know that Tice brought 3 decks to Worlds that were very good against Mysterious Challenger, and he was rewarded for that. And I think that there are decks, well, I know that there are decks that are good against Mysterious Challenger because I have the data. But I think that players will find those decks very soon, too.
Hello. My question specifically asking about quests, and in the future, the expansion coming out Thursday. Forgot the name already.
The League of Explorers.
League of Explorers. There we go. Are we going to have new quests in the expansion, and is it going to change old ones that say like the 40 cast spell quest for 40 gold? Most new players will just build a deck with all one cost spells and just get the quest done. And the same thing, it's really counterproductive to lose a game on purpose just to complete a quest. And in addition to that, in addition to that, are other old quests going to be changed?
We always change and add quests. We just recently added a series of quests to the game, and we added win 5 games in Tavern Brawl. We added Spectate a Friend. I think you can expect to continue to see more quests. I like the variety in quests too. The nice thing about play 40 spells is that you can make progress to it even if you are having a particularly bad losing streak. So some players really like being able to complete their quests without having to win. So I do like a variety, and I think we'll see more quests. In general, we try and split our strategy for releasing content from features so that we minimize risk as far as releasing a lot of stuff at one time. So for the League of Explorers, we're focusing exclusively on content, and then we have a couple more patches planned beyond that before the next thing that are more feature focused.
You should be a producer, Ben Brode.
Well met. I was able to play the demo earlier yesterday and loved it, and noticed that you added more Murloc cards and gave some love to the Murloc tribe. Are you giving any other love to other tribes with this latest adventure? And also, are you thinking about adding more tribes in the near future, i.e. zombies?
Murlocs is the focus. I mean, there's only a few cards that are Murlocs. There's 3 or 4 that would be potentially good in a Murloc deck in the adventure this time. But it's fun to take breaks and then come back strong. We have a mech card in the adventure, and there's a beast, at least one, a couple beasts. So we're adding a few, we're sprinkling them in, but usually we like to kind of have peaks and valleys, sort of. So we'll see in the next thing, we'll probably do some other stuff and maybe less of the things that we did in this one. So I don't think we should always do some kind of baseline amount of Murlocs, pirates, dragons, beasts, mechs, all that stuff. I think mixing it up is fun.
Hi. I love the mechs that were in Goblins vs. Gnomes, but since then there's barely been any new ones. So I was hoping, are we going to see possibly more mechs in the future? Maybe Warcraft's famous choppers, so we can play card games on motorcycles?
That sounds awesome.
It's a great idea.
I mean, there's a new mech in the League of Explorers.
Yeah.
The neutral mechs, you can complete all your mech decks. We did add the Clockwork Knight in the Grand Tournament. Didn't see as much pickup as maybe we thought it might. We wanted to make sure there was a 5-cost mech that was pretty beefy stats-wise. But yeah, we'll continue exploring mechs. I'm not sure exactly for how long we're going to do that. Mechs are such a charming part of the Warcraft that they're really fun to explore. Again, we want to make sure there's peaks and valleys, so they may take a break for a little while and then come back. I don't know, but yeah, we love mechs.
One of the things we like to do is give people, if people like really want to make something, like they really want to make a dragon deck or a Murloc deck, we want to let them do that and succeed at it. That's why we keep improving those fantasies, like the dragon deck and the Murloc deck and the mech deck.
Hello, I have a question regarding the Fireside challenges. At the current moment, you can only play European versus European and USA/America versus America, and so on. So for example, now that I'm from Europe, I can't play with people that are from US. And at, for example, Blizzcon or Gamescom or the big conventions where Blizzard is actually active a lot, you can't do that. So is there any ideas or thought about fixing that to the future so actually Europeans can challenge American stuff only for a Fireside?
That's a really cool idea. Yeah, obviously, people getting together and playing with each other, that's a very important feature for us, and Fireside Gathering is something we're really passionate about. Fundamentally, when we designed the Heartstone system, just the way the Blizzard infrastructure is set up, we unfortunately had to go down the pathway of splitting our player base by regions, especially operational things like maintenance make it such that if everybody were in the same region, we would end up doing maintenance during some regions' peak gaming hours. But that's an interesting idea. Is there like a way to temporarily do something where a visiting player like you could play together with players from other regions? It's unfortunately the way we're set up. It's not a cheap feature for us to build. That's why it's not something we have been diving into, but that's a really good idea, and I understand where you're coming from.
Hi, guys.
Greetings.
Hello.
Hello.
So my question is, have you guys ever considered doing a tournament mode
where people like a weekly tavern brawl where people can play against each other for bigger prizes. For example, like if you want to join a tournament, you have to pay gold to join the tournament. So if people don't show up, they lose the gold. And if you win the weekly tournament, why not give them like extra card pack or extra gold packs? Or even have like a betting system where spectators can use gold during tournament modes to watch and then bet against other players.
That's a good question for you, I think.
Oh, you think so? I was going to say you had a great answer to it. Well, a nice thing about Tavern Brawls is that we can try things, and they can last for a week, and if it didn't work out, they're kind of done. But at the same time, yeah, we really like the idea of tournaments. One of the challenges is we're not quite sure when you say you want a tournament, what exactly does that mean? But again, back to Tavern Brawls, like in theory, we could try something, and if you like it, and as Mike was saying before, when we find something cool in a brawl, it might make it into the game. So good idea.
And we talk about tournament, mode, just, like what could it be, like all the time, like at the office, and even just like is it double elimination, single elimination, like do you want to be queued up and let's say your game ends quickly, do you want to be waiting for the other players to finish up, is that a good experience? And if you start kind of diving in and looking at the details and logistically how it would work, there are a lot of pros and cons to doing it in different ways. So, we understand this is one of the features that community has been asking for a while, but, we totally appreciate the community's patience. But if you actually dive in and think about tournament mode as a system, there's just a lot of different ways we can go about doing this. And one great thing about working for a company like Blizzard is, we have all these other, awesome game teams that are trying out different things, and we can learn from that as well. So, StarCraft 2 recently released a feature where it's where you can kind of facilitate that kind of tournament system in their clients. So we're going to be chatting with them and seeing how that's going for them and how the community responds to that feature, and maybe we can learn from something like that as well. By the way, if I'm talking too much, just
Hello. I really like the game, so thank you guys. My question is, are you working on any UI changes, quality of life changes? For example, I can see on some screens my dust or my gold, but not both. And if I'm on deck selection screen and I forget what my quest was, I have to back out, open up my quest log, get back in. And then also adding more deck slots.
I mean, the answer is yes to two of those things. I think that
your choice.
Pick two. We are working on deck slots, and I have been thinking about the quest thing because I agree, especially when I go into the arena and I have to choose between 3 heroes, and then I remember I have 3 quests. One was Warlock and Shaman, one was Priest and Mage, one was Warrior and Hunter, and I'm like, wait. Let me go back and check. And I'm like, wait, what heroes did I have? Let me go back and so I want to put like a little exclamation point on the heroes that you have active quests for, so that you're like, oh, I can just play that, and I'll be working towards my quests. I think that would help, and the deck slots. The other thing, the gold and the dust thing, in general, we would try and minimize the amount of information that we're showing you, especially in the collection manager. There was, if you're interested in UI design, there's a great talk by Derek Sakamoto, our UI designer, and that he did at GDC last year, and he shows just an insane amount of evolution of the collection manager and where we've come from. It's really interesting. It kind of shows you where kind of some of the challenges that we had to overcome in UI complexity there. So yeah, we're going to do some more work on the collection manager, but it is probably the most challenging piece of Hearthstone to work in and improve.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough that you should really check out Derek's GDC talk, because sometimes we get these feedback from the community where it's like, how hard could it be to change a 9 to a 100? Why don't you just increase the number? And in some ways, if we just wanted to, if we didn't actually care about the overall experience and what we think is the right way to do this, I think there's a way to just jam this in. But that's why it's taking some time for us to figure this out. I think there's really the right way to do this. People like Derek and the team are definitely thinking a lot about it and making progress towards it. So.
But we did figure it out, and we're working on it now. So it's
yeah. I mean, we appreciate we appreciate the patience, I guess, is what I'm saying. You know, we're not just being lazy about this.
Good morning, gentlemen. I had a quick question about if you have any interesting stories about the origins of the card names. For example, like Huge Toad, maybe?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, yes. Huge Toad, it's funny you ask. I worked in quality assurance before I came to long ago before I came to the Hearthstone team. And there was another quality assurance analyst whose name was Hugh Todd, whose gamer name was Huge Toad. And the Huge Toads in Ungaro Crater in World of Warcraft, I believe, are named after him. And so when we wanted to make a Huge Toad, we just called it that in memory of my good friend Hugh Todd, who's a writer now, I think, doing sci-fi. There you go.
Thank you.
Game up.
Hello, I was wondering about having the pack awards being expanded to other packs, like choosing the goblins or the newer expansion.
Yeah, you're talking about in the arena?
Well, in the arena or in the chest that you get for. The arena and doing the
Tavern Brawl?
You get the shield breaker chest and beyond.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we don't have any packs currently in the ranked rewards chest. And one of the reasons that we give out classic packs in some other places, like some quest rewards and the Tavern Brawls, is that we really wanted to inflate the pace at which new players get classic cards. There's a lot more content to collect for new players, and so we really wanted to get them up to speed a little quicker, so we've been adding more rewards to the game over time to kind of help bridge that gap. In the arena, we made a change recently to the rewards that you get in the arena to try and help make the game feel really free to play. It's really important that the game is free to play, so we wanted to let you get every type of pack there. I'm not sure that change was met with super positive feedback, so we're continuing to look at the reward scheme there and trying to improve it over time. But we're always looking at that mix and trying to get it right.
Yeah, but I mean the key. Sorry, I didn't hear what was said, but yeah, the key thing really is it's like we do a lot of these things because we're sensitive to new players being able to catch up. So Classic Pack is definitely worth more to newer players than maybe kind of more veteran players. And we get a lot of feedback about what are you doing to help these players catch up. These are types of things we're doing to help accelerate that process.
Hello there. So I feel as over time the meta has maybe sped up a little. I won't name any decks, hunters. With the release of Naxxramas a bit ago, you introduced Sludge Belcher, which at least for a little bit helps slow things down. I just wanted to know, how internally do you decide to add cards that speed up or slow things down?
We like to have a big variety of different types of cards in the sets. We don't pretend to know exactly how the meta is going to go. We just put out a bunch of different tools that push in different directions with the theory that, hey, if people are using all Face Hunter, then people will play more of the healing cards and the taunting cards. And if there's no Face Hunter being played, then they'll probably just play more of the big, end game finishers. And then once they're all playing all end game finishers, Face Hunter will come back and put them in their place. So that sort of cycle of different types of decks is really important, and because the very aggressive decks are sometimes cheaper to make, you'll see a lot of them. But I think having a variety of options and having them all be good is really important. So I think that right now we see, Control Warrior and Dragon Priest, which is a very slow controlled style deck. At the same time, we see aggressive Hunter or Warlock or whatever decks. And that mix of decks is pretty important.
Yeah, and I think there's also a perception in the community that playing, just concentrating on how fast your game is in ranked mode is like the best way to get ahead. And, we saw some recent community posts who, and I love it when the community kind of goes out there and gathers some data for themselves and then look at the facts, and they're basically measuring the total amount of time needed to play what's considered, some of the fastest decks in the game, maybe a Face Hunter, and then some of the decks are considered like the slowest decks in the game, maybe a Control Warrior. And if you look at their average total game time, it's not like the difference between 3 minutes and 30 minutes like it can sometimes feel. The difference is more like the difference between maybe like 6 minutes to 8 minutes or somewhere in that range. And if you actually work out the math, especially with the bonus star system, and this is something we've been saying for a while, you really want to concentrate on a deck that has a good win rate. So, if you play Control Warrior, if you play Dragon Priest, and that's the deck that is right now good for the meta, and it's a deck you enjoy playing, obviously that's the most important thing, and the deck that you win most with, you should play that deck. That's the best way to get ahead. So that's how I like to play, and that's one thing I'd like to stress.
Thank you very much.
Hey guys, so it's something you've probably talked about, but I was wondering if you'd considered like an alternate ranked system that has formats kind of similar to Challenge Stone. It's something that I think a lot of people would really like as a ladder system, where like maybe each month, 1 month it could be only TGT and basic cards, because a lot of TGT cards don't see play in ladder and those kind of things.
Formats are interesting to us. Obviously, Tavern Brawl is a weekly changing format. It's possible we'll explore something like that. In general, there are some interesting solutions potentially to some of the problems we're having with having to either power creep or making expansions that don't wildly change the meta. Those kinds of things can help solve those issues. So yeah, we're talking a lot about those kinds of things, but I am not announcing anything right here.
I am sitting right next to you, Brad. Within striking distance.
Hey guys, my question uses the word format, but in a different way. So as Hearthstone grows and becomes more popular, what role, if any, do you think formats, in the sense of, standard, modern, legacy, to use Magic terms, will have a role to play in Hearthstone?
Yeah, I think those are interesting ways that other card games have solved the problems that we're facing right now. I mentioned that we are looking at ways to solve those problems. Those are some of the options. We are dealing in a digital-only space. We have a lot of unique options available to us, I think, to help solve some of these problems. We have been talking a lot about it. We're fine-tuning some of the details right now about our strategy going forward to help solve that type of stuff that you're referencing. And I don't think we're very far from announcing some of our plans there, but we are planning on doing some pretty radical stuff.
Hey guys, I know you've been doing a lot on expanding tribal synergy, and I know with TGT you guys brought out Inspire and Joust, and now you guys are doing Discover. And at least to me, it feels like there were a few cards in that, in Inspire and Joust, but not too many, and now you're going into a third keyword that you guys have expanded in the last 4 months. Are you guys planning on taking those older keywords that you brought out and expanding upon those? Because we haven't seen really much of that going on right now.
It's a great question. We talk a lot about these mechanics or keywords. Joust was not really a keyword, but it felt like it. The nice thing about making the decision after the set comes out, if we want to keep doing it, is we can see, was it fun? Do we think we could make it fun with different card designs, stuff like that? Did the community love it? And we have to make a case-by-case decision, right? So as we keep putting out new mechanics, we'll be listening, we'll be trying new ideas in the same space. And if we like it, and if the community likes it, then we'll keep doing more of it.
Hey guys, my question is about the Reno Jackson card, and it has an interesting effect where if you only have one copy of each card in your deck, it'll heal your hero to full. And I was wondering if in the UI we would be able to see which cards are left in our deck, similar to a Hearth Arena mod.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll bring that up with our UI designer and see what kind of options we have there. But at this, there isn't any plan for that for the League of Explorers adventure yet.
Hi. So we get a lot of card backs now. Are we ever going to see like promotional cards again? Maybe alternate artwork cards?
You mean for Blizzcon?
For anything.
In general, alternate art scares me a little bit. We do it with the new heroes, so we certainly have explored that kind of space. But so much of what a card does is immediately identified by the art. So when I see a knife juggler, I know what it does. I mean, I don't have to read the card every time. And if we have a lot of cards that have just different art, you have kind of twice the learning to do when you see that art. You have to read it. Oh, I have read this card before. It's just different art. So I'm a little bit scared of that. I was a little scared about when we did New Heroes. It seems to have been worked out okay there. But yeah, promo cards are fun. We talk about it. Card backs have very little risk associated with people feeling like they're left out of something cool as far as gameplay goes, and so it's a little safer. And we make them awesome, so we enjoy those. But yeah, we'll keep talking about promo cards, sure.
This will be our last question.
Greetings, travelers.
Greetings.
Hi. So whenever you're designing new 2-drops or Murlocs or whatever the type of card, how do cards like Bane of Doom, Piloted Shredder, Murloc Knight kind of affect what you can do, affect what you can design?
I noticed that whenever we make a new 2-drop, people are like, oh, this makes Piloted Shredder better or worse. But there's so many 2-drops that we don't actually worry about that. We make the designs that we think are best for 2-mana minions. And if they're fun, they're fun. And if they come out of Shredder, well, that's fine. We don't worry about that. We do care about interactions between different cards a lot, but not to the sort of small level of, you know, this is a 1 in 30 chance of showing up. More of the like, here's a 2-card combo or a 3-card combo that will instantly win you the game. We look at those more.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the panel. Hit us up on Twitter or Reddit if you have any other questions. We'll hit you back.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, Blizzcon 2015. How you guys doing? All right, guys, welcome to the Art and Craft of Cosplay panel. You guys, thank you so much for coming out and showing us your support. It means the world to us. We have some amazing content to share with you guys, so I'm just gonna jump right into it with the introductions. My name is Kiki Day. I am a quality assurance trainer for StarCraft II and Heroes of the Storm. Some of you guys know me as Doom and Gloom Princess Cosplay, or that crazy chick that dressed up like a lumpy space alien last year. That was me. And you guys, this is such a special moment for me. 5 years ago was my very first convention, BlizzCon 2010, and my very first cosplay, so thank you so much. But this isn't about me. I'm gonna introduce you to my amazing panelists that you see right here behind me. First up, Rachel Day. You guys know her as Raylina Cosplay. Next we have the oh-so-talented Lorraine Torres. You guys know her as Rainia Cosplay. The fabulous Jordan Duncan of Henchman Props and Cosplay. And finally, she came all the way from Texas with a gorilla in tow, the amazing Allison Trin of Airlands Cosplay and Design. All right, you guys, like I said before, we're just gonna jump right into it. To get us kicked off to talk about Blizzard, cosplay, and the community is Rachel Day.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Enjoying BlizzCon? Yeah? Yeah, all right. So a little bit more about me. I'm an effects artist on Overwatch currently, previously of Diablo 3. I have been cosplaying since 2007, right here at BlizzCon. Really into it the last couple of years, so the fact that you're all here is just so exciting. BlizzCon, can I just be biased for a second? BlizzCon might just be the best cosplay community out there. Yeah. So Blizzard, we love cosplay. We love it so much that we have a costumers group. And what this is we all share our talent and time together. We teach each other cosplay 101 classes. We do a lot of new techniques and tips and tricks and stuff together. Really tight-knit community. We even share photos that we find of the community a lot, so please keep sending them. Beyond that, we really like Halloween at Blizzard, so we get pretty into it. You might see costumes from your favorite Disney princesses, some pretty epic movies, even our own games, and some of you may have seen this Khal Drogo around the internet. That was a homegrown Blizzard costumer right there. But we're here to talk about Blizzcon. These are a few employee costumers, cosplayers that you may have seen around. So we get super into it. Really, really epic stuff here. All of these are employees. We dedicate our time to cosplay just as much as you do. Okay. You guys see what that says? It's a decade. We've been doing this for a decade. We've been a community for a decade here. So let's take a little trip down memory lane, per se. Where did we start? We started here. I think we set the bar pretty high starting here. So in 2007, got a little more epic. Some groups started to form. It's pretty great. 2008, we saw our first epic mount. But there's something else that happened in 2008 that I think just makes the difference. And that was the very first Blizzcon group photo. And that, yeah, it's freaking awesome, 2008. And that's one of my favorite traditions that we have here at Blizzcon now. So 2009, it got a little bit bigger. 2010, we're learning new techniques, new materials are coming out. See some familiar faces in here. 2011, even bigger. 2013, we had to move from the first location to the second one just so we could add more people in. 2014, even bigger. Was anybody out there yesterday? 2015, look at this. This is insane. This is amazing. I can't believe we actually fit everybody in that one photo. That was amazing. Well done, you guys. Sorry, I missed my intro here.
The first time I saw someone cosplay something that I had made for a video game was pretty awesome.
We've always had this anticipation of seeing all the cosplay come to life.
And I saw somebody had posted their in progress, and I just I had a complete freak out. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
It's one of the highlights of me being an artist.
You make something and you don't expect somebody to do fan art of it, but when they do, it's just awesome. It's super incredible.
Best way to say thank you for character artists is creating, of course, fan art or cosplay is a form of fan art. The thing about cosplay community, there is always something crazy.
Any of the ones where it takes like a rig and multiple people to use.
Somebody is working on a Winston, and the cosplayer is totally not, it's not a gorilla.
I really liked the Abathur costume from last year.
Pajamathur really took me by surprise.
The Sidea costume.
This spider demon was one of the best.
She had all the legs and everything.
Cosplay has influenced my workflow in some ways because I have tried to make costumes and it's a pain.
I've done some cosplay myself. Even working with Warpla they make it look so easy online.
I try to make buckles and straps in logical places.
If this piece is a separate material than this piece, then I'll make them two different pieces of the geometry. And a lot of cosplayers will do that also so they can paint them different.
In the future, I would like to create characters that might be more challenging for people to cosplay.
It just inspires me. It makes me want to make something cool enough that somebody's going to love enough to actually make.
it's great to see fans put, you know, a ton of effort into stuff that we love as well. We're all fans.
I geek out. You know, I like seeing the cosplayers do at Blizzcon.
Gets us pumped and wanting to create even cooler characters for you guys.
Keep doing it. It's the nicest form of flattery.
Keep up the hard work. Keep it up and keep making cool stuff.
Keep doing it because it just inspires the developers.
That's right. Keep it up. So those are all the character developers on the various teams. They love what you do. You're obviously inspired by the artwork that we create at Blizzard, but more so, we're inspired by you and what you do, so please keep it up. So one way that we want to support the community here on out is with cosplay kits. Have any of you guys seen the cosplay kits yet? All right. So you may have seen some character announcements over the last day or two here. And we have these cosplay kits ready for you now. So here's Lunara. Cho'Gall, anybody want to do a tandem two-headed costume? I'd love to see that. Greymane, maybe a little transformation. Could be great. May. I'm sure some of you were waiting for this one to come up. We've got Genji, our sword ninja. And this one, I want to see this happen next year. Who's making this mech? Who's doing it? There it is. Right, yeah. All right, over here. Awesome. So now to talk a little bit about how to turn these cosplay kits into reality, I'm going to let Lorraine speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, guys. My name is Lorraine Torres. I'm a compatibility analyst here at Blizzard Entertainment. I'm also a very long-time cosplayer. I've been making costumes for a little over a decade, and I'm very passionate about Blizzard. Most of my costumes within that time frame have actually been Blizzard related in one way or the other. So I have a question for all of you out there. How many of you have never cosplayed, have wanted to, but you don't know where to start? Oh, okay, I see hands. That's good. All right, excellent. Well, hopefully what I'm about to talk about will help you guys get started, right? Get that wheel turning so that you can make your first cosplay and really have a lot of fun doing it. So that question, where to start? Well, we start by picking your project. I know that seems like kind of obvious, right? But it can be challenging because there's so many options, right? But guys, the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. I've seen mage tables. I've seen achievements. I've seen monsters. I've seen Cyberrack. I've seen it all. So you can do whatever you want. But my recommendation, if you're starting for the first time, pick something simple. This is just so you won't overwhelm yourself on the first try and you get time to get your feet wet, familiarize yourself with the materials that are involved with cosplay. It's kind of better that way. I know that we want to all make Reinhardt and go all crazy with the big armor and look amazing, but if you can start simple, you can work your way to Reinhardt and look like a total cool person. It's going to be awesome. The next thing is something that I'm sure that you ask any cosplayer here, whether they're new or whether they are seasoned. We all do this to some degree. That's research. And guys, let me tell you, it takes time to research because before these cosplay kits existed, we had to take screen caps and we had to draw and redraw and draw some more and then scrap that and draw again. And gosh, I don't know about all of you, but for me, it takes anywhere from 1 to 3 months to get everything down packed. That's a lot of time. Not only is that a lot of time, but that's time I could be using to make a costume. So anything to save time is a good thing, right? Yeah? So let's talk about that cosplay kit. Because guys, my cosplayer buddies here, what is our most precious commodity when making a costume? What is the one thing that's our enemy when making a cosplay? Time. Exactly. Time. Guys, it's our enemy, but you know what? These cosplay kits, they save you time. Everything's right there for you. It takes just a moment to download, and months of research, and all that drawing and redrawing reduced down just a few seconds. Boom, you have everything. If you let it, these cosplay kits can be the most powerful tool in your personal cosplay kit, your arsenal, your toolbox. You have everything you need at your fingertips, and you can get started on your cosplay right away. But here's some examples of what these breakdowns look like. They're very helpful. It's what I use to create what you see me wearing right now. I mentioned time is our enemy, right? Time was my enemy with this costume as well. I was up until 5 a.m. this morning, still working on this evil contraption. And so I had to make some sacrifices, and there were, things happened, but I am here wearing this thing, so yay. So you might be wondering, what do I use to make a costume? Let me stop you. Before you use anything, safety first, right? Guys, we use some of the most toxic crap in existence, right? Glues, spray paints, polymers. It smells real bad. We use hot things, we use sanding things. I have been impaled on my own sewing machine. It was painful. So you don't want that. So what I recommend is use those safety goggles, use the gloves, use the thimbles. Don't leave hot things on. Don't get tagged by your hot knife. It hurts. I can tell you, it hurts. Now, this is the cool part about cosplay. You can use everything. Everything. Every material, all the way down to duct tape and cardboard, has its merits. All right? There's no right or wrong thing to use for cosplay. And I know there's some fancy materials out there, like you got Warbla and you've got resin and all these other really cool techniques, but you don't have to start with the expensive stuff. You can start with the simple stuff, right? You can make everything work for you, and that's okay. The cheap stuff is not necessarily the bad stuff. So I got cheap stuff on this costume. I have the kid craft foam, kinds you find at Michael's. It's in here, I guarantee it. And it's awesome. I loved it to death. So this is just an example of me using the kitty craft foam, because my original plan was to use the EVA foam, which is that floor mat that you see in the pictures up there. Floor mats are awesome. They're cheap, and they come in big packs, and you can heat mold them, which is really cool. Be mindful of time, which is something I'm awful at. Do not follow my example of time management. It is very bad. And it's okay to mess up. That's how we learn. And if you do mess up, it's okay. Literally, just start over, take a deep breath. I know you spent a lot of time on whatever you probably messed up on. No problem, man. Now you know what to do. This is my first helmet. It was bad. It made me look like a bobblehead. So I had to scrap this bad boy. And that was the chest piece in its original incarnation, also very bad. It's just awful. Don't look at that. Shoot. So now we work smarter and not harder, right? Seemingly simple concept. It can sometimes go over our heads when we're making a cosplay. If you don't know how to make something, first of all, it's okay to use something that's already been fabricated. That saves you time. Remember, that's our enemy. So anything that saves you time is a good thing. The other thing that you want to do is use Google, use the internet. The internet is your best friend. There are so many tutorials out there that can help you get started. I guarantee you, if you're wondering how to do something in your head and you go and type it in Google, there's a tutorial that will tell you step by step, start to finish, how to get it done. And essentially, that's what I had to do for this costume as well. Because you know what? I'm a clothy. I mostly make cloth costumes, and I've never made armor in my life. So tutorials help me get to where I'm standing out right here with all this good stuff. So these are the legs. I had a particularly hard time working on these things. I was even down to the wire making my legs last night. So, I mean, everything's a challenge, and I'm willing to admit that even as a seasoned cosplayer. This is a chest piece after I figured out what the heck I was doing. And I'm very happy with the result. I also utilized automotive vinyl in this one. It's a surprisingly versatile product, very cheap. And some more examples here. The next thing I want to talk about here are commissions, or something I like to call outsourcing. Outsourcing is when you don't know how to make something, or you ran out of time and you know someone else who can do it better than you, and you want to pay them for it. It's a good thing, because that's what I had to do. Because guys, let's face it, I don't know how to make a gun. I don't know how to make any weapons. I'm really bad at that, and I'll admit that. So I decided to contact my buddy here, Jordan, and I was like, hey Jordan, I know you know how to do this, but you know, I need to pay you for this, so like, you know, can we get that ball rolling? And he very graciously agreed. And now I have my very fancy gun that you see sitting on the table over here. It's very nice. So with that, I'm gonna leave you guys with Jordan, who's actually gonna talk to you a little bit more about what went into making this gun, the materials and whatnot. So without further ado, Jordan.
Thank you. As Kiki introduced me from the start, my name is Jordan Duncan. I do prop making and fabrication, and I've been doing it, thankfully, to people like Lorraine full-time for 2 years now. And just to reiterate something she said, everything I know, everything I learned, and all the work I do, all my knowledge came from Google. I never took classes or you know, tutored under anyone. Everything I know and learned was from my own research, so if you have the drive and motivation, you can definitely do that too. So I was super excited when Lorraine approached me about this project. I grew up playing the StarCraft games, and I love Nova like everyone else does, so this was a lot of fun to make. And I'm just going to go through a brief overview of the steps and the process that went into making this gun. So, like with costumes, every project starts with research and gathering references. And again, just to reiterate, these cosplay reference kits are invaluable. Like, I can't even describe how much they will help you. Being able to see all the angles of your props and costumes and all the detail, it just breaks it down so nicely for you and saves you a ton of time. So next step, once you have these patterns, you actually have to, I'll look at those references to design my patterns. And you have to plan from the start if you're going to add things like LEDs, lights. You need to plan where you're going to store your batteries, how you're going to access the batteries, where you're going to put the wires. And if you plan that from the start, it'll save you a lot of time and trouble down the road. And then for this gun in particular, I ended up molding and casting it. I did this to reduce the weight, keep it lightweight. You know, these props are carried around all day at conventions, so you want to make it as comfortable as possible. I decided to go that route. If you're going to do that, again, you need to plan from the start how you want to do that. You can, research different molding and casting techniques, and it'll just help you, again, to plan that in advance, to know how you want to do it. It'll affect how you build your prop, so you gotta plan ahead. I used Illustrator for my patterns and templates. It's a great resource, a great program. And as you can see here, I broke the gun down in layers from the center out. And then all assembled, this is what the pattern looks like, all layered. The great thing about Adobe Illustrator is you can port those templates and send them to laser cutters to get your pieces cut out. If you don't have a laser cutter or don't have access to one, there are crash spaces and lots of different places where you can rent time or find someone else to cut for you. It's a great tool, saves a lot of hassle, and you can see you get very accurate cuts. Because you did all that planning in advance, assembly usually ends up being pretty easy. After I had all those pieces cut out, it's literally just gluing them together, and after that, it's shaping and sculpting. So once you have all your MDF pieces cut and laser cut, before molding, casting, getting into that, you have to do the final shaping and sculpting. For this gun, all there really was the front of the barrel, rounding that out. You can't get complex curves when you're doing that layering technique with a laser cutter, so you have to go in with tools after that. The shape, sanding this down, was the combination of belt sander, mouse sander, hand files, whatever works. After that, to get a smooth finish, I'll use automotive filler primer. It's great for getting a smooth finish. You can sand it down. It takes the sanding really well, and like I said, helps you get that smooth finish and ready for molding. Molding is a several stage process, but before you start, you have to, I embedded this one in a clay base, so I could mold each half of the prop at a time. And the first half of the mold, or the first step in the mold, is doing silicone. Silicone will pick up all the detail of the mold. It's flexible, so you need to back it with a mother mold. This was a combination of a few different materials, epoxies, and a product that I don't remember the name of. But Smooth On, if you look up Smooth On, I use all their materials. They have a Plastipaste, that was the name. But Smooth On carries a ton of molding and casting materials. They have tons of information about their products, tons of resources and tutorials, so if you check them out, it'll help you. So after the mold is done, it's time to cast. I casted this gun to be hollow, as I said, and backfilled it with foam. It's a little more in-depth of a process than that, but that's what Google's for. It's research. Again, and another great tool is this community. As Rachel said, this community is great. Everyone loves helping each other. So if you have questions, you can't find something, ask someone. People can often point you to tutorials or give you information themselves. But yeah, so after the cast is done, I went about cleaning it up, trimming the edges, sanding seam lines, smoothing everything out so that it's ready for painting. And once painted, that's what it looked like. So I just want to thank you and thank Blizzard for bringing me out and having this panel. I'm floored by the amount of people here. So thank you guys. And now I'll let Allison tell you about making larger-than-life costumes.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Allison Trin. So for many of you, this is probably your first time actually seeing my face because, as you can tell, I tend to do larger-than-life costumes. So this is my 5th year cosplaying at Blizzcon. And if you had told me 5 years ago that I was going to be on the stage, part of a panel about cosplay stuff, I don't think I would have believed you. So big thanks to Blizzard for having me here, and a big thanks to you guys for being awesome. So let's jump right into something. Pre-planning, before you get started, some things to remember. How are you going to get your stuff to your convention? So if you need to take a 21-hour road trip to California, for example, you probably want to know that before you get started, so you can plan accordingly. Otherwise, if you need to ship it, shipping does get expensive, so please budget accordingly, make informed decisions. Next, we have personal safety. Lorraine talked about a little earlier, safety while making your costumes. I want to talk about safety while wearing your costumes. So these are very intensive projects and very hard to wear. They're hot, they're heavy, they're a test of your endurance, truly. So let's go over a few things that'll make your experience easier. So we have fans. Please, if you can install fans in your costume, please do. It truly helps. Stay hydrated, stay safe. And most of all, if you can, find a dedicated handler. This is huge. These people are truly the lifeblood of these costumes. Yep. Thank you. Truly, thank you to the handlers. They make sure that you don't actually walk into the fountain outside. Next, how to fit a mere human body into a large costume. So, as you can tell, I'm not a gorilla. So my shoulder span is only so big. Winston, though, is pretty big. So when you have to build a costume out that much, you're going to have some rubbing points. You're going to have areas that you're going to be touching all day. If you need to brace or pad your body in any way, please do so. It'll make it so much easier for you to wear. Now, let's move on to a topic that's really close to my heart. Okay. Proper time management. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing to talk about, but it's very important. So, we have traditional approaches, waterfall. This is more of a big design up front technique. So with this, you break out every single step of your costume, give it a time estimate, when you need to get it done. This is great if you've actually had any sort of experience making these costumes. But what do you do when this is your first time building something? Well, we have agile approaches. Now, I have to say, I am a certified Scrum Master and Scrum product owner, so I tend to be a little biased here. With agile approaches, you break out your project into smaller and smaller pieces until you can actually estimate it well. Maybe you don't know how long it's going to take for you to make a giant monkey body. But you could probably figure out how long it's going to take for you to make little hoops and then drape it over. That being said, if you can't change the time frame of your project, you have to be able to adjust the scope. So be okay with cutting out those fun features that might not necessarily be essential to your costume. Now, after this, let's talk about what I actually do. So I tend to do hoop-based bodies. There are many ways to do this. This is what works for me, and here is a few examples why. It's easily scaled. Since you're making essentially giant clown pants, if you need bigger hoops, make a bigger hoop. If you made it too big, cut some off. It works. From there, you can drape some fabric over it, sew it into pockets so you get that form. Next, because you did do this like that, it's actually collapsible into itself, so it's easier to transport. It's collapsible. So, and next, going back to my personal safety point, it's hollow, so you can install fans for proper air circulation. So this is actually the body of Winston. So if you see in the chest there, I have 4 fans installed. It keeps me cool during the day. It makes it easier to wear. So eventually, after you do that, you drape the fabric over it. You add some upholstery foam, some fabric, some armor. You go from that to a giant monkey. Next, let's talk a little bit about adding a head to your costume. So I've actually used 3 different techniques in the last 3 years. We have plastic canvas. So you wrap this around your head, cut out some eye holes, slap some upholstery foam on it, and eventually you get a giant walrus. This is actually the head that I used for Tusky the Tuskar back in the day. But unfortunately, this material does fatigue over time. It's not very durable. It is lightweight though. Next, we have balaclava techniques. So balaclavas, also known as ski masks, these are easily, you can add articulation points for your jaw very easily since it's very tight-fitting to your face. That being said, since it is tight-fitting, if you have any skin issues at all or don't like things touching your face, you won't be able to remove the inner liner of this head, so you're not going to be able to wash it. So plan accordingly, make informed choices. Next, and what I used this year, resin or fiberglass. This scary photo is actually Winston's face without skin on. It's horrifying, I know. So this is a great material. if you need something sturdy. So if you're doing advanced animatronics or other really cool stuff, then it gives you a nice base to work on. That being said, it is also the heaviest out of these 3 options. So it will fatigue over time, your neck. Plan accordingly. Make informed decisions and choices. And before I pass it back to Kiki, I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. Keep going, keep trying, and most of all, if you do choose to do one of these projects, keep in mind that passion will get you started, but perseverance will truly get you across the finish line. So, thank you.
Thank you, Allison. All right, guys. So, you guys are amazing. Just the cosplay that I've seen this year alone, my jaw hit the floor so many times, I'm pretty sure it's bruised. I have no idea how the judges were able to pick a winner yesterday, but somehow they picked a winner out of all of you amazing cosplayers. So without further ado, I'm about to bring on stage your 2015 Blizzcon Cosplay Contest winner. Give it up for PA, also known as Papa Cosplay. Whoa, look at this thing. It's amazing. So why don't you introduce yourself and tell us where you are joining us from?
Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is PA. I'm from France, and I'm here as a space marine from StarCraft.
Whoa. Let me just say, this thing is amazing. The more I look at it, just the better it gets. How long did this take to make?
So it took me around 1,000 hours.
Whoa. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people out there are wondering, was there a particularly difficult piece for you to craft or something that gave you a hard time, anything like that?
Yeah, especially the torso, because usually in leather armor I can do paper patterns, like for the arms and head and legs. But on the torso, with all the volume and round shapes, I had to first do the whole costume in foam. So I had already, I had the first cosplay in foam, and since I wanted to do it in leather, I swapped to leather after.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that are wanting to start cosplaying. Do you have any tips or words of advice or inspiration that you'd like to share with them?
Well, my first leather armor was last year as a Ground Stalker from World of Warcraft, with moving eyes and stuff. And that was my first attempt with leather. So if you just want to do something, you can find anything on internet. Like, yes, there is a lot of people doing awesome tutorials, and you just have to try, and you just have to, take some time, just save some time to try and stuff, and you can, do everything.
All right, and before we let you go, is there anyone out there that inspires you or motivates you to keep going and keep cosplaying amazing things like this?
On those leather armor, yeah, definitely. It's called Prince Armory. He's from United States. And I first saw his, my first BlizzCon was 2010 here. And I saw one of his creations, like a white paladin. I had no idea where it was from this guy, but 3 years later, I saw the leather Aquaman, and when I saw this medieval Aquaman, I wanted to do leather armor, and that's why I did the Ground Stalker. And for this year, I was more going for an Overwatch costume. I'm a robotics engineer, so I was more into like robotics costume. And then he made this Darth Vader medieval armor, and so I wanted to do a new leather armor.
Well, this is amazing, guys. Give it up for him. This is your 2015 contest winner. Just stand right here. All right, guys. So We have some time available. We're going to be doing a Q&A. If you look over here, we have a staff member with a microphone. So if you have any questions for us, just pop on up, and we will do our best to answer them for you.
The camera. Oh, okay. And I'm going to... So, getting up close. Hi, I just want to say all your cosplays are amazing and inspiring, and I've been cosplaying for about 4 years. I'm a little upset I didn't today. Electronically speaking, are there any tips and tricks or tutorials that you guys have used for someone who does the fabric pieces and the molding, but not so much on the electronics?
Like I said from the start, this community is amazing. There's a lot of people who provide different information through PDF books or downloadable books, that kind of thing. A friend of ours who's actually here right now, Svetlana, Kamui Cosplay, you guys have definitely seen all her costumes the past few years. I know she has a book about LEDs and electronics. I've used it, I've learned from it, so that would be my first recommendation.
Name of the book?
Svetlana's awesome LED book. That's what I call it.
Oh, yay!
We're going to have it right there. There you go.
Look up Kamui Cosplay.
Kamui Cosplay.
Thank you.
Hi, couple questions. First off, on average, what is the price range of a cosplay costume?
Well, okay. So the thing about price range is it's going to vary with every single costume. I mean, if you look at the costumes that you see up on screen right now, there is going to be a wide gap between the price range on those costumes because of the materials that you use. Some require rigs, some require tons of fabric or leather, and then some of them require advanced electronics or animatronics like you see on Winston. So that's really going to change the price depending on what you want to do. But as a lot of the panelists said, that's why it's so great that we have this cosplay community, because you can ask somebody who's done a giant space monkey, how much did that run you? And they can give you a guesstimate about what it would cost if you want to be a giant space monkey.
All right, second question. If I'm gonna have a tail that drags on the ground on my costume, what kind of material should I use to protect the underbelly, as it were?
Well, seeing as I had a lumpy space alien butt last year, I used some reinforced cardboard, actually, with about 12 wheels underneath, so it kept it lifted off the floor, and that way I did have some clearance, and the actual fabric that you see there wasn't just dragging across the entire convention.
All right, thank you so much. I may have to get back to you and write it down somewhere.
Absolutely.
Also, if you see him walking around anywhere, let me know. I'm looking for him.
All right.
All right, hello guys. It was awesome seeing you, most of you, at the contest last night. My question is for the fans that you would put into the costume. Do you guys normally rig that up yourself, or do you break something? That's how I would normally go about, is break something and then put it in, but that sounds a little dangerous.
So, like I said, I had 4 fans in Winston this year. So those were just the normal USB-powered computer fans. I think they were about $5 or $10 on Amazon. So those are great. They also offer water evaporated fans there as well for about the same price.
I guess along the same lines of electrical, so maybe for you, Jordan, how do you go about installing the lights in yours? Do you have, do you do all the electronic stuff yourself, or do you hire somebody?
Yeah, I do I do my electronic stuff myself. I haven't done, to be honest, a ton of in-depth electronics, but it all depends on the kind of LEDs you use, whether you're using strips or single LEDs. So it's kind of a project by project basis. But again, look up tutorials. There's tons of resources out there where you'll be able to find more specific information about what the lights and the pieces you want to use.
All right, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys. So as you said, like these costumes can take hundreds of hours, if not 1,000 hours to make. So what do you guys do to keep sane during that time?
For that, a lot of Netflix. We do a lot of Google Hangouts and talking to each other, so keeping up with the community. Yes, Google Hangouts. They're wonderful. Keep talking to other people, but yeah, a lot of music, a lot of movies. I've seen just about every TV show at least 5 or 6 times.
Support each other. I have called her multiple times. She's my family. I've called my other sister just in tears, like, I'm not going to do this. And they're like,
You
no,
can do it.
Keep at it. Or like she said, Google Hangouts. You know, I'll go into a Hangout just completely defeated. And I'll reach out to my fellow cosplayers and they're like, no, keep at it. Just keep doing what you're doing. And you guys inspire me. So thank you.
I will say, if you find yourself you're going nuts and nothing is helping, feel free to take a break. That's your body telling you you need to stop and take a step back. And it's important to recognize when that point comes, because believe me, I have had that problem. And that's what I had to do to solve it. Just take a step back, take a breather, and then come back to it later.
Okay, thanks.
My husband and I love the cosplay kits. We absolutely think they're fantastic, and we were wondering if we could get like more non-humanoid shaped ones, because giant robot spider wasn't one of them.
Honestly, these are brand new, and we're expanding our arsenal, and the more characters we can get together for these, I'd love to hear feedback on what kind of characters you guys would like to see. Please send it my way.
Definitely more of the robotic ones would be fantastic.
Great. Awesome, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Hello. I would just like...
Cosplay problems.
Yep. I would just like to make a plug for the Facebook Blizzcon cosplay group. It's a great place to ask tons of questions. And my question for you guys is, after doing several cosplays, is there anything you won't do anymore, like any costume prop or something, or is it still anything goes, comfort level or otherwise?
So the one thing, truth be told, that really scares me is anything that I would have to wear stilts for. It goes back to that personal safety thing. So if you have a chance of tripping or falling off of something, that adds an additional element to it. In addition to that, heavy props. I made the mistake of rotocasting a large sword last year, and I didn't have a dedicated handler for most of the day. So by the end of BlizzCon, I was exhausted. So lightweight stuff, lightweight, good.
I'm gonna add heels to that, because I made an Izan costume about 2 years ago, and the heels were very large, and it's terrifying. Don't do it.
Thank you.
Hello. I have 2 questions. One for PA. I was wondering exactly how much leather did you use in that costume?
5 cowhide.
5 cowhides. Wow. Okay, that's amazing. That's expensive.
Yeah, the leather, all the raw leather was around 570 euros.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of the equivalent you can find here. That's pretty awesome. Second question, I was wondering, I know when Warbler came on the scene, it was kind of like a game changer. I was wondering individually, what is your favorite material to use when crafting?
I love craft foam in all of its iterations, whether it's the more lightweight or like the floor mats, but I also do have a soft place in my heart for Warbler, because that stuff is amazing.
I think I will go for leather. Yeah.
For me, it's a toss-up between anything cloth. I love my sewing machine, and Warbler. It's just so easy to use.
I'm gonna go with cloth as well. That's my main love, and my newly discovered friend, the craft foam. I love this. So good. EVA foam.
I think it's good to be versatile and try out different materials, get experience with, because there's no one perfect material for everything. As Lorraine said, her chest piece was a few different materials, kinds of materials combined, and being able to have that experience and have that flexibility, and really choose what's best for each piece is way better than being like, okay, I'm gonna use Warbler for everything. It just allows you to be a little more versatile.
Okay, so I think I like cloth and leather. Leather is like cloth. It works similarly in some ways. So, and of course the foam. I like foam. Foam is good.
Well, thank you very much. That's all I had to ask.
Thank you.
Hello. I've been here, this is my second year. I went as Green Janie yesterday, and I worked with foam last year and made a big hat. My question is, how do you get yourself a handler?
Make friends. But the cosplay community is a great resource. As a couple of questions ago, she said the cosplay discussion that is up on Facebook, I saw several people reach out on there and say, hey, is there anyone who can help me out? Or just, asking that simple question, I need some help. Is there anyone available?
We had quite a few people say, oh, I didn't finish mine in time or whatever. Does anybody need help? Just, yes, please help me. Absolutely. We're all here for each other.
Also, smooth talking helps, just kind of ease them into it, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, by the way.
Yeah, everybody I know either thinks I'm nuts or they don't into cosplay. But thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Premièrement, merci Papa pour toute votre inspiration. C'est vraiment super. J'apprécie vraiment.
You're welcome. De rien.
Sorry for the broken French. My big question is for the projects that went horribly wrong, like catastrophic failure. How did you finally figure out you needed to pull the ripcord, you needed to just go, screw it, I'm wearing jeans?
It was kind of like a sanity check. It's when you're doing it and you find yourself more upset or just not happy with the idea of being in that outfit, because for me, cosplay is fun and I enjoy every second of it. So if I'm staring at a potential costume going, there's no way I'm putting that on, I'm just gonna hate walking around in it, and I go, you know what? Then I probably shouldn't be doing this right now. I'm just gonna call it and we'll try something else, or maybe we'll just give this a break and come back to it.
What is the first thing that you, or what is the kicker? Like, is there one piece of, is it safety? Is it mental health? What is the
happiness?
One thing
yeah. When your happiness is gone, call it.
Yeah, when you stop having fun doing it, that is your red flag right there that you need to stop.
And what do you do with the pieces that you've already made?
Bonfire.
Sacrifice them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a question for Mr. Marine. All the detail is amazing. Can you talk about how you did all the filigree work? Is it leather tooling or?
Yeah, everything is leather tooling, and the difficulty was to decide how many should I put in the costume to still be the Space Marine, and what shape should they have. So I tried to go for some kind of tentacle stuff to match the Zerg and Terran history.
Okay, cool. And is it leather painting that you did on top of it? Leather paints?
Dye, leather dye, yeah, everywhere.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, guys, that looks like it's it for the questions. We just wanted to say a big thank you again for coming out and supporting all of us. It means the world to us. And give yourself a round of applause. You guys are so awesome. Again, I'm just floored by the talent that is out there. Before we let you guys go and say goodbye for good, please check out the Dark Moon Fair. There are some professional cosplay photographers and screens in there. You can make your own GIF and do the 360 cam. I recommend that one. If you want to speak to any of us after the panel, we are going to be alongside the stage, and Jordan will be at the Razor booth. So again, thank you. We love you. Keep doing it. Have an awesome BlizzCon.
Thank you for attending the Art and Craft of Cosplay panel. Up next, the cutscene behind Blizzard's in-game cinematics panel.
Opening ceremony, just finishing up.
delighted to have with us Mike Morheim, CEO and President of Blizzard Entertainment. Mike, oh my gosh.
That was an incredible opening ceremony.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had so much to talk about.
Well, first off, 6 full games and a giant movie franchise.
Yeah.
That's a lot to put in one opening ceremony.
Yeah.
I know, right? Every single game had a huge announcement. Every single one of them, just huge. I mean, Tracer coming to Heroes.
Storm.
It's just massive. Just everything that you guys have done with this.
Yeah.
And it seems also that StarCraft 2, with the Legacy of the Void launch, it seems that the game has never been as accessible as it is now.
Yeah, we're really excited about the new game modes. I think it's just really, you know, because StarCraft is one of those games that if you have a skill difference, it's really hard to share your passion for the game with somebody else, especially if you're playing, you know, 1v1. That's just going to be that fun. But now with Archon mode, you know, it opens up all these possibilities, not only for, you know, sharing your experience with the game, but also for mentoring other people and helping them learn about the game.
Absolutely. I know that's how I'm going to learn how to play StarCraft. I want to do Archon mode for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm glad you guys are expanding on the story of the Protoss as well.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like they've been the one race that's needed just a little bit more of their story shed, you know? What was your decision to, you know, kind of shed the light on the Protoss as opposed to, like, you know, we had Heart of the Swarm, which was more so about the Zerg. And
well, we made the decision back before we launched Wings of Liberty that we were going to split the campaign into, you know, 3 parts: Terran, Zerg, Protoss. And so it's a long wait for the Protoss chapter, you know, but it's finally here.
That sounds like they're getting their due in this. And the Heroes, or the Heartstone stuff, the League of Explorers.
Oh my gosh.
Mind blown. I mean, you guys have totally flipped the possibilities of this game now that you're going to be running away from traps and trying to get out of things. I mean, was this something you guys were trying to do early and this is now just the right time for it? Or is this something that you guys went,
the team has been brainstorming all sorts of wacky and crazy ideas for these adventures. So
This is great.
It's something they really wanted to do. You know, that golden monkey card?
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty
hat.
The room exploded when the golden monkey.
Yeah.
I mean, changing your hand to all legendaries, I can't even. It's.
And I like it too because it's a fun new way to do a solo adventure instead of just reimagining a raid, which I think is what everybody was expecting.
Right.
Is that you're doing a completely different adventure.
Yeah.
I love everything about this. I think it's amazing. And the other thing that we have going on here too is esports. We have 4 world championships happening right now. What is that like for you to have all 4 of these all at one time?
It's pretty amazing. I mean, Blizzcon is just kind of exploding. There's stuff going on every minute, and you can't possibly watch it all. Thank God for VODs.
Right, exactly. I know, virtual ticket. I'm going to be going home and watching everything after that. So.
Well, and there's also so many different halls and stuff. There's panels on Hall A, the Diablo panels, which I'm super jazzed about. I'm a Diablo nut, as it were. I mean, the Overwatch announcements were fantastic. I mean, you guys really stepped up and said, hey, you have information, you want to know information? Here's all the information about it. And day and date on console, how was that process for you guys? Because I know they had said that, Kaplan was saying that, you know, with Diablo, it was such a great thing to bring to consoles. People really loved it. But day and date, that's very cool.
I think pretty early on, we realized that Overwatch would make a really great console game.
Yeah,
absolutely. And so the team has been thinking about console right from the beginning.
Got it.
And so we thought it was pretty important to offer console players the game right away. You know, Diablo 3 players did have to wait a little while.
It's been interesting, too. We've been seeing the Twitter feeds and people commenting. People are already forming esports teams for Overwatch.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're already calling to action saying, come find us now. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how that scene explodes as well. Pretty soon you're going to have 5 tournaments going on.
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about Overwatch esports and how we want to sort of develop that scene and encourage everybody to just kind of hold your horses and wait until you kind of hear what we have planned. But I do think it's going to be a great esport. It's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah. Was it like, what was the initial decision for you guys, like, coming over the console in the beginning? It's just something that you guys have not traditionally done. Like, a lot of times before, it was always, you know, PC support. You guys were all about PC, so.
When we're creating a game, we always look at the available gaming platforms and we kind of try to choose which platforms are most appropriate for each game.
Yeah.
So it's not really like we've been avoiding console. It's just that,
this game,
you know,
right one
when you think about real-time strategy and massively multiplayer, it's a lot harder to get that to work well on console. But for action RPG and, you know, obviously there are a lot of very popular FPSs that work great on console.
All right, I have a question. Kind of looking forward. Do you guys have any other genres that you're looking at, kind of tabbing, getting into?
You know, I think we're going to just focus
Yeah.
on that.
No?
Yeah, for now.
Play it right now.
I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out there. If you do a fighting game, I am totally on board. In Overwatch, I saw the little cabin, and my mind started thinking. I was like, oh.
We have an ex-fighting game here. Well, he still plays fighting games, but yeah, that's fine.
That's probably as close as we're going to get.
Okay. Even if it's a mini game, I'll take it.
Yeah,
You know,
and World of Warcraft Legion.
Yeah.
I mean, ending
Oh my
that
goodness.
panel with that cinematic,
that
crazy,
oof.
blew my mind. So
boy, and that sure looked good on the big screen.
Oh my gosh!
I can't wait to see it on a bigger screen. That's for sure.
It's going to be fantastic.
The cinematics team really knocked it out of the park yet again. They really did. It looks real. They did such a great job with reimagining Varian from his video game look to a cinematic look. It's incredible. And just speaking about Warcraft in general, the Warcraft trailer for the movie, what's it like for you to see this video game that you guys have been doing for 21 years now, this franchise, come to life?
Yeah, this has been a really long road. You know, we've sort of, one of our dreams in the very beginning is, you know, wouldn't it be so awesome to eventually have a feature film based in this world?
Yes.
And so to kind of watch it come together and watch the amazing CG that ILM has put into that film, you know, and you got to see a taste of that.
It's incredible.
They did a great job with that trailer, didn't they?
They did an amazing
You know,
job.
people were worrying that the CGI wouldn't be right. People were concerned, but it was everything I wanted. They really did. His eyes. Juraton's eyes in that. I was just like, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. Yeah,
So
I
it's
think
going to be really neat when we get to go and start seeing it in theaters.
Right?
At least
Did you get to
the
go to
trailer
set?
at first, and yeah, I did. I got to visit the set, which was a lot of fun. I mean, they literally built aspects of Azeroth. It was so cool.
How involved are you guys in the entire production of the movie?
We've been very involved.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the look and feel really took a lot of our story and franchise guys sharing concepts and sharing high-res renders of the characters, the places, and so, you know, ILM really worked very closely with us. All the costumes and character design is... they did a great job capturing Warcraft, the look and feel of the games.
Absolutely.
At a very high, you know, resolution, high definition.
And it feels very tangible, you know what I mean? Like the armor, like seeing the Stormwind armor and all that stuff, you're just like, that, I want to wear that.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
That looks fantastic.
I want to jump on a griffin and just to fly down.
Don't try that at home.
Luckily, I don't have a griffin.
And, you know, just seeing the scale and the vision is so cohesive with what you actually go through when you play the game, you know, which is something I think a lot of, like, movies that are video game spin-offs have struggled with.
Absolutely.
Like you guys collaborated very well and meshed together very well to make this, you know, to bring to life the Warcraft game. So
yeah, so it's not far away.
Not far away at all.
Yeah, and you guys, the swashbuckle element of League of Explorers is overflowing. I mean, it harkens back to those great pulp adventures of the sort of 20s and 30s. Like, I cannot wait to get my hands on that game.
Yeah, and it reminds me of like Indiana Jones, like Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
It's just got that like fun adventuring feeling. With I know you're a big Hearthstone player yourself. What deck are you playing these days?
Oh, I don't know. Well, you know, I tend to keep trying to get Freeze Mage to work for me.
Yeah, Freeze Mage.
Yeah. But I don't know. I try to mix it up too.
Yeah.
Try different things.
Yeah, I got stuck on Paladin, and I've been
Secret Paladin.
It. Oh, it's
the
so
Secret
much fun.
Paladin deck's pretty fun.
Yeah.
People were calling that the Christmas tree Paladin because it is all
Gifts.
they're great.
Gifts for you.
Yeah.
Handed by me.
Right.
I was going to say real quick, they say Overwatch doesn't have a story. There's so much there, though. Hanzo has a brother, guys.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much that just happened in opening ceremony, and my mind just keeps going.
I know.
You know, the
that
interesting
moment
thing about that is there is a ton of backstory with all the characters and the world, and so they're able to pull some of these things in the character design and tease a little bit out in the gameplay, but we have plans to sort of educate people about the world of Overwatch and get to know these characters a little bit better. So a lot of that will happen outside of the game.
It's so cool. And it was just seeing Hanzo and
Genji,
be able to say brother.
Come on.
And you just,
We blew everything over here. Well, thank you so
much,
Mike, for coming and sitting in. Mike Morheim, President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment. So now we're going to send Malik off to the arena.
I'm going bye-bye.
So we can get some esports coverage. Now, one of the big things here at BlizzCon, of course, is the iconic statues of your favorite Blizzard characters. It's always been a huge part of BlizzCon, and this year Tracer becomes the latest fan favorite to get immortalized on the show floor. Let's go behind the scenes and see how the creative team fabricated their latest masterpiece.
Usually when we're choosing characters for statues, we usually go through a bit of a process, kind of sit around a table, talk about what characters are most important to the IP, what characters resonate with us the most, and which characters do we feel best represent, the world, and we just kick ideas around.
Tracer became the poster girl, if you will, for Overwatch. She's probably the first character that we designed for Overwatch, and I think she led the whole style of the game into this very aspirational world where she's a hero. Everybody looks up to her. Everybody wants to be like her because she's really spunky and energetic, and a lot of that captured what Overwatch was about.
Don't worry, loves. Cavalry's here.
My name is Steve Wang, and I'm the co-owner of Alliance Studio. In all the statues that we have made for Blizzard, some of the stuff we have used their digital files that they've given us, because they spend a tremendous amount of time modeling these characters, and so the 3D models are beautiful when we get them. In the case of Tracer, we take the 3D model, and everything has to be broken up into sort of micro parts. She has the chrono accelerator, the hair, the skin, all the weapons, and everything on her. So in order to translate the model into our build process, which is to print everything, and then we have to make molds, and we have to cast copies of it. It's got to be taken apart, insert all the lights, and it takes weeks to do this process. Once that's all finished, and then there's the final assembly, making it so that we can literally take it apart for shipping and put it back together whenever it's required.
A key component in her design is the chronal harness, the kind of technology that Winston designed that keeps her in place, but also allows her to blink backwards and forwards in time. And the design of that, it creates this trail behind her.
Her chrono accelerator, it has a couple of rings that are projected holographically in the game. We can't really do real holograms, but we did devise a way of using a mini projector, using layers of transparent screens that creates that 3D effect. Can't wait for the fans to meet Tracer. The thing that I'm the most excited about is this different direction that we're going with this figure. She is an anime style character. Everything we've done for them has always been realism. And now we're told, don't make it too real. Make sure she looks like an anime character. So don't go too crazy with the realism, but we still want her to feel like she's real. And there's like a fine line. So there's quite a bit of exploration going on right now.
I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much.
My name is Russell Brower, and I'm Senior Director of Audio and a composer for Blizzard Entertainment. Each time we start an expansion, we ask ourselves, what is it music can do that we've never done before, or that will somehow plus the whole experience and make it better? One of the things that we arrived at early on was an idea that came from one of our artists on the World of Warcraft project. And he came to me and said, I would love it if the Legion had a musical theme. Whether the Legion is coming, whether they've been here, or whether you're in the thick of it, there should be something in the music that tells you more about it. And so we thought, okay, music is a way to sort of telegraph sometimes subtly and sometimes like it'll bang you over the head. It'll let you know that this is the Legion, and they have their own unique signature.
Open fire!
The theme we chose for the Legion, I'd say its outstanding characteristic is that it's relentless. You feel sort of an unsettling emotion, and that's because it's not even playing very loudly. It might just be a low bit of strings or something that's just very subliminal. This is maybe something that, we're not equipped with. Like, we might need a bigger boat to get through this. Virtually every Blizzard game has many composers, not just one, and there's a reason for that. There's a richness that comes from all our individual strengths, and it's a force multiplier when we all work together. When we all get in the studio together and we listen to each other's music being recorded, we start going, oh man, that's good. I wish I had written that. Or, hey, that gives me a great idea for this. And pretty soon, after a few months of this process, I'll find myself sitting down to put together the soundtrack album that will be in the collector's edition. And when I reach that point, I find that I can no longer tell who wrote what. I don't even remember what I wrote, because we've come to the point where musically, we're sort of finishing each other's sentences. The musical mission of Legion is to depict heroes standing together against the apocalypse. There's all kinds of horrific loss and chaos. But in the end, compassion and sacrifice comes shining through, and that's the heart and soul that hopefully you'll find between the notes in our musical score.
All of the music, all of it.
Intense.
Russell's amazing.
Intense.
He wrote Lament to the Highborn. I mean, come on. But enough about Russell for now. Right now, we have Corey Stockton, lead game designer of World of Warcraft, on the couch with us. Blizz Couch.
First guest on the Blizz Couch.
I love this. This is so much cooler than the desk.
I agree.
How you doing, man? This has been a huge
good.
day for Warcraft.
I know. It's the kind of a day we look forward to. Everyone can't wait for BlizzCon, because not only do we get to announce all the info, but there's so much energy in this place everywhere you go. It's an awesome day for everyone in the team.
Let's first talk about that cinematic, because that was unbelievable.
I know, that one's so good. It really hits so many different emotions, right? You've got so much Alliance in it, and then you see Sylvanas come up, and the Horde. I mean, it's just like, I love it. It's like a roller coaster in this short little period of time.
And it really kind of teases the whole Anduin storyline and what's going on there.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that for a long time, right? So I mean, it's finally kind of, we're building up. Oh yeah.
Exactly. Well, there's a lot of lore that's going to be coming up, I'm sure, that we'll be getting into. But one of the things that I know that we really want to hit on and talk about is the class order halls.
Oh, yes.
We really wanted to get into that with you. I know that, last expansion we focused a lot on the Garrison experience. And that was fun. We did it for a little while. But it seems now that the class order hall is being so much more specific to the class. It is a different system. What did you guys learn from the Garrison system that allowed you to implement the class orders?
Well, I think one of the biggest things that stands out as being different is that it's a shared space.
Yeah.
Right. So everyone within that class will share that space. It's definitely something we got a lot of feedback about on the Garrison. People loved it. They thought the customization features were cool.
Totally.
But a lot of times people felt like, well, there's no one else in my Garrison.
Right, you kind of feel alone.
I'm kind of here by myself. So a big thing going into this was, how can we make something that feels uniquely yours, which is where the class part comes in, but you still get to share it with other people. So I think we kind of hit that nice intersection where you get a little bit of both.
Yeah, it feels like a place that you can hang out by yourself, meaning it's special, not just, Stormwind in the middle of it, but that there's other people there. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting was when they were talking about the quests.
Oh, yeah.
That they're not specifically daily quests.
Nope.
Yeah.
That really was a relief for me, because sometimes, life happens.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, I can't get my blue icon off.
Exactly. Exactly. We've got a whole new concept. We're essentially calling them world quests, which is this idea that every day out of your order hall, you'll have an emissary show up, and they'll direct you out into the world to basically do something in the world. But that's kind of like on a cooldown timer, right? So if you don't do it that day, something new could show up the next day. Right, but those things don't go away. So it's very similar if you guys have obviously probably played Heartstone, and the Heartstone quests, how they stack up.
Yeah.
So if you don't play for 2 days, you come back, hey, you got 2 quests. We really like that concept, so we're going to take that and do that same thing here. So if you can't do that emissary's quest, like you were talking about, it'll be there 2 days later.
Yeah,
so you don't have
feel like you missed out.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Exactly. It's like we always want new content there, but I think you got to be able to play at your own pace.
Yeah,
definitely.
most definitely.
Well, you know, Corey, we do have a question from Twitter for you.
Okay.
It's from Brun Flabo, and he asks, regarding flexible questing, if you want to follow the lore, where do you start and go afterwards? So we're talking about the flexible questing that was just announced in the big panel that they just talked about, that Ian was talking about. So how do we follow the lore if it's flexible questing in the zones?
It's all based on how we're structuring the quest. So part of the concept here is when you get one of these quest lines, it's going to be related to a faction. And so when you do things within the faction, you'll be pushing a main storyline along the way. So you'll be doing lots of small tasks in different zones, but all of it will play into one large faction. So you'll have the choice when you come into your order hall for the day and we offer you something, you can choose to do that thing and do, say, 5 quests that are all kind of part of a package and earn a nice big faction hit all together. Or you could decide that you don't want to do that, and you could just go out into the zones and kind of do the world quests on your own. You'll still earn faction, but it'll be in smaller amounts, and you wouldn't kind of see that story in that order that we were presenting it.
So there will still be a storyline that you can follow if you do it. So you can follow a specific line if you want to.
You can, for sure.
But if you don't want to, it doesn't matter at all.
Yep, it's a choice. So if a bunch of your buddies like a zone, and you guys all want to play together that night and just do the world quests in that zone, you can do that.
So
and
you're
you can
not
do everything
spoiling
there.
the sort of zone story.
I love that.
Playing with your friends, you can just go and level, have fun, do world quests. Oh, that's
well, and it's
fantastic.
because they're separated, right? The world quests are a max level thing. So when you're leveling up through the zones, by the time you get to the world quest, you're going to know these factions that you're doing it for because you already leveled up through High Mountain. You leveled up through Suramar. So you've gone through these zones and interacted with those factions, and then we're sending you back to continue that progress. So we really see it as an extension of the leveling into the end game.
That's so amazing. I have to talk about the challenge dungeon keystone. I am a huge Diablo 3 nut. And when he started talking about the challenge keystones, I was like, Greater Rift keystones in World of Warcraft dungeons? I had to change pants quickly. It's fantastic. So was that something that you pulled out of the Diablo 3 endgame stuff?
I mean, it's definitely
that just sort of melted around.
The concept, for sure. I mean, a ton of us on the team have played Reaper's an incredible
Amazing.
game. It's so good in so many ways. And, you know, a ton of us have been playing it, and that's the thing at Blizzard, right? All of us play all of the other games. And so you get ideas, and we're like, that's working really well. How can we kind of integrate that in a way that fits, and feels right? And challenge modes is something that we've been evolving. You know, over the expansions, we had the original idea. We've pushed it, kind of changed it a little bit, and it's something we like. I think people like the challenge, but once they were over, it was just kind of over. So this concept is great because you can really keep pushing yourself, push it.
That's fantastic. You know? Corey, thank you so much for stopping by.
We are
to be our first guest on the Blizz.
It's amazing. Well, we're going to take you over right now to the Heroes of the Storm Hero Design Panel. Much more coming up. We'll see you in a bit.
So custom games, modding has been a big part of really our RTS landscape for a long time, but StarCraft, the original StarCraft, I think brought it to the forefront.
The map-making community was already something that was huge and really important to our players, and we wanted to make a place that was dedicated to them.
With StarCraft 2, we've tried our best to create our version of modding, the best version yet.
And so that's what eventually ended up becoming Arcade.
The arcade interface for Legacy of the Void is getting a revamp, and at launch we'll have a nice new layout and I think just a cleaner experience getting into Arcade.
We're super passionate about this universe and the games that we can create inside of it, but honestly the universe is so much bigger than what we're actually able to make. And Arcade is like the sort of primordial soup of raw, sometimes really out there ideas, and people aren't afraid to just put it out there. It's whatever they thought of, and they have the freedom to do that. And you start to see what I think is the formation of new genres that we see down the road. So we started Rock the Cabinet contest with the goal of giving back to the maker community and kind of doing something that really helps them focus on making new, highly polished content and rewards them for all of their effort.
And it's amazing to see how quickly content creators are able to put together very unique gameplay using the tools with StarCraft.
And one of the most important things about it is at the end, when we go through judging, it's actually our players that narrow down the field of the game, of the entrance, to the things that they find most exciting. The players are all about the content. They want to see something new and fresh, and if we can kind of stimulate that and say, okay, right here and now, you're going to have the best content makers in the community are all going to be dropping new stuff on you at the end of this contest, that's awesome for the players.
It came to our attention that there was a modder out there who had created a very good overlay for the professional esports scene of StarCraft. And so we reached out to this person who was Ryan Shooter and started working with him on a contract basis to create an official esports overlay for StarCraft 2.
It tackled a topic that no other mods were really doing at the time. My main thought was that when I was watching StarCraft events, I just felt that the presentation of the game just could be better. It wasn't designed for people to watch, it was designed for people to play.
He turned out to have so much talent that we wound up hiring him, and he's been a part of the StarCraft user interface team for Legacy of the Void throughout.
There are some amazing games and things that have already been created by the community, as well as content that gets created around StarCraft 2 specifically.
There are a number of just behind-the-scenes features to make it easier for content creators to make great content in Arcade.
We've been fortunate to be able to reach out to and talk to a lot of the people that are making games in Arcade over the years, and there really is no pigeonhole you could put them in.
As someone who's not a programmer, who's not an engineer, I can build a game.
And the combination of all that is something that we've always really loved.
That's what keeps me checking into Arcade every day, is looking at the newest published and what crazy thing that we haven't seen before, people trying out.
Being able to do that, to have that power is so exciting because if you have an idea, here you can do it.
Everybody, we are so happy to be joined on the #Blizz Couch by Jeff Kaplan, game director of Overwatch, and Bill Petrus, art director of Overwatch. Guys, Overwatch, big BlizzCon for you guys this year. Have you been sleeping?
This is embarrassing to say. Last night I was so tired. I left halfway through the costume contest and then passed out at like 9:30 because the day was so intense.
I was going to say, that's actually not a bad idea because you had to do it all again today.
Yep.
You missed a ton of Overwatch cosplay. It was insane.
I know. I've been watching on the internet. That Winston, did you see that one?
Yeah, the Winston was fantastic.
That was amazing. Yeah.
Well, so for you guys, I mean, it's been so huge. You guys just came off an enormous panel, and hearing about each one of the maps, their origin stories, just how each one of them have such a character about the societies that had to fight against, all of it. You did talk about a Hollywood map, and as people who live in Hollywood, where did the inspiration behind the Hollywood map come from?
Wow. Well, it's something that we're really excited about. I think each one of us has their own experience there. I could say the field trip to Hollywood was also really exciting.
You guys took a field trip?
We went up there.
It's easier than Japan and London and other places.
We were allowed to go there. I think for us, there's just that really big fantasy there, just that the creativity there. And it's also pretty close to where we are right now, too.
Yeah, it's not bad. Next time you guys come up, you let us know. But you know, and stuff like that, you know, when you film and stuff, you have to get rights to be able to use imagery like the Hollywood sign or the Man Chinese Theater and stuff. Did you guys have to go through that same process with game development?
Absolutely. We always do. We make sure everything is cleared legally.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I have to say, when I first got my hands on the beta, the maps, the epic scale of the map, like Volskaya Industries, I've played that map probably 30 times before I even noticed that there were giant robots in the back. Like, how amazing is it? I mean, so talk through the concepts of like, okay, we're gonna go, let's do Russia, and then they go, well, okay, well then we should have giant, 70-story robots.
Yeah.
In the back.
That's right. I think one of the first thing the artists on the dev team, we were talking to Jeff, we're like, Jeff, we want to have a giant mech in the game. Let's do this. And I think for Volsky, it was one of the chances that we got to actually have them in there, and it married to the story.
Yeah.
I mean, for us too, there's also the very practical sense of the Russian, the way they build technology. It's really robust.
Yeah.
And for us, having the mechs in there was like super key.
Yeah.
You're right. There's even more mechs being built on the side of the factory.
Crazy.
But for us, we got really excited also just about the Russia map just by itself, the relatability of Russia and the beauty of it as well.
Do you want to tell them about the Easter egg with one of the mechs?
Yes.
Yes, you should.
Yes.
Because I want to find it.
Do it, Jeff.
If you watch,
Okay.
it's very, very rare. Every once in a while, one of the mechs in the distance does a very special dance.
No.
All I'm going to say,
That is
it's up
true.
to the internet to discover it.
That is
there.
true.
Oh, I can't wait to see all the viral videos of that. Well, we do have some Twitter questions for you guys. Some people have been asking. So we have Vamix, I guess. They said, why did your team decide to give infinite ammo to heroes?
That's a great question, actually. Early on, we thought we were going to have an ammo system. In fact, we had one designed. We had the technology implemented for it. But everything about Overwatch is very simplistic, what we like to call simple and elegant design. So if it's not absolutely necessary, don't go there.
Right.
Yeah.
And we felt like we definitely needed the cadence of reloading and that time to introduce breaks for counterplay and that sort of thing. But ammo was just something that every time we would try to tune it, people would either say, there's so much ammo, why do you even have it in the game? Or the constant complaint was, I'm out of ammo. And then we had to design all these elements for you, like things for you to do when you didn't have ammo. And then we kind of had this one realization of, what got us so far was this simple design thought, what happens if we just get rid of it and go with infinite ammo? And it's been great.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, even in World of Warcraft, I'm a hunter, and I remember when we got rid of having to carry arrows around, you know, and that just sort of takes away a small little bit of something that you have to think about and instead focus on the gameplay.
Yep, exactly.
I can imagine like Torbjorn's armor thing might have very well been an ammo dump, you know, try to scatter ammo for your team. But it is very nice, the simplicity of the game. And that's one of the things that I find the most interesting about it is that as an FPS player, I mean, I've played a lot of different FPSs, it's so easy to get into this game even if you're not 100% an FPS person.
Yeah.
Is that a conscious choice of being like, we're going to nail FPS, but we're also going to make it accessible, which is hard in you know, Twitch-based FPS stuff?
We talked a lot about that at the last BlizzCon when we announced the game, that we did want it to be super approachable. And if you look at the design of some of the heroes, we're actually trying to speak to a very wide FPS audience. So you've got Farah, who I think, you know, old school Quake players, Unreal players, Tribes players, they instantly have this bond with her. There's Widowmaker, who speaks to a lot of Call of Duty players, Counter-Strike players.
Totally.
And then you've got somebody like Soldier 76, who really is up the alley for a lot of people coming from the Call of Duty community.
Absolutely.
So we try to have some common ground in our heroes, and that allows us to then explore with a totally random one like a Mei or a Zarya, who's just kind of out there.
Yeah, and by the way, we got our hands on all three of the new heroes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
We both love Eva.
My brain broke.
Yeah.
So much fun. And
It's a lot of fun.
I love that ability where she's super, super, super tanky until she explodes, and then she's really, really, really not tanky, but only for a short period of time if you're smart.
Yeah.
Genius.
What game was she a pro gamer in?
Ooh, good question.
Wow.
What do you think? I
Great
joked
question.
yesterday, like StarCraft 6, it starts to get really meta at this point.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's StarCraft, which is in the future, and Overwatch in the future. And
Yeah.
I don't know. StarCraft 6, maybe.
Probably. There's some discussion, but I don't think we actually have an exact set game.
Well, I can't wait to find out
Yeah.
exactly.
That's no announcement either.
Yeah. No
So
announcement.
you're announcing StarCraft 6 today.
Right here on the couch.
Fantastic, man. History being made.
We do have another Twitter question for you guys. This one comes from Rosie Brent. She says, you guys are already doing a series of animated shorts. How about a cartoon series for Overwatch? Please, she asks.
Interesting.
Bill?
Wow. A part two of the movie, or what was the?
I think a cartoon
She's asking about a
series,
cartoon, like animated series.
Saturday morning.
So, you know, we just came off the panel 2 right now where Jeff Chamberlain was talking about the animated shorts.
Yep.
And right now it's still a little too early to really talk about what's in the future. I know that group is really busy working with the dev team and the creative team to really work on just different ideas. It's a little too early to tell just yet.
Yeah, no, that would make total sense.
So let me ask you, when it comes to creating new characters, do you come at it from a mechanical standpoint, like we need a chick and a mech? Or like, wouldn't that be great if there was a chick and a mech? Or do you come at it more for
I like him
from a
imagining
story?
a chick.
I mean, yeah, a little,
like a
little
tiny little
peep,
chicken.
A little chicken. Bastion's
gotta write that
bird
one
in a
down.
mech. That'd be amazing. Or do you come at it more with the world story and the overall story of saying, like, we need a character who will fill this role in the story and then back into what that person's mechanics will be?
It can be very organic, right?
Yeah.
It could be a drawing from a concept artist that we see. It could be something that someone's just talking about. It could even be something very specific, like if the designers have a really specific idea, it could come from that too. But overall, it's really organic. I think some ideas come really quick, and some ideas could go on a while. There could be a lot of iteration.
Yeah.
So I would say it's very organic at the base, how the heroes are actually created.
Yeah, like May came from a desire to have a Frost character, someone we could play around with geometry.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
We wanted to do a bunch of ice abilities, where Genji was just an amazing picture from Arnold Sang. It was like this gorgeous picture. Yeah. We're like, we don't know what that guy does, but he's so
we
cool.
like him.
We want to be him.
Yeah. And that's the one was that the one where it was sort of like both Hanzo and Genji at the same time? It was sort of like a metallic version of Hanzo.
Yep.
It's so great that you guys have the opportunity to be able to say, let's just blow that out into two brothers.
Sure, yeah. You know, one of the questions I have, you know, as we're playing the beta and getting into it and learning all the characters and seeing who all of them are, because we are getting used to them, and I know you and I talked about this a little while ago, but is it possible to potentially, during gameplay, get a little toggle button so that I'm not looking at somebody's gamer tag and I can just see who the character is, especially as you're releasing skins?
We just saw that suggestion pop up on the subreddit, and I think it's killer. It's something that we want to look into more in general with the interface. We have a really great interface designer. His name is Jeremy Craig, and the way he wants to approach it is not to make like the WoW interface where it's completely customizable, but to try to figure out what things do we need to add a little bit more in the way of options for the players. So we've seen a lot of people, they want to see gamer tag. A lot of people want to see real ID. Other people said, I need to see the hero. And that's one of those ones where I think instead of trying to get inside your head, maybe we figure out an option.
Yeah, because if I just know this one is, you know, just what the heroes are, as people continue to get used to all of these new heroes, you have 21 coming out at launch. So there's a lot for people to just sort of, you know, take in.
Yeah, it's funny. We actually do that in all of the videos that we ever put out where we show gameplay. The characters are just named who they are. Like
exactly.
Torbjorn's just Torbjorn.
I like the idea of doing a toggle. That's really
just a toggle.
Yeah,
that way you still have the gamer tag and you don't lose it.
Yeah.
But just so that you know.
So we got another question from Twitter. This is from @thatshack. Can you tell us how you're going to address a ranked mode in Overwatch? So right now, you know, the mode is go play.
Yep.
You know.
So we've talked a lot about a ranked mode. We don't have anything specific at this point. We haven't done a ton of work on it. We've been doing preliminary design, and most of that revolves around our discussions with our friends on the Heartstone team, the StarCraft team, and the Heroes of the Storm team. We're also talking to guys on World of Warcraft who are working on the arena. So we're trying to get a sense of what works really well, what hasn't worked for them in the past, and how we should pursue ranked mode with Overwatch. It's going to be a little bit more organic how it comes together. We're hoping to have something for launch in terms of ranked play, but if it doesn't, we don't have the perfect ranked mode, something we're not feeling comfortable with, it'll become a post-launch feature. But it's something we're actively discussing, and I think we have a lot of experience in the studio to help us make a good version of it.
Yeah, well, you have some deep connections to games that have been around for a while that you can pull from, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and you guys have had such a huge day, and congratulations to you and your entire team on everything Overwatch. Like, we can't wait to go home and just start playing it again.
We played it last night during our dinner break. I mean, that's how much this game.
Let's all group up tonight.
Done.
Love that. All right, sounds good. Well, thank you, Jeff and Bill, for joining us. We now have a World of Warcraft panel coming up at the top of the hour, and you may already be wondering what to expect when you go up against the upcoming expansion's deadly, all-powerful Burning Legion. Legion. Fortunately, there's a brand new hero class to help you take down this formidable foe. Let's check in with the team to learn a little more about your newest ally, the Demon Hunter.
I'm Tom Chilton, Game Director for World of Warcraft. Legion is really the deepest and most substantial World of Warcraft experience yet. So where we're going with the storyline for Legion is that we're picking up where Warlords of Draenor left off. What we have now is the continuing storyline that evolves after Gul'dan is sent through the portal that Archimonde used to come to Draenor. So what we see is Gul'dan gets sent to Azeroth, and it's in being sent to Azeroth that he goes and raises the Tomb of Sargeras, and he's able to bring the Legion to Azeroth once again. So the Demon Hunter is the second hero class that we're adding to the World of Warcraft. And really the fantasy behind the Demon Hunter is to be Illidan, essentially. He's just such a cool, iconic character. You know, he's kind of using that fell magic to make himself more powerful and really fight against the Legion. That's his, real mission in life, is to take on the Legion. And he does that by taking on the powers of the Legion. So the new artifact weapons are really significant for the World of Warcraft because we've had these iconic weapons that are just, really integral to the lore of the world and the overall storyline of Warcraft. Players are finally going to be able to get their hands on them. They've heard about them for a long time. They've seen some of them in the hands of other NPCs. Now they're finally going to experience those for themselves. A reason that it's such a significant part of this expansion is because from a story standpoint, the players really need to get these artifacts to have any chance of taking on the Burning Legion. But it goes beyond that, because from a gameplay standpoint, they really represent the first time that you've been able to get a weapon and then develop that specific weapon over time. So that you start off with a weapon that is very powerful, but has a lot of untapped potential. The class order halls in a lot of ways are very central to the artifact system, because the order halls are the place where you are rallying all the members of your character class. So if you imagine places like Akaros, where the Death Knights kind of all sort of assemble, this is something like that, but for every single character class in the game in a way that's very iconic to that class. So this is the place where you go in order to customize your artifact. It's the place where you go to rally your class to take on the Burning Legion. So I would say the Legion boasts one of the most significant changes to the player versus player combat that we've had since the Burning Crusade. And back in the Burning Crusade, we introduced the arena system, and that really represented a significant new thing for players to do. But now what we're doing is we're introducing a completely new version of the honor system. And what we've really seen is that the system is really, it's ready. It's ready for a fresh new take, for something that creates a completely new vector of progression, where a player is able to unlock the different talents in the new honor system in order to get abilities that are specific to PvP. And so this new talent system really enables us to do that. What we're really looking at here is a deeper set of gameplay features and a deeper set of gameplay content than what we've ever created before for an expansion. We really believe that that'll lead to a more fun version of World of Warcraft.
The Broken Isles, as all things in World of Warcraft, started before the Sundering, and the Sundering was the great catastrophic, cataclysmic event that shattered the world as we know it. It used to be a great and powerful night elf civilization 10,000 years ago, and after the Sundering, most of the Broken Isles was actually sunk and sent beneath the ocean, as it were. 30-ish years ago, an orc warlock named Gul'dan came back to the Broken Isles to raise part of it to serve his Dark Master Sargeras, and that is what became known as the Tomb of Sargeras. So that is basically the origin of the Broken Isles. How players start this expansion is unique and different than any expansion to date. You don't start in a single zone in this expansion. You can actually pick whatever zone you want to start in. You can start in Stormheim, or you can start in High Mountain or Azuna. The only exception to that is Suramar, which we've left as kind of a high-level, max-level zone that you work your way up to. So it's totally unique, and how we've played it so far, it feels really awesome. If I were to pick my favorite zone, it would probably be a tie between Val'sharah and Stormheim. Val'sharah is a zone that is, if you're into druids and night elves and things like that in Warcraft, it's your paradise. It is a druidic paradise. It is the heart of druidism in Azeroth. That's where druidism started, and we really represent and reflect that in the zone. It also has some killer areas in it, like Blackrock Hold, which is unlike any other parts of the zone. So you'll see this giant castle or keep that was actually built by night elves, haunted and ruinous. It feels like a real kind of fantasy homage to that classic manor or castle on a hill with a village beneath. It's a killer zone. As far as Stormheim goes, this is where we see the Vrykul pantheon of gods, their creators. This is where we see the origins of their Valkyr, the angelic Vrykul that pick up the wounded on the field of battle and take them to Valhalla, or what we call the Halls of Valor, where we see Hell or Helheim, which is a zone in there as well, where we see the damned go down and become the cursed Kvaldir. And it also has a really awesome side story with Sylvanas and Gen Greymane that I think players are going to really enjoy. So there are a lot of new and interesting and awesome and powerful and fearsome and ferocious creatures in Legion that we're going to have seen for the first time in Warcraft. We get to see the full demon lineup in this expansion, right? It's called Legion. There's demons everywhere. Up until now, we've only really fought the B team. We've never gotten the full A team of the Legion. The most badass Legion demons are now here. And so there isn't just one, but there's a whole lineup of these guys, and these guys are ready to kill. I think what impact Legion will have with the fans and how it will resonate will fall mostly on the artifact system, the acquisition of these powerful legendary weapons, these weapons of myth that players have been clamoring for over a decade at this point. Our endgame for Legion is something we put a immense amount of focus on. We've been really working hard. We've been listening to the fans. We really want to make sure that we're providing something for the players that is enduring, absolutely representative of what they expect coming into an expansion with demons. So those are the things that I feel like will impact them the most.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited for Legion. And speaking of, joining us here on the Blizz couch is Brian Halinka, Senior Game Designer of World of Warcraft. Halinka, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, it's awesome to be here. So excited to see you again. Love the hair.
Oh, and thank you.
I've seen lots of compliments on your hair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So yeah, it's so cool to be here again.
Well, we are very excited. There's been so many announcements today, and one of the big ones earlier, it was every single quest ever completed and every reward ever will be included. How will that manifest?
You mean like with the scaling system?
Yes.
Well, it's just a really cool way for players. We want them to be able to go do anything, like think about all the times that you've gone out like to play an expansion and like you both start playing together and then like one of you has to go to work and the other person
I hate when that happens.
Playing, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, we can't play together. That scaling technology is going to let everybody go to different places so that they can play together even if things don't start off the same.
Yeah, the scaling stuff we were watching, that's honestly one of the most exciting parts.
Literally, I have a buddy that I play religiously World of Warcraft with, and he's constantly like going, oh yeah, I just did like 12 more quests.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but then, okay, so now we're just talking on the phone while I'm doing the 12 quests you've already done.
And now it's going to be like, oh, did you do that zone yet? No? Okay, let's both go to that zone.
Well, and also dungeons, too, right?
Yeah,
that was the other thing. Expansions, you were like, oh, I need one more level, and then I can do that dungeon with you. Or, oh, gosh, I just leveled out of that dungeon, and now it seems like you can go in and out whenever you want.
Yeah. I think, when you think about what World of Warcraft's about, we always talk about it's about playing with friends, it's about being together. That's why we do things like the character boost. This is another system where we're trying to get people to be able to play with each other as much as possible.
Yeah, and another way I think that you're doing it that's really cool is by just the class order hall.
Yeah.
The fact that you're allowing the classes to be able to congregate into one place.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's such a cool thing for the community in order to congregate and get together. Do you guys have any sort of plans to say, here's all the hunters? Okay, hunters, here's a huge quest for every hunter that is in here to do all together.
Ever.
You have no healers.
All hunters on the server.
Well, we've done it before with Warcraft Hunters Union. We've had like 800. We've done this before. Do you guys have any kind of ways to connect the community within these?
Well, certainly, I think one of the pieces of feedback we got about Worlds of Draenor was like, oh, I'm in my garrison. It's super cool. I have my place, but I want to see other people.
Yes.
So it's actually going to be, I think, these two places, right? In Dalaran, everybody's going to be together there, kind of congregating between classes, but then everybody's going to go into the order halls. And it's just going to be hunters, and they're going to you're going to see general chat talking about, hey, how do I finish this quest, hunters, and all that. So I think it's going to be a really cool dynamic how we see people.
I want to see hunters like fight against warriors, like having a huge, crazy.
PvP's my wheelhouse, so I certainly would welcome like little class battles.
How fun would that be?
Yeah, so it's just awesome to see. Those are the things we often see in our Asian regions, where they are very good at organizing world PvP events, and a lot of times we see that on these servers, like the North American servers too.
Yeah,
it'll be cool to see that kind of stuff emerges.
So, and lots of changes coming to PvP in Legion. Can you talk a little bit about what we can expect, especially maybe with the prestige?
Yeah,
concept?
certainly. One of the main things that we were thinking about with PvP was oftentimes a lot of our players are really into raiding, they're really into dungeons, and they spend a lot of time investing in their gear, building up that gear, and then they step into PvP and they kind of have to start over from scratch, and that was a big deterrent to a lot of people for participating in PvP. Also, one thing about PvP is people kind of want to be on a pretty equal level. You see that in a great example like Overwatch or Heroes of Storm. I go into that match, I'm on the same even keel. So on one hand, we want people to feel a little bit stronger when they get more gear, but on the other hand, you got to feel equal. So we're doing away with PvP gear as its own separate thing. Now all gear kind of works the same. And when you walk into a PvP zone, we actually set the stats that you're going to have based on your spec.
So it's a dynamic as you enter, not based on your gear specifically.
Exactly. And so you'll get a little stronger based on your gear, but it's not the type of gaps that we've seen before where I go into a battleground and I just get one shot by the guy who's rocking full conquest gear or whatnot.
I'm so happy you're changing that. It's honestly one of the reasons that it was hard to get back into PvP was for that reason. One of the other things that people do, battling-wise, that has a lot of people asking on the internet right now, pet battles. So are we going to see pet battling go past? Are we going to see the pets be able to past level 25?
I'm probably not the right person for that, but I think I think we are doing more pets and more battles, more content for them. But it's unfortunately I don't know too much about it. Jonathan Kraft is the right.
Jonathan Kraft is he who I would ask if we could see maybe a mobile game for pet battling for Warcraft?
Boy, would that be great? Wouldn't that be something?
I would love it. I mean, we've seen it such a success with it with Heartstone on mobile, so it would be so cool.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of people they're really into the collection game of pet battles, and that is what we think is so important. So when we go into a new expansion, there are new pets to get, and people pick them up, and then they start able to go back. And
I love
think
the pets.
Part of the pets too, they even like doing PvP pet battles and kind of moving it out and everything. So I think that type of content is building more pets for you to collect and go into it.
I named my Molten Corgi after you.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
Well,
I'm very flattered.
We got all excited and dorked out about it last year.
Yeah, we did. Well, yeah, we talked a lot about Ashran last year.
I know.
And how exciting that is. And that kind of like, that whole experience and seeing how the mainstream player is super excited about PvP, it really drove a lot of our PvP decisions this year. Because even though the gear isn't going to count, players are still going to have a progression that they work through. There's 50 levels of honor that they kind of work through, and as they go up, they earn these very PvP-specific abilities, things that only work in PvP, that don't affect the PvE game. And what's nice about that is now we can do a lot of things in PvP that don't affect the rest of the game, so it's a win-win.
Yeah.
The players who really love PvP, we can make something new and fresh for them, and the PvE players will feel like they're not, messing up our house anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you also took a long, hard look at almost every single class in the game.
Oh,
yes, absolutely.
Fantastic news coming out about some of the classes. So why is it specifically that now is the time to take a look? Is it because of the feedback from Garrisons maybe, where people are like, I'm starting to feel sort of not like I'm role-playing my character class anymore?
I think it has a lot more to do with the addition of artifacts.
Got it.
Like where we're kind of doubling down on class identity, and we're kind of like, hey, we're doing all these things with the artifact weapons to make all these classes feel special and unique. We should probably just revisit the classes as a whole. And also, we're kind of in a place where we just have a lot of things that modify your base class. We have artifacts, we have talents, we have these new PvP talents, and so there's so many things that you can do to customize your class. We kind of got to revisit what your class means as a whole. So that's really why we feel like it's a good opportunity to say, what's a subtlety rogue? Oh, they're a master of stealth. That sounds super cool. What's a retribution paladin? As opposed to just a normal warrior. Oh, he's a holy warrior who's like returning with holy spirited vengeance.
Or a frost decay dual wielding.
Yes, exactly.
What's up with that?
Frost decay dual wielding. That sounds great. Well,
I mean, because when I think about class fantasy of a frost decay, I think Arthas.
Yeah.
And he has.
Well, our unholy TKs, of course, have like a two-hander, very big two-handed sword. And then, it's Frostmourne, right? I think the challenge there is, and we have this with all of our artifacts, how can we give you Frostmourne? Like, this is a sword
you can't
that
give them
corrupted Arthas stole,
Yeah,
and
right.
so we have to do something a little different, but still kind of feels like
So was that the
Frostmourne.
reasoning behind it? Was because you didn't want them to feel like they were getting Ner'zhul's sword?
Well, yeah, you don't want to exactly, like, if you're going to do a two-handed weapon for a Frost Decay and it's not Frostmourne,
then what would
feels
it be?
very strange.
All right,
it makes a lot more sense to say, okay, what if it's like shards of Frostmourne, like, something rebuilt. And we already did Shadowmourne, a two-handed axe.
Yes,
that was a legendary weapon back in Lich King. So it's kind of the time for us to do something a little different.
I love that.
Wow, well, lots of great stuff. Thank you so much, Brian, for coming and helping us get through this stuff. Talk about lots of stuff.
That's great.
Amazing esports updates happening. Time for another one.
It's so cool to take a look at everything going on around us because we are like in the eye of the storm.
We're in a bubble and community is circling around us is what's happening
It is. And speaking of community, we have joining with us here on the Blizz couch, some call him the King of Salt, some know him as the biggest Blizzard nerd that you will ever meet. Please welcome internet personality, Jesse Cox.
Hey! Hello.
Hi, Jesse. How are you?
Oh, my goodness. I'm doing great. I feel like I'm from the future right now.
You
I have
are.
so many things plugged into me.
Don't move. You'll explode.
If you pull one out, I'm just dead?
Yeah,
Is that how this
exactly.
works?
That's
Is
how it
blood
works.
support?
It's Hunger Games.
It is,
die up there? Is that what happened?
I think so. Yeah, we were watching and I had no idea that you were actually hosting the Q&A workshop
great
panel. How
job.
did that go?
Thank you for your humble lies. No, it was great. I, for years, was one of those guys in the audience asking ridiculous questions.
Yep.
I stood up there 3 years ago with a poster of a snake tail and Gundrak and was like, what is this, Metzen? And he laughed at me then. But now I'm up on stage, so I guess we're good.
I know,
The
and it was
system
funny.
works. Yeah.
It was funny. On the very last question, he has it up, and what happened?
She literally asked the exact same question as you were asking the question.
I said, I know what he's going to ask right now.
It's the most important question there ever was.
And what is it?
Is Jaina a Dreadlord? We all know the answer. It's yes, obviously. But I just felt that I wanted to hear them say it.
I know, right?
And they lied. They lied. They said no.
God.
Well, tell us a little bit, because there's some people at home maybe might be unfamiliar with you. I don't know who they would be, but tell us your history about Blizzard Games and how you got into it.
Oh my goodness. Well, I am a nerd by life, by trade.
Good, as so say we all.
Yes, and so 22 years ago, I played my first Blizzard game. And I have played Blizzard games ever since and been that guy who has played Blizzard games. There's a period in my life when I know other games existed, but all I did was play Blizzard games.
Yeah, right.
Like, if people talk about a certain console or something,
no idea.
I have no idea what they're talking about. Like, I missed all of that. And so, yeah, I'm a giant fanboy for all of this. And I couldn't even tell you how excited I was to just be a part of this. To be here right now is insane.
On Blizz Couch?
To be with you is insane.
Blizz Couch.
You stop.
I try. No, this is my entire career on the internet started because of Warcraft. So
I know it did. Yeah, and the thing is, what's cool about you, and it's a little known fact, but you used to be a history teacher.
It's true.
And so do you think that some of this, because you are so into the lore, do you think it's the history teacher in you that just dorks out on the lore as much as it is?
That's absolutely what it is. Yeah, I am a giant nerd for lore. Red Shirt Guy and I ask him questions just to see if I can stump him. And he's always like, "You're an idiot."
He was like, "I thought you had said hard questions."
Yeah, no, he just looks at me like, "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." I'm like, "Sorry."
So I know you can never. I know it's a horrible question, but I have to ask: what have you seen that is your favorite announcement coming out of BlizzCon?
I know, right?
Yeah, every time.
It's crazy. Last year, Overwatch was everything.
Totally.
Yeah. This year, they gave you something for everything.
Yes.
And it's so tough to be like, all right, well, I went through and I played as the Illidari. I went through and I played as the new characters in Overwatch.
Right.
I went through and I did new StarCraft stuff. Like, I just have done everything there is to do right now. The only thing I haven't done yet, which I need to do, is go play with the Explorers in Heartstone.
Oh,
yeah. I actually have not done that either. I'm dying to.
It looks amazing. I missed out on the voice of the Murloc, and I can't remember his name to say.
Finley Murgleton.
Yes.
Yes. I was curious what his voice sounded like, because in my mind, I just wanted him to be like, a Murgle Gurgle. That'd be amazing.
That is
he's like,
fantastic.
Murgle.
You have such a high affinity toward Murlocs.
I love Murlocs.
What is it? What is it about Murlocs and Jesse Cox?
They're the underdog. They've been slaughtered and murdered for so long.
Endlessly.
But you know what? They keep coming back. They keep showing up. If I was them, I'd go to the bottom of the ocean
and chill
and just never get out of there. I'd be like, Neptulon, bro, get me out of this place. Hang up and go. But they keep coming back.
It's true.
Yeah.
When you play Hearthstone, do you play a Murloc deck?
I do. I have a ridiculous Murloc deck, yes. And I totally forgot about Heroes.
Yeah.
Oh God, Heroes.
I played as
Murky
Cho'Gall
with my dear friend Krendor, and it is one of the silliest experiences of my life. I love it. I think later on we're going to stream some of it.
Oh yeah,
so
nice.
excited for Cho'Gall.
I want to see the two of you. I wish the two of you guys were the voice for Cho'Gall. I mean, no offense to whoever's voicing it. Whatever. But the two of you guys, I just imagine you guys as a two-headed ogre at times.
I would challenge that and say, Blizzard, now that I have your attention, if you ever want to put Krendor and I in World of Warcraft as two dueling goblin vendors with stalls across from each other, selling only useless gray items.
Amazing.
And we curse at each other and throw tomatoes, like, hey, come over here. And we get people like, yeah, you're the worst. And we just throw stuff at each other. I'm just saying.
I would visit
I
those
want
vendors.
that.
We only sell broken I win buttons.
Amazing.
No,
Just
great,
the worst stuff.
Gray items are my favorite. I have a contest in my guild, so our very last tab, they can't open it. It's just the galleries, the gray gallery. And I have a contest. Whoever gets it, they get 20,000 gold. Whoever gets the best gray item. But they stop pumping them out. I'm like, the gray items
Only
are the
gray,
best.
like rotten apple.
Yeah.
And headless baby doll.
Yeah.
It's the worst stuff.
Oh my God.
But it's all for like 25, 30, 50 gold.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my God. Well, look, Jesse, thank you so much for coming. Continue to enjoy the con as it goes. But we have got the Heroes of the Storm Battlegrounds panel coming up right at the top of the hour. But first, it's time to profile the team that created the soundtrack for your epic battles in Heroes of the Storm. Let's step into the Foley Room and get an inside look at one of the most unique jobs at Blizzard Entertainment.
Well, the sound effects are really based on individual heroes themselves. So for a hero, we're trying to tell you about the fantasy of this hero, what are their abilities, and how do they feel to play in the game. Whereas music, we're really trying to get you into the environment that you're in. So each battleground has their own specific music, and each one we try to transport the player there to get the feeling of this environment they're in.
When we started creating music for Heroes of the Storm, we realized it presented some interesting challenges in that we wanted to have its own identity, and yet it was pulling on characters and areas from our other games, our other franchises. So one of the cool aspects of working on Heroes of the Storm and at Blizzard generally is the collaborative nature that goes into our development.
The guys I work with are really cool, talented guys. I mean, on any given day, we can get into their office and we don't know what we're going to get into.
This is the Blizzard Foley Room. This is like the sound kitchen almost in some ways. You can pull some pops.
Those are awesome.
Nothing is more literal than using a weapon for weapon sounds.
We'll get a variety of objects and just sort of see what comes out of it. We'll be looking at individual heroes and talking about how we want them to sound, but you may have swords and pots and pans and leather kind of items in there, and we'll see what comes out of it. It's just really cool to see the creativity these guys have and what they're able to put together.
A lot of the ideas that we get are accidents, and it's those accidents that turn into something really cool and inspiring.
Even though, we're probably more sensitive to sound, when we start to add like sounds that aren't synthesized, stuff that comes from like real world objects, you're not really fooling anybody. I mean, it connects them to the real world, whether it's a sci-fi game or fantasy. It's fun because it creates a personal experience for us, which then inspires us to, make really cool sounds.
I really like seeing everything come together. It's the process. We start off where you get a pencil sketch from the art team. Someone may even have less than that and just have a paper design of this is what we want to do with this character. And we're one of the last pieces of once art has done their work and everything's signed off, sound is sort of one of those last layers of polish to come in and really bring a character to life. And that's what you come to know as a character. You know their voice, you know how they sound, and it's great being a part of that.
Lots of releases. And we are just now coming back from the World of Warcraft Legion's Game Systems panel where, I mean, so much information.
My head is exploding.
My head is exploding. My head's been exploding for the last 48 hours. But we are so happy to have Chris Siggety, executive producer of StarCraft 2, sitting at the desk. How are you, Chris?
Good. How are you doing? It sounds like you're having a fun time. It's great.
We are having a blast. And congratulations. The launch of Legacy of the Void is nigh upon us,
yes.
I might say.
Well, you guys were celebrating as well in the arena.
We were, and that was really special because it's been really tough, to be honest, to launch the game so close to BlizzCon like this.
Yeah.
The amount of effort that goes into a BlizzCon is really overwhelming at times, and we're trying to figure out the right way to have some notes for this really, well, obviously near and dear to my heart, but I think the best community in the world, the StarCraft 2 community, and have a moment with them, and that's what that celebration was about.
Is it kind of bizarre to you to think that this tournament that's currently happening is the very last part of the Swarm tournament that you're looking at?
It is. It's both. I guess somewhat. There's a little bit of bittersweet to it, but it's also very exciting. I talked about this a little bit in our launch celebration event, but for me, Legacy of the Void really represents to StarCraft 2 what Brood War represented to the original StarCraft.
Yeah.
All the component pieces are going to be there here in just 2 days. We're going to see this esport community now direct all attention towards what is a very, very different experience. It's so much faster paced. There's so many things that are going on. I'm so excited to see what they do with it, and then we're going to get this opportunity to really work with the community, with the pro community, with the players that are playing, and evolve StarCraft 2 in what we hope is the best strategy game out there, period. Bar none, our best effort ever, you know? So there's still this huge journey in front of us as well.
Yeah, and so I was at the cinematic release party in LA, and heard you talking about the fact that you guys were initially, when talking about StarCraft 2 and the story of StarCraft 2, wanting to put all of this into one game, which is unimaginable.
Yeah,
in my
we literally could not have done it.
No way.
We would not have been able to tell the story we're trying to tell in the way we were doing it. So that's true.
So, and this is now sort of the final chapter in this story saga.
Yes, exactly. So that is definitely bittersweet as well. These are characters that are certainly near and dear to my heart. They do go back to the original StarCraft. Yeah. Characters like Raynor, like Kerrigan, Zeratul, this glimpse into the Protoss struggle that they've had, and Ire and their retaking of Ire. These are exciting times, but it is going to end a chapter in that story side. But
you are going to have more story. It's not the end of all story.
Yeah, exactly. And that's an exciting announcement that we've made this weekend, is that we have new content coming. We have a story centered around Nova.
Nova Covert Ops, right?
Covert Ops, exactly. And it's a great opportunity for us to pick up on some things that really we couldn't really squeeze into the story of Legacy of the Void, because it's telling this broader, bigger story, and now we can dive in. I've heard Valerie, who's on the street, she's one of the primary writers of it, and she's talking about how excited she is to get this opportunity to explain some of the things politically that are going on. What happens at the result of the end of Legacy of the Void?
You know, the lore of StarCraft has always been something that I love reading about, because it's incredible. It really is. The love story between Raynor and Kerrigan and everything, it just kills me.
Yeah.
But I will say that I watch it on a competitive level.
Yeah.
And for somebody like me, and I've always been very honest about this, StarCraft I've always been slightly intimidated by, because I watch the pro players, and I know I'm never going to be a pro player. But with something like with Legacy of the Void coming out in Archon mode, for somebody that is new to the game, will that be the best way to get into it, to not feel like I'm just going to get murdered when I get out there?
Well, I think there's a couple things there. One is, yes, it's intimidating. It's intimidating to me to watch the pro level play.
Yeah?
It's one of the reasons I love to watch it. They are playing at such a high skill level that it's hard to imagine yourself ever getting there, right?
Yeah.
People do it, but it's a journey that's extreme. But I think for me, I step back, and you have to realize that they are the best of the best.
Yeah.
But that the game is built to work at your level, whatever level that is. And we've spent a lot of effort with Legacy of the Void, making it the best onboarding experience yet. They've completely revamped, the team has completely revamped how you get into the game, how it describes how to play Protoss, Zerg, Terran. The campaign, to answer for you, if you give it a shot, get in there and
I'm going to give it a shot. I promised Morheim that I would.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
So, but it does level up. It has it introduces the complexities of the game across time, and that you can get better at that and start to understand it. And it slowly, as you do this, becomes less overwhelming to you. And then you can make the choice as a player. Do you really want to go in and play competitively on the ladder?
Yeah.
You don't have to. That is not that's not all that StarCraft is. StarCraft certainly has that, but I think people get caught up in it a lot because it is such an elite esport.
Oh,
but there's
it's like
this
the
whole other
granddaddy
game.
of it.
So, but there's this whole other game there, and the campaign is a huge way to get in there. These new modes, Archon mode that you spoke about, is a really compelling way to learn with a partner, get in the game, get somebody who does know. You just take these units out and start attacking the enemy, and don't worry too much about it. I'll have some more for you in a moment. Archon mode allows that. With our co-op missions that we've added to the game, that's another way to get into it. But in general, it's a mindset that I feel like StarCraft does struggle with, because these elite players are out there so much. But there's so many different ways to enjoy and play StarCraft.
Well, we're also getting great Twitter questions coming in. Here's one from @VegasQC. I would personally love to know exactly what race/league Chris Siggety plays in StarCraft 2. Morheim had this similar question once, and this person loved it. So
I play Terran. I'm a Terran player. I've always stuck to Terran, and with Warcraft 3 it was humans. I don't know, there's something about, I guess I'm a xenophobe or something against aliens, I don't know. But I also, as far as League, I'm not the greatest player. I have a great relationship with StarCraft 2, and I'm okay sitting in the silver in the Silver League area of play. But that's because I don't put in the time, and I'm okay with that. I understand that I'm not going to be able to dedicate those number of hours to really climb the ladder up to Master, Grandmaster's level.
And this is a standalone, right? So
yes.
If you haven't been part
That's actually a great point.
If you haven't been part of the StarCraft 2 inductee journey, you can start without having...
Just jump right in and play it. You will, from a story perspective, I do highly recommend Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm. To get you up to speed, but it gives you enough input to understand where things are at that moment. It's very Protoss focused in the beginning, so it does stand alone in its own chunk, and of course you can buy it in that way if that's how you want to consume it initially.
Was that hard, just from a story perspective, to try to figure out how do we finish the story for all the people who have played before, but also invite people in a way that makes perfect sense and is its own compelling story?
It wasn't as difficult as I think you might expect, because we had this. They are tightly packaged moments in story, so you can bring them online with very little intro into it, because it's so Protoss focused in the beginning of the game.
That's so great. Well, congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Can't wait to see the esports finale as well.
Oh my gosh, I know. Well, thank you so much to Chris Siggety. We have Diablo 3 game director Josh Mascara coming up in just a couple of minutes, but first we're going to take a look at patch 2.4, which features 3 brand new zones to explore, each inhabited by some of the most unique and menacing creatures in all of Sanctuary. Here's a sneak peek at patch 2.4 for Diablo 3.
In patch 2.4, we're adding a lot of new content for players who love exploring the world of Sanctuary, including 3 new zones: Grey Hollow Island, the Eternal Woods, and we're opening a new wing of Leorix Manor. Grey Hollow Island is a haunted coastal forest. It's constantly raining, it's bleak, it's dangerous, it's filled with creatures and fauna that want to kill you. It's a horrible, horrible place. In the forest, you have some Sasquatches. You have the Silverback and the Bonebreaker, massive furry beasts. You have wasps. Our players love the wasps, so we've made a wasp nest. We have the Hive Mother, who is a variant of the Rat King, except she shoots wasps at you. And then in the cave itself, we have a series of more aquatic creatures, such as the Amputator and the Flesh Harvester, which are a small crab and a very, very big crab, and then the Abyssal Callers and the Abyssal Protectors, which are sort of Diablo mermaids, if you can imagine. The lore in Grey Hollow Island is very interesting, and there is a mystery that you're going to have to unravel. It's going to take you a little while to figure out. And for our more dedicated players, those who know the lore on their fingertips, they'll be able to tie some of this back to the rest of the game. It's a little hidden. Only the very best of the best will figure it out, but some of them will, I know. The Eternal Woods, it's a snowy forest that is just outside of the ruins of Seshron. Players are used to appearing in front of the ruins of Seshron and running forward, and it turns out that if they just turned around, there's a whole new zone behind them, and they could have gone there all along, sort of. It's got most of the monsters that you find in the ruins of Seshron, as well as some undead that sort of have managed to survive in the permafrost of that forest. Our players will remember that when you enter Leorix Manor, there's a majestic staircase in front of you, and on the right side of the staircase is some rubble that's blocking it. And now that rubble's gone, and you're going to be able to go into the right wing of Leorix Manor and explore that space, which you've never been to before. What excites me the most about patch 2.4, about the new zones we're adding, is really that we're trying new things in all of them. We're trying different things from what we've done before with the story, with the monsters, with the space itself. Players are going to be finally getting those new spaces, exploring them, exploring the adventures there, and going to discover all the cool new stuff we've added.
So much great stuff coming to Diablo 3 that we figured, who better to talk to us about it than Josh Mascara, game director of Diablo 3. Josh, I am so happy you are here. I feel like this entire BlizzCon, I've just been waiting for someone to come sit in that chair and talk to me about Diablo 3.
This is, we call him Prince Albrecht.
Oh, that is awesome.
Albrecht.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to be here. I mean, this has been a very special BlizzCon for us. The main thing we wanted to do is really celebrate our community. And the 2 best ways we can do that is announce our biggest patch to date. It's not going to be the biggest, but I hope it's going to be the best. We had like whole new areas to the game, like Grey Hollow Island,
Yeah.
set dungeons, a bunch of changes to the game itself, but more stash space.
Yes,
Who doesn't need more stash space?
Honestly, in the PR meeting, and when they said that, I was like, yeah! I got up, ran out the room.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So talk to me quickly about the set dungeons. I mean, that's one of the things that jumped out as just a really great way to get, as they were saying, a way to teach people how to use the set, which I didn't even think about. I just thought it was a cool thing to do. So talk to us a little bit about the concept of the set dungeons.
So set dungeons really started off from, so every once in a while we do these game jams where we, just get together as a team for a couple of days and come up with a bunch of really crazy, awesome ideas. And in fact, a lot of
one of these games.
They are epic. They're epic. There's some really wacky stuff. But Alex Solman, who's a designer who's been really sort of pushing forward the idea of set dungeons, he just had this really great idea of like, okay, if sets are the pinnacle, the items you're hunting for and slaying all the demons for, it would be nice if we can celebrate them, more than just the fact that you get to wear them, but what if we can create these really awesome set dungeons where, so we really get to sort of challenge the player in a fun way, and they get some really cool rewards for going through that. And it's just going to be one of those things that I hope that, we've been having a lot of fun playing them, and I hope that when the feature goes out live, that people will have a lot of fun and sort of like, and we're going to keep evolving, see what comes out of them, and what people really love about them.
And I love that you have to kind of find out where they are. I'm going to try to not just search online. I'm going to be like, I want to find them.
That would be, and that's the other really cool thing with the fact that we added adventure mode to the game. It's become this great vehicle for us to be able to add more content to the game. But we're also trying to find new ways of adding story that really supports the way that people really play our game.
Sure,
People don't play Diablo linearly. They play it over and over and over and over again. So we added set dungeons, these things, these mysteries you got to try to solve. Grey Hollow Island has a cool little story baked into that. Same thing with the new area in the Oryx Manor. So really trying to find cool ways of adding story that feels like it fits the adventure mode way that people play D3.
Alex and I both play on PC, and a lot of my friends that are on console, they get a little jealous because, we get these kill streak rewards.
Right.
Are we going to see that on console?
That's one of the things we announced, that, we're making a bunch of changes to the PC.
Announced.
We are bringing action combat across from the PC versions of the game to the PC versions of the game. So, and it's a really fun way. It really changes your moment-to-moment gameplay. You now sort of really care about making sure you keep that kill streak going as far as you can.
And how are they working? I heard that there was something else too about the the environment, distracting the environment.
So there's two types of rewards. There's the kill streak, so the massacre, as we call them, and there's also the other one is the more you destroy in the environment, because what else are you going to do with barrels but smash them?
Kill them.
So the more barrels you smash, the faster you'll get a small speed bonus to really encourage to go keep going.
Bonus.
So those are the two things from Action Combat that we're bringing across to PC.
So
and you guys did a couple UI changes that, as a player, are really helpful. Sun Wukong Monk pops into your game, and all of a sudden you're like, I don't know. Especially now that Focus and Restraint have kind of become the end game go-to. Now that we have Kanai's Cube, that buff bar. I mean, sometimes stuff didn't even show up on that buff bar if it didn't pop. So can you talk to us a little bit about the consolidated buff bars and how you figured about packing in that stuff?
This was for all the reasons you mentioned. We realized that our poor buff UI wasn't buff enough. So we really needed to sort of spend a lot of time thinking about the right way of displaying information. Like, it's not a matter of always having them all up there, because then it just becomes like a crazy mess to figure out what's really important, what isn't. But we really listened to a lot of feedback from our community. We did a lot of iteration, and I think what we finally ended up with is a really good balance between functionality, usability, accessibility, and more importantly, getting the information you want when you need it the most.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Well, we do have a few questions from Twitter for you. So our first one comes from The Angst. The Angst says, when will we see what's going on with the Immortal Throne? How much longer until the time is right?
Well, they might have to wait a little bit more.
KG, I like it.
Yeah. I mean, in so many ways, we're not done with Reaper Souls. I think that's the most exciting part of where we are, that both internally within the team and within Blizzard, but also with our community, like, we're in some ways just really getting started in terms of really figuring out what really makes the gameplay of Reaper that awesome experience is really going to cement the legacy of D3 for the years to come, right? So we're really, I mean, we're just having so much fun. It's also being able to release content at a good rate.
Yeah.
You know, no longer going dark for a year and a half, 2 years, and then something. You know, every couple of months, we fundamentally try to change the game. We add some crazy features like the Runes of Sessions, Kanai's Cube, set dungeons. I mean, these are really big, meaty patches, and it's awesome to be able to...
When Kanai's Cube came out, I thought you were breaking the game. I was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then it now is just changed the whole aspect of the end game. I have another question about the seasons. When you play through, you're sort of enticing people to play through the story again in seasons now, because at the end of each of the acts, you're going to be getting pieces of one of the sets, so that by the time you're 70, you theoretically have at least one of the sets. So my question is, I might get some of those pieces at level 12, at level 30. Are they going to scale up to level 70? Am I going to be able to use the full set at level 70 as a level 70 items, or how is that going to work?
That's one of the things that I believe that's how it's going to be working, is when we go to PTR, again, we want to make sure that we're not breaking anything, because it would be terrible for us to break anything. And I think the philosophy is, if these sets are really going to be the reward, they're not much of a reward if they're a level 12 set and something like that. So again, we really need to see how things evolve. Yeah. But if they're going to be rewards, I mean, fundamentally, we want them to feel like rewards.
Yeah, and I mean, you know how to do it with the Gem of Ease, which has been fantastic, allowing that to scale up, almost sort of like heirloom items in Warcraft. It's fantastic. You guys have so much stuff going on. Josh, thank you.
Thank you for stopping by.
Much for stopping by. Now let's send it over to...
I'm Chris Robinson. I'm the art director of World of Warcraft. A brief description of the new hero class, the Demon Hunter. These are Night Elves and Blood Elves who were essentially conscripted into the service to fight against the demons using their own power. They were part of an ancient army that was brought to life once we realized like this threat that was coming at us, and kind of brought them out of hibernation or where they were currently at to fight against this power that we've realized is much stronger than something that we could probably handle on our own. To discuss the art team as a whole, I think we typically talk a lot about the leadership team of WoW when we're at Blizzcon, and how those people form the vision and work together to create the art that you see in the game. But we really wanted to take a look this time at the team and the team members and what they do to pull their collective vision together to form what we know as the game. We have a character team, a dungeon team, an environment team, a prop team, an animation team, and a technical art team. And it's a combination of all those ideas and all those people coming together that creates what we have.
The character art team creates all the creatures, player characters, bosses, pets, armor sets, and weapons for the game. Demon Hunter has a lot of customization with horns, blindfolds, different muscles, different textures, a lot of tattoos, patterns, colors, so players will have a lot of different customization.
The environment team, along with the exterior level designers, work on the largest art asset of the game. I'm talking about the world. So when we started working on this expansion, we were expecting to do small encounters of the Legion all around the Broken Isle. But when we started exploring more into the Legion and what they could be, we decided to do a Legion homeworld, which players have never seen before. So the art team just went crazy with that. We explored what an entire planet that was destroyed by the Legion would look like.
The prop team works on props, staging, and effects. We have to tell a story with how we stage everything. When a player walks in and you've staged everything right, they should be able to tell exactly what's going on, what kind of person uses that camp. So with the Demon Hunters, it was just lay everything out so that it looks like that story, that these guys are nomadic and on the way to war, that they're hunting demons. So it's the staging as best as we can is meant to convey that.
The tech art team works on a variety of processes, tools, things that enhance the artist's productivity, allows them to focus on making art as opposed to wondering how are they going to get this art into the game. One of the many responsibilities of the tech art team is rigging. Rigging is a matter of putting controls, ways of manipulating the underlying skeleton inside of creatures and characters that the animators will use to bring life to those models.
The animation team gives life to all of the characters, creatures, and dungeon bosses. To reflect the animations for the Demon Hunter, we used Illidan as a reference point. We knew we wanted to have the player feel like they were playing Illidan. And so we had a lot of combat animations follow what he did.
The dungeon team works on all the architectural elements in the game that you interact with, including dungeons and raids. We worked on the prison of the wardens, where all the demon hunters were imprisoned. So we had to figure out what that prison would look like, what kind of architecture would be able to hold that many demons. It's night elf based, so we tried to infuse a little bit of that design into the architecture as well. We used materials like stone and dark metal to emphasize that it is a prison.
There are no people, there is no one person, there are no group of people that are dictating and creating the ultimate vision for what we do. It's a process of collaboration amongst all the artists on the team, and each individual voice and unique view makes what we know to be Warcraft. Without all those views and all those unique voices, it's nowhere near as creative or as awesome as we've been able to make it.
Mainly because our next guest saw us at the Blizz Couch, and he was supposed to be at the desk and was like, why am I not at the Blizz Couch? Hashtag awesome. Frank Pierce, Chief Development Officer, Blizzard Entertainment. Welcome to the Blizz Couch.
Thanks, Al.
We made it happen.
Good morning.
I know, right?
Yeah.
How you feeling today? It's a big BlizzCon.
I feel good. It's really exciting. The energy at BlizzCon is always unreal, right?
Everyone's right?
Got such a positive attitude and is just happy to be here, and the energy level's always really high. Everyone's excited about everything they get to see. It's awesome.
Now, I was talking to Mike Morheim yesterday morning, and this is your 9th BlizzCon, correct?
Correct.
And your very, very first BlizzCon was 10 years ago in 2005. And for you, as one of the co-founders, what has it been like for you to see this convention grow from then to now?
And even 10 years ago, it was a surreal experience, and I think maybe 10 years ago we maybe had 5,000 guests.
Oh man!
And
how many halls?
I think we only had 3 of the halls, and now we have all 5 halls, and they're expanding the convention center here. So if we continue to host here, maybe we can make it even bigger. But yeah, it's the tickets for the first year didn't sell out right away. They were available for days, if not like a week or more, and now the tickets just go like that, and they're so highly coveted. And
it's nuts. I know it's like sold out in a couple minutes. It's just insane.
Yeah.
And I believe at that convention, you guys were announcing the Burning Legion.
Burning Crusade.
Oh yeah, Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
And now we're at Legion.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
I think like so many, and now we have 6 games.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is it harder to prepare for a BlizzCon now that you would literally have 6 game franchises to talk about?
I think it depends on who you're asking, right? For me, like they gave me a media packet of information to talk with folks that was like this thick because they expect us to be able to talk about everything. But like Ben Brode, he only has to focus on Heartstone, and Kaplan just has to think about Overwatch, and they're in their games day to day, so that stuff's I think pretty straightforward for them. The panels take a fair amount of preparation. Everyone that's here is our guest, and we want to make sure we deliver an amazing experience for them. So a lot of work goes into the panels, anything that we're doing on stage for the crew.
Well, it seems that Overwatch has so much hype behind it. Are you guys just playing it in the office non-stop or what? Because I know we are.
Heck yeah.
I wait to play when we have executive play sessions so that I can play with people that are more at my pace, my skill level. Because when we started doing the internal alpha, it very quickly became a Shark Tank. And for me, that's not particularly enjoyable.
Yeah.
But there are a ton of people. We're a ton of people at the office playing in alpha, and they're still playing. We're in closed beta, and it's really fun. And so for me, we've got the private game feature which will be great for guys like me that don't have the Twitch skill. And
Yep.
Totally.
Set up your own games.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about the importance of being able to connect so intimately with your fan base here in a physical location, because virtual spaces where you guys, that's your bread and butter.
I like to talk about this all the time, right? Interaction with others is like a basic human need.
Right.
And I think the internet is really interesting the way it's made the world smaller, and so people establish relationships and have their interactions with people in those virtual spaces. And I think whether people understand it or recognize it or not, that online virtual space doesn't completely satisfy that need.
Yeah.
And so they come here, and we come here, and that last bit of that need is fulfilled here, where we all get to interact in real life.
That's so cool.
It's cool too, because I've heard so many stories from people, employees at Blizzard, who have met their significant others online playing World of Warcraft and whatnot. It's just amazing. And a lot too, that you guys do so much outreach for charities and kids that are in hospitals that are playing the games while they're on oncology wards, while they're just home, and they're able to connect with other people online.
Yeah, for a lot of people, if they have restriction, well, I mean, Michelle, you lived this, right? I mean, you know, a virtual space like Azeroth gives you the opportunity to participate in activities with your social circle and still feel like you're experiencing what the world has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about, because last year we got to have a moment to be able to come to campus and talk about the charity auction, which is, I know, something near and dear to your heart. How long has the charity auction been going on?
That's a great question, Michelle. I'm not quite sure. I think we started doing the charity benefit maybe 2-3 years in, and it's really great. So on Thursday night, right before the show starts, we have some extremely passionate and generous BlizzCon guests and we host a cocktail hour with all the developers. It's very intimate. It's really, really neat.
Yeah.
And the proceeds of that are for the benefit of Children's Hospital Orange County, which is the local hospital that's serving our local community and the children that have needs here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, don't forget that the BlizzCon charity auction will run until November 13th, with all proceeds benefiting Children's Hospital of Orange County, like Frank just talked about. Absolutely. So make sure to check it out. There's some really cool stuff up there.
There is a Burning Crusade snowboard.
What?
Yeah, we back in the day, like we do all this experience, like all these samples, like merchandising samples, and we got some merchandising samples of Burning Crusade snowboard.
No way.
So like Metzen signed it, I signed it. Not that provides any value, but Mike signed it.
I think it provides a little value. Yes, people like that.
It's a really neat piece.
That's so cool.
And it's really it's one of a kind.
Is it the only one in existence?
I think there were 3 or 4 of them.
Wow.
Guys.
That's super limited right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got the Blood Elves on it. It's really neat.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw that there was a Metzen sketch from 20 years ago of Hellscream, and I was like, I can't even imagine like giving away that piece of your own heritage, you know what I mean? But it's for such a great cause.
It is for an amazing cause. I was just over at the Children's Hospital of Orange County, and we were handing out gifts and everything to the kids at the hospital, and actually Activision Blizzard has handed us so many things to give away, so it's been awesome.
I view it as like it's a win-win-win, right? Like we were able to help a great cause with the proceeds. We're putting some really special pieces into the hands of some of our most passionate community members, and we're clearing out the storage space to make room for more stuff.
You've been accumulating a lot of stuff over the years, I can only imagine. So day two is just getting started. Day 1 is in the can. What are you looking forward to day 2?
Well, the Heartstone finals, I think that stuff is awesome. But I mean, for me, Lincoln Park is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I've seen them before, and they put on an awesome show.
You guys
they
always
really do.
knock it out of the park with the closing shows. I'm so jazzed.
I know. And you know what? You were just talking about Hearthstone. Are you still posting your decks on Twitter?
I haven't been. I apologize. I know.
Because I remember for a while there.
So Hearthstone has this steep learning curve, and so online Hearthstone, it feels like a bit of a Shark Tank for me too, because there's so much complexity to the game, and I just don't have the time to understand all of the meta around it, and so the adventures are much more my speed. It gives me plenty of time to chew on it, think about it, and so I was posting my decks on Twitter for the heroic decks that I was using for those encounters, and
I think you'll do it for League of Adventure. League of Explorers?
I will, yeah. I'll redo that for League of Explorers, but really, BlizzCon is such a huge event. It takes months and months to prepare, and I'm pretty sure that my decline in that activity corresponded to upswing in activity around BlizzCon preparation.
You guys start planning just in January, right? The moment this is basically over?
We've already been talking about what's next, right? And when and where and all that. We have to start thinking about it before this show's even over. It's a full, at least a year of preparation to do something of this scale and magnitude now.
I was assuming that Monday on the Blizzard campus was just like, hey, pina coladas for everybody. Kick off the heels.
Well, not this week, right? I mean, Legacy of the Void is launching on Tuesday.
My gosh,
you guys,
I mean, This is a great week to be a Blizzard player.
Yeah.
Because we've got BlizzCon and we've got the pre-sales for Overwatch, pre-sales for Legion, and
new heroes for Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, everything going on.
League of Explorers is coming out.
It's crazy.
And so, great week to be a Blizzard player, and an exciting week to be a part of the Blizzard crew, but a tremendous amount of work and anxiety to be part of the Blizzard crew.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Frank Pierce. Speaking of big day, we got a...
So the League of Explorers is all about travel, treasure, exploration, adventure, and searching for the Staff of Origination and bringing it back on home to the Hall of Exploration in Ironforge. We love the idea of the pulp adventure from the 1920s.
From newsreels from years past to films of old.
Exploring ancient temples.
What's that around the corner?
And going into ancient ruins.
It's old and sort of dusty.
Avoiding deadly traps.
And using their ingenuity and knowledge of things past by which to save themselves.
Is the cave falling?
Mike, I'll save you.
And fighting their way through jungles.
Finding great adventures and trying to overcome them in ways you've never seen before.
And it's just so fun for us to get to explore it. We have 4 awesome characters that are part of the League of Explorers. And first we have Bran Bronzebeard, the dwarven leader of the group.
I'm a dwarf.
Which means that he's really cool.
And he's my uncle. I'm the tallest one in the family.
We also have Reno Jackson, who's powerful and capable, but a little bit on the greedy side.
Reno's been everywhere and he's done everything. He likes to find treasure.
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
Which is really important because you get rich when you find treasure.
Definitely wouldn't want to meet him in real life.
Gold. Monkey. Wow.
Another important character is Elise Starseeker, and she's sort of the brains of the operation.
Very formal and very proper.
Kind of keeps everybody on course and...
Seems to be the only one who really knows what's going on.
She has maps from all over Azeroth and always gets them exactly where they need to go. Lastly, we have Sir Finley Murgleton.
Translated to Murloc, it's...
Bob, and if you translate it.
So the mechanic of League of Explorers is very often you're going to be presented with 3 random cards.
Something like Ragnaros.
The big scary minions.
Everyone's looking for the golden monkey.
I want to see lots of gold and shiny rubies.
You get to make decisions on the fly.
All 3 of them are going to be enticing, and you're only going to get one choice.
So it's like trying to choose your favorite candy.
You got to weigh the benefits and the costs and the reward. Because no matter what choice you do, they're all going to be good.
So there's a lot of strategic depth relating to making the right one choice.
Usually just flip a coin.
It sounds a little crazy, but it's actually super, super skill testing, which is one of the reasons we're so excited about it. And that's what the League of Explorers is all about. So we're looking forward to all of the adventures you have in the League of Explorers.
Hi guys, we are are so excited for the League of Explorers. I can't wait to play it.
It's going to be fantastic.
And joining us right now on the Blizz couch is Ben Brode, Senior Designer of Heartstone. Ben, what's up? Welcome.
Welcome to the couch.
It feels good. The couch
Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel good? Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
It's good.
So I have to ask you, sir, about Sir Finley Merkelton. I have literally lost my junk when I heard about Sir Finley Merkelton.
He did.
The concept of not just doing a regular dungeon or raid straight from World of Warcraft and this sort of, I mean, I don't want to say esoteric, but the sort of concept of getting out of you're competing against a big bad guy and into I'm escaping falling ruins and things like that. Was this something that came to you just before League of Explorers, or is this something that you guys were like, we could do a lot more stuff here? Like, how early did this concept come to you guys?
It's funny because we had actually been brainstorming this kind of pulpy, adventure-y feeling mission style for a very long time.
Yeah.
Before Hearthstone was even a 3D game, when we were just prototyping the game. Back back in 2011, we had a prototype of the mission that we're showing here at BlizzCon, where you're adventuring through and making hard choices, and it was cool because we had all that in the back of our minds, and then we were brainstorming what to do for the new adventure. We knew we wanted to surprise people. We wanted to become a little different, and we were talking to Metzen, and Metzen was like, you know, there's a faction in World of Warcraft that we didn't. It's in there, but we haven't really shined a huge spotlight on it. And it's really fun. It's really different. The Explorers League.
Yes.
This league of dwarves who are searching for answers in their history and their origins.
Yes, everything in Ironforge.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And we had these missions that we had done a long time ago, and we were like, oh, this is the perfect time. Let's totally blow this out, make it a huge thing in Hearthstone, and then use all these missions that we had been sitting on for a long time, like trying to find the right time to get into the game. It was kind of a perfect combination.
Now, at the same time, you know, because you guys are creating this, you're expanding upon lore that's in the game, but also it seems like you're creating all these new characters as well, outside of Bran.
Right.
Who's an existing character. You have someone like Elise Starseeker, who immediately stuck out to me because she seems like she's the real brains behind the entire operation. And it says directly on her card, the mastermind behind countless successful League operations.
Sure.
Which to me sounds like she's been in this for a while and potentially could be continuing to go on and do this.
Yeah, so she's been on just a ton of expeditions. She's created huge amounts of maps and charts, and she's been basically everywhere. And so now she can, you know, disseminate those maps and orchestrate a big effort for the League of Explorers. She's a super powerful explorer in her own right, and I didn't cover in the panel yesterday, but the Fourth Wing, she's really kind of the spotlight for the kind of home space defense for the League of Explorers, and she'll be orchestrating the defensive efforts there as you fight a kind of a new threat.
Yeah.
So she's a really interesting character for us. She also adds, one of the things I like about unlikely team-ups is when you have a lot of different silhouettes, and I love the image of the four explorers standing together on the pedestal in the cinematic, and it's such a great vista, at least kind of standing tall over it, because I
love
her.
I immediately was like, oh, that's my girl. And she's got such a great power too. I mean, just being able to shuffle the map into your deck and then reshuffle the golden monkey in. And I've been reading online, some of the people have been like, well, that's going to be too slow to play. But I could see that being in like a druid deck. I could see that being in, you know, a control warrior deck. We could see it playing in a lot of different decks that card could come up pretty quick and then just change everything to legendary.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to change the game when that happens. It's a pretty tough quest to go on, so we wanted the payoff to be huge. I mean, even aside from its battle cry, it's a 4-mana 6/6 with taunt. It's pretty powerful.
Wow.
You have to go through you know, the quest to find the golden monkey. But when you get there, it changes everything. I mean, most of the legendary minions are pretty big, and they have a pretty big impact.
You think?
A little bit.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite moments of, I think it was in actually the opening ceremony, when the card was shown, and you could hear people sort of like reading it to themselves, and then there was sort of this like scuttlebutt of like a couple people sort of getting it but not understanding it, and then the moment that you actually showed what happened, the whole place went crazy, and it was almost like they were like, well, that can't mean what it says. You know what I mean? And then as soon as everything changed, they were just like, it means what it says! And they got up, left. It was like, it was crazy.
Well, we really care a lot about making the animations and effects and sound be really amazing. And this time at the end of this adventure, we said, look, we have a great team of artists. You guys can do whatever you want for a week. You can do anything. You can make any effect you want in the game. And so one of our artists was like, I'm making the golden monkey amazing. I'm just going to do it. And she went nuts and just started having the monkey face breathing on your cards. And turning your deck. It's great.
Now, are these cards, when they start rolling out, when we're doing arena picks, are we going to see these legendaries and these explorers pop up potentially in arena?
Yes. So as each wing comes out, those cards from that wing will be available in the arena. Once all the wings have been unleashed, we will increase the drop rate of those cards in the arena as well. So you'll at that point actually see a lot more cards from the League of Explorers.
It's cool, but too, because the discover element kind of reminds me a lot of when you're picking an arena deck. Were you guys inspired by that?
Yes, but the actual true root of the inspiration was a tavern brawl we started working on basically a year ago. It's called Captain Blackheart's Treasure, and we tried to release it a few weeks ago and failed and had to go back to web spinners. But it's coming back in a couple weeks, and it was such a fun tavern brawl for us, where basically instead of drawing a card, we just show you 3 random cards, you choose one, and you draw that instead. So it gives you
every turn.
Every turn. So it gives you a little bit more choice over what you draw, but you're not building your deck, so you don't know what is actually going to be part of those 3 things. So it's interesting. It's a little bit more random, but a little bit more skill. And we loved it. We thought it was awesome. And when we were thinking about new keywords for the League of Explorers, we just felt like this getting this into constructed games feels too cool. We got to do it.
Yeah. Now, what do you think? With Grand Tournament. A lot of people talking about how the RNG being a big factor with competition play. It seems like this still has a little bit of that RNG in it, but at the same time, way more strategy with being presented by 3, and it's not 3 cards from your deck, correct? It's
not like it's tracking. It's not like tracking.
No, this is a good example of a case where randomness and skill are not on a continuum. You don't necessarily reduce skill by adding more randomness. So we've added some randomness, but also the skill to choose the right card here.
Oh, yeah.
And play a card that you may not have played with before, and you have to solve new problems.
Yeah.
This is definitely a skill-intensive mechanic that also adds more randomness.
I actually tested it because I decided to do one arena run where I just only picked the very first card every single time, just to see.
How did that work?
Horrible.
I was so excited to be like,
so hard.
It's not so bad.
No, it was terrible.
Yeah, don't do that at home,
it is very important. Some people try to say, oh, well, it's just luck and whatnot. No, if you don't actually pick the correct cards and making sure you have the correct curve on something in arena deck, you're still going to have a tough time.
It's true, and randomness often will put you in a situation you've never been in before.
Yeah.
There's some new card, and you get it off web spinner, and you're like, how do I use this to win the game?
Yeah.
And the best players are the best at determining how to turn a situation they've never been in into a victory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. What deck are you playing these days?
I've been. I tried to experiment. The season reset. I went back down to rank like 16 or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, time to play. So I made a Major Domo mage deck with secrets and dragons and inspire minions, and I went all the way down to rank 20.
You sound. At first, I was sounding like you were.
I know. I was like,
I know. It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it did.
Not really. Not great.
So
I've been playing some Dragon Priest. I've been playing a couple different Hunter decks. I'm trying to get lock and load.
I'm hoping you're playing some Hunter decks.
Yeah, I gotta get back. I've been trying to play the sort of the secret Paladin decks. Have been my bread and butter. So I gotta get back and do a lot more of that. But I'm excited, and the best part is people are gonna be able to play this very soon.
I know, it's crazy, right? When have we ever done anything like this?
I know.
Thursday.
And we just got to say congratulations to you and your team, because you guys consistently pump out awesome content, and you all seem like the happiest, most enjoyable. Whenever I go to the Blizzard campus, I'm like, Heartstone area, because you guys are all having fun.
It is fun. We're on one giant room together, so there's no escaping anyone else. So you got to make sure that everyone's awesome, and everyone's awesome. The team is great.
That's amazing. Ben Brode, thank you so much for coming and sitting on the Blizz couch. and good luck for the rest of the day. It's not even over yet.
Yeah,
oh my God. So we've got the World of Overwatch panel coming up at the bottom of the hour, but first we're going to take a look at the unique art style of this upcoming game. Let's check in with the design team to see how they created this spectacular, one-of-a-kind world.
Creating the art style of Overwatch was a huge challenge for us, just because it was something very new for Blizzard. Coming with something that was not only new and fresh, but also fit into Blizzard's family of art styles was pretty challenging up front.
The Overwatch art style is all about like a very handcrafted, colorful tone filled with like unique heroes.
One of the key art pieces that was done for Overwatch is that lineup shot where all the heroes are kind of lined up. That shot helped bring the team together to really understand the direction of this new project.
I just love the imagination of it, sci-fi with a hint of alternate reality.
We really focus on shape and color. We have exaggerated silhouettes, dynamic poses, vibrant colors.
The imagination of a fantasy world is really intriguing to me. Creating something people have never seen before.
3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
So as the art director on Overwatch, my job is more overseeing the entire continuity of the project. And there's different teams that have different tasks.
The ideas come from so many different places. Design inspires art and vice versa. If I was just sitting in a vacuum by myself and trying to bring ideas to life, I don't think I'd get very far. I think it's really about the team channeling the team's energy and excitement. And I really like how organic that type of development is. Finding out the relationships between different heroes really helps the art sing, because the art is just another pretty picture without all that stuff behind it. So I think having such a creative team of developers putting all that stuff behind the art really helps us do our job.
Readability is really important, especially in a really fast-paced game like Overwatch. When we build the levels and the heroes, you can tell which direction the heroes are going. We want to be able to tell when a hero is using an ability, for example.
Overwatch has been an awesome ride. This has been such an exciting project for me, and something that just really sings to just my sensibilities and everything I'm passionate about.
We really want to have like a really handcrafted feel where it has a really style to it. It's not realistic, and it takes people to another place. And I love just being part of that.